Is your credit score getting in the way of things you want to do? Personal loans through NetCredit help you borrow up to $10,000. So check your eligibility on netcredit.com today without affecting your credit score. You may even be able to build your credit history as you repay. NetCredit, a more personal loan.
I'm Curtis, 42, homeowner, pretty good credit.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Now, it's easy to help protect yourself. Identity theft protection starts here at LifeLock.com.
We got the house! We did!
Pods handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods, your personal moving and storage team.
Who can you trust? A new study finds Americans don't trust big media. Millions are going to Newsmax as their trusted source. They go to Newsmax.com and watch Newsmax TV for the news they really need to know. They download the free Newsmax app. Almost 7 million cable viewers watch Newsmax, but not Fox News. And 20 million Americans like you have made the switch and watch Newsmax all the time. So make the switch to Newsmax for real news.
Do you think Republicans won the House and now can have equal power in Congress? You're out of date. Republicans led by Mitch McConnell are giving it all away. In the lame duck session of Congress, the Republican leadership is agreeing to a bunch of laws that would never pass the new incoming Congress. But they'll likely get through this one, thanks to the votes of a coalition of rhinos and retiring Republicans who are voting with Democrats to pass their entire agenda. First, they want citizenship for dreamers, illegal immigrants brought here as children. Now, legal status for them is okay, but the right to vote, that's something else. Second, they want to pass a law making it clear that the vice president has no power to alter or even question the electoral vote for president. It also makes it virtually impossible for an individual congressman or senator to protest results, even for his own state. Let fraud reign supreme. Third, they want to strip Republicans of any leverage over spending by raising the debt limit until after 2024. That's 2024 AD. Fourth, they want to change permitting laws to make it easier to build green energy boondoggles and new electric grids. And fifth, they want to codify the Supreme Court decision legalizing gay marriage. The rhinos and retiring Republicans are coalescing, and they're going to sell us out. Now for my favorite segment. You can't make this up. The American Civil Liberties Union is suing the city of Phoenix to stop it from collecting garbage in an area of homeless tents called the Zone. The ACLU claims that trash collection there allows the city to indiscriminately seize, impound, and destroy unsheltered individuals' personal property and survival gear without cause or warrant. The Biden Justice Department investigated the city for discrimination against the homeless. In other words, people without a home or property are complaining because trash collection violates their non-existent property rights. It's a garbage case, but they might win. That's my show for this week. Thanks for watching.
I believe that face, vision, and new leadership is Byron Donalds, and I'm proud to put his name into nomination, and I yield back.
The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.
All right, you just heard it. The House adjourning for a second straight day after 6 ballots without electing a new House Speaker. 20 Republicans throwing their support behind Florida Congressman Byron Donalds, with one member voting present. But according to sources, negotiations overnight, progress was made. The negotiations went well. Kevin McCarthy has apparently made a deal for as many as 10 votes, which we could see on the 7th ballot when voting resumes at noon today.
And once again, we will bring you live coverage from the Capitol when the voting picks back up today. We also have live reports throughout the day with updates.
Good morning. Welcome back into Wake Up America. So glad you're with us on this Thursday, January the 5th. I'm Rob Finnerty.
And I'm Alyssa Maloney, and here are some of the other stories we're following for you this morning.
To the southern border now, and the story that's getting lost in all the drama in Washington. According to reports, President Biden says he will visit the southern border for the first time, maybe ever, after the administration hit yet another record for migrant crossings for the month of December.
And in Rome, Pope Benedict is laid to rest as thousands attend his funeral at St. Peter's Square. We'll bring you a live report from the Vatican and have more on the former Pope's life throughout the morning.
And in Cincinnati, Bills safety Damar Hamlin remains in critical condition as you wake up this morning, but the Buffalo Bills say that he is showing signs of improvement as tributes continue to pour in across the sporting world in support of the 24-year-old safety. We will have an update coming up, but first let's go back to Washington and the high drama yesterday on Capitol Hill. 3 more ballots late yesterday, no progress in the speaker's race, but according to reports, and we've been reporting this here on Newsmax, the negotiations went well last night. We could see some movement for Kevin McCarthy in his direction when they start voting again in just about 5 hours. For more on that, let's welcome back in our team of experts, former New York Congresswoman, Newsmax contributor Nan Hayworth, and joining us on set, Newsmax host and political analyst Tom Basile. It is great to have you on. Here we go. Day 3. I've heard the comparisons to Groundhog Day. I don't like that comparison because things for Bill Murray and Groundhog Day get better every day until the movie hits a crescendo at the end. Is it going to happen for Kevin McCarthy? Could today be the day, Tom Basile?
Well, we are hearing that there is a deal. But first of all, I want to say this. Look, the fact that we don't have a functioning Congress means that they can't spend any money. So look on the bright side, right? I mean, I think that as a taxpayer, it's all right, for a few days. But look, we are hearing that there is some sort of a deal. We will see at noon when the vote is taken. The question for Kevin McCarthy and for the Republicans is, if he does survive, is he encumbering his speakership with all of these deals to a point where he's going to be ultimately a weak speaker, and you're going to have a very small minority of the conference almost hold more than 200 members hostage and sort of drive an agenda or drive a strategy there. And that presents real problems for the Republicans potentially going forward.
Yeah, Nan, let's talk about that deal. As we saw on Newsmax first to break the story, a Congressional Leadership Fund, it's the independent super PAC, endorsed by Kevin McCarthy and the Club for Growth. They reached an agreement on support for Speaker Kevin McCarthy, but of course concessions in that. What do you make of this? Do you think we will have a speaker and it being Kevin McCarthy today?
Well, I'd like to see that. And, of course, we've all been talking about the 20 roughly votes, protest votes, as I call them. And we understand their level of frustration, their desire for transformation, but they have to deal now with the realities of governing, and Congress has its ways of going about these things. When you only have a bare majority, you can't have a big renegade faction. So we've got 90% of that Republican conference that is holding firm for Kevin McCarthy. So obviously, the way forward, the clearest way is with Kevin McCarthy. Eric Bolling broke it last night. Club for Growth, who have a lot of influence because yes, they do invest in races. They do invest in primaries. They rate votes, and they have a big voice. So they've apparently been working behind the scenes to get the protest voters in line. 10 votes, as we all know, is not enough, though. Kevin McCarthy basically needs 16 votes. He can only afford to lose 4.
Yep, and Nan, you've been there. You've served in Congress. So if he gets 10 votes, that puts him right around 213. Now, if people don't forget, Victoria Sparks, who's been on Wake Up America several times, Congresswoman from Indiana, she voted present yesterday. If other members vote present, he could be a consensus pick. It happened to Nancy Pelosi once, happened to Newt Gingrich, also happened to John Boehner not that long ago. So that is a possible path for Kevin McCarthy. But I want to talk about these 20 just for a second. So we've got these 20 holdouts. Kevin McCarthy has made concessions that we haven't seen before. 90% of the caucus is not going to move away from Kevin McCarthy. We're talking about 200 members of Congress. They're not going to move. 90% is unbelievable. They keep saying, I heard Andy Biggs, he comes on Newsmax all the time. time. I heard him last night. He said, listen, we want to drain the swamp, drain the swamp. Look, drain the swamp at this point is just a crutch phrase. It doesn't mean anything. Donald Trump made that phrase famous in 2016. Look what Donald Trump is saying on Truth Social, his social media platform. Donald Trump has thrown his support behind Kevin McCarthy. He also truthed out that he loves Byron Donalds. Here it is. Byron Donalds, look at the end there. He will have his day, and it will be a big one, but not right now. Yeah. Now is the time to support Kevin McCarthy.
You got to remember, first of all, of these 20, and the thing that really gets us is watching this, is that I think 16 of these 20 took money that was raised by Kevin McCarthy, were endorsed by Kevin McCarthy. He even campaigned with many of these people. He raised about $250 million to help Republicans and perhaps the most diverse class of freshman candidates coming into the Congress that we have ever seen to help those folks get through the election. Well, what did Lauren Boebert and Matt Gaetz do in 2022 to help support their colleagues? There's a reason why McCarthy still commands that 90% plus of the conference, and he earned it. And you can discuss whether or not you think he's the best guy for speaker or certain aspects of him, but the fact of the matter is he's done the nuts and bolts of the job necessary to be a leader of the conference, and it's time that the Republicans started working on their agenda instead of a power play of a very small minority of members.
Yeah, and the Democrats are loving this.
Oh, they're
Absolutely.
loving it. I mean, they're literally eating popcorn, loving it. Nan, I want to talk a little bit about the Republican Party because, as you said, 90% are supporting McCarthy, but then we have these 20. First, they said Andy Biggs. Then they said Jim Jordan. Now they're saying Byron Donalds. I mean, at this point, it doesn't seem like they have a valid candidate. I mean, if they all went in and said, we want this one person and stuck by that one person, I mean, what does this say about the potential divide we're seeing here in the Republican Party?
Well, you're absolutely right, Allison. They didn't have a clear plan, and they didn't have enough votes other than to cause disruption. And certainly they're getting a lot of attention. But let's play this out into this session of Congress this coming 2 years. If we're going to have these battles every time, especially when we have so-called must-pass bills, those must-pass bills are bills that involve funding the government and the debt ceiling. You can imagine that whoever becomes the speaker is going to have quite the problem on his hands. And for those protest voters, here's the problem that they cause. We don't have a big enough majority. We did when I was elected to Congress in that big wave in 2010. Right. We had a majority big enough to absorb protest votes and still pass bills with 218 votes. If we don't have a majority, a voting governing majority, we can't pass any of the legislation that's on the Republican agenda because the Democrat caucus will stand firmly against us. And what their policies represent are the failures that these folks were elected to solve.
Are we at a breaking point, Nan? You've served in Congress. Yesterday, I thought it was interesting. We're in that 6th ballot. Tempers were flaring. Kat Kamek, Congresswoman from Florida, was speaking. There was some heckling back and forth, and the Congresswoman called out that they've got blankets and popcorn on the other side of the aisle, that there's alcohol over there. It was interesting to see this play out. I think the average American, I don't think they're really paying attention. I think they know we don't have a speaker, but this is high drama for people like us. Have we reached a breaking point?
I think we are getting close to one, Rob, and the problem fundamentally is that we have an American electorate that is exceedingly frustrated when they look, to the extent that they are, at these proceedings in the House of Representatives. The average American is probably saying, you see, and now they're all acting like a bunch of children. Yeah. They can't even coalesce to move forward. It's not a good look for anyone, and it is emblematic of the divide in our country. We are at a turning point. What do we want our government to do? How much do we want it to do? Do we want it to be effective, or do we want it to continue on this path?
Yeah, and so something else to keep in mind, we don't have a speaker, nothing's getting done. No, we're not spending money, to Tom's point, but we have an agenda, and there's a lot of reasons that Americans want to see changes happen in Washington. We've got the border, we have a lot of crises, nothing nothing's getting done right now.
Yeah, I'll just say, you know, Matt Gaetz, nobody's nominated Matt Gaetz to be Speaker of the House. Matt Gaetz says, you know, hey, we're draining the swamp. We're trying to change America. What do you think Kevin McCarthy's been trying to do for the last 16 years in Congress? You know, he went to Congress back in 2006 with Jim Jordan. So to make the assertion that Kevin McCarthy is not, who was Donald Trump's biggest ally in the House from day one? All right, it wasn't Matt Gaetz. It was Kevin McCarthy. Matt Gaetz, certainly an ally of the former presidents, but it was Kevin McCarthy who was in the leadership, okay? That's important to note. We can pick this back up top of the hour. A lot more to talk about. They will start voting again at noon today. Ballot number 7. Thank you, guys. Nan, Tom, appreciate it. Alex, good morning. She's got to look at headlines.
Good morning, Rob. Yeah, a lot of stories we are following for you this morning. First, a very tragic story out of Utah. Police have found 8 people, including 5 children, dead with gunshot wounds. Now, authorities say all of the victims were members of the same family, and details are still unfolding. No word yet on motive or any suspects. And at least one person was killed in California as a massive bomb cyclone hit the state. Wind gusts reaching 130 miles an hour. Crews bracing for flooding and mudslides. 40 million people placed under a wind alert advisory, and a state of emergency was declared in California. Meanwhile, climate activists in Paris spraying the office of the French Prime Minister with bright orange paint in protest of oil and gas drilling and usage. Now, police immediately arresting the 2 protesters at the scene. And let's head to upstate New York. Niagara Falls lit up blue in support of 24-year-old Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin, who collapsed Monday night during an NFL game against the Cincinnati Bengals. Niagara Park saying, quote, "Our collective thoughts are with him, his family, his team, and the city of Buffalo." And while you were sleeping in Vatican City, Pope Benedict was laid to rest as thousands attended his funeral at St. Peter's Square, honoring the former Pope's life and legacy. Billions around the world mourning the loss. All right, a whole lot more to cover right here on Wake Up America. Up next, we'll have more on the funeral of Pope Benedict XVI. Thousands gathered at the Vatican this morning for the somber, historic occasion, presided over by Pope Francis. You're watching Wake Up America. We'll be right back.
Inflation, recession, stocks falling. David Stockman first warned of it. As President Reagan's budget chief, he helped lead the economic revolution that saved America. Now, in the Great Money Bubble, Stockman speaks out on the biggest bubble in history and shows how to protect and grow your wealth. Newsmax calls the Great Money Bubble the investor Bible for inflation. It's at bookstores everywhere, or get the free offer now.
With thyroid eye disease, I hid from the camera, and I wanted to hide from the world. For years, I thought my TED was beyond help. But then, I asked my doctor about Tepezza.
Tepezza is the only medicine that treats TED at the source, not just the symptoms. In a clinical study, more than 8 out of 10 patients taking Tepezza had less eye bulging. Tepezza is an infusion. Patients taking Tepezza may have infusion reactions. Tell your doctor right away if you experience high blood pressure, fast heartbeat, shortness of breath, or muscle pain. Before getting Tepezza, tell your doctor if you have diabetes, IBD, or are pregnant or planning to become pregnant. Tepezza may raise blood sugar even if you don't have diabetes, and may worsen IBD such as Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis.
Now, I'm ready to be seen again.
Visit mytepezza.com to find a TED eye specialist and to see Bridget's before and after photos.
Is your credit score getting in the way of the things you want to do? Personal loans through NetCredit offer fast and flexible lending. Borrow up to $10,000 and choose repayment terms that work for you. You may even be able to build your credit history as you repay. NetCredit, a more personal loan.
If you need dental implants, we have great news. Reset Smile is a dentist-approved, more affordable way to replace your missing teeth from home. No dentist office visits required. Just go to resetsmile.com and order your at-home impression kit. Mail it in, and we'll custom make your new smile with our advanced 3D technology. Using the same material trusted by dentists in millions of devices, you'll enjoy chewing food better and smiling with more confidence. Learn more at resetsmile.com.
Walk with me, I'll walk with you down these troubled roads we've stumbled into. We're all in this thing together. We're gonna make it through. Will you walk with me? Oh, I'll walk with you. Walk with me, and I'll walk with you.
If your business kept unemployed through the pandemic, GetRefunds.com can see if it may qualify for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is 8 minutes to get started. Then, work with professionals to assist your business with its forms and submit the application. Go to GetRefunds.com to learn more.
Welcome back to Wake Up America. I'm Alex Kramer. It's now time to caught up with some rapid reactions and the story that's gaining lots of traction on social media. President Biden may finally be making his way to the southern border.
When you head down to Mexico?
That's my intention. We're working out the details now.
Well, those comments, of course, sparking lots of reaction from U.S. lawmakers on social, including this from California Congressman Darrell Issa. Now Biden says his intent is to visit the border next week. Too little, too late. But at least he'd get to see the crisis he created. Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan adding 72,000 illegal aliens evaded Border Patrol in December. That's larger than the population of Canton, Ohio. Where did they go, and why doesn't Joe Biden care? Then you have podcast host Buck Sexton tweeting this: if Biden goes to the border, it will be to tee up the next Democrat push for comprehensive immigration reform, with endless CNN and New York Times stories about dreamers who are about to cure cancer and achieve world peace. And you have Senator Lindsey Graham also weighing in. If press reports are accurate, I'm pleased President Biden will finally visit our southern border, which has been completely surrendered to the cartels, smugglers, and human traffickers. And the Republican National Committee laying it all out with this. Reminder, Joe Biden has yet to visit the border. The president is speaking more on his alleged border visit today at 11:15 a.m. Eastern Time.
Yes, apparently we will get the plan for the visit next week. Going to be interesting to see how that plays out, Alex. Thank you. We are now a little over an hour removed from Pope Benedict XVI's funeral in Rome, Italy. They're 6 hours ahead of us there. It was presided over by the current Pope, Francis. Thousands were in attendance in the city of the Vatican. It was really a historic event, the end of an era for the Catholic Church. For more, I want to welcome back in the Archdiocese of New York, Father Gerald Murray, with us this morning. Father, great to have you on. Thanks for being with us on set. We've never seen something like this before. Nobody alive has ever witnessed something like this. What struck you the most about today's Mass?
I was so struck to see all the cardinals there with the Pope and the faithful gathered, and it was kind of a misty, foggy morning, and then the sun cleared as the Mass went on. And it's the fitting end to a very long life, a life of service. The Pope, Pope Benedict, was not seeking the limelight or self-promoter, and the sort of subdued atmosphere in Rome, that kind of summed up who he was.
Some symbolism there, maybe, sort of reflecting the Pope's, his life, his early life, maybe some mist there, but the sun certainly came out at the end of his life. What did you make of the Gospels that were chosen by Pope Benedict? He was very careful about what he chose for today, but then the homily by Pope Francis this morning and the message that he was clearly trying to send to the faithful around the world, because he knew the eyeballs on this morning's ceremony would be huge the world over.
Yes, well, he chose the Gospel of the crucifixion of our Lord, and it concludes with the words recorded by St. Luke, "Into your hands I commend my spirit." And the Pope used that as a theme for the Gospel, for his homily. Pope Benedict really committed his soul to God throughout his life, because he did many difficult things that he didn't want to do. He never really wanted to be a bishop, a cardinal, or the Pope, but he said yes to all of those things. At the end of his life, when he was 85 years old, he said, "I can't do this anymore, Lord." And then he stepped aside, and Pope Francis was elected. Pope Francis quoted 4 times from the writings of Pope Benedict, which is a real tribute. And he talked about how when Pope Benedict became Pope, he talked about feeding the flock. And he fed the flock with the Holy Eucharist, but also with pure doctrine. In other words, Christ's teaching communicated to the modern age, even though the modern age is always not interested in hearing it in many cases. But the Pope was courageous. Pope Benedict said to the world, we have to follow Christ. There is a truth, there is a God, there is a heaven.
When we look back at Pope Benedict now, not just as Pope, but his entire body of work as a theologian, we talked about this yesterday. Do you think that his death will increase teachings about faith in the church and maybe beyond as well?
Yes, because I think he was a real prophet. He identified where the modern problem is. You know, we're drifting out of reality. We're drifting into the world of ideology and make-believe. And Pope Benedict was very much of a realist. And he said, dictatorship of relativism in the modern world means we don't try to together grasp the truth, but the powerful people try to force us to think the way they want us to. His writings on the spiritual level are very deep, and he addressed many different questions, philosophy, history, even political theory when he addressed different parliaments. But for most people, I think they're going to realize that this was a man who wrote from the heart, a man who loved Christ, and his writings are very profound.
So this is the end of an era now. John Paul II passing, Pope Benedict really carrying that torch for John Paul II when he became Pope almost 20 years ago now. There were signs this morning, similar to what we saw in 2005 about sainthood. How does that process work?
It'll take a while because saints are not automatic or instantaneous.
We have miracles, right?
Yeah, we have to have miracles. We have to examine his writings and all the rest. But the church has a slow process. Now, John Paul II's was accelerated.
Right.
Benedict, he certainly was a great theologian, a very holy man. We'll see what the judgment of the church is. But you mentioned the passing of an era. Now we are in, let's say, the post-John Paul II Benedict era. And Pope Francis himself, at 86 years old, we'll see, you know, how many years the Lord gives him in this life. But, you know, we're entering into a world with, this was the last pope who had experienced World War II, the Nazis, the communists, new challenges in the 21st century.
Yes.
Pope Francis and then his successor will have to confront those.
Father Gerald Murray, we appreciate you being with us this morning and just your reflection on what we saw this morning. Thank you for that.
Thank you,
It's
Rob.
great to see you. Look forward to doing it again.
Yes.
A lot more coming up this morning on Wake Up America. Back to Washington, Kevin McCarthy, and the ongoing battle to be the next Speaker of the House. McCarthy could be headed toward a turning point, according to sources telling Newsmax that McCarthy has done some negotiating overnight. We will wait and see what happens at 12 noon today when the voting resumes. Ballot number 7. We'll have it all for you all day long here on Newsmax. Stay with us.
Greta Van Susteren is back. She's on Newsmax, giving you the really big stories without the spin. Watch The Record with Greta Van Susteren. She's smart, tough, and always fair. Don't miss Greta's new show.
Guys, today, I want you to find a mirror and take a hard look.
I didn't like looking in a mirror. I didn't like seeing pictures of myself. I didn't like any of that.
If you don't like what you see, do something about it. Get Nutrisystem for Men.
I lost 78 pounds. And when people come up to you and say, wow, what did you do? I love telling them Nutrisystem for Men.
The weight loss plan where you can eat. With man-sized hearty inspirations meals, bigger dinners and lunches. Clinically shown to control hunger for up to 5 hours. Like Swedish meatballs and meatloaf and potatoes. And lose weight and maintain lean muscle mass with Fuel.
The Fuel protein shakes are awesome.
And made with Velocitol, that doubles the power of protein.
I lost 55 pounds.
I lost 63 pounds and I feel better than ever.
Look in the mirror and change what you see with Nutrisystem for Men. Hurry and get today's special deal. Don't wait. Call or go online right now.
My A1C stayed here. It needed to be here.
Ray's A1C is down with Rybelsus.
I'm down with Rybelsus.
My A1C is down with Rybelsus.
In a clinical study, once daily Rybelsus significantly lowered A1C better than a leading branded pill. In the same study, people taking Rybelsus lost more weight. Rybelsus isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't take Rybelsus if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or if allergic to it. Stop Rybelsus and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Gallbladder problems may occur. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Rybelsus with a sulfonylurea or insulin increases low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
Need to get your A1C down?
You may pay as little as $10 per prescription.
When I started Bright Star Care, I had one focus: to provide the highest standard of care possible. Safe, reliable, and personal. From the world's most skilled nurses and compassionate caregivers, I wanted to bring that care to people's homes, people just like you. It's been my goal for 20 years, and it always will be.
This old toilet's been flushing for 3 hours straight. Pretty sure it's not supposed to do that. It's no biggie, though. I'm a member of American Home Shield. They've been handling situations like this for 50 years. Oh, shelves clean. For a free quote, go to ahs.com. That's ahs.com.
Welcome back to Wake Up America. I'm Allison Maloney. An elderly Holocaust survivor is turning tragedy into triumph. Our Jerusalem correspondent Daniel Cohen has more on this miraculous story.
An Auschwitz survivor who never thought she'd have another birthday is thriving, beginning her 100th year. Lily Ebert celebrated her 99th birthday last week with her family, enjoying cake and a trip to the sea, proving the Nazis didn't win.
My number is 18572.
The tattoo she received is a constant reminder of the dehumanization she faced from the Nazis.
We were not humans. We were only a number.
2 days after her birthday, Lily learned King Charles, who wrote the foreword for a book about her life, would honor her with an MBE, the most excellent order of the British Empire, for her contributions to society. Lily made a promise in the death camp. If she survived, she would tell the truth of what happened for herself and those who were murdered. With the help of her 19-year-old great-grandson, Dove, the energetic nonagenarian started a TikTok account that now has nearly 2 million followers.
I really love to hear stories about whoever, it's sad to say, whoever's left, because in a couple of years, there are going to be 0 survivors left from the Holocaust, and that's going to be a very sad day.
Emily Austin is a pro-Jewish activist from New York. She's sending warm wishes to Lily and condemning this hate-filled digital message someone scrolled on a building on West Central Boulevard with the words, "Hitler was right."
Technically speaking, when you break it down, it doesn't directly incentivize violence, but by saying that somebody that murdered 6 million people was right to do so, yeah, that's a pretty violent message to be sharing.
Lily's mother and 2 youngest siblings were killed in the concentration camps. She went on to give birth to 3 children, who gave her 10 grandchildren and 36 great-grandchildren she's said to be very close with.
To hear stories of people that not only survive but are thriving in life and living to like 100 years old, that's really, it just makes you happy. It's like a feel-good story, and I don't think there's better revenge than to just thrive despite everybody wishing you wouldn't.
A great photo of her. That was Daniel Cohen reporting. Lily's family says she received 5,000 birthday cards in the mail, as well as over 3,000 emails. Her family says she lives out each day with a smile on her face.
It's now time for your Newsmax News Minute. Well, the World Health Organization is warning the new coronavirus Omicron strain, XBB.1.5, has now become the most dominant strain and is rapidly replacing other subvariants. Now, health professionals warn that this immunoevasive and not as susceptible to natural immunity or vaccines. And this, Brian Koberger, accused of the quadruple murder at the University of Idaho, has now arrived back in the state after waiving extradition from Pennsylvania. Koberger arrived to the Ladia County Jail last night, booked on 4 counts of first-degree murder. Authorities have yet to release a motive and key details regarding the killings. And the Buffalo Bills have returned to work following Damar Hamlin's on-field cardiac arrest during Monday night's football game. The team holding meetings and a walkthrough before the Week 18 game against the New England Patriots. The 24-year-old safety remains in critical condition, but is showing signs of improvement. And those are just some of your headlines. But as always, for any breaking news, head to Newsmax.com. And keep it right here, because another hour of Wake Up America starts right now.
I believe that face, vision, and new leadership is Byron Donalds, and I'm proud to put his name into nomination, and I yield back.
The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.
The House adjourning for a second straight day after 6 ballots without electing a new House Speaker. 20 Republicans now throwing their support behind Florida Congressman Byron Donalds, who was elected to the House for the first time in 2020. One member did vote present, but according to sources, there was progress made overnight, and Kevin McCarthy has made a deal for as many as 10 more votes. Now, that doesn't get him to the 218 needed to become the next Speaker, but if others vote present, maybe there is a path on the 7th ballot for Kevin McCarthy to become Speaker when voting resumes at noon today.
And once again, we'll bring you live coverage from the Capitol when the voting picks back up today. We'll also have live reports throughout the day with updates.
Good morning. Welcome back into Wake Up America. Allison, good morning. Has this been interesting?
It's been a very busy week, and I feel like I'm just constantly watching the news trying to see what's happening. It's crazy where we're at right now.
Unique, historic, hasn't happened in a century. So we'll see what happens when voting picks back up at 12 o'clock today. Welcome back into Wake Up America. It's January the 5th. I'm Rob Finnerty.
And I'm Allison Maloney. Here are some of the other stories we're following for you today.
To the southern border now, and a story that's getting lost in all the drama in Washington. According to reports, President Biden says he will visit the border for the very first time ever after the administration hits yet another record for migrant crossings for the month of December.
And in Rome, Pope Benedict is laid to rest as thousands attend his funeral in St. Peter's Square. We'll bring you a live report from the Vatican and have more on the former Pope's life throughout the morning.
And in Cincinnati, Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin remains in critical condition, but the Bills say he is showing signs of improvement as tributes continue to pour in from across the world in support of the 24-year-old safety. But first, let's go back to Washington. The Wall Street Journal saying that the GOP is in utter chaos, writing, quote, House Republicans say they want to drain the swamp and save America, but they can't even get through day one or day two now without dysfunction. We'll see what happens on day 3. For more on that, let's welcome back in former New York Congresswoman Nan Hayworth and Newsmax host and political analyst Tom Basile. Nan, good morning. Tom, great to have you on set.
Good to be here.
Nan, we'll begin with you. How do you think this plays out today on the 7th ballot, and what do you make of that Newsmax report that indicates that Kevin McCarthy could be close?
Yeah, Eric Bolingbroke it, Club for Growth, potent force on the Republican side. They do a lot of funding of campaigns, has reportedly been working behind the scenes and not a moment too soon to try to salvage, the narrow victory they won. So apparently there are about 10 votes that have been converted. They need more, of course. And the challenge for Kevin McCarthy, of course, is that he has to cobble together a 218 vote majority. And he really can't afford to do it with concessions to Democrats. So this is where we are. And the 20 or so protest votes are passionate. They're ideological. They're not wrong about being angry about where we are. They're absolutely right about it. But when you get to Washington, into Congress, you have to govern. And if they don't have 218 votes on the Republican side, every element of the Republican agenda that they hope to accomplish, challenging enough when you're facing a Democrat Senate and White House, none of it's going to happen. So the renegade faction has got to come together. Kevin McCarthy has to find a way forward. If he's going to do this, 90% of the conference is behind him, but he needs that other 10%.
Yeah, today's a pivotal day because he has to demonstrate some forward momentum. And arguably, over the last couple of days, he's taken some steps backwards. So even if he gets this 10, is it going to be enough to get him over the threshold? Maybe, maybe not. But the fact of the matter is that he's got to demonstrate that he's clawing his way back if this is going to continue for him. And, really the question isn't about whether or not this group of sort of renegade Republicans, whether they're interested, I think, in governing, because the Congress needs to go back to the business of government. Republicans have said they want to advance an agenda. Is this about governance? Is this about policy? Or is this really more about control and trying to control the party, control the narrative? And, look, they haven't been able to put together an alternative who can get anything close to the votes necessary. So you do have to wonder what their plan was here all along, other than to create chaos at the beginning of the session.
Yeah, did they have a plan, Tom? You bring up a good point, because first they said Andy Biggs, then they said Jim Jordan, then yesterday they said Byron Donalds. So it doesn't seem that they have a strong candidate. I think a lot of people will get behind them, Nan, if they said this is the one person we want. But also to that, we talk about policy. Kevin McCarthy has the same policies that any of these other potential speakers have. And also, too, so this small group that we're talking about, they had a list of demands. Kevin McCarthy met them. And then when he met them, they went back and said, no, we want more. I mean, we talk about this divide, and I think about just everyday Americans who aren't paying as much attention to this. What are people thinking? Like, we just voted these folks in and nothing is getting done, and now they're arguing over this.
Look, one way to look at it, and I know, having run for Congress and won an election, I was not in any way fully versed on how the House of Representatives actually works. You don't have to know that to vote. You don't even have to know that to run. So these folks are getting a crash course. And some of them, of course, are experienced members. I've met Chip Roy. He is no one's fool, that's for sure. But they're getting a crash course in how actual governing works. And it is different from campaigning. And unfortunately, there are pledges that a lot of these folks, I'm sure, have made to their electorates, because most of these folks are from deep red districts, made to their electorates, that they cannot fully honor and also move forward in a Congress that is closely divided with a minimal Republican majority. They've got to make that decision, and they've got a lot of growing up to do right now. What the American public sees is the Congress acting like a bunch of children, because they're not thinking about the nuances of
And I think it's a really bad look for the Republican Party.
Tom, but it is, but it's a bad look for the party, but it also, this is, again, democracy works. We kept hearing that. Democracy is messy. All right, it's certainly messy. But we will have a Speaker of the House. This is not a good look.
But this isn't really democracy.
We kept hearing yesterday that Kevin McCarthy's a flip-flopper. He's been in Congress for 16 years. Dan, you know better than anybody. Look, the longer you're in elected office, the more your positions might evolve. We'll say that. Joe Biden used to be against gay marriage. Okay, that position has certainly evolved. That happens. But this assertion that Kevin McCarthy is a flip-flopper bending to the political wind I think is kind of ridiculous. And as I see it, there's no reason for McCarthy to withdraw.
There's also the hypocrisy of the folks that are opposing him. Most of them benefited from McCarthy's money that he raised for them. Yeah. He traveled to their districts to campaign for them. He raised almost $250 million to help get the Republicans back the majority. And now all of a sudden, they have a problem with him. And so there's a big danger here for the Republicans. It's not just about the fact that it's a bad look. Who are the Democrats, who are the left-wing media really going to say now are running the show here? Matt Gaetz, a guy who up until recently was embroiled in a sex trafficking investigation. Lauren Boebert, who barely won her re-election in a safe Republican district. She's sort of a rather controversial minor member of Congress. She did win, but barely. But are these the people who now the party is going to be beholden to as they try to govern and move an agenda forward?
Yeah, they're all colleagues. So after they elect a speaker, whenever that is, it could happen today, according to some Newsmax reporting that McCarthy is 10 votes closer, which puts him a lot closer to 218.
The momentum's really important.
If others vote present, then he's at the threshold, and that could happen today. I want to take you through some sound. 1 second, Nan. The Bakersfield Californian. So this is Kevin McCarthy's hometown paper. Interesting article. Kevin McCarthy, very connected to Bakersfield. He lives in 3,000 miles away from Washington. He's back in the district all the time. The Bakersfield Californian, local political leaders there were all interviewed, and they said they've talked to Kevin. They're really confident that he will prevail. It might take some time. Yesterday, AOC, and we've seen AOC talking to Democrats, including Matt Gaetz, by the way, Paul Gosar as well, or talking to Republicans in the chamber there. AOC yesterday was some very interesting sound. This is exactly what Republicans don't want to happen.
Well, the question is there anyone in their caucus that can build that consensus? If there isn't, McCarthy's team may have to come to the Democratic Party. And if that's the case, then what would that even look like? It's rather unprecedented. Could it result in a potential coalition government? Could we get Democratic chairs of committees as a result? We don't know.
So, Tom, that's where I agree with you, that this is bad for the Republican Party. Nan, is there any chance that happens?
I would hope not, because that would be a disaster for any hope of the Republicans making what they need to do with this very narrow majority is make a unified stand. Yeah. So every one of these protest voters has to recognize the bigger picture. And the problem, by the way, with folks sitting out and like not being in the chamber is that the threshold, yes, the threshold for victory goes down. But remember, the Democrats are entirely united behind Hakeem Jeffries. He could become the speaker in that kind of scenario. So the Republican Party, the Republican conference has got to get together on this. And it's very tough. It's very tough. I've been there. We were fortunate. We had enough, thanks to Kevin McCarthy's efforts among the young guns of 2010. We had enough cushion that we could afford to accommodate protest voters. Yeah. They don't have that luxury. Yeah, no. So there's a lot of leverage, negative leverage, damaging leverage that the protest voters could have, even though, yes, morally and ideologically, in many ways, they're absolutely right. But they have to govern, and it's a very different thing.
Any idea that there could be some sort of a coalition? Of course, AOC is a socialist fringe member of her party who's never passed a bill in Congress. So she's talking to Paul Gosar, who got stripped of his committee assignments because he's also considered a fringe member of the party. But if the Republicans did anything like that, it would mean the end of their majority. They would never see a Republican majority in the House of Representatives again as long as we're alive.
All right, Tom, Nan, we'll pick this back up top of the hour. Looking forward to that. Let's check in with Alex. She's got to look at what's coming up on this Thursday. Alex, good morning.
Good morning, Rob. Yeah, that's right. Well, as we've been talking about all morning long, the House will reconvene at noon Eastern time for another roundtable of votes for House Speaker as Kevin McCarthy looks to strike a deal with the holdout votes. And President Biden will deliver remarks on border security and enforcement with border czar Kamala Harris in attendance. Now, this comes as President Biden says he intends to visit the southern border. And coming up right here on Wake Up America, political analyst Mark Halperin and Florida Congressman-elect Michael Waltz will break down Kevin McCarthy's path to the House Speaker and whether or not a compromise can be reached. All right, you're watching Wake Up America. We'll be right back.
Over 5 million people have fallen in love with a portable blender. BlendJet 2 gives you ice-crushing, big blender power on the go. So you can throw in your favorite ingredients and blend up a delicious smoothie anytime, anywhere. BlendJet 2 even cleans itself. Just add water, a drop of soap, and blend. Recharge quickly with any USB port. Ready to fall in love? Order yours now on blendjet.com.
23 years ago, long before ransomware, I founded PCmatic with my own money to make computers run faster. The SBA awarded PCmatic FedRAMP certification, authorizing PCmatic to protect federal agencies. Simply put, PCmatic is federal grade. And for as little as $50, PCmatic can protect up to 5 devices for 1 full year. For American-made, federal-grade cybersecurity that proactively stops ransomware, go to PCmatic.com.
Hi, I'm Mike Huckabee. Did you know that public schools don't allow any mention of God in the classroom? Without understanding how God shaped our nation, how can kids learn America's true history? After all, our rights come from God, not the government. It's why my team created the Kids Guide to our One Nation Under God. And right now, you can get it for free.
To order this fun patriotic gift bundle, just visit freegodgift.com. That's freegodgift.com.
A must in your medicine cabinet. Less sick days.
Cold coming on? Zicam is the #1 cold shortening brand.
Highly recommended.
Zyfans love Zicam's unique zinc formula.
It shortens colds.
Zicam Zinc That Cold.
Is your credit score getting in the way of things you want to do? Personal loans through NetCredit help you borrow up to $10,000. So check your eligibility on netcredit.com today without affecting your credit score. You may even be able to build your credit history as you repay. NetCredit, a more personal loan.
We pull people off the street and ask them about their hearts.
How's your heart?
My heart's pretty good.
You sure? How do you know? You're driving a car, you have the check engine light, but the heart doesn't have a hey, check heart sign.
With KardioMobile, the FDA-cleared personal EKG device, you can take a medical-grade EKG in just 30 seconds from anywhere. KardioMobile is proven to detect atrial fibrillation, one of the leading causes of stroke. KardioMobile is now available for just $79. Order at cardiomobile.com or Amazon.
Hi, this is Dave Mortosh from Mortosh Financial.
59.5. What a wonderful number that is. You may ask why, so here's the answer. At 59.5, most of the time, you can roll over your present employer 401k or 403b into an IRA, and the key is you can have principal protection so you don't have those losses when you're getting close to retirement. I believe this is crucial. If you're a postal worker or federal worker, you are allowed to roll over 99% of your TSP account again while you're still employed there. When you roll them into the products we use, you get principal protection, solid growth based on an index in the market, and no probate for your family. It's a huge advantage to have your money safe right before retirement.
To get your complimentary consultation, call 877-GAINS-4U. That's 877, the word GAINS, the number 4, the letter U.
Welcome back to Wake Up America. I'm Allison Maloney. Earlier this morning, the funeral of Pope Benedict XVI took place at the Vatican in Rome. Our Newsmax foreign correspondent Alex Salvi has been covering this live for us all morning long, and he joins us now. Good morning, Alex.
Allison, good morning. The Vatican just confirming that the body of Pope Benedict XVI is laid to rest under the St. Peter's Basilica after an unprecedented funeral this morning. Pope Francis offering a final farewell to his predecessor, who passed away last Saturday at 95 years old, marking the first time that a reigning pope had presided over the funeral of a former pope. Now, in his homily, Francis didn't mention Benedict by name until the very last line, a fact that is drawing criticisms from some of Benedict's supporters, thousands of which showed up to the funeral despite cold and wet conditions. It was a funeral characterized by simplicity at the request of Pope Benedict himself, with about 50,000 people in attendance, according to Vatican spokesman Matteo Bruni. Dignitaries and other world leaders were in attendance in more of a personal capacity, with only Italy and Germany receiving an official invitation. But at the end of the service, Pope Francis stood in front of the coffin, prayed, and bowed. A procession later carried Pope Benedict's body into St. Peter's Basilica for an interment in the crypt. He was buried in the very same tomb previously held by his predecessor, Pope John Paul II, before his beatification in 2011. So now there are questions about where the Catholic Church goes from here, acknowledging that for the first time since 2013, there's now only one pope, that of course being Pope Francis, alive. Allison?
All right, Alex Salvi, thank you so much. Alex?
Thanks, Allison. Now let's take a quick look at today's business headlines. For help with that, we're going to welcome business and markets analyst and Newsmax contributor Seth Denson. Good morning, Seth. Yeah, let's start with those markets finishing up yesterday. This morning, futures are also up ahead of the opening bell. Seth, so Amazon says it will cut over 18,000 jobs. Then you have Salesforce is set to cut 10% of its workforce, and Vimeo announcing 11% cut of its workforce. I mean, Seth, this really appears to be a trend for major companies. What are we seeing here?
Well, specifically major companies that are in the tech space, Alex. I mean, the NASDAQ is down over 30% this year, or not this year, but in the past year. And that's because tech stocks, by and large, were overvalued. And so what you're seeing is these companies, specifically Amazon, Salesforce, which is owned by PayPal, or I'm sorry, Salesforce, and then Venmo, which is owned by PayPal, they are actually underperforming the NASDAQ. Salesforce is 40% loss over the year. Amazon, 50%. Venmo, PayPal, 60%. So these companies have to do some different things. We talk about a lot. You can increase revenue or you can cut bottom line overhead, and that's what these companies are doing.
Well, let's talk a little Tesla. Their stock price is down nearly 70% in the past year, and reports now suggest that Elon Musk may be looking for a possible replacement to run Tesla. So, Seth, who is coming out as the front runner? Do you think it's going to happen? And what does the future look like for Tesla?
Well, Sue, his right-hand guy who used to run China, then Europe, he is now in the front. He is literally Elon's right-hand man at Tesla. And quite frankly, if Tom Zhu was, if there was anybody other than Elon, he probably is the guy. The problem is, he's not Elon. And investors want Elon. They want Elon to set somebody up at Twitter and move back to Tesla. And anybody else is going to cause the stock price to probably, it may not drop anymore, but I don't know that we see where it was. Interestingly enough, as news broke of Tom Zhu possibly taking over, the stock did go up yesterday. It was up about 5%. And it's up in pre-market trading this morning. So we'll see if investors continue to reward this idea. But at the end, I do not think it gets back to its where it was unless Elon comes back to Tesla.
Yeah, I mean, these shareholders, they've been coming out for weeks now begging Elon to put a little more effort, to take a harder look at Tesla and kind of step away from Twitter a little bit.
Well, and Alex, we thought he was going to do that.
Yeah.
We thought he was going to set somebody up at Twitter and come back and everybody was going to be happy again. And he is set on Twitter. That is his thing right now.
That's the thing. We can't predict what Elon's going to do. We keep thinking he's going to do something, and he doesn't do it. Let's switch gears a little bit. The European Union hitting Facebook's parent company, Meta, with a massive $400 million fine. That's for advertising and data handling practices. Seth, what does this mean for Meta, and is our information safe on Facebook?
No, your information is not safe on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. If you are using a service and the service is free, your information is the currency. Let's just be very clear on that. Now, does that mean any of us are going to jump off of these sites? No. But you need to be careful about what you put on these sites and the advertisers you click on those links. As soon as you do that, you're assuming those terms and conditions. And so what the European Union is doing is saying, hey, these terms and conditions and all this is very vague. You weren't very forthright in how you're handling that data. We'll see if this expands here in the U.S., but no, anytime you're on any of these social media sites, let's just be very clear, you are affording them your right to that information.
Oh, yeah, I swear, anytime you click on anything, the advertisements, they just start rolling in.
Don't play those games. Those little games you play like, hey, which Games of Thrones character are you? Yeah, guess what? They're finding out more about you.
Absolutely. How about GM? Now they're taking the auto sales crown from Toyota back in 2022, last year, selling 2.5% more vehicles than the prior year. Seth, what has really just led to GM's success?
Well, you know, GM actually made a deal with Toyota that has helped their success on some of their supply chain lines and things like that. It's interesting. Toyota entered into this deal. A lot of Toyota shareholders were like, why are you doing this? And Toyota made money off it, but now it's helped GM. So here's the deal. And this, Alex, I'm going to admit I was wrong. Last year, or about this time, I said, I am really looking at GM as a possible value stock, one that's undervalued for it could go coming out of the pandemic. I was wrong. It continued to drop, but it's down 23% over 5 years. GM will come back. Eventually, it will be a good value stock, and maybe this is the beginning. Maybe I was right. I was just wrong on the timing.
I like how you spun that.
All the time. I tell Jenna all the time, hey, I wasn't wrong. I just was not right now.
You'll be right in the future, Seth.
That's right.
All right, how about this? New U.S. housing numbers, they're out, and they show home prices gains fell sharply in November. In fact, Manhattan apartment sales plunged nearly 30% just in the fourth quarter. Seth, what does this signal as we start a brand new year?
Just get ready for the roller coaster ride that is going to be the real estate market this year. At the end of the day, what's going to save the real estate market is the fact that we are still massively, the inventory is massively low. We're 4 million homes short here in the U.S. right now. And builders are slowing down on their build because they do that a lot of times on lending. And because interest rates are high, they just aren't going to build as much. So it's going to be a roller coaster ride. We're going to see it up. We're going to see it down. We're going to see it all over. Hang on. Don't jump off. If you own a home right now, you're not going to lose value for long. It will come back. But if you're looking to buy a home, maybe take advantage of this right now or even rent in the great city of Manhattan.
Well, Seth, you know what would actually help is if you won the lottery. Mega Millions now up to almost $1 billion. The next drawing is tomorrow on Friday. Are you going to be playing?
No. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I just don't do it. We did the last time. I've always said I've never bought a lotto ticket. I broke it. I did during that last Mega Billion when it got up to like $2 trillion. I don't remember what it was at, but it was a lot. And yeah, so I did finally break down. The family did. We all put in money and we went and bought them. Guess what? We didn't win. That money would have bought me an ice cream cone. Should have done it. That will stay with me forever.
Seth, I think you should play tomorrow. I think it might be fun. You never know. You know, if you don't play, you can't win.
Why not?
Seth Denson, thank you so much for coming on this morning. Always a pleasure.
Thanks, Alex.
All right, up next, Kevin McCarthy, and the ongoing House Speaker vote continues today at noon with a 7th ballot. Sources tell Newsmax McCarthy has cut a major deal that will net him up to 10 additional votes. Political analyst Mark Halperin joins us for more right after the break. You don't want to miss it. Keep it here.
My name is Vincent, and I've been in the field of nutrition and dietetics for 30 years. And what I realized as a nutritionist, I was trying to get all my fruits and vegetables in, but I would be so preoccupied with trying to do things, I would forget to eat. So all of a sudden, it's the end of the day, and I haven't had my fruits and vegetables. I think a lot of people are in that situation. I found Balance of Nature, and I looked at the ingredients, and I thought, this is exactly what I need. And so after trying it for about a week, I'm not a morning person, but I started getting up early, and I started feeling better because I had more energy. I think, of course, as a nutritionist, it's best to get all you can from your diet, but it wasn't until I started taking Balance of Nature that I started noticing a difference. So that's when I thought, okay, there's something about Balance of Nature that I need to tell the world about. So here I am.
Jumpstart your journey to better health for the new year and get $25 off plus a free fiber and spice when you use discount code Newsmax.
GetRefunds.com, powered by Innovation Refunds, can help your business get a payroll tax refund even if you got PPP. And it only takes 8 minutes to qualify.
I went on their website, uploaded everything, and I was blown away by what they could do.
GetRefunds.com has helped businesses get over $1 billion, and we can help your business too. Qualify your business for a big refund in 8 minutes. Go to GetRefunds.com to get started. Powered by Innovation Refunds.
Angie, you are not going to believe what I am going to show you right now.
When a group of women put Beyond Flawless Second Skin, the latest biotech cosmetic breakthrough under one eye, watch what happened.
I only did one eye and I see huge difference.
So far, they have put the product under my right eye and I see a dramatic difference.
I just found the golden ticket. I'm telling you, this is unbelievable.
I've shown it to my daughter and to my boyfriend. They couldn't believe it.
Look at one eye and the other. This is crazy. Everything claims to work. This is the only thing I've ever seen do this, actually before my eyes. I'm shocked.
The cosmetic world has been waiting for the first lifelike, undetectable, 24 hours waterproof synthetic skin. Introducing Beyond Flawless Second Skin.
This is astounding how good this is. Oh my God.
I've never seen results like this instantly.
Wow. Look at that. It looks like a completely different person.
It feels as though my eyes are lifted up. I feel a lot younger.
I feel like I want to tell the world about this.
Guaranteed to work. No residue, no flaking, completely undetectable. Even cosmetic surgery can't promise results this good. And now, when you apply your makeup, you're starting with a much younger, smoother base. Imagine how much better you'll look. Looking young is fun. You should give it a try.
I think this is looking pretty good for 40.
Order today and save 50% plus shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Order within the next half hour and receive 2 free gifts and $80 value. Yours to keep even if you return the product. Visit nomoreeyebags.com. That's nomoreeyebags.com for even more savings. Or call the number on your screen.
Welcome back into Wake Up America. I'm Rob Finnerty. The stalemate in Washington continued for a second straight day yesterday. 6 ballots, and Congress has so far been unable to move the needle in Kevin McCarthy's direction in any way. But according to a report on Newsmax.com right now, progress was made overnight, negotiations lasting well into the night, and McCarthy could pick up as many as 10 votes in the 7th ballot today. For more on what we can expect, let's welcome in political analyst Mark Halperin. Mark, good morning. Good to see you. What are you hearing?
Well, today's the best day of the week for Kevin McCarthy because what he's got now is momentum. I think part of what his allies have done is convince the wider members of the House that there isn't any alternative right now. No one has stepped forward who can get a majority of the votes. And McCarthy is doing what McCarthy does. He's willing to make concessions. The concessions he tentatively has agreed to are pretty extraordinary ceding of power to other members of the House. I don't know that other people would be willing to make these concessions. And as you suggested, it doesn't bring him all the votes he needs. But the strategy for the McCarthy side is to continue to emphasize he's the only one who can get the job done. He's the only one who can get a majority. And to get this deal done, you see it there, some of the concessions he's tentatively made. Get this deal done and then isolate the remaining holdouts enough of whom he'll need to win to still get a majority. Now, this is going to take a while. Our instant gratification news culture wants this done today. My sources suggest it will not be done today, if it ever gets done. And of course, the longer they stay off the floor, the more negotiations take place, the better the chances that something can go wrong. Finally, I'll say good news for Kevin McCarthy. The temperature has been lowered. The acrimony we saw, Republicans fighting with Republicans very visibly on the floor and in private, the temperature has been turned down in almost every respect. There's a few exceptions. But that changed environment, that changed attitude makes it much more likely, McCarthy's folks say, that he can find his way to a deal. It's a long way to go. But again, this is his best day so far.
Yeah, we knew, Mark, that at some point the dam was going to have to break here, maybe in day 3. Today's the big day for Kevin McCarthy. Again, that report on Newsmax.com, and I'm quoting here, if McCarthy wins 213 votes today, we know he's right around 203, 202 votes right now, and then persuade the remaining naysayers to simply vote present, he would be able to lower the threshold required under the rules and have a majority, and he would become the next speaker. Could that happen today or something like that? We saw Victoria Sparks of Indiana vote present 3 straight times yesterday.
Well, there may or may not be votes today. McCarthy's people don't really like the symbolism of vote after vote showing no progress. And so my sense is the talks will continue, but they'll try to put off having any additional votes until they can show that momentum translating from the negotiating table to the House floor, where he can pick up more support. That's what they're looking for. Now, again, it's an unpredictable situation. They're planning to come back in today, but they might come back in and just adjourn again and again, head back to those private talks. As you said, the strategy now for McCarthy is to have votes, or have discussions rather, with this bloc representing about half of those who have so far not agreed to support him. Once they can pick off those 10, if they can, then the idea is you see there the full 20. You get 10, you need about 5 more, and try to figure out a strategy either to get those 5 as a group with more negotiations or to pick them off one by one with individual negotiations. But the premise is if they can get 10, then the pressure really cranks up on the others to say, look, we need to get this done. We need to be united. The time for holding out is over. That's their strategy. It's still not a sure thing by any means, but that's where the action will be today. And for McCarthy, that's great news, Rob, because he wants a discussion to be about how he's going to get this done rather than who are the alternatives to replace him.
And let's not forget that this 20 will have to work with the other 202 as soon as a new speaker is elected, no matter what happens today or over the next several days. How concerned are you about one of these concessions? McCarthy will apparently allow just a single member, one member of the caucus, to call for a vote to oust the speaker. Could we be right back where we are today in, say, 3 or 6 months?
That provision gets the most attention, and it's something McCarthy said he would never agree to. But the reality is whether it's 5 or 1, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't mean the speaker's removed because one person wants to remove him. It simply allows for a vote. And whether 5 people call for that vote or 1 person, it really doesn't matter. I think some of the other concessions that are being talked about are significantly bigger and will impact the conduct of the House and McCarthy's power as Speaker, including demands that certain people be given committee chairs, demands that people be given slots on key committees like the rules committees. I think those are actually more significant given where we are right now. No other Speaker of the House or Speaker of the House candidate I've ever covered has agreed to give so much power over to a small faction. But that's where Kevin McCarthy finds himself.
Yeah, and it
today.
seems like, you've still got 90% of Republicans in the House that are all for Kevin McCarthy. They've made that clear throughout the course of 6 straight ballots, something we haven't seen in a century. There's no reason for McCarthy to withdraw. The 20 haven't gotten behind a single candidate. Day 1, it was Andy Biggs. Then it was Jim Jordan. Yesterday, it was Byron Donalds. Ken Buck yesterday proposed maybe Steve Scalise. What do you make of that and the fact that the 20 haven't coalesced behind any one single candidate?
Well, the 20 get a lot of criticism for not having an end game strategy, for not having very specific demands. But one thing they figured out is they can't be for someone who can't get a lot of votes. And the people they've proposed so far for Speaker are not people who can clear the majority, in my view, based on talking to sources about where the votes are. Remember, McCarthy's 200 plus is a wide, diverse group. It's the most moderate members of the House, as well as some Freedom Caucus members. And so Those 20 aren't going to, I think, settle on someone until they figure out where things are going. One big question, if it's not McCarthy,
right,
will the new speaker be able to shed the deal that McCarthy has struck? Because no speaker would want to come in with that kind of deal if they could avoid it.
Yeah, important to note, Donald Trump on Truth Social yesterday, vote for Kevin, close the deal, take the victory, and watch Nancy Pelosi fly back home. Mark Halpern, thanks so much for breaking that down for us. We'll see what happens today at noon. We'll all be watching.
Good to see you, Rob.
Thanks, Mark. A shaved Mark Halpern, we should add. We've got a lot more coming up for you this morning on Wake Up America. And don't forget to download the Newsmax app. Do what millions of people have done over the last several months. Best part about our app, it is free to download. And then with the click of a button, you can watch us anywhere you are. We'll be right back.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
I'm not a doctor. I'm not even in a doctor's office. I'm standing on the streets talking to real people about their heart. How's your heart?
My heart's pretty good.
You sure?
I think so.
How do you know? You're driving a car, you have the check engine light, but the heart doesn't have a hey, check heart sign. I want to show you something. Put both fingers right on those pads. There you go. In 30 seconds, we're going to have a medical grade EKG reading. There it is. That is you.
Look at that.
With Cardio Mobile, the FDA-cleared personal EKG device, you can take a medical-grade EKG in just 30 seconds from anywhere. Cardio Mobile is proven to detect atrial fibrillation, one of the leading causes of stroke. And it's the only personal EKG that can also detect normal heart rhythm, bradycardia, and tachycardia.
How much do you think this device costs?
Probably $1,000.
$99.
Wow, that's impressive. It's never been more important to check your heart at home. Cardio Mobile is now available for just $79. Order at cardiomobile.com or Amazon.
Do you feel like the way you clean your ears at home doesn't work well enough? I felt the same way. But then I tried the WaxRx ear wash system. WaxRx was designed by a doctor, and it's the same system used in medical clinics. The reusable WaxRx system has everything you need to effectively remove earwax at home without the inconvenience of a doctor's visit.
You should use the doctor-trusted WaxRx ear wash system. You can get it now at Walgreens and Walmart today.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and in light of the recent events, your continued support means everything to myself and my employees. To thank you, we're having the biggest sale ever on all MyPillow bedding. Get MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98, a set of pillowcases for only $9.98. In this economy, instead of buying a new bed, rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. We also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles, like plush, waffle, or gossamer, for as low as $29.98. We even have pet blankets from small size to the ones for your car. Get huge discounts on duvets, quilts, down comforters, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding, including MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98. Get all your shopping in while quantities last. Please order now.
Is your credit score getting in the way of the things you want to do? Personal loans through NetCredit offer fast and flexible lending. Borrow up to $10,000 and choose repayment terms that work for you. You may even be able to build your credit history as you repay. NetCredit, a more personal loan.
Welcome back to Wake Up America. I am Allison Maloney. After months of silence and pressure from his political opposition, President Biden finally addressing the nation's ongoing migration crisis, claiming, quote, it is his intention to visit the southern border. Joining me now for more is former Homeland Security Department advisor, former Secret Service Special Agent Charles Marino. Charles, welcome back. Okay, so President Biden claiming he intends to visit the southern border. We're going to know more today. Why not make a more definitive statement than that?
Yeah, we'll see if this happens. And as you indicated, there's probably some kicking and screaming going on here on the part of the president, because the administration knows from an optics standpoint, this absolutely stinks for the administration if he makes a trip to the border. You know, right now they've been playing this plausible deniability game by keeping him away from the southwest border. But once he's down there, once he's photographed there, he owns this. He owns this entirely. And, you know, unless he's going to go down there and make a new policy statement like going ahead and enforcing the border security and immigration laws of this country, nothing will change. But just the fact of having him down there and being in the midst of this crisis will be a big problem for the administration.
Yeah, I mean, it's something Republicans have been asking him to do, and now it's been so late. You know, you have to think, is this just a PR op, right, for him to go? And you do wonder how he'll spin it. I mean, because you can't avoid what you see. I mean, this is coming after months of pressure. What do you think that, you know, value this has at this point anyways? Because I just wonder if anything will change once he goes and comes back, if he does go.
Yeah, again, if he's not going to change the policies down at the border, then absolutely nothing is going to change. And I think the reason why he's kind of contemplating going down there is because he's essentially boxed in. You've got the North American Leader Summit down in Mexico City. So to avoid the border, although he's visited down there in close proximity, especially in Arizona, right, and has not made border trips, which is why I'm still standing by to see if this actually happens. But he is kind of more boxed in here because he is visiting Mexico, which is one of the major contributing countries to this crisis, and probably the strongest partner we would need to have in an effort to stop this. I mean, Remain in Mexico is the perfect example in how that was working to slow the asylum tide to the United States.
Yeah, you know, we talk about the Title 42, the looming rollback of Title 42. That's been a headline for months. Also, something I don't hear him talk about is the trafficking that's happening, is the fentanyl crisis. So I do wonder when he goes there, if he talks to Border Patrol agents, if he sees what's happening, maybe we'll see something different based on what he sees. But a lot of people are just wondering, again, is he just going for the photo?
Yeah, they're so locked into their positions down there, Allison, that even if they wanted to switch policies right now and start enforcing the law, I don't have an overwhelming amount of confidence in their competence to solve the problem. So I think this is basically going to continue on until the next administration decides to solve it, because this president has proven that, one, not only is this what he wants to happen by rolling back Title 42 and Remain in Mexico, but that they're not competent to put forth the national security of the country as a priority here. And we see them fail in all elements of our national security. You talk about the drugs, the human trafficking, everything tied to the immigration. I mean, but let's look at Afghanistan. Let's look at Russia going into Ukraine. It seems like everything this administration has touched from the standpoint of our national security and safety and security, they fail at.
Yeah, and you watch some of the media outlets and they just completely, you know, ignore the whole crisis. Let's talk about these numbers. In December, illegal crossing numbers over 200,000. This is for a 10th month under Joe Biden, something that we've never seen before. You've been in law enforcement. We just talked about fentanyl and trafficking. This isn't just a border state crisis. This is happening in nearly every state in the U.S. We're seeing people overdose. We're seeing kids die. We're seeing crime increase. And it's just going to get worse if nothing else is done.
Yeah, and I've spoken about this before. You know, I don't have overall confidence in the vetting that we're doing to begin with, considering that the vetting that we're doing is only as good as the systems that we're vetting against. And the fact is that many of the countries that these illegal migrants are coming from just do not have great systems in place for us to ping against for the vetting of these people. But then you add these numbers of gotaways, and these are people that are just getting into the country completely unvetted, and we have no idea who they are. And, you know, I truly mean it when I say that this administration's policies are just not the major pull factor for what's going on down there in the southwest border, but their policies also undercut every national security program, policy, and agency that was created in response to September 11th.
Yeah.
And we have no further to look than what's going on with sending the federal air marshals down there to conduct administrative duties and pulling them off of the 5% of flights they are covering.
Yeah, I mean, great point, Charles. I mean, we know of people who have gotten over the border on the FBI's Terror Most Wanted list, but we don't know people who have gotten over the border that aren't accounted for. Charles Marino, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thank you. And coming up, we're taking a closer look at where Kevin McCarthy stands this morning in his bid for the House Speaker with Florida Congressman Michael Waltz right after the break. Keep it right here. You're watching Wake Up America, only on Newsmax.
It's shocking. 7 out of 10 Americans miss out on their full Social Security benefits, and the average couple leaves up to $120,000 unclaimed. Don't let that happen to you. Get the free report by leading Social Security expert Matthew Allen and boost your Social Security by up to $100,000 or more. Remember, these are your benefits. Get them fully. Get the free offer from the Franklin Prosperity Report. Call or go online today.
I started Bright Star Care to provide a higher standard of care. It's been my goal for 20 years, and it always will be. If you're an experienced caregiver with that same passion, join the brand that supports you most.
Is your credit score getting in the way of things you want to do? Personal loans through NetCredit help you borrow up to $10,000. So check your eligibility on netcredit.com today without affecting your credit score. You may even be able to build your credit history as you repay. NetCredit, a more personal loan.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance. And you'd better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optimum Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They are experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and will fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
For your free consultation, call 800-259-4762.
Optima Tax Relief. Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to announce my original My Slippers are back in stock. You've made them a huge success, and now I've added smaller sizes, larger sizes, wide sizes, and all new colors. And with your promo code, you still save $90 a pair. Not only that, I'm having the biggest closeout sale ever on our sandals and slides for as low as $19.98. What makes my slippers different is my exclusive 4-layer design that you're not going to find in any other slippers. My slippers' patented layers make them ultra comfortable, extremely durable, and they help reduce stress on your feet. Wear them anytime, anywhere. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen now. Use your promo code to save $90 on my original My Slippers, or for as low as $19.98, you can get our sandals or slides. Quantities won't last long, and with my 60-day money-back guarantee, you can rest assured they'll be the most comfortable footwear you'll ever own.
Good morning. Welcome back into Wake Up America. I'm Rob Finnerty. The drama on Capitol Hill continued in a big way yesterday. Kevin McCarthy, again, failing to secure the requisite 218 votes required to become the next Speaker of the House. But according to a report up on Newsmax.com right now, the negotiations overnight were apparently positive for McCarthy, and he could secure at least 10 more votes today, which would put a lot of pressure on any remaining no votes to either vote present or swing their vote entirely in Kevin McCarthy's favor. We'll see that. We'll see if that happens. It doesn't look like if that's going to happen, but it could. Voting will start today at noon. Joining me now for more, Florida Congressman-elect Michael Waltz. Congressman, good morning. Good to have you back on.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
So we know that you support Kevin McCarthy. Take us through how he gets the votes that he needs today, tomorrow, into the weekend to become the next Speaker.
Well, yeah, look, I want to say right off the bat, I think a number of the changes that have been negotiated over the last few months were absolutely needed and will move the party, the House, and the country in a positive direction. And yeah, for example, we can no longer cram a bill through without giving members a chance to read it. We can have to have an inflation score along with the Congressional Budget Office, a CBO score. And there are a number of other measures to get spending under control and to give members a say in what this legislation actually does. And the final one that I really like is that we've changed the rules so that a bill that moves through has to deal with the topic in the original intent of the bill. A defense bill has to deal with defense. You can't start Christmas tree on, like Christmas tree ordinance, all these other topics. So my frustration with the holdouts has been, we have been having these negotiations for months. We have moved in a very positive direction, and the goalposts continue to seem to move every time we think we've gotten a deal and we can move forward with the Republican agenda and stop the Biden agenda. McCarthy is continuing to have talks to figure out what it is, where the new goal line is for some of these members. But at the end of the day, a negotiation starts slipping into a hostage situation, and 20 members shouldn't be able to hold 202, also conservative, also elected to put the Republican agenda in place. The entire agenda hostage moving forward.
Many also America First, and these are your friends and colleagues. So no matter what happens with the speaker vote, the 202 are going to have to work with the 20 after this is all said and done. Donald Trump putting something out on Truth Social yesterday saying, vote for Kevin, close the deal, take the victory, and watch Nancy Pelosi fly home. Trump was very close with Kevin McCarthy throughout his 4 years in office. According to a report on Newsmax.com, if McCarthy does pick up 10 votes today and gets closer to that 213 number, he could then persuade the naysayers to vote present, which would he'd then be able to lower the threshold and become the next speaker. Do you see that happening? Because the 20, led by people like Matt Gaetz, Representative Gaetz, he says he wants to drain the swamp. You can't let an alligator run the swamp, and that he's doing what his constituents want him to do. What's your response to that?
Well, to answer your question, I could see some of the members voting present, and I think for some, it's personal to McCarthy. I personally don't believe we should be taking our own agendas in there. At the end of the day, we were elected to hold Biden accountable. I want to get to answers for the 13 Gold Star families. Others want to understand COVID of origin. Jim Jordan is raring to go as the head of Judiciary, who also, by the way, has supported McCarthy to get the FBI and big tech under control. I talked to Marjorie Taylor Greene last night. She's frustrated and ready to get back on committees and get to work. So look, we have all negotiated in good faith. I think this was healthy in many ways, but it's time to get to work. This hasn't been a week that we've lost. This has been months that we've lost. And meanwhile, there are none, zilch in terms of checks and balances on Biden right now. And that's frustrating, man. Yeah,
and tempers were flaring yesterday. There was some heckling back and forth. And I get that at some point we've got to hit a fulcrum point. The dam's going to break. Can you take us through what might have happened behind the scenes last night? It seems like Tuesday night, the negotiations kind of were at a stalemate. But last night, Wednesday night, the negotiations went well. They were at least positive. Sources telling Newsmax that we could see some movement at 12 noon today when voting on the 7th ballot happens.
Yeah, I talked to some folks who were in the room last night. The frustration earlier in the week was we couldn't even get a coherent list of what is it? I mean, I asked several, what is it that will get us there so we can get to work as Republicans? And the response I was getting, and that they were kind of throwing around in the negotiations, where we just need change. Well, that doesn't get us there. But my understanding is last night there was some zeroing in on some budget control measures. Look, I'm all for that. At the end of the day, we all want to get government spending under control. And if that's what gets us there, I'm hoping that's what gets us there. Yeah. So again, we can move forward.
All right, Congressman Michael Waltz, great to see you again. Happy New Year. We'll all be watching today at noon when voting picks up again. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, before we head to break this morning, Jason spotted Newsmax at Boomer Jack's in Forney, Texas. It's down in Forney, Texas. Look, we love when businesses have got Newsmax on TV. This is only a bar and grill down there. I haven't been to Forney, Texas, but I've spent a lot of time in the Lone Star State, the Texas way. If you see Newsmax on when you're out and about, send us a picture to ispot@newsmax.com. We might just put it on TV. We'll be right back.
Information. Truth is freedom. Is Newsmax. It's real news for real people.
This mango hint water tastes just like mango.
How can water taste just like fruit?
How can our feet look just like our hands?
How can our feet look just like our
hands? For a limited time, new customers get 45% off on our top flavors at drinkhint.com, including our new exclusive online flavor, coconut, just $1 per bottle. And if you order now, we'll ship it right to your door for free.
Did he just say there's coconut hint?
Hint. Water with a touch of true fruit flavor.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs.
At a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Have you noticed more bruising as you age? You're not alone. Now you can help improve the appearance of bruises with DermMend Moisturizing Bruise Formula. Help your bruised skin. Find DermMend Moisturizing Bruise Formula now in the first aid aisle.
Spills, splashes, boil-overs, and burns. Your stove is a mess, and all that soaking, scrubbing, and scraping are keeping you in distress. Hi, Lou Caputo here with StoveGuard, the #1 top quality stovetop protector on the market and a must-have in every kitchen. Look, these messes are no match for the StoveGuard. Ooey gooey cheese and macaroni, thick red staining sauce, even this stinky melted candy. They just rinse right off in seconds and your stove stays sanitary, spotless, and clean. So you can clean less and live more.
I love to cook, but I absolutely hate to clean. With StoveGuard, I rinse it off and then I'm back to spending time with my family.
Now, we've all seen the old tin foil trick, but it just doesn't cut it. And these other brands are just way too flimsy and leave way too much uncovered. Look how much thicker StoveGuard Premium is than the competition. There's no comparison. And it's custom designed and precision cut to fit perfectly around every burner. Plus, every StoveGuard is made from durable, fire retardant, FDA-approved material, and PFOA and BPA free. It's almost impossible to destroy, and it always rinses off perfectly clean.
Stoves are expensive, and I don't want to have to go out and buy a new one. I want to protect the one that I have, and StoveGuard lets me do that. Keeps my stovetop looking like new, like I just bought it.
Ordering your own StoveGuard Premium is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Just locate your model number behind the door or bottom drawer of your stove. Type it into our easy-to-use website and voila! Order today and we'll ship it to you free. That's right, go to StoveGuard.com right now for free shipping. And if you order now, we'll also send you the Stove Gap Guard free to help you say goodbye to that hard-to-clean gunk between your stove and countertop. Just pay a separate processing fee. This item is not available in stores, so scan the QR code on your screen or go to StoveGuard.com today.
It's now time for another Newsmax News Minute. Well, 8 people, including 5 minors, have been found dead inside a home in Enoch, Utah. Law enforcement arrived on scene during a welfare check to find the individuals with gunshot wounds. Officials do not believe there is a threat to the public at this time, with an investigation underway. And 1 is dead as California declares a state of emergency due to the powerful bomb cyclone tearing through the coast. Peak winds at 85 miles an hour have been recorded, generating 45-foot waves out at sea and heavy downpours. Evacuations have been ordered, with Governor Gavin Newsom authorizing the state National Guard to support response. And the Mega Millions jackpot has increased to nearly $1 billion since no winner was announced on Tuesday night's drawing. This has now been the 23rd consecutive drawing with no grand prize winner, making tomorrow a fight for one of the largest jackpots in lottery history. The last jackpot was won way back in October. Now, those are just some of your headlines, but as always, for any breaking news, head to Newsmax.com. And keep it right here, because another hour of Wake Up America starts right now.
I believe that face, vision, and new leadership is Byron Donalds, and I'm proud to put his name into nomination, and I yield back.
The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.
Okay, you just heard it. The House adjourning for a second straight day after 6 ballots without electing a new House Speaker. 20 Republicans throwing their support behind Florida Congressman Byron Donalds, with one member voting present. But according to sources, negotiations went well last night for McCarthy. He is now closer to 218 than he has been over the last 72 hours. According to some reporting on Newsmax.com, McCarthy could pick up as many as 10 votes today on the 7th ballot when voting resumes at noon.
And once again, we'll bring you live coverage from the Capitol when the voting picks back up today. We'll also have live reports throughout the day with updates.
Good morning. Welcome back into Wake Up America. It's Thursday, January the 5th. I'm Rob Finnerty. You having fun yet?
Yeah, a lot of fun, right?
How about this?
Listen, if you're a political junkie, this is the time for you.
If you're not, it's kind of confusing.
It's very confusing.
It's confusing for us. Hasn't happened in 100 years, but it's just interesting because if you asked me 2 months ago on election eve, November the 8th, 2022, I would have said Kevin McCarthy is the speaker, and it's pretty close to a slam dunk.
Yeah.
Things have changed a little bit, but some positive news for McCarthy.
Yes.
At least last night.
And hopefully we will know today if he is the Speaker of the House. Good morning, everyone. I'm Allison Maloney. Here are some of the stories we're following for you today.
Yeah, busy morning. To the southern border, though, and the story that's getting lost in all the drama on Capitol Hill. According to reports, President Biden says he's going to visit the border for the very first time after the administration hit yet another record for illegal migrant crossings for the month of December.
And in Rome, Pope Benedict is laid to rest as thousands attend his funeral in St. Peter's Square. We'll bring you a live report from the Vatican as we reflect on the former Pope's life throughout the morning.
And in Cincinnati, Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin remains in critical condition, but the Bills say that he is showing signs of improvement as tributes continue to pour in from across the globe in support of the 24-year-old safety.
But first, let's head back to Washington, D.C. and our top story, where House lawmakers are set to gather again today for a 7th ballot in their attempt to elect the next House Speaker. Our national correspondent Logan Raddick joins us live from Capitol Hill with where the voting left off last night and where McCarthy stands this morning. Good morning, Logan.
Good morning, Allison. It's still an uphill battle for Kevin McCarthy. Obviously, yesterday on those 3 ballots, he had 20 Republicans voting for other candidates. In this case, it was Byron Donalds, who was nominated by Chip Roy. But the House voted to adjourn last night by a very slim 2-vote margin, and there were only 4 defectors on the GOP side. They were Andy Biggs, Matt Gaetz, Lauren Boebert, and then Congressman-elect Eli Crane. The 4 to hold out and side with the Democrats to not want to adjourn last night. But when Congress did adjourn, that gave the Republicans an opportunity to do some deal-making behind the scenes. Kevin McCarthy offering a number of concessions, including reducing that threshold from 5 votes down to 1 to vacate the chair for the Speaker of the House, but also promising some of those members that there would be more conservatives on the House Rules Committee. However, those 4 defectors show that those will probably be the hardest members to sway McCarthy's way. Remember, he can only lose 4 votes rather, if he wants to be Speaker of the House. So if he loses more than that, then again, he will fail on the next ballot. So there's still a lot of time to work things out. There's still going to be deal-making behind the scenes over the next few hours. And by noon, McCarthy is hoping to only have maybe those 4 defectors still so he could be Speaker of the House. But if that isn't the case, then Republicans are probably going to have to try to find a compromise candidate. Even Ken Buck, who has supported McCarthy throughout all these ballots, says that if he fails again, they might have to find somebody who could get to 218 votes. But McCarthy is hoping that he can persuade a lot of these holdouts and eventually become Speaker of the House sometime today.
All right, Logan, a few hours to have those negotiations. Voting resumes at noon, and we will bring it to you live. Thank you so much. Rob?
Yeah, 4 hours to go. I keep hearing the comparisons to Groundhog Day. They're not good comparisons. Life got better for Bill Murray throughout that famous feature film. Not the case for Kevin McCarthy, although that could change today. Let's keep it in Washington and welcome in former National Press Secretary for the Trump campaign, Hogan Gidley. Hogan, great to have you on this morning. Good to see you. So the voting, as you just heard, it's going to pick up 12 noon, 4 hours from now in Washington. Donald Trump, who's very close with Kevin McCarthy, was very active suddenly on Truth Social yesterday, especially when it comes to Byron Donalds, who got 20 votes on 3 straight ballots yesterday. Trump saying, "I have always supported Byron Donalds. He is a young man with a great future. He will have his day, and it will be a big one, but not now." Are you surprised that that didn't move the needle with the 20 yesterday? And could that change when voting picks up again today?
I'm not completely surprised by that, only because it seems like these 20 members are pretty entrenched at this point, up to and including Byron Donalds, who was nominated to be Speaker yesterday and someone who voted for himself and also voted for anyone but Kevin throughout the course of this process. I know Byron. I like Byron. He will have his day. I think he's having a good day right now, if I'm being honest. But the fact is, I think still a lot of people don't know exactly where this vote goes. It's pretty obvious they've been wrangling and making some deals overnight. It appears Kevin McCarthy is willing to make some more concessions to the 20. It remains to be seen the details of it. I heard Logan's report. I've heard other people's reporting on this, read some stuff this morning. I just don't know what actually is real, because there are conflicting reports coming out of those meetings where Kevin has agreed to something and then comes out and says, no, we never agreed to anything. And then what was it? We just want to talk about the budget and the border and all these things. Well, why would you bring something to the floor, though, if it's not going to pass? There are all types of little nuances like that that are lost on a majority of Americans in this country. However, what's not lost is the fact that the government has failed the people of this country time and time again. Inflation's high. Crime is through the roof. The southern border is an absolute disaster. And these people in Washington, D.C. that are dithering right now are the ones responsible for it. And so they want someone to stand up against this radical agenda. The Republicans are the ones to do that, to stop Joe Biden and his progressive caucus. But the way they do that is to get a speaker sworn in. It remains to be seen who that's going to be. But I said yesterday, and I still contend today, it will ultimately be Kevin McCarthy in some form or fashion.
Okay, so he's got more than 90% of Republicans in the House supporting him, and they've supported him on every single ballot, right around 202. Yesterday, it shifted a little bit with Vicky Sparks of Indiana voting present. We could see more of that today. That could actually be his path to victory today. But what do you make of this narrative out there that this is not democracy at work? The Wall Street Journal with some reporting saying all these years of making friends left McCarthy with the type of political support that makes congressional leaders beloved but not feared. And how do you square with that? And just this line right here: House Republicans say they want to drain the swamp, but they can't get through day one without dysfunction. Is this really bad for the party?
I wouldn't say long term it's bad. Again, I think people inside the Beltway are concerned about it. I tweeted about that sentiment this morning. People in the media, the pundits, the consultants, they're all salivating today and what's going on and what are we going to do and clutching pearls and this has never happened before and all these types of things. But look, this is just part of the process out there. Look, I talk about often how the Donald Trump administration was feared, loved, and respected across the globe. You saw that with the foreign policy, the results of no rockets and no advancement from Russia and other things. You know, I don't know if McCarthy is feared. I don't know if he's loved, and I don't know if he's respected at this point. And that's pretty evidenced by this particular set of circumstances. Now, look, I don't want to overread that. I don't want to try and, ascribe malice to anybody who's standing up against him or malice anyone standing for him. I don't know their motivation at this point other than just to say we need to drain the swamp and a few platitudes here and there. What's your alternative? Give us the alternative. If you want a different speaker, then rally behind somebody and show us that and tell us how you're going to get there. But right now, it looks like Kevin McCarthy still is on path to be the speaker. He's the one who's been talking to these folks, raising money for these folks for the last several months, if not years. He's the one that's kind of been on the floor. But look, this happened to him back in 2015, too. Remember, he didn't get the votes then either.
Different circumstances
and decided
back
to step
in 2015. Yeah,
different
good point.
circumstances,
Different
but this isn't anything new. This is history repeating itself.
Yeah.
So let's not pretend like this is all brand new to everybody out there.
Right. It seems like Kevin McCarthy's been on the 1 yard line for 7+ years now. Hogan Gidley, we'll leave it there. We'll see what happens today at noon. Thank you. For more on this subject, and this is going to be the subject until we've got a House Speaker, let's welcome back in Tom Basile. He's a host here at Newsmax, also a political analyst, and former Congresswoman Nan Hayworth is with us. Great to have you both back on. Tom, take us through what you think happens today. This Newsmax report, now it's everywhere. Seems like some progress was made overnight.
Yeah, today's a critical day for Kevin McCarthy because he's going to have to demonstrate real momentum. You know, he's taken some steps back here over the last couple of days. Now with this report out out that he's made even additional concessions. He could get as many, he could have maybe have flipped as many as 10 votes. We'll see what happens at noon today, but it's a critical day. If he doesn't demonstrate momentum, it doesn't get better from here. He's running out of things that he can concede because some of these concessions are really significant, including allowing only one member to call for the to vacate the chair. That means that this is going to be if he gets through this is going to be a Congress, a Republican majority, where this is going to be chaotic. I mean, you can have one member can then call to vacate the speakership. So that then begs the question, has he bargained so much that it's now going to encumber his speakership and then ultimately impact the Republicans and what they're going to be able to accomplish from an agenda standpoint moving forward?
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, Nan, he's given into concessions for these 20 members, and then he gives them what they want, and then they come back and say, we want more. I do want to quickly talk about this report that Tom brought up, Newsmax.com. Newsmax broke the story last night. So basically, it's Congressional Leadership Fund, the independent super PAC endorsed by Kevin McCarthy and the Club for Growth. So they reached this agreement on support for Kevin McCarthy. Of course, there's concessions in there. So do you think after last night with this deal and these talks that were made that we could see Kevin McCarthy voted in today?
Well, 10 votes doesn't get him to 218. He needs another 6 or so votes. But what it would do, obviously, if you can get half the protest vote to break away, clearly that isolates the remaining 10 or so. And yes, definitely progress for Kevin McCarthy if this proves to be valid. And look, the protest vote, this small number, 10% of the conference, but a potent 10% when you need virtually every one of those votes to pass Republican bills with 218 votes. They have a lot of leverage, but they can also wreck things for everyone. And that's what they have to recognize. It's one thing to campaign. They make pledges to their largely deep red electorates. But when they get to Washington, Congress inevitably requires that they govern. So they have to understand that for the sake of their constituents, they can't advance anything. In fact, they empower the Democrats. And every wrong thing they've been elected to correct. And they have to go back home and explain that. And I think they can, but they're going to have to grow up. Right now is the moment.
And Tom, there's this narrative that Kevin McCarthy, who's been in Congress now for 6 years, was elected in 2006, represents a small district in Bakersfield, California, came to Congress as a freshman with Jim Jordan, by the way, that he is somehow in the vein of John Boehner or Paul Ryan. And I just think that narrative is completely inaccurate. One of Donald Trump's closest allies in the House of Representatives for the 4 years that he was in office was Kevin McCarthy. Fine. Kevin McCarthy, they say he's a flip-flopper. If you're in office for 16 years, your positions might evolve. Flip-flop is fine. You want to attach that to him. But what do you make of this narrative that, hey, no, we don't want another swamp creature like in the vein of John Boehner and Paul Ryan, the most recent Republican House speakers?
Well, for the majority of these folks, they didn't have a problem with the swamp creature when they were taking his money. They didn't have a problem with the swamp creature when he was campaigning for them. I mean, Kevin McCarthy raised $250 million this cycle to try to ensure that the Republicans got into the majority. Now, all of a sudden, they have a problem with the so-called swamp creature. And frankly, there is not a lot of ideological daylight between these people. If you look at Steve Scalise's program, his plan that he's put out in terms of what's the legislation that's going to be advanced coming out of this, assuming they do ultimately come to a resolution here, and it is what they campaigned on. So again, Nan's right. You know, at some point, these folks have to decide: is this going to be a political power play, or are we going to get down to the business of governance? That's what the American people are really looking to see.
Yeah, I think, Nan, people watching this over the last few days wonder, okay, who do these 20 members want? Because it's changed each day. Tom brought it up a little while ago, saying they didn't have a plan. And I think that if you look at the Republican Party, you look at these folks here, you have to wonder, you know, there's this divide, and will it get worse once we get going? We have these policies. McCarthy has the same belief and same policies as these other folks. So what was their plan?
Well, that's why I've been calling them a protest vote at this point, because they clearly didn't have a plan other than to, if you will, make a point and squeeze Kevin McCarthy. And that will only take you so far when ultimately you're going to be the ones who will have to take responsibility for obstructing the process in Congress. You get elected on principles in Congress. You have to enact as many of them as you can. They're already starting with disadvantages. They've got a Democrat Senate and a Democrat White House. Reality is going to hit them fast. So the sooner that they can align meaningfully and make the arguments, which clearly can be made, that for the sake of advancing the legislation they need, they've made these sacrifices. Until they can do that, they're actually causing more problems than they're possibly solving.
If this goes on much longer, it will impact the effectiveness of the agenda. Imagine if Newt Gingrich had this type of chaos to deal with in 1994. What would have happened to the contract with America and the progress that was made during those years?
During the Clinton administration as well. And to your point, Nan and Tom, you echoed this sentiment. The 20, we can have some hindsight right now. They have not coalesced behind a single candidate. Here we are, day 3 of voting. They've had 4 candidates, Andy Biggs, Jim Jordan, Byron Donalds yesterday, and we heard about Steve Scalise yesterday from Ken Buck as well. So they haven't coalesced behind any one single person, and that's a problem. Kevin McCarthy's got 90% of the vote. He's got no reason to withdraw. We'll see what happens today. Nan Hayworth, thank you. Tom Basili, as always, appreciate you joining us on set. Coming up next on Wake Up America, we're live at the Vatican, where Alex Salvi will join us with more on Pope Benedict's funeral, which took place this morning. We'll have more after the break.
Hi, I'm Skip Dietz, college baseball umpire. I just didn't feel like I had that same energy. I saw Balance of Nature on television commercials, and I said, you know what, I'm going to try this. About a month after I began taking it, I just felt like I had an increased energy, an increased feeling of wellness. I feel great every single day.
Jumpstart your journey to better health for the new year and get $25 off plus a free fiber and spice when you use discount code Newsmax.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to bring you my Giza Dream bed sheets for the best offer ever. We're all experiencing unprecedented rising prices, but I was able to secure a limited amount of Giza cotton for a great price, and I'm going to pass those savings directly on to you. Get my Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98 with your promo code. They're the most luxurious sheets ever, made with the world's finest cotton. Grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River, where the weather conditions are perfect for growing cotton. My sheets are ultra soft and breathable, but extremely durable. I guarantee they'll be the most comfortable sheets you'll ever own. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 50% on my Giza Dream bed sheets. That's as low as $29.98. Quantities are extremely limited at these amazing prices, so please order now.
If you have Medicare, there are 3 things you need to know. 1, there are rules about when you can make changes to your Medicare coverage. To find out if you qualify to make changes today, call now. 2, if you want a Medicare Advantage plan, it's important to know what's available in your zip code. To learn more about what plans may be available to you, call the number at the bottom of your screen. 3, you are not automatically enrolled in a Medicare Advantage plan. Call to find out if you're eligible for a plan with the coverage you need. Check your zip code today to make sure you're getting the best coverage available to you. You may qualify for a special enrollment period, and you do not want to miss out. If you want a Medicare Advantage plan, it's important to know what's available in your zip code. So don't delay. Call now. Even if you already have a plan. Even if you called last year, call now. If you are losing benefits, moving, or new to Medicare, you may be eligible to make changes to your coverage today. Call now to find out what may be available in your zip code. If you have Medicare, there are 3 things you need to know. 1, there are rules about when you can make changes to your Medicare coverage. To find out if you qualify to make changes today, call now. 2, if you want a Medicare Advantage plan, it's important to know what's available in your zip code. To learn more about what plans may be available to you, call the number at the bottom of your screen. 3, you are not automatically enrolled in a Medicare Advantage plan. Call to find out if you're eligible for a plan with the coverage you need. Check your zip code today to make sure you're getting the best coverage available to you. You may qualify for a special enrollment period, and you do not want to miss out. If you want a Medicare Advantage plan, it's important to know what's available in your zip code. So don't delay. Call now. Even if you already have a plan, even if you called last year, call now. If you are losing benefits, moving, or new to Medicare, you may be eligible to make changes to your coverage today. Call now to find out what may be available in your zip code.
Check your zip code by calling 800-971-5167. That's 800-971-5167. 800-971-5167. Call now.
Welcome back to Wake Up America. I'm Allison Maloney. Earlier this morning, the funeral of Pope Benedict XVI took place at the Vatican in Rome. Newsmax foreign correspondent Alex Salvi has been covering this live for us all morning long, and he joins us now. Good morning, Alex.
Allison, good morning. The Vatican saying that the body of Pope Benedict XVI is buried right under St. Peter's Basilica after a historic and an unprecedented day. Now, Pope Francis offering a final farewell to his predecessor, who passed away last Saturday at 95 years old, marking the first time that a reigning pope presided over the funeral of a former pope. In his homily, Francis didn't mention Benedict by name until the very last line, a fact that's drawing criticism from some of his Benedict supporters, thousands of which showed up to the funeral despite cold and wet conditions.
We now see Pope Francis being wheeled in right now. He will be presiding. He will be the presider at this liturgy. As we know, the death of a pope with a reigning pope is unprecedented. We have not seen that in modern history. It hasn't been since 1417 that we've had something like this happen, when the death of a pope did not mean the end of a pontificate. However, in times gone by, when popes may have died.
That was a funeral characterized by simplicity at the request of Pope Benedict himself, with about 50,000 people in attendance, according to Vatican spokesman Matteo Bruni. Dignitaries and other world leaders were present in a personal capacity, with only Italy and Germany receiving an official invitation. But at the end of the service, Pope Francis standing in front of the coffin, praying and then bowing. A procession later carried Pope Benedict's body into St. Peter's Basilica for an interment in the crypt as part of a private service. He was buried in the same tomb previously held by his predecessor, Pope John Paul II, before his beatification in 2011. There, Pope Benedict joins nearly 150 of his peers in the so-called Vatican grottos and permanently establishes his place and his legacy in church history. Allison?
All right, Alex Salvi, great reporting this morning. Appreciate it. Rob?
All right, Allison, thank you. Back to that drama on Capitol Hill. It continued yesterday. Kevin McCarthy again failing to secure the 218 votes needed to become the next speaker. But according to a report on Newsmax.com, the negotiations, they were positive last night. Apparently, it was a late night for a lot of members of Congress. We could see some movement today when voting starts again at noon. That movement, according to this report, would be in McCarthy's favor. Joining me now for more, Tennessee Congressman-elect Tim Burchett. Congressman, good morning. Great to have you back on. Been a long few days for you there yesterday. Interesting day. Tempers were kind of flaring on both sides of the aisle. I saw some heckling, especially when Kat Cammack was speaking. Take us through what it's been like the past couple days and how you see today going.
Well, a lot of people are griping and complaining about it, but the reality is it's democracy. It's the way it's supposed to work. We've literally had more discussion on the House floor the last 2 days than we have in the last 4 years under Nancy Pelosi's reign of terror. And it's just, it's what it was. Democracy is meant to be. Tanks aren't rolling in the streets. There's no coup going on. It is what's supposed to go on. And right now, I believe, I spoke with Kevin, or future Speaker McCarthy, I believe, last night. I believe there has been some movement, and I don't know if it'll happen today or not, but I believe they are very close to getting a conclusion.
Yeah, according to our reporting, McCarthy is somewhat apprehensive about having another vote at 12 noon and going through the process that we've seen play out for the last 2 days. But apparently, there could be as many as 10 of the 20 who have voted against McCarthy that are ready to vote in his favor. That doesn't get him to 218. It gets him close. If the other members voted present, maybe not on the 7th ballot, maybe not today, but that would make Kevin McCarthy ultimately the next Speaker of the House. Could you see something like that playing out today, tomorrow, maybe over the weekend?
Yes, very much could. I believe people are exhausted, and and every time we take a vote, actually, the 20 that are opposing Kevin right now, they enjoy that, and it feeds their base really. So it really doesn't serve Kevin any purpose to have a vote where he's not going to be elected speaker. So I would hope that we could calmer heads would reign today, and we could get to a conclusion.
Okay. This has started. It started on Tuesday, but AOC last night, I know she's one of your close friends in Congress, but she was on one of the other networks, and she was talking about, hey, why not a consensus government? And the reason it makes me nervous is because the margins are so razor thin in Congress once the 118th Congress officially gets seated. Take a listen to what she had to say.
Well, the question is there anyone in their caucus that can build that consensus? If there isn't, McCarthy's team may have to come to the Democratic Party. And if that's the case, then what would that even look like? It's rather unprecedented. Could it result in a potential coalition government? Could we get Democratic chairs of committees as a result? We don't know.
Okay, I don't see that ever happening, but could that rattle nerves today?
Well,
on the right.
That's exactly what she's trying to do. The more disruption the Democrats cause, the longer this thing takes, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. There are no talks of that sort. Hang on a second. The light went out. They're trying to save electricity. There's no talks like that going forward, and if you say it's just the radical fringe of the Democrat Party that keeps floating it out. Sherman said something about it yesterday. Now she's saying something about it today. She doesn't speak for the Democrat Party.
Right.
She is a dear friend of mine, though. But yeah, I know the game she's playing, and it's just she's just like Pavlov's dog, ringing the bell.
Yeah.
Come in.
All right, Congressman Tim Burchett, we appreciate you being back with us this morning. Good luck today. We'll all be watching 3.5 hours from now. Voting picks back up on Capitol Hill, we think. Thank you.
Sorry.
All right, let's keep it on Capitol Hill. Joining me now for more, former Pennsylvania Senator Rick Santorum is with us. Senator, it's good to have you back on. Been a busy few days on Capitol Hill. We haven't ever seen this before. It will at least go to a 7th ballot today. A positive report from McCarthy overnight. Club for Growth apparently has as many as 10 votes for McCarthy, which would put him right around 213. Vicky Sparks voting present yesterday. She did so 3 times. How do you see this playing out today?
The game of chicken continues, and as I've been saying, it's really depending on who blinks first, who avoids the crash first, and it seems that I think surprising to many observers, because I think the general feeling in the D.C. crowd is that Kevin was going to be the one that blinks, and that there were too many folks. When you have 200, there's a lot more people there to blink and to walk away. When you only have a hardcore group of 20, it's a little easier to hold together. But that doesn't seem to be the case. What I think Kevin has figured out, and I think now increasingly the news media is figuring out, is that the people in the 20, yes, have some policy things they wanted and some rule changes that they wanted. They got most of what they asked for, and what's left is really political. And you have the Club for Growth weighing in, saying, the Speaker, the Leader McCarthy, now hopefully, not hopefully, whatever, Speaker McCarthy will not get involved in open primary seats. So, that was one of the things the quote conservatives wanted. So, again, there's probably a lot of other things, committee assignments, things like that may or may not be traded here in the final analysis. But it looks like the 20 is breaking down based on more political and personal requests than bigger policy objectives. Yeah, it looks like, again, Club for Growth and Newsmax breaking this story. The 20 could now be down to 10, which would mean very, very good momentum for Kevin McCarthy heading into today. Senator, we'll leave it there. We'll pick this back up again soon. Thanks so much for being with us. We appreciate it. Thanks, Rob. All right, we've got a lot more coming up on Wake Up America. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Is your credit score getting in the way of the things you want to do? Personal loans through NetCredit offer fast and flexible lending. Borrow up to $10,000 and choose repayment terms that work for you. You may even be able to build your credit history as you repay. NetCredit, a more personal loan.
Over 5 million people have fallen in love with a portable blender. BlendJet 2 gives you ice-crushing, big blender power on the go. So you can throw in your favorite ingredients and blend up a delicious smoothie anytime, anywhere. BlendJet 2 even cleans itself. Just add water, a drop of soap, and blend. Recharge quickly with any USB port. Ready to fall in love? Order yours now on blendjet.com.
GetRefunds.com, powered by Innovation Refunds, can help your business get a payroll tax refund even if you got PPP. And it only takes 8 minutes to qualify.
I went on their website, uploaded everything, and I was blown away by what they could do.
GetRefunds.com has helped businesses get over $1 billion, and we can help your business too. Qualify your business for a big refund in 8 minutes. Go to GetRefunds.com to get started. Powered by Innovation Refunds.
What if you could whiten your teeth by simply brushing your teeth? Now you can with Smile Actives, the teeth whitening breakthrough that safely gets your teeth white and keeps them white every day, just by brushing your teeth.
I never thought that whitening my teeth could be so easy. I just put the gel on the brush, the toothpaste on it, brush, and I can see my white teeth.
Simply add Smile Actives to any toothpaste and our patented PolyClean technology activates into a powerful microfoam that penetrates into the enamel surface to safely lift and remove stains.
You need a simple way to whiten your teeth. Without strips, without trays, without going to the dentist. And it was about time that a product was developed that you would be able to do that with just brushing.
And now, Smile Actives is even better with new Pro Whitening Gel with 33% greater whitening power, clinically shown to whiten teeth faster, up to 8 shades. 100% of users saw whiter teeth. On food stains, coffee and wine stains, even on veneers, crowns, and dentures.
I eat the blueberries, I drink the coffee, and I know that Smile Actives will keep my teeth white every day.
If you could use something so easy like Smile Actives to take yellow teeth to white teeth, why wouldn't you?
Why spend hundreds of dollars for whitening treatments at the dentist when now you can whiten your teeth with new Smile Actives Pro Whitening Gel every time you brush your teeth? Call or go to smileactives.com and for a limited time get new Pro Whitening Gel for just $24.95. Order in the next 5 minutes and buy one get one absolutely free for just $24.95. That's 2 for 1 and save 58%. We'll even include free shipping. Get your teeth whiter guaranteed or return it within 60 days for your money back.
I smile every day now.
The difference is literally night and day.
So now I'm always smiling, always cheesing, because now my teeth are much whiter.
This offer is not available in stores, so call or click now before the special buy one get one free offer goes away.
Skating for over 45 years has taken a toll on my body. I take Cunol Turmeric because it helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. Why Cunol? It has superior absorption compared to regular turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Welcome back to Wake Up America. The suspect in the gruesome Idaho murders is finally back in Idaho. Joining us now for the latest is attorney Alina Habba. So this is really an interesting case. We've been following this for a while. He's now back in Idaho. What's interesting to me is that we're now learning that the FBI actually tracked him going from Washington State back to Pennsylvania, and they then had Indiana police pull him over twice.
Right. So what they did was, obviously with a murder suspect, you have to have probable cause. They had the FBI tracking him to actually get shots of his hands and see if they could pick up more information to rise to the level of probable cause that he was the murder suspect. So it was a very interesting tactic. They actually had video and body cam footage of him with his father, as I'm sure many people have seen. But what they were focused on was to see if there were wounds so that they could show that this was in fact the person that they thought. It's part of the process, but the FBI really, they did a good job here on landing the guy.
Yeah, and he sounds sounds like he's just a creepy guy, making threats to the guards in the prison there. You said he's going to flash them or very odd comments, which I think are really telling. The other element that I thought was interesting is the genealogy. So many people have sent their DNA off to these genealogy companies to figure out their ancestry, only to find out that now that's out there in the open, and it can be used to not only track you down, but track down somebody in your family if they are maybe a suspect in a crime.
That's right. So what happens is, you voluntarily give your DNA, and then these DNA sites are willing and should, frankly, in my opinion, assist in criminal investigations to help them get their DNA from the site and then match them with family. So sometimes it doesn't even have to be him. It could be a family member that took their DNA, and they'll link it back to that family tree and get the suspect that way. It's very interesting.
I think it's really interesting, but also a great tool for authorities, because I know when they were looking for DNA, they were concerned, well, if this guy or suspect isn't in the system, how are they going to find him? So this was able to help. Rob mentioned, he exhibited some interesting behavior in jail in Pennsylvania. He's back in Idaho. He's going to go before a judge. Do you think that this is kind of a way for him to start pleading insanity, because he's a criminology major and who knows what type of books he's read?
No, for sure this guy studied it, right? He was a student of this, but I don't think he can. The reason being, when he was in Pennsylvania and he went before the judge asked him specifically, is there any mental issues? Are you on any medications? Do you understand that you're being extradited? He said no. So he did put on the record already that he has no mental illness. Now, of course, he's going to have a public defender that's been appointed. There's a female that's already appointed to defend him. She will go through the process, because quite honestly, at this point, if they do have that much information and they've been tailing him, that's going to be really his only defense at this point. But I think he's going to get the death penalty.
So Idaho is a death penalty state.
It is.
So here's... Insanity, as we know, is not the same as it was 25 years ago. It's tough to actually win that when you claim that you're insane. He said he was going to expose himself to a female guard, and then he said he was going to cut up a female guard. This, according to one of the guards, while he's in prison there. When he was arrested, the first thing he asked police was, hey, has anybody else been arrested?
Right.
Again, to Allison's point, he's a criminology PhD. He's a teaching assistant. From all accounts, he's a bright guy, weird guy, a bad guy, apparently, but a bright guy. Could he be trying to deliberately build this case on his own?
Probably. I think that some of these suspects, you learn, want this attention, and they thrive off of this attention, and they've planned and they've gone through all of the motions. It's a very sick way of thinking, but these people love their moment. Some of them do, and it is mental ill. I mean, you have to be mentally ill to stab somebody 100 times to get all of these poor college students. I mean, it's disgusting what he did. There's no question in my mind that he suffers from some sort of mental illness, but that shouldn't be a defense.
Right.
It just shouldn't be.
Yep. All right. Alina Habba, great to have you back on. Good to see you.
Thanks.
As always, we'll do it again soon. Stay with us here on Wake Up America. We've got a lot more going on. The ongoing speakership vote for Kevin McCarthy on Capitol Hill. Dick Morris will be with us to break down what we might see today right there at the U.S. Capitol building in Washington. We'll be right back.
American Medicine Today features cutting-edge medical and science innovators, previous surgical guests of the Bonati Spine Institute, and a medical professional's insight on political issues plaguing our nation and healthcare. American Medicine Today, Saturdays at 4 on Newsmax.
Magnesium is vital for bone, nerve, and muscle health. I recommend Cunol Extra Strength Magnesium. Unlike regular magnesium, Cunol's high absorption helps you get the full benefits of magnesium. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and in light of the recent events, your continued support means everything to myself and my employees. To thank you, we're having the biggest sale ever on all MyPillow bedding. Get MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98, a set of pillowcases for only $9.98. In this economy, instead of buying a new bed, rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. We also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles, like plush, waffle, or gossamer, for as low as $29.98. We even have pet blankets from small size to the ones for your car. Get huge discounts on duvets, quilts, down comforters, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding, including MyPillow bed sheets, for as low as $29.98. Get all your shopping in while quantities last. Please order now.
This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans with additional benefits available that are simply not covered under Medicare Parts A and B. That's right, there are people on Medicare but don't have a Medicare Part C plan, which covers everything in Part A and Part B, plus extra benefits in Medicare Part C. Here's the good news. If you're on Medicare, you can call even if you called last year. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. If you're losing coverage, moving, or new to Medicare, call to speak with a licensed insurance agent during the special enrollment period. You don't get Medicare Part C benefits automatically, so call now for your free 2023 no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Just call 800-993-3167, 800-993-3167. This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans with additional benefits available that are simply not covered under Medicare Parts A and B. That's right, there are people on Medicare but don't have a Medicare Part C plan, which covers everything in Part A and Part B, plus extra benefits in Medicare Part C. Here's the good news. If you're on Medicare, you can call even if you called last year. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. If you're losing coverage, moving, or new to Medicare, call to speak with a licensed insurance agent during the special enrollment period. You don't get Medicare Part C benefits automatically, so call now for your free 2023 no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Just call 800-993-3167, 800-993-3167.
Good morning. Welcome back into Wake Up America. I'm Rob Finnerty. The drama on Capitol Hill continued for a second day yesterday. Kevin McCarthy again failing to secure the requisite 218 votes he needs to become the next House Speaker. But according to a report that we broke on Newsmax.com, negotiations overnight were positive for McCarthy. We could see movement in his direction today. There was apparently a Club for Growth deal that was brokered. 10 of the conservatives that are part of this group of 20 could shift their vote in the 7th ballot today in McCarthy's direction. Joining us now for more is host of Dick Morris Democracy and former advisor to Presidents Clinton and Trump. Dick Morris is with us. Dick, great to have you on bright and early here this morning. We appreciate it. Another big day planned on Capitol Hill. What do you expect to play out, and what's your reaction to this reporting on Newsmax.com that things could be swinging in McCarthy's favor today?
Well, the Club for Growth is enormously influential in this because it gives a massive amount of money to Republican candidates. I think that the pressure on these 19, they call them Taliban 19, the dissidents, is enormous. They have not articulated a reason for their objections. I wrote a column yesterday, "They're Rebels Without a Cause," a movie of 1955. And they're reflexively rebelling, almost by an act of memory, against Nancy Pelosi's dictatorial rule and against McConnell's caving in. But this isn't McConnell or Pelosi; it's McCarthy, and there's no indication that he's going to do any of this. So I think that they had better get back on board because I think they're just destroying their political careers. I think that none of these 19 guys is going to ever get reelected if this continues much longer. I also feel that probably the correct thing for them to do is to go along with McCarthy on the procedural stuff, taking what changes they could get. But then, in particular, I think that it would make sense for them to say the key thing here is the debt limit. We want him to stand up and fight on that. And that at least would give McCarthy a little bit of breathing room in this. And it's the right thing to do, to hold the line on spending by holding the line on the debt limit. But at least then their opposition would have a principle, it would have a reason. The key thing is they have not only not presented a case to the American people, they haven't presented a grievance. And they need their their public relations strategy needs to catch up with their floor strategy.
What do you make of Donald Trump finally weighing in on this debate in a very clear way on Truth Social? Yesterday, he said, vote for Kevin, close the deal, take the victory, and watch Nancy Pelosi fly back home. The goal was always to get the gavel out of Nancy Pelosi's hand. Republicans now have the chance to do that, and we're stuck on the 1 yard line for whatever reason. The group of 20 has yet to coalesce behind a single candidate either, Dick. We've seen Jim Jordan proposed. Yesterday it was Byron Donalds. It was Andy Biggs day one. Ken Buck yesterday said, hey, maybe Steve Scalise. Does this hurt the party?
Yeah, it hurts the party, but more importantly, it crucifies these 19 folks. They'll never be able to raise their head in politics again if this goes on for much longer. And I think Trump's intervention was timely and very significant.
Yeah.
And I think their leader has gone over. They have no cause. They have no issues. They have no grievances to articulate, and yet they're holding firm.
Yeah.
It's like they're holding firm as an act of memory about what it used to be like under Boehner, or it used to be like under Ryan, or the Democrats are like under Pelosi. It's nothing to do with McCarthy.
Okay. Dick, we'll leave it there. Thanks so much for being with us this morning. The voting starts in a little more than 3 hours. We'll all be watching. Dick Morris joining us. Thank you. All right, we've got a lot more coming up on Wake Up America. Don't go anywhere. We're staying on top of it. We'll be right back.
Real heroes.
Real conflict.
Real threats.
Real heart.
Now there's a place America gets its news.
No agenda.
Just the facts.
Newsmax.
Real news for real people.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
When I started Bright Star Care, I had one focus: provide safe, reliable, and personal care at home with skilled nurses and compassionate caregivers. It's been my goal for 20 years, and it always will be.
Anyone home?
In here, Aunt Jean.
How's it going, honey?
There's a lot to take care of. More sympathy cards.
Your mom was well loved. I hope you know how grateful she was to have you.
I know. Speaking of grateful,
what is it?
It's a check from United of Omaha Life Insurance Company. Mom's life insurance.
Life insurance? So soon?
Just like they said.
My sister, always looking out for her family.
I can still hear her. I don't want my bills to be your problem. This check will help a lot.
If you're age 45 to 85, you can't be turned down for up to $25,000 in life insurance from United of Omaha. Policies start at just $6.38 a month, and benefits could be paid in as little as 24 hours.
How did she qualify? You know, with her health issues.
With these policies, health issues don't matter. She was so relieved.
Policies are available with no health questions, no medical exam, no blood tests.
I just assumed life insurance would be way over my budget.
No one kept a tighter budget than Mom. If she can manage the rates, you can too.
But did her rates go up every year?
Nope. There's a rate lock built into the policy.
Policies start at just $6.38 a month. Your rate is locked in for life. The cost of a funeral can be $9,000 or more. With one call, you can give your loved ones the protection they need to help pay these costs. And unlike some policies, benefits are payable from the first day.
Mom just felt better knowing we'd have help, and I couldn't be more grateful. You should call United of Omaha.
I guess I'll never stop learning from my big sister.
Don't put off life insurance. Call United of Omaha today.
Call 800-940-8635. You can't be turned down. Call today to lock in your rates. 800-940-8635. That's 800-940-8635.
Welcome back into Wake Up America. I'm Rob Finnerty. The stalemate in Washington continued for a second straight day yesterday. 6 ballots, and Congress has so far been unable to move the needle in Kevin McCarthy's direction in any way. But according to a report on Newsmax.com right now, progress was made overnight, negotiations lasting well into the night, and McCarthy could pick up as many as 10 votes in the 7th ballot today. For more on what we can expect, let's welcome in political analyst Mark Halperin. Mark, good morning. Good to see you. What are you hearing?
Well, today is the best day of the week for Kevin McCarthy because what he's got now is momentum. I think part of what his allies have done is convince the wider members of the House that there isn't any alternative right now. No one has stepped forward who can get a majority of the votes. And McCarthy is doing what McCarthy does. He's willing to make concessions. The concessions he tentatively has agreed to are pretty extraordinary ceding of power to other members of the House. I don't know that other people would be willing to make these concessions. And as you suggested, it doesn't bring him all the votes he needs. But the strategy for the McCarthy side is to continue to emphasize he's the only one who can get the job done. He's the only one who can get a majority. And to get this deal done, you see it there, some of the concessions he's tentatively made. Get this deal done and then isolate the remaining holdouts, enough of whom he'll need to win to still get a majority. Now, this is going to take a while. Our instant gratification news culture wants this done today. My sources suggest it will not be done today, if it ever gets done. And of course, the longer they stay off the floor, the more the negotiations take place, the better the chances that something can go wrong. Finally, I'll say good news for Kevin McCarthy. The temperature has been lowered. The acrimony we saw, Republicans fighting with Republicans very visibly on the floor and in private, the temperature has been turned down in almost every respect. There's a few exceptions. But that changed environment, that changed attitude makes it much more likely, McCarthy's folks say, that he can find his way to a deal. It's a long way to go, but again, this is his best day so far.
Yeah, we knew, Mark, that at some point the dam was going to have to break here. Maybe in day 3, today's the big day for Kevin McCarthy. Again, that report on Newsmax.com, and I'm quoting here, if McCarthy wins 213 votes today, we know he's right around 203, 202 votes right now, and then persuade the remaining naysayers to simply vote present, he would be able to lower the threshold required under the rules and have a majority, and he would become the next speaker. Could that happen today or something like that? We saw Victoria Sparks of Indiana vote present 3 straight times yesterday.
Well, there may or may not be votes today. McCarthy's people don't really like the symbolism of vote after vote showing no progress. And so my sense is the talks will continue, but they'll try to put off having any additional votes until they can show that momentum translating from the negotiating table to the House floor, where he can pick up more support. That's what they're looking for. Now, again, it's an unpredictable situation. They're planning to come back in today, but they might come back in and just adjourn again and again, head back to those private talks. As you said, the strategy now for McCarthy is to have votes, or have discussions rather, with this bloc representing about half of those who have so far not agreed to support him. Once they can pick off those 10, if they can, then the idea is you see there the full 20. You get 10, you need about 5 more, and try to figure out a strategy either to get those 5 as a group with more negotiations or to pick them off one by one with individual negotiations. But the premise is if they can get 10, then the pressure really cranks up on the others to say, look, we need to get this done. We need to be united. The time for holding out is over. That's their strategy. It's still not a sure thing by any means, but that's where the action will be today. And for McCarthy, that's great news, Rob, because he wants a discussion to be about how he's going to get this done rather than who are the alternatives to replace him.
And let's not forget that this 20 will have to work with the other 202 as soon as a new speaker is elected, no matter what happens today or over the next several days. How concerned are you about one of these concessions? McCarthy will apparently allow just a single member, one member of the caucus, to call for a vote to oust the speaker. Could we be right back where we are today in, say, 3 or 6 months?
That provision gets the most attention, and it's something McCarthy said he would never agree to. But the reality is whether it's 5 or 1, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't mean the speaker's removed because one person wants to remove him. It simply allows for a vote. And whether 5 people call for that vote or 1 person, it really doesn't matter. I think some of the other concessions that are being talked about are significantly bigger. and will impact the conduct of the House and McCarthy's power as Speaker, including demands that certain people be given committee chairs, demands that people be given slots on key committees like the Rules Committees. I think those are actually more significant given where we are right now. No other Speaker of the House or Speaker of the House candidate I've ever covered has agreed to give so much power over to a small faction. But that's where Kevin McCarthy finds himself.
Yeah, and it
today.
seems like, you've still got 90% of Republicans in the House that are all for Kevin McCarthy. They've made that clear throughout the course of 6 straight ballots, something we haven't seen in a century. There's no reason for McCarthy to withdraw. The 20 haven't gotten behind a single candidate. Day one, it was Andy Biggs. Then it was Jim Jordan. Yesterday, it was Byron Donalds. Ken Buck yesterday proposed maybe Steve Scalise. What do you make of that and the fact that the 20 haven't coalesced behind any one single candidate?
Well, the 20 get a lot of criticism for not having an end game strategy, for not having very specific demands. But one thing they figured out is they can't be for someone who can't get a lot of votes. And the people they've proposed so far for Speaker are not people who can clear the majority, in my view, based on talking to sources about where the votes are. Remember, McCarthy's 200 plus is a wide, diverse group. It's the most moderate members of the House, as well as some Freedom Caucus members. And so those 20 aren't going to, I think, settle on someone until they figure out where things are going. One big question, if it's not McCarthy, will the new Speaker be able to shed the deal that McCarthy has struck? Because no Speaker would want to come in with that kind of deal if they could avoid it.
Yeah, important to note, Donald Trump on Truth Social yesterday, vote for Kevin, close the deal, take the victory, and watch Nancy Pelosi fly back home. Mark Halperin, thanks so much for breaking that down for us. We'll see what happens today at noon. We'll all be watching.
Good to see you, Rob.
Thanks, Mark. A shaved Mark Halperin, we should add. We've got a lot more coming up for you this morning on Wake Up America. And don't forget to download the Newsmax app. Do what millions of people have done over the last several months. Best part about our app, it is free to download. And then with the click of a button, you can watch us anywhere you are. We'll be right back.
No blind rhetoric. No talking down to me.
Don't tell me how to think.
Don't tell me how to think.
Don't tell me how to think.
I trust Newsmax. Newsmax. Newsmax.
They don't tell me how to think. They let me decide.
Real news for real people.
This mango hint water tastes just like mango.
How can water taste just like fruit?
How can our feet look just like our hands?
How can our feet look just like our hands?
For a limited time, new customers get 45% off on our top flavors at drinkhint.com, including our new exclusive online flavor, coconut. Just $1 per bottle. And if you order now, we'll ship it right to your door for free.
Did he just say there's coconut hint?
Hint. Water with a touch of true fruit flavor.
If you need dental implants, we have great news. Reset Smile is a dentist-approved, more affordable way to replace your missing teeth from home. No dentist office visits required. Just go to resetsmile.com and order your at-home impression kit. Mail it in, and we'll custom make your new smile with our advanced 3D technology. Using the same material trusted by dentists in millions of devices, you'll enjoy chewing food better and smiling with more confidence. Learn more at resetsmile.com.
As a cardiologist, when I put my patients on a statin to reduce cholesterol, I also tell them it can deplete their CoQ10 levels. I recommend taking Cunol CoQ10. Cunol has 3 times better absorption than regular CoQ10. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Are you genuinely tired of trying to figure out what your Medicare plan does or doesn't cover? And how much does your plan affect your bottom line anyway? The truth is, Medicare is confusing, but getting answers is easier than you think. Just call the number on your screen for a free Medicare benefits review. A plan with additional benefits may be available in your area. All-in-one Medicare Advantage plans may be available with all the benefits of original Medicare, plus most provide additional benefits like dental, vision, hearing, or prescription coverage. Depending on where you live, a plan may be available with a Part B premium reduction that puts money back into your Social Security check every month. Call to find out. Certain plans may include benefits for qualifying members, like an allowance to help pay for things like rent, mortgage, internet, healthy groceries, or utilities. You don't get a Medicare Advantage plan with extra benefits automatically. You need to take action. Many plans offer $0 monthly premiums, $0 copays, or $0 deductibles on common services. There are plans that offer $0 out-of-pocket cost on commonly used prescription drugs.
You can even have them delivered right to your home. If you only have Medicare Parts A and B, you may need more coverage and want to pay less out of pocket. For that, consider a Medicare Advantage plan. If you're not 100% sure that you have the right Medicare plan for you with the benefits you need most, then call right now for your free Medicare benefits review. Depending on where you live, a plan may be available with a Part B premium reduction that puts money back into your Social Security check every month. Some Medicare Advantage plans may provide additional benefits like comprehensive dental coverage, including cleanings, extractions, or even dentures. You may qualify for more coverage and lower out-of-pocket costs. Call today for your free Medicare benefits review.
Call 800-519-1658. That's 800-519-1658. 800-519-1658. Call now.
Welcome back into Wake Up America. I'm Rob Finnerty with Allison Maloney. Big day on Capitol Hill today. The voting will pick up at noon.
Yes.
Maybe we'll have a Speaker of the House by this time tomorrow.
A lot of conversations happening last night after 8 o'clock as well as this morning. So it all comes down to, will they make a move? Obviously, 20 folks who are against Kevin McCarthy. We'll see what happens in just a couple of hours.
Yeah, according to a report on Newsmax.com, progress was made overnight. You imagine there was a lot of backroom negotiation happening last night. Apparently, there are 10 more votes in McCarthy's favor. That gets him closer to 218. We'll see if he can get other members to either vote present or ultimately vote for McCarthy. Could happen today. Voting again starts at noon. That's our time on Wake Up America. Have a great rest of your Thursday. National Report starts right now.
All right, a live look right now on Capitol Hill, at least outside of it here, because this is where it all has been going down or not been going down, depending on how you look at it. The standoff for House Speaker entering a third day. Congress members reconvene at noon Eastern time in what's expected to be more votes to see who could lead the House. New reports, though, that there may be results today. But yet again yesterday, Kevin McCarthy, votes for him failed 3 times. That is a total of 6. So you would move to the now 7th vote. Again, historic times here. 90% of the party supports him. It is just 20 Republicans who do not. And now we're getting reports that McCarthy is agreeing to some major concessions to get those final votes he needs. What are those? Live report coming up.
Stay tuned for that. Plus, a live look now at St. Peter's Square in Vatican City. This is hours after the funeral of Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI. Thousands of mourners in attendance, with millions around the world watching something not seen in 200 years. The current Pope presiding over the funeral of a former Pope. We've got a full report on the funeral. All those details coming up.
All right, good Thursday morning to you. Welcome to National Report. So glad you're here. I'm Sean Kreisman.
And I'm Emma Reckenberg. Again, we continue to monitor what will take place in Washington just 3 hours from now. But we begin this hour of National Report with a live look at the U.S.-Mexico border crossing in El Paso, Texas. Sources telling our own border correspondent President Biden will be headed there early next week. He will be in Mexico Monday and Tuesday, meeting with the Mexican president at a summit on drug trafficking and immigration. Biden will be speaking later this morning about border security. This from Washington. We will bring you that speech live when it happens around 11 Eastern time, again, later today.
Are you going to be within the border when you head down to Mexico?
That's my intention. We're working out the details now.
Well, there it is, a major moment there in terms of the administration and how this border crisis is being handled. Under Biden's watch, right now, encounters with illegal migrants have soared. So far this fiscal year has seen a record high of more than 600,000 encounters. So that's the new fiscal year already. The number reached 2.3 million last fiscal year, also a record. That's according to Customs and Border Protection. The surge coming despite Title 42 still staying in place, and it's been there since March of 2020. It's a Trump-era policy allowing for the immediate expulsion due to COVID. A health policy, if you will, public health policy. The Supreme Court, though, recently ruling the mandate will remain in place indefinitely.
But it's not just those crossing by foot. There's video of illegal migrants being held at a CBP station in Marathon, Florida. The South Florida Border Patrol chief saying nearly 600 migrants have been encountered since the weekend, including a rescue on Monday from a cruise ship that helped more than a dozen migrants board. Another cruise ship stepping up to help another group that had run adrift. And then there's this. The Dry Tortugas National Park, just off Key West, Florida, remains closed today after more than 300 migrants came ashore over New Year's weekend. CBP reports since October 1st, about 4,200 migrants have been stopped at sea. It's a 400% increase from last year. The crisis reaching new highs 5 days into the new year. Again, following those reports, President Biden will be speaking about border security around 11 a.m. Eastern time, and then that trip in the next week or so, potentially to the border, which he says he intends to do.
Yeah, we'll have details on that visit there again through sources. We'll reveal those again exactly when this will happen. Plus this, more fireworks expected on Capitol Hill today as we take a live look outside the Capitol Hill, the Capitol. The House reconvening at noon Eastern time after Kevin McCarthy failed to get enough votes for House Speaker 3 times yesterday, 3 times the day prior. Right now, here's what we know. There are 20 Republican holdouts in the party, but more than 200 GOP members, they want McCarthy at the helm. So for a wrap-up, here's a little taste of what happened yesterday.
You have a deal with those guys right now? Not yet, but a lot of progress.
My colleagues, well, it's Groundhog Day. Again, to all Americans watching right now, I want to tell you that we hear you. We hear you. And we will get this right. No matter how messy this process is, we will emerge better for having been through this, because nothing great ever comes easy. But they want us divided. They want us to fight each other. That much has been made clear by the popcorn and blankets and alcohol that is coming over there.
It's been about 100 years since this has happened before. But we have said we're not going to take any more of Washington being broken. We're going to do something for the American people, and we're going to fix it. And is it going to be painful? And is it going to be difficult? Yeah, it probably is. That's why it took 100 years.
And today we're seeing division within the Republican Party. Logan Raddick is standing by on Capitol Hill ahead of a third day of voting. Logan, what can we expect today?
Well, I'm in Sean. Good morning. Kevin McCarthy is hoping that the third day and the 7th ballot is the charm. He realizes that in order to become Speaker of the House, he needs to make concessions to those 20 Republicans who voted for a different nominee, that being Byron Donalds, yesterday on the last few ballots. Now, according to Congressman Warren Davidson, McCarthy has made a number of concessions to those holdouts. We'll put them up for you on the screen. McCarthy's promising them that he will restore public access to the Capitol, cap spending on suspension bills, and also hold more conference meetings ahead of key votes, among other concessions. Another good sign for McCarthy last night was the fact that Congress voted to adjourn. There were only 4 GOP members who voted with Democrats to stay in session last night, but most of those holdouts ended up voting with the Republicans who support McCarthy to adjourn so that they could have meetings to try to work out a plan today and come up with a deal that would get McCarthy over the hump. But there are a number of surrogates for Kevin McCarthy, including one of the newest members of Congress, Derek Van Orden. This is what he told reporters yesterday.
And a minority of our party has decided that they want to continue with this obstructionism, and it's actually becoming detrimental to our nation. And I will not stand for that.
And McCarthy can only afford to lose 4 votes, and there's some members like Matt Gaetz who have made it clear that they will, quote, never vote for that person. That is what Gaetz told reporters. Another holdout is Lauren Boebert. And President Donald Trump, the former president, is trying to lobby these Republicans to vote for McCarthy, who he endorsed. But Boebert, who's a supporter of President Trump, says that won't move the needle for her.
Let's stop with the campaign smears and tactics to get people to turn against us. Even having my favorite president call us and tell us we need to knock this off, I think it actually needs to be reversed. The president needs to tell Kevin McCarthy that, sir, you do not have the votes and it's time to withdraw. And with that, I yield.
So McCarthy is offering concessions to these holdouts, but he still needs at least 16 of them to switch over to his side. Now, McCarthy's Congressional Leadership Fund PAC also struck a deal with the Club for Growth, promising them that they would not spend any money on GOP primaries, but also those safe seats that Republicans really don't need to spend money on in the next congressional race. So McCarthy believes that with that deal struck, he can get an additional 10 votes. But again, he can only afford 4 dissidents on the Republican side. And right now it's looking like Matt Gaetz and Lauren Boebert for sure, along with Andy Biggs and Eli Crane. Those 4 who voted with Democrats not to adjourn are still holding out. They do not want Kevin McCarthy.
I understand he doesn't have a vote, but Elon Musk has made it public that he is backing Kevin McCarthy, believing he should be Speaker. Logan, any other names floated as a potential alternative?
Well, that's the problem right now. There are some people here on Capitol Hill who believe Steve Scalise could be a good alternative, but Scalise would be the House Majority Leader. He also supports Kevin McCarthy. So some of the most viable alternatives right now do not want to jump into the Speaker's race, but that could all change, Emma, if McCarthy does not get enough votes and would be forced to drop out to try to find another candidate. That really is the question right now. Until McCarthy drops out, it doesn't look like that somebody else is going to step up and have a chance to get to 218 votes. And right now, it doesn't look like McCarthy can get to 218 votes himself unless he gets 16 people to jump onto his side.
All right, Logan Raddick joining us live. We appreciate that there from the Capitol. Again, we'll have full coverage of this continuing throughout National Report. We have Congressman Pete Sessions coming on, former Congressman Doug Collins, all weighing in on this of the future. Remember, right now, Congress, the House, is superfluous until this gets done. No one has been sworn in. No bills have been passed. No committees have been formed. Nothing is getting done there in the House. Logan Raddick reporting there. We'll, again, continuing to watch this. Any deals being made, we'll bring those to you live here. A somber celebration of life this morning at the Vatican there. As you're listening, funeral services for the late Pope Benedict XVI taking place in St. Peter's Square. Newsmax has been bringing you special live coverage of the events all morning long. That started at 3 a.m. Eastern Time. The late Pope's casket carried into Vatican Square and carefully placed in front of Pope Francis, who presided over the ceremonies. A lengthy mass followed by a homily explaining the Pope's reading.
Deus, qui ecclesiae tue famulum tuum benedictum, ineffabili tua dispositione praese voluisti. Presta quesumus.
Thousands in attendance, though you're taking a live look there, but there were thousands in attendance for an historic event as we take a live look right now at the Vatican City there. The first event in modern times, by the way, where a living pope led funeral services for his predecessor. It has been reported President Biden was asked not to attend the funeral as per the late Pope's wishes. Newsmax Rome correspondent Alex Salvi, he is live there at the Vatican with the latest. Alex.
Sean, good morning. The Vatican says that the body of Pope Benedict XVI is buried under St. Peter's Basilica after a historic and an unprecedented funeral, as you were just laying out right there. Pope Francis joining Catholics all around the world in offering a final farewell to his predecessor, who passed away last Saturday at 95 years old, and marking the first time that a reigning pope, as you said, presided over the funeral of a former pope. Now, in his homily, Francis didn't mention Benedict by name until the last line, a fact that's drawing criticisms from some of Benedict's supporters, thousands of which showed up to the funeral despite cold and wet conditions.
Together, we want to say, Father, into your hands we commend his spirit. Benedict, faithful friend of the bridegroom, may your joy be complete as you hear his voice, now and forever.
It was a funeral characterized by simplicity at the request of Pope Benedict himself, with about 50,000 people in attendance, according to Vatican spokesman Matteo Bruni. Dignitaries and other world leaders were present in a more personal capacity, with only Italy and Germany receiving an official invitation. But at the end of the service, Pope Francis standing in front of the coffin, praying and bowing, a procession then carrying Pope Benedict's body into St. Peter's Basilica for an interment in the crypt as part of a private service. He was buried in the same tomb previously held by his predecessor, Pope John Paul II, before his beatification in 2011 when he was moved up to the chapel. But there, Joseph Ratzinger joins nearly 150 of his peers in the so-called Vatican grottos and permanently establishes his place and his legacy in church history. Sean?
Alex Salvi reporting live from the Vatican there again on at the funeral services. Newsmax brought you coverage live from 3 a.m. Eastern time this morning. Alex, thank you. More to come here on National Report with House leadership still up for grabs. Texas Congressman Pete Sessions joins us later to talk about that. Lawmakers reconvene in just a few hours. Kevin McCarthy still trying to secure enough votes for House Speaker. Meanwhile, times are getting tougher at Amazon. The CEO confirming more layoffs, saying the move will help the company pursue long-term goals. We're taking a look at that.
And the Consumer Electronics Show kicks off in Las Vegas today. Global innovators gathering for what's considered the most influential tech event in the world. Delivery robots taking the spotlight this time around. And students across the country back in class after the holidays, some wearing masks. Parents are not happy about it. The move meant to stop the spread or slow the spread of COVID and other illnesses. We're talking about it later this hour. Stay with us.
Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
They get it. They know how it works. And more importantly, it works for them.
I don't have any anxiety about money anymore.
I don't have to worry about a mortgage payment every month. It allowed me to live in my home and not have to pay payments.
If you're 62 or older and own your home, you could access your equity to improve your lifestyle. A reverse mortgage loan eliminates your monthly mortgage payments and puts tax-free cash in your pocket. Call 800-745-4498.
It was the best thing I've ever done. And really? Yes, without a doubt.
Just like these folks, AAG can show you how a reverse mortgage loan uses your built-up home equity to give you tax-free cash.
It's a good thing.
Why don't you get the facts like these folks did?
Call right now to receive your free no-obligation info kit. Call 800-745-4498. 800-745-4498.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to bring you my Giza Dream bed sheets for the best offer ever. We're all experiencing unprecedented rising prices, but I was able to secure a limited amount of Giza cotton for a great price, and I'm going to pass those savings directly on to you. Get my Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98 with your promo code. They're the most luxurious sheets ever, made with the world's finest cotton. Grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River, where the weather conditions are perfect for growing cotton. My sheets are ultra soft and breathable, but extremely durable. I guarantee they'll be the most comfortable sheets you'll ever own. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 50% on my Giza Dream bed sheets. That's as low as $29.98. Quantities are extremely limited at these amazing prices, so please order now.
Welcome back to National Report. Taking a live look at San Francisco. This is courtesy of EarthCam. Residents in California waking up after a night of serious storms, where in one case, the storm has turned deadly. A 2-year-old boy killed when a tree fell on his mobile home in the San Francisco area. With fears of mudslides, residents in high coastal areas being forced to evacuate. Nearly 200,000 customers have no power, and several flights out of San Francisco are now canceled. Even some Some schools are closed. Drivers being urged to stay off of the roads. Many residents still recovering, though, from that New Year's storm that flooded businesses and homes. Later on National Report, we will be joined by a top California county official on the ground who surveyed the damage.
We're not at the place where we need to be to guarantee that we're going to be able to stand up in the face of the swamp that continues to step over the American people on a daily basis and spend money we don't have, and to continue to leave our borders open, and to continue to fund bureaucrats that are stepping over the freedoms of the American people. Byron will stand up and do that.
That was a clip there from Texas Congressman Chip Roy yesterday laying out his grievances against Republican conference leader Kevin McCarthy while nominating Florida Congressman Byron Donalds to serve as Speaker. Donalds got 20 votes. This comes as Republicans begin the third day of the 118th Congress without having elected a Speaker of the House. Despite the Republican fighting, it is now appearing that Kevin McCarthy may have struck some sort of deal overnight to potentially secure the 218 votes needed to become Speaker. Again, all that from reporting here. Pete Sessions joining us now, Texas Congressman, Republican Congressman here, awaiting to be sworn in, by the way. Congressman, thanks so much for coming on. We do appreciate that. I wanted to get this to you and then get your thoughts. According to these reports, Kevin McCarthy agreed to a series of major concessions proposed by Republican detractors, again, the 20, that include lowering the number of votes to oust a Speaker of the House to 1, from 5, giving the House Freedom Caucus 2 seats on the House Rules Committee, and a floor vote on term limits. Some of it can be a little bit confusing looking through it for someone, the average viewer, if you will. But talk to me about this. Do you anticipate that the 218 comes around for McCarthy today? What are your thoughts on today's vote or votes?
I think it's obvious that there were probably at least two camps of people, some that were after procedural changes and some that were after just things that they don't trust Mr. McCarthy's word or resolve to get things done. I think this is all that what happens when you have an election like we did, where it was unclear for several days, several weeks about what the body would look like in the membership. But this all comes down to there's a group of people that are called Republicans that are all fighting to make sure that one thing happens, and that is that we have the resolve to work together as a team to go and take on not just the president, but also this administration and Democrats with all the things that they have done that have made our future dim, that have put America in a bad position in the world, and that we are unprepared for the future for our grandchildren. So I think this is an exercise, as distasteful as it has been. I believe that we can move forward with an agreement. Is it today? I hope it is. Is it putting two people on the Rules Committee? That's very important. I've served on the Rules Committee for 20 years, 6 years as chairman, and these people, these 20, recognize how important decisions are that are made at the Rules Committee. But it is a real sacrifice for anybody that sits on the Rules Committee. You meet on the weekend, you meet early in the morning. But it's where everything gets put together. So do I think we'll get it done today? Evidently, there's a sense, at least among the members this morning, we believe that could happen at around noon or 1 o'clock.
So we were looking at the stakeout camera there, but can you confirm, based on what you've experienced, that maybe that you have heard reports that some of the 20 holdouts have cut some sort of deal with Kevin McCarthy? Have you heard any rumblings of that?
Well, in fact, it is true. I spoke this morning with 3 people that were in one of the meetings, and they were of substance. They were deliberate, and they were expecting a deliberate answer back. It's hard for me to know what happened when these people left the meeting, of when there would be agreement or not coming back. But that's what this morning is about also. So I anticipate that I don't think it's make it or break it today, but I think for Mr. McCarthy, the things that he has agreed to will also recognize that the speaker will be a king with no clothes. And so it's going to make the next 2 years very, very, very difficult.
All right, the final thought from you here. You're moving on to the 7th vote. We've seen for the past few days here, it's 3 votes a day. If it doesn't get to that point and it moves to next week, where do you stand? I mean, as of recent, obviously your votes have been with McCarthy. Do you see yourself potentially switching your vote? Are you steadfast with McCarthy? Is he your guy?
Well, I think it's important to note that the first 3 votes were about Jim Jordan, and yet Mr. Jordan didn't even vote for himself. He voted for Mr. McCarthy. We need a consensus. We need an agreement. We need to come together. And if it's Mr. McCarthy, then that is because we've consented. If it's not, well, we're going to figure that out today. But I think it's important until the real issues come forth, or the real person comes forth, even from the group of 20. They need to be serious about that. And until that happens, the vast majority of people are going to stick to, we need a deal, because we've got to get our work done. We're waiting for committees. We're waiting for being ready when the president comes to the border next week. We need a messaging element that's more than sitting on the floor for 7 or 8 hours a day.
And the American people obviously think the same. But is it really about Jim Jordan? Is it about Byron Donalds? Several different names pop up, but if you really get to the heart of it, it seems as if some of these 20 simply don't want Kevin McCarthy. I know that you can't speak for them, but what's the explanation there?
No, I think you're on the square where it is, and this mistrust comes from just their association, their dealings. It has gotten bitter between the parties, openly, in the family discussion, and we're trying to heal that. We're trying to give it resolve, but there's also time to listen to our colleagues, these 20. They're making valid points, and these valid points need to be heard, and we need to know what the answers are. And we're giving support, really, I think, one way or another to both sides. You heard on the floor, it is pretty collegial. Now, back behind, as you go behind the curtain, it's not so nice. But we've got to find a way to address these issues. They're the same issues that I want, whether I voted for Kevin McCarthy or not. Yeah. They're the same issues that the American people are demanding, and that is this Washington, D.C. inside is broken, and we've got to want to have the guts to take it on, similar to what we did in 2010 when we did not spend one more penny than what we did in 2008. But it came as a result of a government shutdown, hundreds of votes, and a big fight, and we prevailed. If we stick together, which is what we're trying to do, we will make a difference. If we are apart, then we're in trouble. So these few days of getting together like this, while it's public and it's not very pretty, it's essential for this Republican team to be prepared for the next day.
All right, day 3, moving on to the 7th vote for Speaker. We'll see what happens. Texas Congressman Pete Sessions joining us live here. Good to see you. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Coming up, more layoffs in the tech world. Amazon is making moves. What does that tell us about possible job cuts in other industries? And are your kids complaining about long car rides? One company unveiling virtual reality for trips, which aim to eliminate motion sickness. What other cool products are being unveiled at the Las Vegas Tech Show? We will take a look next. As we follow the very latest from Washington on the upcoming Speaker of the House vote, keep it right here on National Report.
They won't give you the facts. They don't tell the truth. Their bias is incredible. Now millions are turning to Eric Bolling, The Balance, to get the real story. Watch him on Newsmax.
My name is Vincent, and I've been in the field of nutrition and dietetics for 30 years. And what I realized as a nutritionist, I was trying to get all my fruits and vegetables in, but I would be so preoccupied with trying to do things, I would forget to eat. So all of a sudden, it's the end of the day, and I haven't had my fruits and vegetables. I think a lot of people are in that situation. I found Balance of Nature and I looked at the ingredients and I thought, this is exactly what I need. And so after trying it for about a week, I'm not a morning person, but I started getting up early and I started feeling better because I had more energy. I think, of course, as a nutritionist, it's best to get all you can from your diet. But it wasn't until I started taking Balance of Nature that I started noticing a difference. So that's when I thought, okay, there's something about Balance of Nature that I need to tell the world about. So here I am.
Jumpstart your journey to better health for the new year and get $25 off plus a free fiber and spice when you use discount code Newsmax.
Guys, today, I want you to find a mirror and take a hard look.
I didn't like looking in the mirror. I didn't like seeing pictures of myself. I didn't like any of that.
If you don't like what you see, do something about it. Get Nutrisystem for Men.
I lost 78 pounds. And when people come up to you and say, wow, what did you do? I love telling them Nutrisystem for Men.
The weight loss plan where you can eat. With man-sized hearty inspirations meals, bigger dinners and lunches. Clinically shown to control hunger for up to 5 hours. Like Swedish meatballs and meatloaf and potatoes. And lose weight and maintain lean muscle mass with Fuel.
The Fuel protein shakes are awesome.
And made with Velocitol, that doubles the power of protein.
I lost 55 pounds.
I lost 63 pounds and I feel better than ever.
Look in the mirror and change what you see with Nutrisystem for Men. Hurry and get today's special deal. Don't wait. Call or go online right now.
We are an enslaved nation to no less than 12 other countries. Our debt to GDP right now is 120%. At 90%, our country is bankrupt. Experts say the next market crash will be bigger than any other crash ever experienced. Worse than the Depression. It's being called the everything bubble crash, an economic crash where everything comes tumbling down. Congress has gone crazy, printing money to solve our problems. That increases debt, creates more freeloaders, and a government that takes from those that have and gives it to those who don't. The best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is now. If you have money set aside for the long term, protect it now. When markets crash, paper assets devalue quickly. Call Monetary Gold right now to get a free protection guide, and for a limited time, learn how you can get your IRA fees covered for the life of your retirement account.
Before and bath fitter. Now's the time to call Bath Fitter to get a beautiful after. With our unique tub-over-tub process, there's no mess or stress. Bath Fitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
Taking a live look again at Capitol Hill, about 2.5 hours away from the House reconvening to vote once again on a speaker.
Host of America Right Now, Tom Basile, with us. Also had the funeral for Pope Benedict's coverage at 3 a.m. He's still here.
Still here.
Tom, good to see you. But we're talking about a different topic here. We're just talking with Congressman or Congressman-elect, if you want to be technical about it, about what could happen today.
Yeah.
And is it about a different candidate for Speaker, or is it really about not having Kevin McCarthy? You've seen some, like Congresswoman Lauren Boebert, step up and say he's not our guy.
Yeah.
Then at what point do you make a decision of, well, then who is?
Yeah, well, he is the guy for more than 90% of the conference. I mean, I think that's something that's important to start off with. But today's a very big day for McCarthy because he has to demonstrate momentum. We are hearing that there have been some additional concessions. There have been some additional deals cut behind closed doors over the course of the night that could sway some votes. So at noon, we're going to see whether or not that's happening. And look, McCarthy has taken some steps back over the last couple of days. Today, because of this news, we need to see some momentum there, and so he's got to generate that. So he's looking to see, all right, am I going to be able to get some more of these votes? On the opposite side, you have that 90% of the conference who are supporting him now, but he continues to make concessions to this dissident faction. They're even talking about potentially committee assignments, committee chairmanships. If he doesn't show that he's getting closer to the magic number, you could start to see more folks pull away and say, you know what, you're giving away the store here. It's going to impact our ability to govern. And then you may see some of them say, all right, maybe Steve Scalise, we should be pivoting to somebody else as well.
We just haven't heard that name come up, right? We've heard Jim Jordan mentioned, and then, of course, Byron Donalds as well, but not Steve Scalise. They've held out on that and supported McCarthy.
Yes.
But talk to me about these concessions, and specifically the ones that have to deal with McCarthy's future involvement in primaries.
Yeah.
How does that play in?
Yeah, so there is a Congressional Leadership Fund, which is very powerful. It's got a lot of money, and one of the things that this dissident group and the Club for Growth, which is a very powerful political action committee that supports conservative candidates, they want that conservative leadership fund to stay out of Republican primaries in safe districts, all right? Because they view that as the establishment or the leadership of the party kind of coming in and putting their finger on the scale. So that seems to be a concession that we are hearing that McCarthy has made, and so hopefully he's thinking that is going to help swing some additional votes. But again, for McCarthy, the question is, has he given away so many of these concessions now, particularly allowing one member to call for a vote to vacate the chair?
That's what stands out to me.
That really could impact his ability to lead if he ultimately does become Speaker.
Yeah. Again, will these concessions that were allegedly made behind closed doors, Congressman Pete Sessions confirmed it. Does that make the big difference to get to 218 today? We will report on that. Tom Basile joining us live. Tom, good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, taking a live look at the big board right now on Wall Street, 4 minutes past the open here. And wow, there is a major plunge at the open, more than 300 points below what you're seeing right now.
From Wall Street to the tech world, we've got some major news we're following here. More layoffs, more than 18,000 Amazon workers set to be laid off. It's about 5% of the company's corporate workforce. Peter Marisi is an economist and professor of business at the University of Maryland and is with us now. Peter, welcome. Salesforce also announcing they plan to lay off 7,000 workers, 10% of the workforce here. We saw it at the end of the year when it comes to Meta and Twitter. Is this a trend we will continue to see?
Oh, I think we're going to continue to see layoffs in what is called the tech sector, though a lot of it really isn't all that tech. I mean, Prime laying off people is no different than Walmart laying off people. However, it's important to recognize that the true tech workers, the people with those skills, are finding jobs in other sectors, and they're doing so very quickly. They're not staying unemployed very long, and the number of job openings is steady at over 10 million, which is about 70% more than the number of people in the economy looking for work. So the job market remains tight, it remains fluid, and that means the Fed hasn't gone far enough.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, Alan Greenspan spoke earlier to one of the news outlets saying that a recession is likely, and that term continues to be thrown around, and that could be months from now. But again, we'll see. And if any indicators there, Amazon, again, Salesforce laying off thousands here, this is just the start of a new year. Peter Marisi joining us live, out of time, unfortunately, with this. We appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Take care.
Buffalo Bills player DeMar Hamlin showing improvement after suffering cardiac arrest Monday night on Monday Night Football. What family and friends, doctors are saying this hour.
And in our next hour, Illinois was supposed to end cash bail statewide until a court decided against it. A Democratic state representative who is for ending cash bail will weigh in on the very latest developments. You don't want to miss it.
It's our America. We built it. Courage, freedom. Millions go to Newsmax when they need to know. Start today on the free Newsmax app. Newsmax is real news for real people.
Some things are good to know, like where to find the cheapest gas in town and which supermarket gives you the most bang for your buck. Something else that's good to know? If you have Medicare and Medicaid, you may be able to get more health care benefits through a Humana Medicare Advantage dual-eligible special needs plan. Call now and speak to a licensed Humana sales agent to see if you qualify. Depending on the plan you choose, you could have your doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan. From Humana, a company with over 60 years of experience in the healthcare industry. You'll have lots of doctors and specialists to choose from. And if you have Medicare and Medicaid, a Humana plan may give you other important benefits. Depending on where you live,
They could include coverage for dental, with 2 free cleanings a year, plus dentures, fillings, crowns, and more. Vision, including eye exams and eyeglasses. And hearing coverage, including hearing tests and hearing aids. You may also get rides to plan-approved locations, home-delivered meals after an inpatient hospital stay, and allowance of up to $3,300 a year to help pay for essentials like groceries, rent, and utilities. Even an allowance for health and wellness items. Plus, if you qualify, you could pay nothing for covered prescriptions all year long, even the brand name ones, and $0 for routine vaccines, including shingles, at in-network retail pharmacies. So if you want more from Medicare, call now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Learn about Humana plans that could give you more healthcare benefits, including coverage for prescription drugs, dental care, eye exams and glasses, hearing aids, and more. A licensed Humana sales agent will walk you through your options, answer any questions you have, and if you're eligible, help you enroll over the phone. Call today, and we'll also send this free guide. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
DealDash.com, where deals come true. This KitchenAid mixer sold for less than $26. This iPad sold for less than $43. And this brand new Xbox sold for $51.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
With thyroid eye disease, I hid from the camera, and I wanted to hide from the world. For years, I thought my TED was beyond help. But then, I asked my doctor about Tepezza.
Tepezza is the only medicine that treats TED at the source, not just the symptoms. In a clinical study, more than 8 out of 10 patients taking Tepezza had less eye bulging. Tepezza is an infusion. Patients taking Tepezza may have infusion reactions. Tell your doctor right away if you experience high blood pressure, fast heartbeat, shortness of breath, or muscle pain. Before getting Tepezza, tell your doctor if you have diabetes, IBD, or are pregnant or planning to become pregnant. Tepezza may raise blood sugar even if you don't have diabetes, and may worsen IBD such as Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis.
Now, I'm ready to be seen again.
Visit mytepezza.com to find a TED eye specialist and to see Bridget's before and after photos.
The Buffalo Bills releasing an update on Damar Hamlin, the team tweeting, Damar remains in the ICU in critical condition with signs of improvement noted yesterday and overnight. He is expected to remain under intensive care as his healthcare team continues to monitor and treat him. Friends and family of Hamlin say he suffered lung damage and is sedated after suffering cardiac arrest on the field during the Monday Night Football game against Cincinnati. The world, including our next guest, are praying for Hamlin's swift recovery. That's Pastor Miles McPherson, a former NFL player and senior pastor at the Rock Church in San Diego. Pastor, welcome, and thank you so much for coming on National Report. I know you played the game. What's your message to Damar and his family during this incredibly difficult time?
Well, first, thanks for having me. The message to his family is that the world is praying. I don't know if I've ever seen such an outpour of prayer and faith in the NFL and in the country like I have now. And we just want his family to know that we're behind him. There's a very strong brotherhood in the NFL. Football's family is what we say, and it's actually very true. So his family needs to know they have all our support.
You know, again, that statement from the team, he's still in critical condition, but signs of improvement. That gives you a little bit of hope, right? Talk to me about the impact prayers might have on this young man's recovery.
Well, you know, a lot of times we say thoughts and prayers are with you, and I hope it's not just a slogan, but I think this time people are really leaning into prayer and seeing the results of it. It's bringing the country together. It's bringing people together. Like I said, people from all walks of life are praying for him. And so I hope that what's happening now will continue. I think his name is going to be etched in our hearts, in our culture for a long time, and God is going to be glorified through it.
Pastor, if you could maybe describe the relationship, even the brotherhood that players share amongst each other. Of course, we saw immediate reaction, tears streaming down some players' face on Monday night.
Yeah, I think a couple things were going on. You know, most people haven't seen someone receive CPR or defibrillator, and I was looking at it, watching they were standing around him, and I saw him crying. I'm like, something's happening. And then when I heard that they were doing that, I realized that a lot of people haven't seen that. But the brotherhood in the NFL is strong. You draw close to people you go through conflict with and go through pain with. And when you play any sport, football being one of them, that requires a lot of sacrifice, a lot of hard work, day in and day out. I mean, we're together from the middle of July all the way, till January, working 6 days a week, and battling with each other, battling against each other. It brings you closer together. And before every game, we pray. The team gets on our knees in the locker room, and we pray for unity, we pray for safety, we pray for a great game. And so our hearts are bound together. And you do that year in and year out from the age of, I started when I was 10 years old, played I was 25. That's a long time. And so the idea of football being family extends from the NFL down to Pop Warner. If I meet a little kid in Pop Warner, or a cheerleader in Pop Warner, or mom from a dad in Pop Warner, it's a family because we all go through that together.
Yeah, and you put the rivalry and the competition aside as well in this moment, and we saw it on full display. Of course, praying for his recovery, continued recovery. Pastor Miles McPherson, thank you so much for coming on today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
School is back in session, and for some kids, that is in masks. Two moms on the other side of the break weigh in on how they feel about the mandates returning for their children in school. And we've been talking a lot about the Club for Growth in terms of concessions for the speakership. You'll hear from the president of the Club for Growth, David McIntosh. That's coming up at noon Eastern Time on John Bachman Now. So keep it right here. Stay with us. You're watching National Report.
Eric was injured in Iraq. I called Wounded Warrior Project and I said, we need help. They don't leave anybody behind.
I want the whole world to be able to meet Corey because he is someone that has never given up.
Since I first appealed to you on behalf of our wounded service members, the need for Wounded Warrior Project has gotten even greater, and that need will continue to grow for many years to come. That's why I'm asking for your support. With a gift of just $19 a month, you can join Wounded Warrior Project.
They walked in and said, "What can we do for you? What do you need? Anything."
I know firsthand how many lives they've saved, how many people are still here today because of Wounded Warrior Project.
As a veteran, having gone through struggles, it can feel very lonely. And then here you have Wounded Warrior Project and you realize, all right, I'm not the only one.
At Wounded Warrior Project, it's our honor to serve this generation of injured veterans. Because of the COVID-19 crisis, many warriors find themselves more isolated than ever. We quickly worked to create virtual programs so that these brave men and women could continue to get the critical support and services they need.
Wounded Warrior Project is so important, and they helped so many.
To those who donate, thank you very much. The programs that have been started have accomplished a great deal.
Please join Wounded Warrior Project with your gift of just $19 a month, and we'll send you this Wounded Warrior Project blanket.
I would love to just say thank you. It means way more than you will ever know. Way more.
Please call or go online right now.
Were you or a loved one diagnosed with lung cancer? If so, we urge you to call the number on your screen now for a free legal consultation. Lung cancer, along with other cancers listed on screen, and the disease asbestosis, may be linked to asbestos exposure. Exposure to asbestos in mills, factories, power plants, or while working as a plumber, electrician, plasterer, or maintenance worker may have put you at risk. In addition, because asbestos was widely used on ships, those working in shipyards, including Navy veterans, may have also been exposed. Asbestos has been used in many commercial applications, including insulation, fireproof fabrics, automotive parts, building materials, and turbines. If you or a loved one have been diagnosed with lung cancer or another asbestos-related cancer, call Sokolov Law for a free legal consultation. You may be entitled to compensation. Call 1-800-404-1844. Again, that's 1-800-404-1844. I'm a non-attorney spokesperson.
GetRefunds.com, powered by Innovation Refunds, can help your business get a payroll tax refund even if you got PPP. And it only takes 8 minutes to qualify.
I went on their website, uploaded everything, and I was blown away by what they could do.
GetRefunds.com has helped businesses get over $1 billion, and we can help your business too. Qualify your business for a big refund in 8 minutes. Go to GetRefunds.com to get started. Powered by Innovation Refunds.
Kids are back in the classroom this week after the winter holiday break, and in some schools, they're back in masks. Several districts in New Jersey implementing temporary mask mandates.
It's in Philly as well. In other areas, the move is meant to prevent the spread of respiratory illnesses in the classroom. But as you can imagine, some parents are not happy about that. Lauren Rapoli is a California mother of 4. She's joining us, as well as Mackenzie Pulliam, the president of the Oregon Moms Union and a mother of 2. We appreciate Lauren and Mackenzie joining us. Thank you so much. Lauren, if I can go to you first. You have 4 children, only 1 in school right now, if I'm correct on that. Are they back to having to wear a mask?
No, and I hope it stays like that. It hasn't been since March of 2021.
Do you have any thought on that when you pick up a paper or maybe go online and you see, some of these major cities bringing these mask mandates back? Do you feel for the mothers? Do you agree with these decisions? What goes through your head?
I think every mother or father needs to pull their child out of school, or either homeschool or just say no more. Enough's enough. Let our kids be kids. We're our children's biggest advocates. That's what we're here for, is to stick up for our children and do what's best for them, with their mental health, and just let it continue just being a recommendation. Like Fauci said back on 60 Minutes in March 2020, that masks don't work.
Yeah. Mackenzie, let me go to you again. It just depends what school district your kids attend, if they're really facing either this recommendation or in some cases requirement. What are you dealing with within your own household, Mackenzie?
Yeah, in our own household, we haven't worn masks since, last spring. We actually, I think, got rid of all of them. I wouldn't even know where to find one in our house at this point if I needed to. I think it's super important that this decision is left up to parents. Just like the education system, masking is not a one-size-fits-all solution. There's questions about its efficacy, but there's a lot of kids out there that have issues with being able to wear masks. I have a daughter who wears glasses, and when she wears a mask, it fogs up her glasses and she can't see, so she's not able to learn if she's not able to see. And so I think it's really important that we just make sure to keep masks optional and allow that decision to be up to parents and families.
Yet it's not again in several major cities. It's back, at least temporarily, as a mandate, despite what several medical officials have already said. 2 mothers joining us today, by the way, from different time zones. So we appreciate you getting up a little early with us. Lauren and Mackenzie, thank you so much, and best to you.
Thank you, ladies. All right, let's head now to Las Vegas, Nevada. Setting up now for the Consumer Electronics Show. It's set to get underway. The last 2 days, companies gave some media previews. In case you were wondering, what are the hot ticket items?
So here's what's being highlighted. Delivery robots, these, we've seen them in the past, but this model does not need a human to be present to get or drop off your delivery.
All right, how about that? Plus, there's some virtual reality now for your car. The device allows passengers to play some video games. You could watch Netflix or scroll through Instagram. And if you're wondering about car sickness, the company says if the car is moving, you'll be moving in the virtual world. So I guess you could avoid it. You could be either flying or swimming under the sea. So this device, it costs you $800.
Yeah, not meant for the driver, by the way. If you're tired of those messy wires with your television, and who isn't, LG unveiling this 97-inch TV. By the way, that's big in itself. But they say this is the first wireless OLED TV. So you don't have wires? Wow. It comes with a box that needs to be plugged in, but that could be within 30 feet of the display there. So this will be available later this year. The price tag hasn't been announced, but I'll go ahead and tell you anything north of 90-inch TV, you're going to pay close to $10,000 for, and then you're talking about wireless here.
It's cord-free, it's sleek, right? I hate cords.
Nice.
Those bother me so much. I like to tuck them away.
You can hide them, but it takes some work. But they're taking that away from you.
All right, and one more thing for you. Who could forget about your pets? A French startup is unveiling a fitness tracker for your dog. The Smart Dog Collar monitors the pet's activity or sleep, and it even has a GPS tracker. It'll cost you $149.
This one just cracks me up because I'm like, oh, good girl, you got your steps in today, or you get a treat because you cleared your circles on your
rings.
Your rings. Thank you, your rings. But what happens if they don't? Well, you know what? There's no treat today. Unfortunately, didn't close those rings.
Right.
But either way, you want to keep fit with your pet. You want to monitor that. You can. Again, all of that coming out and more. There's a lot of fun things in there.
Yeah, I always love seeing what's new in the tech world there. And of course, you and your pet, I guess, can share resolutions if you want to get the steps in the new year. All right, we are about 2 hours away from the House reconvening in an attempt to elect a speaker for the third consecutive day. We've got live reports on all the latest developments coming up on National Report.
We asked real customers what they love most about Consumer Cellular.
What I love, the pricing was fantastic.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers.
Consumer Cellular offers really great coverage. It's the same.
The price is remarkable.
With prices on the rise, ours are dropping again. Get unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at $20 a month.
They are always concerned about my needs.
Our customer service team is 100% based in the U.S., and we've received the J.D. Power Award for highest customer service again.
I got a great phone and I got to keep my number.
And AARP members get exclusive discounts.
You'd be surprised how much you can actually save.
Switch today and save up to half on your wireless and add extra lines anytime for just $15 each. Call 1-800-667-6097. Go to consumercellular.com or visit a Target store today.
Trust me, you'll be satisfied.
Being in debt was just such a challenge as a working single mom.
I was working 3 jobs just to make ends meet.
I knew I wasn't going to be able to get out of debt by myself.
National Debt Relief negotiated with my creditors and reduced my debt by half.
National Debt Relief can significantly reduce the amount you owe.
National Debt Relief got me out of debt.
I feel like I'm in control again. I feel like I'm taking my life back now.
Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to get started.
We all know that words have power. They set things in motion
and make us happy or sad.
But there's one word that stands out because when people say it, lives are changed. It's not a big word.
It's itsy bitsy.
It's only 3 little letters. But when you say it,
the life of a kid like me can be changed.
So, what is this special word?
It may surprise you.
It's yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes to becoming a monthly supporter of Shriners Hospitals for Children. That's right. Your monthly support allows the doctors and nurses at Shriners Hospitals for Children to give the most amazing care anywhere and change the lives of kids like me. And me.
And me.
Because people like you have said yes. Now I can play football. And I can play catch.
And I can walk.
So what do you say? Will you say yes right now? It's so easy. All you have to do is pick up the phone or go to loveshriners.org right now and say yes. When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day. My life is filled with possibility because of the monthly support of people just like you who called the number on your screen and said yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Your yes is making a difference in my life and the lives of so many other kids like me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for giving.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, call again or go to loveshriners.org to say yes right away.
A daycare bus is going viral on social media, but not for the standard passengers you'd assume.
Christina Thompson live in the studio. She's got the trend. Christina.
Hey guys, good morning. Well, this bus is equipped with leashes instead of seatbelts and freeze-dried liver snacks. The daycare bus skips the people passengers, picking up their four-legged friends instead. This doggy daycare in Alaska definitely has it figured out. The pups are brought to the daycare where they get plenty of outdoor time then. I was actually super excited when I saw this viral video. So this is the school bus that my dog Winston used to ride off to in doggy daycare every single day. This was the barking bus in Jacksonville, North Carolina. So shout out to Animal House there. He looks like king of the daycare up on that little place. Yeah, that's Winston. He's up above all the other dogs.
Of course he is.
Was he able to sit in that seat pretty well? Is there a learning curve?
The bus that he went on actually had little crates for all of the dogs to be in so that they could have a smaller enclosed space for safety. I think that the seatbelts on the leashes probably also do the same thing. I've seen dog seatbelts before, but
yeah. Well, the video of showing them just jumping on the seat themselves.
It's so funny.
So
they know exactly what to do.
Yeah.
It's so cute. I have to say, I haven't found something like this in New York City yet, but it would make a killing. I mean, but this daycare used to come to my house. They had a key. They'd grab Winston. They'd throw him on the bus. They'd take him off to work or off to school after I went to work. It was great.
That's
awesome.
He's all grown up.
I want to show you guys another viral video. It's going to warm your heart. A family on vacation saved a dog from an icy potential death after it fell in a frozen lake. From the video, it looks like the dog was just about to give up. He wasn't really trying to get out, but they were able to grab onto his legs. They pulled him out, and I did check in on that dog. He is recovering and doing well now, thank goodness.
Oh my
gosh.
gosh.
It's so sad. I mean, the dog fell in, his legs probably froze up. He couldn't get out on his own. Thank goodness that family walked by.
Yeah, I absolutely. Talk about the right place, right time. I can't wait to see at least a video or picture of this poor dog, hopefully recovering. You said it's recovering fine now, right?
Yeah, he's
happy ending.
Very good. Very happy ending.
Oh.
Stay by the fire, warm up a bit. Oh my goodness,
Give
layer
him
on
hugs.
the blankets. Yes.
Right, right.
All right, Christina Thompson, thank you so much for bringing us the trend this hour. A brand new hour of National Report starts right now. Welcome to a brand new hour, a battle for survival. Authorities releasing terrifying video of an Uber driver fighting for his life as he fends off two carjackers holding him at gunpoint. We'll have the incredible video and story you don't want to miss.
The president needs to tell Kevin McCarthy that, sir, you do not have the votes and it's time to withdraw. With that, I yield.
One of the major moments yesterday, party divided. Republicans voting against another round of efforts to nominate Kevin McCarthy for House Speaker. So will day 3 of voting produce more chaos and gridlock on Capitol Hill, or is it smooth sailing? A live report from our nation's capital moments away.
And the world remembers and says its final goodbye to the late Pope Benedict XVI. Thousands gathering as Pope Francis presided over the funeral for his predecessor. As we take a live look at the Vatican, it is a day of mourning for the Catholic Church here and across the world. We'll have more details of what took place during the late Pope Benedict's funeral earlier this morning. But now you're taking a live look at San Francisco, the skyline there, courtesy of EarthCam. Governor Gavin Newsom declaring a state of emergency amid deadly storms in the region.
Yeah, we're learning this. A toddler was killed when a tree fell on his mobile home, this in the San Francisco area. Now fears of mudslides, residents in high coastal areas being forced to evacuate. And then there's this. Nearly 200,000 customers have no power. Several flights around that area of San Francisco, those are canceled. Just a a horrible time there on the West Coast. So we'll bring you the latest on that.
And again, it follows other flooding over the New Year's holiday. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to a brand new hour of National Report. We're glad you're here. I'm Emma Reckenberg.
I'm Sean Kreisman. A lot to get to. The countdown is on to the votes. Again, we've got you covered there in terms of another round of Speaker that will be the 7th vote for Speaker of the House. Live look there, plus a lot of analysis weighing in, so keep it locked. Also, this story here, taking a live look here, St. Thomas, beautiful area. I've been there. Enjoyable, but we don't bring you this because of vacation. A major story is brewing in the Virgin Islands, where the island's top prosecutor, the Attorney General for the U.S. Virgin Islands, fired after filing a lawsuit accusing J.P. Morgan Chase of turning a blind eye to Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking operation.
Turns out the governor who fired the prosecutor has a history with Epstein, and so does his wife, the First Lady of the Virgin Islands. Sarah Williamson is standing by with more on this evolving story and what it means for the Epstein saga moving forward. Sarah.
That's right. It reads like a Hollywood script, doesn't it, guys? This is the governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands who fired the Attorney General, Denise George, on New Year's Eve for reasons that they say are unspecified. But just days earlier, on the 27th of December, Attorney General George filed that lawsuit in the Federal Court of Manhattan, claiming that J.P. Morgan Chase was turning a blind eye to Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking scheme for decades. Now, the suit claims that the bank concealed Epstein's wire and cash transactions and were aware of his criminal enterprise and should have reported their client to law enforcement as part of its anti-money laundering procedures. Now, you're probably wondering what that problem was here and why it would lead to her termination. Well, it turns out that Jeffrey Epstein was buddying up with the Virgin Islands government for the past 20 years. Now, since he purchased Little St. James in 1998, Epstein has made numerous charitable contributions to schools and organizations throughout the territory and had connections to officials in various roles. The former First Lady, Cecile de Jong, even worked for Epstein, spending 20 years as the office manager of his company, Southern Trust. Now, in return for all of his generosity, Epstein was granted a 90% exemption from income tax and a 100% exemption from gross receipts and excise taxes. And even when U.S. Virgin Islands government knew he was a convicted and registered sex offender, the islands still gave him these tax exemptions. Now, the Virgin Islands Justice Department is responsible for monitoring sex offenders like Epstein, but apparently failed to uncover or investigate reports that he was bringing victims to the territory for the purpose of sexual exploitation. Attorney General George has already filed a civil lawsuit against Epstein and his estate on behalf of the victims and settled for $105 million, plus half of the proceeds of the sales of Little St. James Island, which is listed for $55 million. Now, this lawsuit didn't go down too well with the current governor, Briner Jr. either. It was alleged that he was upset that the AG went after Epstein's estate, and this recent court case may just be the reason for her dismissal. The governor's communications director, Richard Motta Jr., didn't specifically deny this when he was asked by the media and just said that these reports are not entirely true. And something else here, and I'm by no means suggesting that they are involved in each other, but coincidentally, Sean and Emma, this all happened whilst President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden were vacationing in the US Virgin Islands at the exact same time that this firing of the Attorney General all went down.
All right,
Sean
again,
and Emma.
we'll continue to follow that. Sarah Williamson staying on top of that. We appreciate that. Sarah, thank you. Meantime, there's more fireworks expected on Capitol Hill today as we take a live look now. The House reconvening a couple of hours from now, Eastern Time. Kevin McCarthy again failing to get enough votes for House Speaker 3 times yesterday, 3 times the day before.
There are 20 Republican holdouts, but more than 200 GOP members want McCarthy at the helm. Here's a little taste of what happened yesterday.
Do you have a deal with those guys right now? Not yet, but a lot of progress.
My colleagues, Well, it's Groundhog Day. Again, to all Americans watching right now, I want to tell you that we hear you. We hear you. And we will get this right. No matter how messy this process is, we will emerge better for having been through this, because nothing great ever comes easy. But they want us divided. They want us to fight each other. That much has been made clear by the popcorn and blankets and alcohol that is coming over there.
It's been about 100 years since this has happened before. But we have said we're not going to take any more of Washington being broken. We're going to do something for the American people, and we're going to fix it. And is it going to be painful? And is it going to be difficult? Yeah, it probably is. That's why it took 100 years.
Logan Raddick live on the Hill ahead of the third day of voting. There's a lot of reports now that there could have been a deal already cut to get this through. Logan Raddick joining us live. What do we know this hour?
Well, Sean, it seems like today is a make or break day for Kevin McCarthy in his quest to be Speaker of the House. We're going to have the seventh ballot, the seventh round of voting coming up at around noon Eastern time. And overnight, Republicans were trying to cut some sort of a deal to get a Speaker of the House in place. It still looks like it's an uphill battle for McCarthy. More on that in a moment. But Congressman Warren Davidson is telling us of a number of concessions that McCarthy is willing to make. McCarthy is promising that he will restore public access to the Capitol, cap spending on suspension bills, and also hold more conference meetings ahead of key votes, among other concessions. He's trying to get at least 16 of those 20 holdouts to join his camp. Now, McCarthy's Congressional Leadership Fund also struck a deal with the Club for Growth, and the terms include stopping McCarthy's PAC from spending in GOP primaries and also safe congressional races. The Club for Growth will now support McCarthy, and that is leading many to believe that there could be about 10 people to switch their votes towards McCarthy. Again, he can only lose 4 Republicans in his quest to get 218 votes. Now, one of his supporters is Warren Davidson. He's voted for him on 6 ballots, all 6 ballots so far. But even Davidson is admitting today that it's going to be very difficult for McCarthy to not have more than 4 defectors. You have 4 members who voted with Democrats to not adjourn last night. Congress did adjourn, 216 votes to 214. That is how it was decided. But Matt Gaetz, Andy Biggs, Eli Crane, Lauren Boebert, they sided with Democrats. So those 4 seem like they won't budge whatsoever for Kevin McCarthy. And McCarthy really needs those other 16 holdouts to get on board with him and have them switch over. It could be Chip Roy, Byron Donalds to go back to McCarthy's side. But right now, it's still looking like McCarthy's going to have a very difficult time getting to 218.
McIntyre. Logan Raddick joining us live there at the Capitol. Logan, thank you. We do appreciate that. The president of the Club for Growth, David McIntosh, will be joining us, joining John Bachman now, rather, at noon Eastern time. So you want to stay tuned for that. Remember, that was a part of at least what was reported as one of the concessions for McCarthy in terms of where this PAC would be able to spend or not spend money. There were several, though, that were listed. The big question remains, will Republicans unite on a third day of voting to finally nominate a House Speaker, or will the political gridlock continue?
It's speculation at this point. Mark Halperin is a political analyst, and Rick Gates is a former Trump campaign aide. Both are with us now. Great to see you guys both. Thanks for coming on. Mark, let me start with you. Do you think we will have a speaker by the end of today?
Emma, I think it's highly unlikely. Good morning to all of you. I think that Kevin McCarthy's having the best day he's had this week. He's got no one running against him, no one else who possibly yet 218, probably no one else right now who could get the 201 that he has. And the discussion on Capitol has turned away from acrimony and from division and from trying to see if McCarthy would drop out to whether he can strike a series of deals to get the votes he needs. As Logan said, it's still difficult to see how he gets there, but he's now got some running room as the discussions are about solutions as opposed to his deficiencies.
Rick Gates, I can't help but to bring up Lauren Boebert, who has been steadfast in saying Kevin McCarthy is not the one. It doesn't appear that she's saying, hey, this person is. Perhaps she does cast her vote for someone other. But it appears that it is as simple as she does not want Kevin McCarthy. There are others that don't want Kevin McCarthy, and it stops there. He can only afford 4. But what happens then?
Well, at this stage, there's about 5 that are kind of, hard no votes. And there's really no concessions that they are willing to move that vote. So we're back to kind of square one from the standpoint, if we take another ballot, the 7th ballot this afternoon, and McCarthy loses, he's made almost every concession he can possibly make. If these 5-6 holdouts aren't willing to concede anyway, I think McCarthy's hope is that his progress, his momentum today, or show of momentum, will actually pressure those 5 or 6 remaining outliers and get them to move. And that's going to be very difficult. And I think there is no other name, and that is the main issue right now.
And McCarthy does have some big name supporters who are not Congress members-elect, so they won't have the chance to vote. But both Elon Musk and Donald Trump say they believe McCarthy should be Speaker of the House. And yet, Mark, those 20 Republicans did not change their views or their vote yesterday, despite the former president's insistence that it should be Kevin.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much they care about Elon Musk. It is a bit of a surprise that they're turning away from President Trump, but his support for Kevin McCarthy has not been consistent. And you talk to the rebels and those around him, and they know that. They see where the base of the party is. This is an interesting case where Kevin McCarthy has been an inside player, and his support amongst the grassroots is not the same as he'd like it to be. And most of the folks, I use rebels as a shorthand. Some people don't like the phrase, but just a shorthand to describe those who are resisting the 90% of their colleagues who want McCarthy. They believe they have the grassroots on their side, and that Donald Trump in this instance is not in step with the grassroots, at least in his professed support. So Kevin McCarthy's going to have to win this probably as an inside game, which is his strength, because again, the grassroots, most of the grassroots, at least from the point of view of the 20, are with them.
All right, we'll leave it right there in the purpose of time. Mark Halpern, Rick Gates, we appreciate you both. Thank you.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Meantime, we have new information on the 19-year-old who allegedly stabbed 3 New York police officers on New Year's Eve. Authorities arraigning Trevor Bigford from his hospital bed. This was yesterday. The court was told Bigford attempted to grab an officer's gun in order to kill and carry out jihad. Bigford has been charged right now with 2 counts of attempted murder and 2 counts of assault. He's being held without bail, and if convicted, he faces a mandatory life sentence. His next court date will be this Friday. Meanwhile, terror behind the wheel. The video we showed you off the top of this program, an Uber driver fighting for his life. Look at this video, by the way. Wow. After 2 men holding him up at gunpoint. The video's incredible. We'll show more of this next.
And a controversial law in Illinois on ending cash bail was put on hold by the state Supreme Court. We're going to hear from a Democratic state representative who wants to see the measure enacted.
And we've been talking all morning about the Club for Growth, the Political Action Committee. You're going to hear from the president of the Club for Growth, David McIntosh. Crucial interview there for Newsmax. That's coming up noon Eastern Time. John Bachman now. Again, keep it right here on Newsmax. Be right back.
Are you putting your health at risk? Discover the #1 food that causes fatty liver. It's no surprise 100 million Americans are suffering from this disease. You must protect your body's most precious asset. Best-selling author and surgeon Dr. Russell Blaylock has developed natural solutions. His breakthrough new book, The Liver Cure, will help you boost energy, detoxify your body, clear brain fog, reignite your metabolism, improve your health and quality of life. Get The Liver Cure today, free with our special offer. Go online or call the number on your screen.
My name is Gina, and I did a recent bodybuilding competition. The competition wasn't something that I ever thought I was going to do, but I took Balance from Nature all through my preparation and got first place and third place. Balance from Nature is a game changer. It's just real, whole food. You should definitely try it for yourself.
Jumpstart your journey to better health for the new year and get $25 off plus a free fiber and spice when you use discount code Newsmax.
My A1C stayed here. It needed to be here.
Ray's A1C is down with Rybelsus.
I'm down with Rybelsus.
My A1C is down with Rybelsus.
In a clinical study, once daily Rybelsus significantly lowered A1C better than a leading branded pill. In the same study, people taking Rybelsus lost more weight. Rybelsus isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't take Rybelsus if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or if allergic to it. Stop Rybelsus and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Gallbladder problems may occur. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Rybelsus with a sulfonylurea or insulin increases low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
Need to get your A1C down?
You may pay as little as $10 per prescription.
We are an enslaved nation to no less than 12 other countries. Our debt to GDP right now is 120%. At 90%, our country is bankrupt. Experts say the next market crash will be bigger than any other crash ever experienced. Worse than the Depression. It's being called the everything bubble crash, an economic crash where everything comes tumbling down. Congress has gone crazy, printing money to solve our problems. That increases debt, creates more freeloaders, and a government that takes from those that have and gives it to those who don't. The best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is now. If you have money set aside for the long term, protect it now. When markets crash, paper assets devalue quickly. Call Monetary Gold right now to get a free protection guide, and for a limited time, learn how you can get your IRA fees covered for the life of your retirement account.
All right, turning to the crisis along the U.S. southern border, sources telling our border correspondent this. President Biden will be heading there early next week as migrant encounters surpass a record 600,000 this fiscal year. Here's the president speaking to reporters, teasing the trip.
Are you going to be visiting the border when you head down to Mexico?
That's my intention. We're working out the details now.
Our border correspondent Jason Jones standing by with more on this. Jason, what more have you learned about the president's trip?
Sean, good morning. It's good to be with you. What we're hearing right now from sources out of Washington, D.C. is that President Biden is set to not only visit the border, but to go to ground zero in El Paso, Texas. Now, the reason for that, though, is you have to look at the totality of what's taking place along the southwest border right now. The numbers really show that El Paso, Texas is ground zero for the border invasion. Right in the month of December, Border Patrol is now showing that they have apprehended 55,000 people just in the El Paso sector. And of that, 32,000 people were known to have gotten away into the country. Sean, that's just the ones they know of. So what we're hearing is that the president will arrive in El Paso, Texas. He'll receive a briefing. He'll give a statement. And then very rapidly, he'll be flying out of El Paso. But here's why it's important. Here's the issue of what's taking place on the southwest border. The data from Border Patrol shows us something we have never seen before, and that is that they are looking at 220,000 apprehensions just in the month of December alone. So it truly shows us that, you know, we're in a place we've never been. Now, in the winter month of December, these numbers should be at their lowest, Sean. They shouldn't be at their highest like we're seeing here. I want to be very clear. 220,000 apprehensions by Border Patrol between the ports of entry has never been seen since Border Patrol has been keeping data since 1960. So when you hear me say things like we've gone from a border crisis to a border invasion to where we are today to truly a nation overrun, that's exactly where we are. And I want to throw out one other part of this real quick too, because it's not just about immigration. I just left Arizona, and the DEA just in the Arizona Phoenix sector seized 25 million fentanyl pills in 22. Why is that important? Because in 21, they seized 12 million pills, and it shows you the other part of this issue that's impacting this country. It's not just about the immigration issue. So as these policies of President Biden play out and the failure of them, we have to remember that it's much bigger at the southwest border than just the immigration issue.
As you point out, Jason, it is a drug trafficking issue, a crisis at hand. President Biden is set to deliver remarks on border security an hour from now. We'll be monitoring it and bring it to our viewers live. Jason Jones live for us with the very latest on the president's trip to the border. Jason, thank you.
Get out the car. Get out the car. Get out the car. Get out my keys. Get out my keys. Get out my keys. Get out my keys. I don't have money. I'm a key.
Can you imagine this? Some terrifying moments caught on tape. Houston police releasing dashboard video from October of two passengers holding an Uber driver at gunpoint, demanding the driver get out or be killed. The victim is an Army Reserves veteran. He hit the gas and got away somehow, getting the men out of his car before taking off. You don't see that in the video, though. Police are hoping someone would recognize the suspects and report any information they have to law enforcement.
Meanwhile, Illinois was supposed to eliminate cash bail in some cases for the new year, but this happened. The state Supreme Court stopped the measure, saying it was needed to maintain consistent pretrial procedures. More than 60 state attorneys challenged the law. It's known as the Safety Act. It was propped up after the killing of George Floyd back in 2020, moving its way there. Democratic Illinois State Representative LaShawn K. Ford supported the measure. We spoke with you months before when this was going to take effect. It's now not happening, at least at this moment. So, State Rep, I'm curious to know your thoughts on this and the recent ruling.
Well, I think the Supreme Court made the right decision to halt the law until we can be across the board with all counties enforcing the no cash bail. You know, when you think of the way things are happening in Illinois right now, something has to change. Judges are letting violent people out on bail. When the law is implemented, violent people will remain locked up and detained pre-trial.
So, but if I'm understanding this correctly, so again, it's cashless bail that many Democratic state lawmakers were pushing for. Weren't you in support of that? Are you not in support of that now?
I'm very much in support of making sure that this law is enacted. You know, when we know that violent people have been let out of jail in Illinois, and it's because they could buy their way out. And judges will only have two options when the law goes into effect. They will have the option of detaining a person that's violent because they have violent risk factors, or they will have the right to let them go home. The problem right now in Illinois and all over the country, because there's a bail in place, if you have money, regardless to your risk to the community, you could buy your way out of jail. And that's not good. If you are a Republican or Democrat, you should be for making sure that we have a law that works with the judges and help the judges keep violent people detained pre-trial.
All right, we got to leave it right there. Regarding time, I appreciate that. Of course, we'll have you back on to see where this goes. Absolutely. Happy New Year to you. That is Illinois State Rep LaShawn K. Ford joining us. Appreciate the time.
And 3 shots.
Yeah.
Coming up, Governor Ron DeSantis' administration is launching an investigation into a Fort Lauderdale venue that allegedly hosted a drag show event that children were in attendance for. One Florida mom weighs in next. Plus, as we head to break, another live look on Capitol Hill, where the battle for Speaker of the House is now in its 3rd day. We've been talking all morning about the Club for Growth, and you will hear from the president of the Club for Growth, David McIntosh, joining John Bachman now live at noon right here on Newsmax.
No crooked establishment.
None of that talking down to me.
Don't tell me how to think.
Don't tell me how to think. Don't tell me how to think.
I trust Newsmax.
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 They don't tell me how to think.
They let me decide.
Newsmax.
Real news.
For real people.
Were you or a loved one diagnosed with lung cancer? If so, we urge you to call the number on your screen now for a free legal consultation. Lung cancer, along with other cancers listed on screen, and the disease asbestosis, may be linked to asbestos exposure. Exposure to asbestos in mills, factories, power plants, or while working as a plumber, electrician, plasterer, or maintenance worker may have put you at risk. In addition, because asbestos was widely used on ships, those working in shipyards, including Navy veterans, may have also been exposed. Asbestos has been used in many commercial applications, including insulation, fireproof fabrics, automotive parts, building materials, and turbines. If you or a loved one have been diagnosed with lung cancer or another asbestos-related cancer, call Sokolov Law for a free legal consultation. You may be entitled to compensation. Call 1-800-404-1844. Again, that's 1-800-404-1844. I'm a non-attorney spokesperson.
They get it. They know how it works. And more importantly, it works for them.
I don't have any anxiety about money anymore.
I don't have to worry about a mortgage payment every month.
It allowed me to live in my home and not have to pay payments.
Linda, Dinah, Joanne, very different people, but they do have a couple of things in common. They love their home and they know their stuff. They all talked about the counseling they got so they knew how a reverse mortgage worked and how it could be a real financial solution for their retirement.
If you're 62 or older and own your home, find out how you could access your home's equity to give you cash now and when you need it in the future. A reverse mortgage could put more money in your pocket by eliminating your monthly mortgage payments, paying off higher interest credit cards, and covering medical costs.
A person like me needed to get a reverse mortgage. It changed my life. It was the best thing I've ever done. And
really?
Yes, without a doubt.
Just like these folks, AAG can show you how a reverse mortgage loan uses your built-up home equity to give you tax-free cash. They also know they can pay it back whenever it works for them.
It's a good thing.
Call right now to receive your free no-obligation info kit. The kit will show you how you could get the cash you need using your home's equity as a reverse mortgage from AAG. Call 800-661-1828.
I've been with AAG for quite a while now. I think they're the real deal. So look, why don't you get the facts like these folks did and see if a reverse mortgage could work for you.
Call AAG, the country's #1 reverse mortgage lender. Call 800-661-1828. 800-661-1828.
Nothing gives away your age like thinning skin. For me, it's on the backs of my hands and chest. Now you can help restore and rejuvenate thinning fragile skin with Dermen Fragile Skin Daily Moisturizing Formula. Get Dermen now in the first aid aisle.
Welcome back. We've got a live look at the Memorial Tower at North Carolina State University in Raleigh. This is courtesy of North Carolina State Security Applications and Technologies. Beautiful day out there in the Tar Heel State. Thank you so much, by the way, for watching National Report for North Carolina. If you are, but we have a special shout out to Nicole C., who posted an I spotted from 1010 Auto Service in Apex, North Carolina. That is just 15 miles out from Raleigh. Nicole, thank you so much for watching Newsmax, or rather spotting Newsmax on when you were out and about. And, you know, if I had a preference, I would choose this program as well. That is National Report there. I recognize Emma Reckenberg and that odd-looking gentleman there on the left in the tie. Yes, no, we always appreciate this when we find out where you are and what you're up to, and if you ever see Newsmax on. So easy to do. So if you do see Newsmax on wherever you are, just snap that pic, go to iSpottedNewsmax.com, and just like Nicole from North Carolina, we may feature you right here on air.
Let's turn to Florida now. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' team is probing an investigation into possible legal violations from drag shows, which allegedly welcome children. The investigation centers around a show at the Broward Center for Performing Arts, which hosted a holiday-themed drag queen event. DeSantis' press secretary putting out this statement, reading in part: exposing children to sexually explicit activity is a crime in Florida, and such action violates the department's licensing standards for operating a business and holding a liquor license. Investigations of such allegations will remain a priority for the department and indeed are ongoing. Again, an investigation underway. Tiffany Justice is the co-founder of Moms for Liberty. She's a Florida mom of 4 and with us now. Tiffany, welcome back to National Report. What stands out to you about this investigation and the fact that it's a priority for the DeSantis administration?
Well, it's not surprising that it's a priority for the DeSantis administration. Ron DeSantis and Casey are a mom and dad to 3 little kids. Ashley Moody, who's our attorney general, has come out very strong on this issue. She not only worked as a prosecutor and a former judge, but she is actually the first working mom in the office of attorney general in Florida. And so what you're seeing here is there are laws and statutes that must be followed in order for this venue, which has a liquor license, to be able to continue to hold events. They need to follow the law. And as Brian Brian Griffin said, holding these activities, sexually explicit activities, and inviting children in is against, my goodness, I'm watching this right now, against the law. So what I like about Governor DeSantis and his team is that they go through the proper channels in order to make sure that these things are stopped. And this isn't about opinion. Parents have the right to do lots of things with their children, but this is about following the laws and statutes in Florida.
And again, at this point, it's accusations, allegations that allegedly this performance welcomed children to attend. An investigation is underway. Let me ask you, though, about the location of it, right? We've seen drag show performances all across the country, but the fact that it's happening in Florida, it's not the first time the DeSantis administration has taken aim at drag shows. Back in July, they filed a complaint against a Miami bar, which hosted a drag show, allegedly with children also in attendance. So tell me about the priorities for the state and the fact that it's still happening. Do you think the message from DeSantis and his team is getting out to these venues, which continue to host these events?
Yes, and I think the fact that the events are continuing to happen is just showing that Ron DeSantis is seen as a real formidable foe. This is intentionally provocative. The fact that they're bringing these drag shows to Florida, that they're continuing to push the limits. If you know anything about queer theory, it's all about pushing the limits. Nothing is ever static. There's always something more awful. So as we watch this, just imagine there's something more awful than this, children watching drag shows. So I think it is intentionally provocative again. And I think, Governor DeSantis has said Florida is where woke goes to die. So I say to all these groups, you want to try to put on these events, we're going to try to stop you, and we're going to use the law because the truth and the law is on our side here.
All right, DeSantis entering now his second term. We just saw his inauguration the other day. Tiffany Justice, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Newsmax has been bringing you complete coverage of the late Pope Benedict's funeral all morning long right here on Newsmax as we take a live look here at Vatican Square. One of the most prominent rabbis in America had a very special bond with Pope Benedict. The rabbi sits down with our very own Leo Feldman after the break, plus a live look on Capitol Hill. Day 3 of the battle for Speaker of the House now in full swing again, at least about an hour and a half from now. We just saw Burgess Owens speaking moments ago. You'll see this again. Could some of those votes be swayed? We'll bring it to you live on National Report.
O'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. But I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children has helped more than 1.3 million kids just like me, regardless of their family's ability to pay.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball.
Because of people like you, I can run.
I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go to loveshriners.org right now and give just 63 cents a day, you're helping kids just like me.
Like me. Like me.
When you give today, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of the love you gave to a kid just like me.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, I know you have it right there, and call to give. You're helping kids like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
If you have thyroid eye disease, and things are a no-go because you keep seeing double, or Your bloodshot eyes have you seeing red. It might be time to discover another treatment option for thyroid eye disease, also known as TED. To learn more, visit treatted.com. That's treatted.com.
GetRefunds.com, powered by Innovation Refunds, can help your business get a payroll tax refund even if you got PPP. And it only takes 8 minutes to qualify.
I went on their website, uploaded everything, and I was blown away by what they could do.
GetRefunds.com has helped businesses get over $1 billion, and we can help your business too. Qualify your business for a big refund in 8 minutes. Go to GetRefunds.com to get started. Powered by Innovation Refunds.
Eliminating your timeshare contract can feel impossible, but it doesn't have to be. At Lone Star Transfer, we've helped thousands of happy clients stop all liability of a timeshare contract. Turn to the trusted experts at Lone Star Transfer. Call today for a free, no-obligation consultation.
All right, breaking news. This just in, looking live at Independence Square in Kyiv, Ukraine. Here's what we're learning. Russian President Vladimir Putin reportedly has instructed Russia's defense minister to introduce a ceasefire in Ukraine from 12 local time on Friday to midnight on Saturday. Now, this is just in line with the Orthodox Christian Christmas. There was no immediate response from Ukraine, but earlier on Thursday, rejected a call from the head of the Russian Orthodox Church for a truce as a cynical trap. This is a developing story. We'll keep you posted as new information comes in.
All right, let's try to take you overseas to the Vatican as the world remembers the late Pope Benedict XVI. Pope Francis today presiding over the funeral, but one of the most prominent rabbis in the United States sits down with our very own Leonardo Feldman to talk about the special bond he had with the late Pope Benedict.
Yeah, let's take a look at what they discussed.
Well, he appreciated our common heritage. And symbolically kept on emphasizing his outreach to the Jewish people. For me, the relationship with a German pope as a Holocaust survivor was really a miracle in itself.
What was the Pope like?
Humble, charming, very European, and very courteous.
How do you think you formed that strong bond with him?
I think our common commitment to religious freedom issues, interreligious cooperation, human rights, and also he also organized a meeting in Assisi, which I attended, not only inviting Christians and Jews, but Muslims, Buddhists, Hindus, and so forth. So I think this is our common denominator.
I showed Rabbi Schneier pictures of him with Pope Benedict so he could explain to us what was happening in each of them. What about this picture?
Okay, this was in the monastery with my wife, Elizabeth, and as I said, I visited him frequently in the monastery. He was brilliant in terms of his intellect, but frail.
How about that?
Yeah, this was on the pulpit when I welcomed him. And you see the genuine love that certainly is indicative of our encounter.
And when you heard about the passing of Pope Benedict, what did you feel?
Pain. When you lose a longtime friend whom you bonded with all these years. As I said, for my 90th birthday, communication. His birthday, same, back and forth, okay? I thank God that he brought us together. But the loss is there.
In Miami, for Newsmax, I'm Leonardo Feldman.
All right, a big update here from the Buffalo Bills. They just released a statement on Damar Hamlin, that defensive back there, again, who suffered cardiac arrest on Monday Night Football. They tweeted this out. Damar remains in the ICU in critical condition, with signs of improvement noted yesterday and overnight. He is expected to remain under intensive care as his healthcare team continues to monitor and treat him.
Some positive news there. Friends and family of Hamlin say he suffered lung damage and is still sedated after suffering cardiac arrest on the field during the Monday Night Football game. The world, including many folks and viewers who have been tuning in, are praying for his quick recovery.
But a lot of people are also talking about this as well. Also to note, he's still on a ventilator this hour. But The View taking this to a different level, debating football in light of Hamlin's injury. But it's what Joy Behar said that's creating somewhat of an uproar.
My kid played football. He was recruited for college, and he got a terrible hamstring injury getting hit. And I saw him collapse to the ground. He realized at that point, that could happen to my brain. Right. Yeah. And so he quit.
Heterosexual men voted the most support for kids doing football, and conservatives were more likely to support youth tackle football. Just saying.
Yeah, so breaking that down, obviously, to conservatives and straight men supporting tackle football, that's not sitting well with a lot of folks. This is again a unifying time, and many on social media have already said, "Hey, don't rush to conclusions. Don't rush to let's change all the rules of the game. Focus on Hamlin. Focus on his recovery. Focus on prayers for this family." But apparently, I guess those, unspoken rules don't apply to the hosts at The View.
Yeah, I spoke with Pastor Miles McPherson, who played in the NFL earlier on the broadcast, and he was pointing out how a lot of the men on football teams are actually religious and faithful, and they will pray before a game even begins. It's not something you typically see in maybe a younger generation, right? We always hear about young folks in their 20s who tend to stray away from the church and don't turn to God. Well, maybe that's opposite on the football field. And that's something that you could argue would be celebrated, quite frankly. Look, you've got people who are praying for this man's recovery and now thankfully learning, that he appears to be making some strides, although there's, of course, still a long way to go.
Yeah, we'll keep it, again, the focus on his health recovery. Any updates, we'll bring it to you live here. Other developing stories we are following right now.
Alex Kramer's here with your Newsmax News Minute. Hi, Alex.
Hey, Emma. Hey, Sean. Well, First Lady Jill Biden will undergo preventative surgery next week. Now, that's to remove a small lesion found above her right eye. Doctors are recommending the lesion be removed out of an abundance of caution, as Biden will undergo a common outpatient procedure so the tissue can be examined. Now, the lesion was discovered during a routine skin cancer screening. And this, Sony and Honda are unveiling their joint electric vehicle brand, Afeela. A company spokesperson states the mobility experience will focus on sensing and interacting with people, as the four-door sedan will have 45 sensors inside and outside the vehicle. The car can be ordered starting in 2025, with North American delivery set for 2026. And an Adobe Analytics study shows shoppers spent over $211 billion through online shopping this year, setting a new Christmas season record. The data reveals online spending grew 3.5% year over year, with discounts up to 34% off on toys contributing greatly to the increase. Video games and apparel discounts also aided the record spending. Now, those are just some of the stories we are following. But as always, for any breaking news, head on over to Newsmax.com.
Alex, thank you very much. As flu season is underway, mandated masks are making a comeback in some school districts across the nation. The face coverings have not been without controversy. We're going to talk about the impact of masking children up next. Stay with us.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to announce my original My Slippers are back in stock. You've made them a huge success, and now I've added smaller sizes, larger sizes, wide sizes, and all new colors. And with your promo code, you still save $90 a pair. Not only that, I'm having the biggest closeout sale ever on our sandals and slides for as low as $19.98. What makes my slippers different is my exclusive 4-layer design that you're not going to find in any other slippers. My slippers' patented layers make them ultra comfortable, extremely durable, and they help reduce stress on your feet. Wear them anytime, anywhere. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen now. Use your promo code to save $90 on my original My Slippers, or for as low as $19.98, you can get our sandals or slides. Quantities won't last long, and with my 60-day money-back guarantee, you can rest assured they'll be the most comfortable footwear you'll ever own.
This year, Americans will spend $41 billion on auto repairs.
That's right, billions with a B. Why is that number so high? Because cars break down. Your vehicle is going to end up in a shop like this too, and if it's no longer under warranty, you're the one who has to pay the bill, and it could cost you thousands of dollars. That is, unless you call CarShield. With a plan through CarShield, administrators will pay for those costly repairs directly to the mechanic of your choice, including dealerships. That means you get protection on major parts and systems like the engine, transmission, electrical systems, and more. Plus, 24/7 emergency services for flat or damaged tires, lockouts, dead batteries, and towing at no additional cost. And there are even rental car options to keep you on the road.
An unexpected car repair can wreak havoc in somebody's house when they don't have the money. Nobody should have to decide whether they should put food on the table or pay for a car repair. If you're driving an out-of-warranty car, it's not a matter of if it'll break down, it's when. So you need to call CarShield before it does. It's nice to find a company like CarShield that actually cares about their customers.
CarShield has a rich history of dependability, reliability, and success, and has been featured on leading networks like ABC, CNN, Fox News, and more. CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company.
My mom told me to call CarShield, and I saved $5,000. You should always listen to your mom.
As soon as my car broke down, CarShield jumped into action, and I had my car back within days.
I've been with CarShield for close to 7 years. I have 3 vehicles covered, and I saved close to $9,000.
I called CarShield and saved over $5,000.
Yes, CarShield is a good value. Every plan through CarShield comes with a price lock guarantee, which means no matter how many repairs you need, the price you pay today will never change for as long as you cover your car.
Call now and save money with your price lock guarantee. It's not a matter of if your car will break down, but when. Call CarShield now before it's too late. Call CarShield now at 800-348-8396. 800-348-8396.
Helping families with mesothelioma is all we do. My firm has been offering a free book on mesothelioma for over 10 years. Since that time, hundreds of people with mesothelioma have trusted us to represent them. We have local offices throughout the U.S. and there is no risk to you. Mesothelioma really is all we do. Call us at 1-800-872-4135. That's 1-800-872-4135. Or go to mesobook.com.
Welcome back. You are taking a live look right here on Capitol Hill. We've got the cameras up and running. We're getting reports of a possible deal to make between Kevin McCarthy in order to become Speaker of the House. It has to do with a lot of concessions, by the way. Again, waiting to see as Congress members elect make their way to the House. No one has been sworn in yet. No committee assignments can be made. No legislation can be passed. No investigations can get started until a Speaker is elected. There have been 6 votes so far. Kevin McCarthy unable to get the majority he needs, 218 votes. It will head to a 7th vote today around noon. Stay with Newsmax. We'll bring you the very latest.
Also following breaking news that we just brought you on Ukraine, a live look at Independence Square in Kyiv. Russian President Vladimir Putin, we have learned, has instructed Russia's defense minister to introduce a ceasefire in Ukraine for 36 hours. That goes from Friday to midnight on Saturday. This is in line with the Orthodox Christian Christmas. No immediate response from Ukraine, which earlier rejected a call from the head of the Russian Orthodox Church for a truce as a cynical trap, as it was being called. It appears that they may reject it, but again, ceasefire at least offered there for 36 hours in line with the Orthodox Christian Christmas. We'll keep you updated on any developments here.
We had looked at the data and we saw that 19 counties in the state of New Jersey were at a high spread. And we know that after holidays and gatherings, there's a possibility of the spread going up.
You just heard from the Paterson, New Jersey school superintendent explaining the mask mandate, which is now in place. Again, offering a reasoning for it as students are returning back to the classroom faced with a so-called triple-demic of respiratory illnesses, the flu, RSV, and COVID. Right now, there are some mask mandates in places across this country. And there are also schools that are closed or even virtual, including Iowa, Maine, Michigan, Missouri, and Texas.
Yeah, with face coverings making a comeback, the big question here for many parents is the psychological impact of masking kids yet again. Dr. Jeffrey Gardier is a board-certified clinical psychologist joining us live here. Doctor, thank you so much for coming on to talk about this. Let's face it, most kids, as we already know, they can't stand wearing masks. Cloth masks are what is typically worn within the classroom. So if we could talk about that, the psychological impacts of masking kids again, your thoughts?
Well, according to the Unit for Visually Impaired People, they do find that even though masks can indeed protect you from contracting COVID-19 or other respiratory viruses, that they do lead to an inability to, for the most part, decipher an individual's emotions. So we see that some of these kids have some developmental delays and sometimes emotional detachment from other children. But the reality is that now, with the spread of COVID-19, again, we're seeing somewhat of a new wave that this is something that may help children. But at the same time, we do know that there may be some kids who will say, I don't want to wear this mask. It's just too inhibiting for me.
Yeah, and that's assuming they're wearing the proper mask and it's covering their mouth and nose for the entirety of the school day, which, let's be honest, if we're talking about kindergartners here, what are the odds that actually takes place? Doctor, talk to me about, you mentioned the visual cues, right? Not being able to see smiles or communication cues from teachers, but also the speech impact as well. Are you noticing that that plays a role on how students are learning?
Not really, because I think as we get older, we more, focus on someone's face, not just their features, but how their lips are moving. So when George W. Bush said, read my lips, he was right about that. And children listen more to the auditory cues, of course. But I think over time, what we're going to see is the younger that we start children at wearing masks if they're needed in a school because of a wave of viruses or some other kind of respiratory illness, the easier it will be. I can tell you with my 6- and 7-year-old, they have no problem wearing their masks. However, my teenagers, for the most part, are very uncomfortable at times wearing their masks. So we have to look at the different developmental stages with regard to this issue.
That is Dr. Jeffrey Gardier joining us live with his thoughts. Doctor, thank you so much. We appreciate the time.
My pleasure.
Meanwhile, Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky requesting more weapons to fight the war against Russia. This as Russia's president declaring a temporary ceasefire for the upcoming holiday. Does Ukraine respond to that? A live report coming up at the top of the hour right here on National Report. Plus, live look at Capitol here. Congressional leaders responding. Again, the big question of, is Kevin McCarthy going to get enough votes to be Speaker? Let's listen in.
We can get there.
And who are you voting for, do you?
So I'll be voting for Kevin McCarthy.
Yeah,
similar to the vast majority of our conference. Look, here's the point. When our conference came together to rally around Speaker Gingrich in the 90s, what happened? We forced President Clinton to come on board with some reform changes. He did it, to his credit. We balanced the budget. When Boehner was elected Speaker, what happened? We reduced discretionary spending. When we rallied around Boehner to become Speaker, we reduced discretionary spending. When we rallied around Paul Ryan to become Speaker, what happened? We put in tax reform, right? No one has done more push, communication, resolve around getting after our mandatory spending issues than Kevin McCarthy. That's the biggest part of our budget. Everybody wants to talk about this omnibus bill. I didn't support it either, but The omnibus is 20% of our entire budget. The budget is owned now by mandatory spending, and nobody...
All right, congressional leaders again speaking out as there are 20 holdouts at least in the previous votes. Have some of them switch sides to McCarthy, like you're hearing from the congressmember there. Stay with us. Newsmax has you covered. You're watching National Report. We'll be right back.
A liberty-loving American takes on Washington, Hollywood, and the whole media establishment. He's Chris Salcedo. Join his fight. Tune in to The Chris Salcedo Show every weekday afternoon on Newsmax.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and in light of the recent events, your continued support means everything to myself and my employees. To thank you, we're having the biggest sale ever on all MyPillow bedding. Get MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases for only $9.98. In this economy, instead of buying a new bed, rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. We also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles, like plush, waffle, or gossamer, for as low as $29.98. We even have pet blankets from small size to the ones for your car. Get huge discounts on duvets, quilts, down comforters, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding, including MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98. Get all your shopping in while quantities last. Please order now.
Your home title is far more valuable than a credit card, which is why many criminals aren't going after credit cards. They're stealing home titles. Every county clerk knows about this crime.
Bottom line is, yes, it happens, and we can't stop it.
If you don't check your home title every 24 hours, that's all the time criminals need to steal it, leaving you with a nightmare of a legal battle.
Nobody thinks that I can take their house. Nobody thinks that.
Worse still, you won't even know about it until they come to evict you.
In the end, the fraudulent papers were honored, and the police came and escorted us off the property.
So, when was the last time you checked your title?
Join homeowners who've made Home Title Lock the #1 name in home title protection. And if you call in the next 15 minutes and mention promo code LOCKIT, you'll receive your first 30 days absolutely free. And when you sign up, you'll receive a complimentary home title scan, $100 value for free, to see if you're already a victim. Go online or call now, 1-800-934-6630.
Do you have the health that you want to have? If your answer is no, this is for you.
There's a lot of false hope for sale. Diets, supplements, medication, and they all work for a minute. But the root cause of most health challenges is chronic dehydrations, and you can reverse it with this breakthrough science. To super spike your metabolism, optimize your organs, and give you back the vitality and energy that you truly desire.
From 211 pounds to 174 pounds. Your system is so doable and it works.
Getting hydrated at the cellular level can cause you to be the healthiest you've ever been. Log on to our website, energizehealth.com, and watch documented testimonials, many of them by medical doctors.
I feel like I owe you my life. I'm taking no diabetes medicine.
So log on to our website at energizedhealth.com. That's energizedhealth.com.
Revolutionary in his field, Dr. Bonatti created, perfected, and patented the Bonatti spine procedures. Using his genius, Bonatti invented the precise tools necessary to minimize surgery, scarring, anesthesia, and recovery. So successful are the Bonatti spine procedures, they consistently reflect 98.75% patient satisfaction. 75,000 procedures have been performed exclusively at our location. Nearly half our patients suffer from failed back and neck surgeries at other facilities. Visit AskBonatti.com.
Following an update now on Damar Hamlin, Christina Thompson is joining us with the trend. Hey, Christina.
Hey, some big headlines now, some breaking news in the world of sports. We're finding out that Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin is awake. He is still showing signs of improvement, but just the fact that he's no longer sleep-induced is a really great sign. He's still in the hospital after he went into cardiac arrest during Monday's game against the Cincinnati Bengals. He had to be resuscitated twice, but now his representatives say he's still showing signs of healing. We're so thankful for this. The hospital had the 24-year-old turned on his stomach while he was still unconscious to relieve pressure from his lungs. Even President Joe Biden is invested in the player's recovery. He apparently spoke at length with Hamlin's family. Fans have also given millions of dollars to help cover the cost of his recovery. And in business trending headlines, Amazon announced that it will be eliminating more than 18,000 roles at the company. This is just layering on top of the already announced round of 10,000 layoffs. Sean, Emma.
All right, Christina Thompson joining us live with the trend. We appreciate that. New hour of National Report that starts right now. Countdown is on right now. Live look on Capitol Hill. Congressional leaders, again, we continue to bring you this. Reporters are asking each and every one coming in, where do you stand? Let's listen in now.
Leadership in the House. They sent us here to get to work, and I just want to get to work. I want to fight socialism. I want to secure our border. I want to rein in our fiscal, insanity that we have. We need a balanced budget amendment. Those are the things that I want to fight.
So you don't think there's any layer of this where McCarthy's putting himself and his ambitions before the conference?
No, I don't think so. I think that you need 218 votes, right? So it's not just the 20. You don't want to get 20 more and then lose 180. So it's threading a needle for sure, because we also have to understand that there's an ideological spectrum within the Republican Party. There are folks that get elected in districts where Biden won by 10 points. Myself, we're in a district where President Trump won by 35 points. So they're different. And you have to satisfy, of the 222, you need 218. So it is a difficult process. And that's why we should be doing this in conference. And we can have our fights behind closed doors. The Democrats did it for 2 years. That was a very authoritarian way to run things. Is you're writing,
all right, again, you're listening there. This one is from Congressman Pat Fallon weighing in. Either way, it's the 20 holdouts that you're really going to want to hear from. Have they switched their votes? Were there concessions made behind closed doors to get it done, to get to 218? There are reports that it has, or at least have gotten 10 out of the 20. But either way, you won't know until the proceedings begin at noon, in which case Newsmax will stay on top of this. Remember, no one gets sworn in, no committees start. The House does nothing until the Speaker gets elected. And this is the 7th round. Hasn't happened in 100 years, and the last time it went up to 9 rounds. So does this happen again, and does it move? If it doesn't, does it go to next week? It's quite something to watch, and we'll continue to air it here on National Report and Newsmax. Thanks so much for joining us here in the third hour. I'm Sean Kreisman.
And I'm Emma Reckenberg. Again, history in the making from Washington, D.C. We'll take you overseas now. Yeah, breaking news, or another top story at 11 a.m. on the East Coast here. Breaking news in Ukraine. This is Independence Square in Kyiv, where we're learning this. Russian President Vladimir Putin now ordering a ceasefire for tomorrow and Saturday over Orthodox Christmas. It comes as Ukraine's President Zelensky is requesting even more aid and weapons to fight the war. Senior correspondent John Huddy joins us now live from our Florida newsroom with the very latest. John?
Sean, Russian President Putin's ceasefire order really stems from a request from the head of the Russian Orthodox Church, Patriarch Kirill, who called for this ceasefire in the ongoing war. Ukrainian officials said it was a quote-unquote cynical trap, so they're really shooting it down at this point. This as Ukraine continues to plead for more weapons and weapon systems like the HIMARS, the high mobility artillery rocket system, which has been so critical in the fight, and also more Patriot missile batteries and heavy weapons such as howitzers and tanks. Intense fighting continues in the east, with Russia really still focused on retaking Bakhmut, a strategic and symbolic fight. Bakhmut is the crossing point of several major roadways in the Donbass region. And it's where Russia has really focused its forces as of now. It's a place that I know well. Jim Lechner and I spent a good deal of time there watching, really witnessing the frontline battle that was ongoing earlier this summer. Now, meantime, Russia continues to reel after Ukraine's New Year's Day attack on its barracks in the city of Makiivka, which is in the Donetsk region of the Donbass. Moscow says 89 soldiers died in the attack after they used personal cell phones, thus giving away their location. But Kyiv says several hundred Russians were killed and hundreds more wounded, and that Russian bloggers are now attacking their own commanders for locating the barracks near an ammunition depot, which also exploded during the attack. And by the way, those soldiers were likely part of the soldiers that were going to the front lines in in the ongoing fighting in Bakhmut. In response to the attack, Putin is upping the nuclear ante once again. He has dispatched a Russian warship carrying hypersonic missiles into the Atlantic. Moscow, of course, brags that the hypersonic missiles are nuclear capable and can strike any target with pinpoint accuracy.
All right,
Sean, Emma.
John Huddy joining us live there with the latest on that. John, thank you. And for reaction, we'll bring in retired Brigadier General, U.S. Air Force Combat C-17 Commander, U.S. Air Force U.S. Deputy Military Rep to NATO and Newsmax contributor, Blaine Holt. That's on his driver's license, by the way, along with former Moscow and Paris correspondent for the Wall Street Journal, Craig Kapetas. Good to see both of you here. I appreciate that. Blaine, General, if I could start with you on this. This ceasefire that's proposed for 36 hours, Ukraine is skeptical of it, at least it appears to be. What would be the correct response from Ukraine on that?
Yeah, so it's great to be with you all. The reason that Ukraine is so dubious of this is that, first off, you've already got a split between the two Orthodox churches. So you really can't have the leader of one church call for a ceasefire for 36 hours because of a holiday after they've declared the other Orthodox church to be heretical. And I know that doesn't mean much in the big context of things here at home, but it really is important if there's going to be some sort of agreement like this. Now, here's the cynical side. You're giving that ship, the Gorshkov, with all those hypersonic missiles, 2 more days of steaming towards that Black Sea. That's one. 2, that big hit on all those Russian soldiers in those barracks is just hammering Russian soldiers. They're slowing down. They need relief. And so it looks like that plus the pressure that Putin's feeling in Moscow equate to, hey, let's take a knee and see if the Ukrainians will go for it. I'm talking to Ukrainian officials. It doesn't look like they're going to.
Craig, I wanted to ask you, with calls for a peace summit next month, any chance we could see that progress with Russia coming to the table?
No. Next question. The general is absolutely right about the ceasefire. Putin and the patriarch are connected at the hip, and it's very important to Putin because the Russian imperium of old that he is trying to recreate by taking over Ukraine and hopefully more of the old Russian areas requires this type of ceasefire, and that the Tsar, Putin, listens to the patriarch in this instance. I wouldn't make very much of it whatsoever.
All right, General, final questions for you. Are there, beyond the ceasefire, will there be any major military advances from Ukraine or from Russia, something that maybe the world has not yet seen or either side has not yet seen?
Well, in terms, the Russians have already basically shown their hand. They're going to bring much more lethality to the battlefield, and they've said so, and I believe them. I take them at their word. That is true. They have every intent of a war of attrition and continuing to grind up the country as much as they can. On the Ukrainian side, I think something is brewing. I think there's a counteroffensive. I think the Russians can probably understand that there's probably going to be more asymmetrical strikes, small strikes inside of Russia to increase the pressure on Putin internally.
All right, we're going to wait and see what happens. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Blaine Holt and Craig Kapetas, thank you. There are a lot of major developments here this morning, including what could be the biggest of all. President Biden now saying he intends to finally visit our southern border as we take a live look at the border crossing in El Paso, Texas. Sources telling our own border correspondent Jason Jones that the president will be headed specifically to the El Paso region next week.
Yeah, this is reported to be in Mexico Monday and Tuesday, meeting with their president there at a summit on drug trafficking and immigration as well. But he will make the border visit en route to Mexico, it's been reported. Also speaking about the border from Washington, that is happening in this hour, or reportedly to start within this hour. So if it does at 11:15, which would be a few minutes from now, we would bring that to you live as soon as we see the president. Meanwhile, White House correspondent live in Washington, James Rosen, joining us with a preview. Good morning.
Sean and Emma, good morning to you. President Biden told reporters late yesterday when he arrived back at the White House after his trip to Kentucky that he's heading to the border simply, quote, to see what is going on. U.S. border authorities encountered more than 2 million migrants at the Mexican border in fiscal year 2022. That was up nearly 18% from the previous fiscal year and an all-time high. And that figure is expected to grow, probably dramatically, if the Supreme Court grants the Biden administration's request to lift Title 42, the pandemic-era measure that enabled swifter deportation of illegal immigrants. When President Biden toured a Taiwanese semiconductor chips plant in North Phoenix a month ago, he was only one county away from the border. Ahead of his departure that day, the president was asked about the omission of the border from his itinerary.
Mr. President, why go to a border state and not visit the border? Because there's more important thing going on. They're going to invest billions of dollars in a new enterprise. Mr. President.
Tasked with addressing the root causes of illegal immigration from Central American states, Vice President Harris made her first visit to the border in late June 2021. The VP had endured sustained criticism for laughing off a suggestion from NBC News anchor Lester Holt that she should meet with Border Protection agents. When she finally arrived in El Paso, Ms. Harris toured the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Central Processing Center and the Paso del Norte port of entry, each a likely stop for the commander-in-chief this weekend. Now, the administration claims credit for the deployment of a record high number of federal agents to the southwest border, more than 23,000 in all, but still the administration has failed to stem the human tide that the president's critics now call an invasion. Sean and Emma.
James Rosen there reporting from Washington. James, thank you. Staying on the topic of the border, we're getting breaking news in.
Yeah, it has to do with an AP report. The Biden administration will begin turning away Cubans, Haitians, and Nicaraguans who cross into this country illegally. Again, this comes on the heels of their efforts to turn away Venezuelans who attempt to enter the U.S. illegally. So another development here, an approach to dealing with the ongoing border crisis. Again, this fiscal year, which started in October. So October, November, December, more than 600,000 total migrant encounters at the border so far. This comes as the news as President Biden intends to visit the border.
Yeah, and don't snub this one away in terms of seeing this. This is a major story. This is by far the biggest move that this administration has made in terms of border policy that we have seen. We've seen more than around 2.5 million legal encounters within the past fiscal year. As you said, the 600,000 this fiscal year already. Now this administration has finally taken action here, turning away Cubans, Haitians, and Nicaraguans there at the U.S. southern border. Keep in mind, though it happens at Mexico, that simply could be and is a lot of the times the trail or the route that many take to get to the border, either by boat, obviously, in other areas, but obviously by landmass here through Mexico. So again, the Biden administration taking at least a very big pivot here, if you will, according to the Associated Press, and that may be what you hear from the president in a couple of minutes. Meanwhile, you may hear more fireworks on Capitol Hill today as we give you these off-the-shoulder shots here outside the Capitol. Many reporters trying to grab some of these congressional leaders, seeing where they stand in terms of voting for the next speaker. Kevin McCarthy, as you may know, still failing to get enough votes. 6 times in total for Speaker of the House.
And that's because there are 20 Republican holdouts. However, more than 200 GOP members do want to see McCarthy as Speaker. Here's a little taste of what happened yesterday.
Do you have a deal with those guys right now? Not yet, but a lot of progress.
My colleagues, well, it's Groundhog Day. Again, to all Americans watching right now, I want to tell you that we hear you. We hear you, and we will get this right. No matter how messy this process is, we will emerge better for having been through this, because nothing great ever comes easy. But they want us divided. They want us to fight each other. That much has been made clear by the popcorn and blankets and alcohol that is coming over there.
It's been about 100 years since this has happened before. But we have said we're not going to take any more of Washington being broken. We're going to do something for the American people, and we're going to fix it. And is it going to be painful? And is it going to be difficult? Yeah, it probably is. That's why it took 100 years.
Yeah, so again, this hasn't happened within 100 years. Logan Raddick live in Capitol Hill. Logan, we've seen a lot of lawmakers speak to reporters today. Many of them say they're for Kevin McCarthy, but you still have holdouts. What's the latest?
Well, yeah, that's the thing, Sean. I've talked to some of the holdouts. I've also talked to members who support Kevin McCarthy. And from what I'm gathering right now here on Capitol Hill is that it's unlikely that Kevin McCarthy is going to get those 218 votes needed to be Speaker of the House. Congressman Warren Davidson's telling reporters that he believes that at least 4 members, possibly 5, will never vote for McCarthy. Remember, McCarthy can only lose 4 Republicans if he wants to be Speaker of the House. Now, Davidson's also telling us a list of the concessions that were made in these behind-the-scenes meetings with McCarthy and the holdouts, and those concessions include a promise to restore public access to the Capitol, to cap spending on suspension bills, but also to hold more conference meetings ahead of key votes. Now, McCarthy's PAC, it also made a deal with the Club for Growth last night. The terms of that include stopping McCarthy's PAC from spending in GOP primaries and safe congressional races. That, of course, is the Congressional Leadership Fund. That could give McCarthy an additional 10 votes, but remember, he needs to sway 16 Republicans in order to become Speaker of the House. And I spoke with Max Miller, who's a freshman in Congress from Ohio. He worked in the Trump White House, and he says it's time for the GOP to come together and rally around McCarthy because, according to Miller, he's the only one that can amass 218 votes.
There is not another individual within the Republican conference today that has been presented that can get more than 203 votes. 92% of the conference has sided with the majority. Right? We came to Congress to fight the Democrats. I didn't come to Congress to fight my fellow colleagues who I like very much and have civil disagreements with. It's time to get to work, elect a speaker, and move on to get work done on behalf of the American people.
And Ken Buck, who's a congressman from Colorado, a Republican, has voted for McCarthy on all 6 ballots like Miller. But Buck telling reporters, including myself today, that it might be time for McCarthy to move on if he loses on this 7th ballot.
And there are members who are willing to come, that have come up to me and said, I'm with you. You know, there is a point that time where Kevin is going to lose credibility because he can't make this deal. And I'm not blaming Kevin. Don't misunderstand me. I think Kevin has acted in good faith, as the other side has. But if he can't reach a deal because there are some people who won't move, then it's going to be time to look elsewhere.
Now, Kevin McCarthy is still on the ballot for this 7th ballot at noon. That is when the House will be back to vote. But if he fails again, it might be time for him to drop out because it looks like at least 5 of those members who are holding out will not budge whatsoever. And to quote Matt Gaetz, he will, quote, never vote for that person, meaning McCarthy. Back to you.
He can only withstand 4 no's to get this done. But Kevin McCarthy has been very clear he's not moving. So we'll see. Logan Raddick reporting live. Logan, thank you. Logan just mentioned Congressman Warren Davidson. We're going to speak with Congressman Davidson about that after the break.
Plus, a life-threatening weather situation in California. A crippling storm has turned deadly. We're talking to a woman who's on the ground trying to get the region back on track. Stay with National Report only on Newsmax.
Inflation, recession, stocks falling. David Stockman first warned of it. As President Reagan's budget chief, he helped lead the economic revolution that saved America. Now, in the Great Money Bubble, Stockman speaks out on the biggest bubble in history and shows how to protect and grow your wealth. Newsmax calls the Great Money Bubble the Investor Bible for inflation. It's at bookstores everywhere, or get the free offer now.
I am a Balance of Nature cheerleader, and as an athlete, Balance of Nature is a game changer. It gives you the energy, and I wanted to stay as healthy and as young as I could. It is an excellent product.
Jumpstart your journey to better health for the new year and get $25 off plus a free fiber and spice when you use discount code Newsmax.
We asked real customers to tell us what they love most about Consumer Cellular.
What I love, the pricing was fantastic.
They care about the customer. It gives us exactly what we want.
The prices, the coverage,
reliability, customer service, it's all there.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers.
Consumer Cellular offers really great coverage. It's the same.
It was the same, if not better.
The coverage has been excellent.
wasting your money, you should go with Consumer Cellular.
With prices on the rise, ours are dropping again. Get unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at $20 a month.
What I get out of Consumer Cellular is a very low bill.
It practically cut our phone bill in half.
Compared to the last carrier we had, we are saving hundreds of dollars each month.
Consumer Cellular understands that life changes.
Their plans are flexible.
You can change it anytime you want.
See your savings grow. Add 1, 2, or more lines for just $15 each.
Switching was so quick.
We kept our phones and we kept our same number.
Our customer service team is 100% based in the U.S.
They treat their customers the way they want to be treated.
And we've received the J.D. Power Award for highest customer service again.
Customer service is great. They listen to you.
They are always concerned about my needs.
We offer all the latest 5G phones, or you can keep your current phone.
I upgraded to an iPhone.
They have every single cool phone.
And AARP members get exclusive discounts.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
It was so easy. I wished I had changed sooner.
Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your cell phone bill. Call 800-578-7021. Go to consumercellular.com or visit a Target store today.
Trust me, you'll be satisfied.
All right, listening live again, Congressman James Comer here, who I believe would be the chairman of the Oversight Committee if there were committees speaking live. Let's listen in.
And continuing to vote and get 202 to 20, we need to, you know, if it's going to take 4 or 5 more days, then it's going to take 4 or 5 more days. Again, hopefully the next time we can get these differences resolved in a timely manner.
If on the next ballot you're still stuck at 202 to 20, do you think that there's any movement away from McCarthy?
I don't think so. I think right now everybody's still supportive of McCarthy. Look, you know, and I'll say this, and we talked about this last night. What I think a lot of the conservatives need to realize out there, the role of the speaker moving forward is going to be to get to 218. If we can get our conference to 218, then we don't have to negotiate with the liberal Democrats. So I appreciate the fight to you know, get a more conservative speaker, and there are certainly more conservative Republicans up here than Kevin McCarthy. But the reason more conservatives haven't stepped forward wanting to be speaker is because it's going to be very difficult to get to 218, as we're witnessing. We have some very strong-willed.
All right, again, you're listening there to Congressman James Comer there, who, again, would have a very powerful position in the House if indeed there was a House formed at this hour. They're not working until the Speaker is elected. This is the 118th Congress right now. Taking a live look outside Capitol Hill. Beautiful shot inside. Not too pretty, though, inside, at least within the Republican Party.
Joining us now is Ohio Republican Congressman Warren Davidson. Congressman-elect, welcome, and thanks so much for coming on. I understand we're at a standstill right now, but you're about to head in for a vote in the noon hour. You shared with Newsmax a list of concessions being made by the House Freedom Caucus that Kevin McCarthy has apparently signaled he could support, maybe not all, but some of them. One of them in particular, lowering the number of votes to oust a speaker from 5 to 1 if someone were to take issue with how the speakership was operating right now. Can you give us the latest on what might have been discussed in these closed-door meetings?
Well, yeah, so I think what you're showing on the screen is a speech I made yesterday. You saw a long list of things that had already been conceded well ahead of January 3rd for most of those things. And when the conference voted, the conference wanted the motion to vacate the chair at 50% of the Republican conference. So you think about that, you could move to fire the speaker with any number less than half of the Republican conference. That's a bit of a concession. Historically, it has been a privileged thing written into Jefferson's rules, and it was on an individual basis. Any one member could make that motion. And so a lot of people have made that, you know, one of the most important things to them. Kevin had said, well, we'll make it at 5. Now he's conceded to make it at 1. There are certainly a lot of other things in there. When you look at spending, the omnibus is fresh on everyone's mind. And, you know, there's this bipartisan coalition that comes together to keep growing government and make it less and less accountable. And so the conservative part of the party is saying, we keep promising that we're going to have a smaller, more accountable government. We need the tools to actually achieve that, because otherwise, especially in divided government, we fear that we're just going to get rolled and wind up with a bigger, less accountable government at the end of the day.
But if these, how far can Kevin McCarthy go in terms of what he can give away? It seems as if he's all in at this point, and he still doesn't get those votes. As you well know, there are still some within the party that say, hey, no matter what, they're not giving their vote to Kevin McCarthy. There have been congressional members of your party, sir, that said, hey, if he's not going to get it today, maybe we look at others. Then you heard James Comer say, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to stay. But there is chaos within the Republican Party. How do you mend that?
Yeah, I think Jamie said it well. You know, that's the reason why nobody else really wants the job. The idea that you could rally all 222 of us on any given issue, it's a tough challenge. You know, and people say, well, how do Democrats pull it off? From talking to some of my Democrat colleagues, it's a little more like The Godfather. They're going to make you an offer you can't refuse. We have a much more collaborative process. I think we all wish we had gotten that done ahead of the spotlight on the public floor, and we should have. Right. Unfortunately, we haven't. But now I think the benefit for the country is you're seeing a little bit of how the sausage is made, and I think we're going to have a much stronger majority at the end of the day. It is frustrating. As someone who I gave a nominating speech for Kevin yesterday, but at some point you may say we don't have the votes. And I remember, when conservatives were excited about potential Judge Bork being confirmed as a Supreme Court justice. At the end of the day, he didn't have the votes to get confirmed, and they had to pull the nomination. So that may be what eventually happens with Kevin McCarthy. But it won't be because we didn't say we gave every effort to make it possible. And it's frustrating for people that 92% of the conference is behind Kevin. At some point, people look at this like a primary. It's like, how do you not get behind our nominee from the primary? And on the other hand, it really is a different process, more akin to a confirmation.
Sure. How do you assure the Republican voters who, again, were voting for these, in some cases, Congress members-elect, freshman members who still haven't been sworn in? How do you assure that the Republican majority will be able to work together in this upcoming session if they cannot come together to elect a speaker?
Yeah, that's the trouble. The trust is fragile, and the challenge is conservative base voters, the people back home that sent this Republican majority. They want to change the status quo. And in a way, the 20 is representing that voice that turns out the energy, goes and knocks doors, goes and votes faithfully, saying we really have to change the status quo in Washington, D.C. And most of the conference really doesn't disagree with some of the points they're making. But at some point, you have to say, well, OK, we can work together in a majority. And a majority is only majority if we do work together. And I think people expect the Republican majority to elect a Republican speaker, not cut deals with Democrats to try to create some kind of governing coalition. We don't have a parliamentary system. And I think people are looking for our party to do what we said we would do and get on offense here. And as I tried to make clear in my speech, I think it's time for us to do that.
All right, 218 for our viewers. That is the number that you're going to watch for to get those votes. Ohio Congressman Warren Davidson joining us live. Congressman, good to see you. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, a life-threatening weather situation unfolding on the West Coast right now. You see some of the safety officials out there. Powerful, drenching storm, even turning deadly. One woman on the ground there joins us next with an eyewitness account. Stay with us.
This country was made by tax rebels, freedom fighters, gold seekers, believers, lovers, and true patriots. We're Newsmax, and we're their heirs, and so are you. Newsmax TV, real news for real people.
Hi, I'm Skip Dietz, college baseball umpire. I just didn't feel like I had that same energy. I saw Balance of Nature on television commercials, and I said, you know what, I'm going to try this. About a month after I began taking it, I just felt like I had an increased energy, an increased feeling of wellness. I feel great every single day.
Jumpstart your journey to better health for the new year and get $25 off plus a free fiber and spice when you use discount code Newsmax.
Were you or a loved one diagnosed with lung cancer? If so, we urge you to call the number on your screen now for a free legal consultation. Lung cancer, along with other cancers listed on screen, and the disease asbestosis, may be linked to asbestos exposure. Exposure to asbestos in mills, factories, power plants, or while working as a plumber, electrician, plasterer, or maintenance worker may have put you at risk. In addition, because asbestos was widely used on ships, those working in shipyards, including Navy veterans, may have also been exposed. Asbestos has been used in many commercial applications, including insulation, fireproof fabrics, automotive parts, building materials, and turbines. If you or a loved one have been diagnosed with lung cancer or another asbestos-related cancer, call Sokolov Law for a free legal consultation. You may be entitled to compensation. Call 1-800-404-1844. Again, that's 1-800-404-1844. I'm a non-attorney spokesperson.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth. 877 cash now.
I am an annuity, but I need cash now.
Call J.G. Wentworth. 877 cash now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call J.G. Wentworth. 877 cash now.
If your business kept unemployed through the pandemic, GetRefunds.com can see if it may qualify for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is 8 minutes to get started. Then, work with professionals to assist your business with its forms and submit the application. Go to GetRefunds.com to learn more.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to announce my original My Slippers are back in stock. You've made them a huge success, and now I've added smaller sizes, larger sizes, wide sizes, and all new colors. And with your promo code, you still save $90 a pair. Not only that, I'm having the biggest closeout sale ever on our sandals and slides for as low as $19.98. What makes my slippers different is my exclusive 4-layer design that you're not going to find in any other slippers. My slippers' patented layers make them ultra comfortable, extremely durable, and they help reduce stress on your feet. Wear them anytime, anywhere. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen now. Use your promo code to save $90 on my original My Slippers, or for as low as $19.98, you can get our sandals or slides. Quantities won't last long, and with my 60-day money-back guarantee, you can rest assured they'll be the most comfortable footwear you'll ever own.
All right, a live look in San Francisco right now. That state, if you haven't heard, I know there's a lot of news going on, but they are recovering, or at least attempting to, from a horrific storm, damaging winds, and really, for those of you that know, hurricane force winds, heavy rains hitting that state, causing power outages, tens of thousands across the state, impacting them and the households and businesses, as Governor Gavin Newsom has declared a state of emergency there.
As of right now, nearly 170,000 customers are without power. Officials say one child is dead after a massive tree fell on a mobile home in Sonoma County. Residents in high coastal areas forced to evacuate. Allison Knapp is the Deputy Director of the Contra Costa County Public Works Department and with us now. Allison, welcome. Thanks so much for coming on. Can you tell us what you're seeing at this moment?
Yes, the storm started at 5:30 roughly last night, causing a lot of trees to fall, large trees around the county because of the ferocious wind, and we had localized flooding all over the county. We had some slides going on. However, we're coming, at the end of New Year's Eve storm that was not a couple days previously. So we had all 4 roads that's closed due to the previous storm, and we're monitoring that.
When you evaluate exactly what's happening there, Allison, in terms of the flooding, we talked about what happened there, the New Year's flooding, obviously the torrential pour that you've gotten there. In terms of your infrastructure, are your pumps ready for what you've experienced, for what that county has experienced?
Yes. So with the storms, we have been preparing since September for rain. However, we've been watching the forecast, so we've been, clearing out, working around the clock, clearing out our system to make sure they are functioning. Our engineers are out there assessing our systems, and we're just, because between the big storms, we have, regular rain. So we've been continuously working around the clock during that.
All right, working to get the power back on, I understand, in some homes and businesses as well. Allison Knapp, thanks so much for giving us an update. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thinking about them out there recovering. Meanwhile, the Virgin Islands top prosecutor losing her job after filing a lawsuit accusing J.P. Morgan Chase of turning a blind eye to Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking operation. Did you hear this? A live report on the other side of this break.
This year, Americans will spend $41 billion on auto repairs.
That's right, billions with a B. Why is that number so high? Because cars break down. Your vehicle is going to end up in a shop like this too, and if it's no longer under warranty, you're the one who has to pay the bill, and it could cost you thousands of dollars. That is, unless you call CarShield. With a plan through CarShield, administrators will pay for those costly repairs directly to the mechanic of your choice, including dealerships. That means you get protection on major parts and systems like the engine, transmission, electrical systems, and more. Plus, 24/7 emergency services for flat or damaged tires, lockouts, dead batteries, and towing at no additional cost. And there are even rental car options to keep you on the road.
An unexpected car repair can wreak havoc in somebody's house when they don't have the money. Nobody should have to decide whether they should put food on the table or pay for a car repair. If you're driving an out-of-warranty car, it's not a matter of if it'll break down, it's when. So you need to call CarShield before it does. It's nice to find a company like CarShield that actually cares about their customers.
CarShield has a rich history of dependability, reliability, and success, and has been featured on leading networks like ABC, CNN, Fox News, and more. CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company.
My mom told me to call CarShield, and I saved $5,000. You should always listen to your mom.
As soon as my car broke down, CarShield jumped into action, and I had my car back within days.
I've been with CarShield for close to 7 years. I have 3 vehicles covered, and I saved close to $9,000.
I called CarShield and saved over $5,000.
Yes, CarShield is a good value. Every plan through CarShield comes with a price lock guarantee, which means no matter how many repairs you need, the price you pay today will never change for as long as you cover your car.
Call now and save money with your price lock guarantee. It's not a matter of if your car will break down, but when. Call CarShield now before it's too late. Call CarShield now at 800-348-8396. 800-348-8396.
Best thing I've ever done. That's what Freddie told me.
It was the best thing I've ever done. And
really?
Yes, without a doubt.
I don't have any anxiety about money anymore.
Great people. Different people, that's for sure. And all of them had different reasons for getting a reverse mortgage. But you know what? They all felt the same about two things. They all loved their home, and they all wanted to stay in that home. If you're 62 or older and own your home, you could access your equity to improve your lifestyle. A reverse mortgage loan eliminates your monthly mortgage payments and puts tax-free cash in your pocket. Call 800-775-3128. Why don't you call AG and find out what a reverse mortgage can mean for you. Call right now to receive your free no-obligation info kit. Call 800-775-3128. Call 800-775-3128.
We got the house! We did!
Pods handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods, your personal moving and storage team.
Welcome back to National Report. You're taking a live look at St. Thomas in the Virgin Islands. Now, this is an area where there could be a major story brewing. The island's top prosecutor, the Attorney General for the U.S. Virgin Islands, was fired. This after filing a lawsuit accusing J.P. Morgan Chase of turning a blind eye to a sex trafficking operation. Sarah Williamson is standing by live in studio with more on this developing story. Sarah.
Well,
Emma, this story reads like a Hollywood script. Now, the governor of the US Virgin Islands firing Attorney General Denise George on New Year's Eve for reasons unspecified. But just days earlier, on Tuesday, the 27th of December, Attorney General George filed a lawsuit in the Federal Court of Manhattan, claiming that the bank, JP Morgan Chase, was allegedly turning that blind eye to Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking scheme for decades. Now, the suit claims that the bank supposedly concealed Epstein's wire and cash transactions, were aware of his criminal enterprise, and should have reported their client to law enforcement as part of its anti-money laundering procedures. Now, you're probably wondering what the problem is here and why this would lead to her termination. Well, it turns out that Jeffrey Epstein had apparently been buddying up with the Virgin Islands government for the past 20 years. And since he purchased Little St. James in 1998, Epstein has made numerous charitable contributions to schools and organisations throughout the territory and has had connections to officials in various roles. The former First Lady, Cecile de Jong, even worked for Epstein, spending 20 years as the office manager for his company Southern Trust. And in return for all his generosity, it's been reported that Epstein was granted a 90% exemption for income tax and a 100% exemption from gross receipts and excise taxes. And even when the US Virgin Islands government knew he was a convicted and registered sex offender, the islands still gave him these tax exemptions. Now, the Virgin Islands Justice Department is responsible for monitoring sex offenders like Epstein, but apparently failed to uncover and investigate reports that was bringing victims to the territory for the purpose of sexual exploitation. Now, Attorney General George has already filed a lawsuit against the Epstein estate on behalf of the victims and settled for $155 million plus half of the proceeds of the sale of Little St. James Island, which is listed for $55 million. Now, this lawsuit didn't go down too well with Governor Briner Jr. either. It's alleged he was upset that she went after the estate in the previous case, and this recent court case may just be the reason for the government's dismissal, some people are saying. Now, the governor's communications director, Richard Motta Jr., didn't specifically deny this when asked by members of the media, and just said that the reports are not entirely true. Sean and Emma?
Yeah, a lot to go through there. Also, this, somewhat of a bizarre coincidence, if you will, for the President and First Lady. They visited.
Absolutely. That happened. So when this all went down, Sean and Emma, was over the period that President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden were actually vacationing in the Virgin Islands. Now, we're by no means suggesting that these two things are connected here, but this did all happen at the exact same time when AG George filed the lawsuit and when she was fired, was when they were in town.
All right, major coincidence there. Sarah Williamson reporting live in the studio for us with that report. Sarah, thank you. Meanwhile, a somber celebration of life this morning at the Vatican. Funeral services for the late Pope Benedict XVI taking place in St. Peter's Square. Newsmax has been bringing you special live coverage of the events. It started early morning Eastern Time, 3 a.m. The late Pope's casket carried into Vatican Square, as you see, and carefully placed in front of Pope Francis, who presided over the ceremonies. A lengthy mass followed by a homily explaining the Pope's reading.
Deus, qui ecclesiae tue famulum tuum benedictum, ineffabili tua dispositione praese voluisti.
Thousands in attendance for an historic event, as you see, as we were looking at this and the proceedings, but a live look now at Vatican City. This is the first event, by the way, in modern times where a living pope led funeral services for his predecessor. President Biden, another note here, also reportedly asked not to attend the funeral as per the late pope's wishes. Newsmax Rome correspondent Alex Salvi live at the Vatican with more on this. Alex.
Sean, it was a day of remembering the life and the legacy of Pope Benedict XVI, a man who really redefined the church, with his funeral being no different. Pope Francis, as you were saying, becoming the first pontiff in the modern era to preside over the funeral of a former pontiff, offering a final farewell to his predecessor, who passed away last Saturday at 95 years old. Now, in his homily, Francis didn't mention Benedict by name until the very last line, drawing criticisms from some of Benedict's supporters, thousands of which showed up to the St. Peter's Basilica, masked in fog and cold weather.
Together, we want to say, Father, into your hands we commend his spirit. Benedict, faithful friend of the bridegroom, may your joy be complete as you hear his voice, now and forever.
Now, it was a funeral characterized by simplicity at the request of Pope Benedict himself, with about 50,000 people in attendance, according to the Vatican. Dignitaries and other world leaders were in attendance in a personal capacity, with only Italy and Germany receiving an official invitation, and Ambassador to the Holy See, Joe Donnelly, representing the United States. Now, a procession later carried Pope Benedict's body into St. Peter's Basilica to the crypt as part of a private service. He was buried in the same tomb previously held by his predecessor, Pope John Paul II, before his beatification moved him to the chapel in 2011. But photos released by the Vatican show Benedict's ceremony taking place just minutes after his funeral and without the presence of Pope Francis. Nonetheless, there he joins nearly 150 of his peers in the so-called Vatican grottos and establishes his place in history among men who have shared the same title. Sean?
All right, Alex Salvi reporting live for us there from Vatican City. Alex, thank you. Appreciate that.
Let's take a live look now at New York City. Apparently, no one is safe from the city's rat problem, including Mayor Eric Adams. And now he's engaged in a war of words with his predecessor, Bill de Blasio. A New York Minute is right after this.
Helping families with mesothelioma is all we do. My firm has been offering a free book on mesothelioma for over 10 years. Since that time, hundreds of people with mesothelioma have trusted us to represent them. We have local offices throughout the U.S. and there is no risk to you. Mesothelioma really is all we do. Call us at 1-800-872-4135. That's 1-800-872-4135. Or go to mesobook.com.
There's a new victim of identity theft every 3 seconds. And checking your credit score or bank statements may not be enough to alert you. That's because identity threats appear in more places than you realize. Identity thieves can use your information to open loans, transfer home titles, even commit crimes.
Someone stole my information and tried to buy a car in my name.
LifeLock monitors for threats to your identity, including ones you may miss, and alerts you if there's an issue. And if you're a victim, your dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it.
If something happens, you have somebody fighting for you.
All plans backed by LifeLock's $1 Million Protection Package, including reimbursement for stolen funds.
I know LifeLock has me covered.
LifeLock, identity theft protection starts here. Call the number on your screen or visit lifelock.com/25now and use promo code 25now to save 25% on your first year of identity theft protection. Enroll now.
If someone told you that you could change your life, change your entire life in 88 days, would you do it? Would you believe it?
We are John and Chelsea Jubilee. What would you say if we told you that you could reverse diabetes, high blood pressure,
or most any other disease without painful exercises in just 88 days?
I didn't even think I'd cry talking about that. Okay. But honestly, it was really cool to be able to get my life back.
We have a breakthrough science of intercellular hydration.
Don't miss your opportunity to get well. We know that almost everybody out there is selling false hope, that everyone is selling a diet, but every diet works for a minute. But life is longer than a minute. But you need something that's sustainable.
We have been helping people for over 25 years with this breakthrough science of intercellular hydration.
You will lose fat fast, including that killer visceral fat. Chronic dehydration is the root cause of most illnesses. We want to encourage you, go log on to our website, watch these amazing testimonials. They sound too good to be true.
Every day we hear someone that says it sounded too good to be true, but it worked for me.
Had their kidney function down to 60%,
That's irreversible kidney damage. No getting that back, except it did. My kidney function came back.
88 days, what could you expect? What I didn't expect. My acid reflux I had for over 20 years, it's completely gone.
It's okay to be skeptical, but don't miss your opportunity to be your best you ever now.
So log on to energizedhealth.com. That's energizedhealth.com.
I'm looking forward to be the chocolate Perry Mason when I go into court to plead my case, you know.
That's New York City Mayor Eric Adams vowing to fight his own city hall after he was ticketed for rats at his Brooklyn townhome a second time.
Yeah, that's the key, a second time, but that's not the only thing he's upset about when he became mayor. Adams saying former Mayor Bill de Blasio and his administration, quote, left the house in total disarray. According to The Hill there, Adams even added the Bloomberg and Giuliani administration have been checking in to see if they need any help. Brian Anderson is former New York City Commissioner of Records under Rudy Giuliani and Michael Bloomberg joining us live here. So how about that? An off-topic tirade of sorts from the current mayor of New York City.
One of the requirements of being mayor of the city of New York is a thick skin. And I hear that Mayor Adams does not quite have that. You're always going to be criticized by your predecessors, but I guess the delight the Democrats in Congress are taking in watching the Republicans savage each other is the same thing that's going on here. But again, at least my administrations, the ones I served in, always step forward to say, how can we be helpful? Because we live here. I'm not a fan of Mayor Adams, but I want him to be successful because, again, I live here. But it was a minor personality that criticized him that really got under his skin. It was just unfortunate to see that.
What is it about the former administration that is being cited by Eric Adams as causing him delays in progressing with his own agenda?
Well, he says they left the house in disarray. They just did such a bad job. You know, they raised taxes. I mean, there's a lot of funding for the Department of Education that now they're turning around and saying that he's cutting, you see. So he's sensitive to that, and well, he shouldn't be.
You know, the interesting thing, too, keeping it in, talking about New York City, is Mayor Bill de Blasio, maybe you've seen this, too. He's tweeting out that he wants to help Mayor Eric Adams. He wants to see Adams succeed. You haven't really heard a lot from de Blasio, and now you're seeing this show of support.
True, and he's been a gentleman about it, but it's just the underlings that think they're somebody else. I mean, this particular communications guy, I'm not even sure who he is. Why he let him get under his skin, I have no clue.
Well, talking about underlings, rats. Back to the rats. So we brought this story before. They were trying to appoint a czar for a six-figure salary to get a hold of the problem in Manhattan about this. And it obviously is one. And if you've been here, you've seen some. They are as big as your dog sometimes. They tend to, again, gain in size. What's happening here? And did that rat czar ever get appointed?
Not that I'm aware of. They haven't looked at my resume yet. But no, but it's very frustrating because, again, he's spending a lot of money to really take care of this issue. And he's getting ticketed again for, obviously, whenever the inspector was there, they saw something. So it's a problem, but he's going to take him to court. He's going to be like a regular citizen and fight this, as he should. But it's a big problem.
You take issue, I'm assuming, with the rat population in New York City. Have you noticed, has it gotten worse over time?
Well, you know, you give them the food source, they're going to be there. You know, they've been with us since the founding of this country. They're not going away anytime soon. It's just you don't want them in your apartment building and, you know, where you see them. But they're always going to be around, whether it be on the subway tracks or in landfills.
Why wouldn't they? I mean, they come for the food. Everyone comes for the food.
Everybody does.
The pizza, the bagels, right? What do they say? It's the water here, the bread there, either way.
We feed the rats well in New York City.
And they're tough rats. They're tough rats.
Yeah, exactly. Brian Anderson, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right, well, did you spot Newsmax? You just might see it in an I Spotted Newsmax right after the break. Where's it submitted from? Stay tuned.
No crooked establishment.
None of that twisting the
truth.
No talking down to me.
Don't tell me how to think.
Don't tell me how to think. Don't tell me how to think.
I trust Newsmax.
Newsmax.
They don't tell me how to think.
They let me decide.
Newsmax.
Real news.
For real people.
Grandma, it snowed! Can I go play outside?
Of course, honey.
right now because of people just like you who give $19 a month, just 63 cents a day to Shriners Hospitals for Children. Kids all over the country are able to go outside and play in the snow.
Because of your gift, I can make the best snowman ever. And the perfect snow angel. When you call the special number to give your monthly gift, you're creating opportunities for kids like me.
With your gift of just $19 a month, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you, and a reminder of the hearts you're warming this winter. When you go to loveshriners.org on your phone, tablet, or computer to send your monthly gift, you're sending your love to the rescue.
Your gift makes winter fun possible for everyone. Thank you for giving.
Thank you for helping kids get to be kids this winter.
Please call or go online right now. If operators are busy, please hold patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away to give. Big or small, your gift helps us all.
Were you or a loved one diagnosed with lung cancer? If so, we urge you to call the number on your screen now for a free legal consultation. Lung cancer, along with other cancers listed on screen, and the disease asbestosis, may be linked to asbestos exposure. Exposure to asbestos in mills, factories, power plants, or while working as a plumber, electrician, plasterer, or maintenance worker may have put you at risk. In addition, because asbestos was widely used on ships, those working in shipyards, including Navy veterans, may have also been exposed. Asbestos has been used in many commercial applications, including insulation, fireproof fabrics, automotive parts, building materials, and turbines. If you or a loved one have been diagnosed with lung cancer or another asbestos-related cancer, call Sokolov Law for a free legal consultation. You may be entitled to compensation. Call 1-800-404-1844. Again, that's 1-800-404-1844. I'm a non-attorney spokesperson.
For the third consecutive year, the number of hedge funds on Interactive Brokers' platform increased at a higher rate than any other leading bank or broker. Interactive Brokers serves both organizations and individual investors. To get better results, switch to a better platform. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
It was scheduled for 11:15, but President Biden breaking news, delivering remarks on border security. Let's listen in.
People traveling into Mexico to start a new life by getting to the American border and trying to cross. But instead of safe and orderly process at the border, we have a patchwork system that simply doesn't work as it should. We don't have enough asylum officers or personnel to determine whether people qualify for asylum. There's a standard by which you have to meet. We don't have enough immigration judges, to adjudicate the claims of immigrants. In fact, the previous administration used a rule called Title 42 to deal with the pandemic, to rapidly expel people who crossed the border. It was designed to deal with the pandemic, but it's used as a means to expel people at the border. People turned away under Title 42. And they're not barred from trying to come back. They've been turned away. They go back. They try again. They try again. Well, they can and they do try to re-enter the United States again and again, which makes the problem at the border even worse. And under the United States Supreme Court decision, a case on Title 42 later this year, my administration will make a decision finally what to do about Title 42. In the meantime, my administration will continue to use that authority as the Supreme Court has required. And until Congress passes the funds, a comprehensive immigration plan to fix the system completely, my administration is going to work to make things better at the border using the tools that we have available to us now. Today, my administration is taking several steps to stiffen enforcement for those who try to come without a legal right to stay. and to put in place a faster process, I emphasize a faster process, to decide a claim of asylum.
And President Biden there wrapping or discussing his policies on the border. We'll continue to bring you coverage. That's going to do it for this edition of National Report. I'm Sean Kreisman.
And I'm Emma Reckenberg. We'll see you again tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern, right here on Newsmax.
Protection from persecution.
Right now on the House floor, lawmakers are getting ready for the 7th round of voting for House Speaker, but there may be a breakthrough. Newsmax has been reporting about a deal struck late last night that could help GOP leader Kevin McCarthy. We are also keeping a close watch in the White House. You see President Biden there finally talking about border security. We expect the president to announce that the U.S. will immediately begin turning away Cubans, Haitians, and Nicaraguans who cross the U.S.-Mexico border illegally. The White House is calling this a, quote, major expansion of an existing effort, they say, to prohibit Venezuelans from crossing the U.S. border. It also comes ahead of the president's planned visit to the southern border, which is scheduled for next week. Hello and welcome. I'm John Bachman. Great to have you with us.
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Bianca Della Garza. It is a pleasure to have you with us this Thursday, and there is more breaking news as well.
That's right. Out of Ukraine this afternoon, Russian President Vladimir Putin has declared a temporary ceasefire for today through Saturday. The ceasefire comes as the Russian Orthodox Church celebrates Christmas.
Now, it is a big, obviously, development here, but Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has yet to publicly comment on Putin's order. An advisor from his office is describing this ceasefire as a, quote, cynical trap. Newsmax's own Jim Lechner will be joining us live from the ground in Ukraine later with more on this developing story.
All right, so back to Capitol Hill. Could today be the day for Kevin McCarthy? Newsmax breaking a story late last night about a deal brokered by the influential conservative political action committee, the Club for Growth.
Now, this deal means that perhaps as many as 10 votes among those 20 holdouts could move to McCarthy's side. Of course, we'll be finding out very soon if the deal actually provides this big momentum shift that McCarthy needs to get the Speaker's gavel, or at least get closer to it with the 7th vote. Now, reporters catching up to McCarthy after he failed to gain any more votes yesterday on the 6th ballot, and the House adjourned around 8 o'clock last night. Take a listen.
I think it's probably best let people work through some more.
Scoot back. Guys,
I don't think
move back. Scoot back
tonight does any difference. I think voting will.
Do you have a deal with those guys right now?
Not really yet, but a lot of progress.
All right, joining us now is the president of the Club for Growth, David McIntosh. David, great to have you with us.
Great to be with you, John.
Of course, you're no stranger to these speaker votes. You've been a member of Congress yourself, but kind of take us through what happened last night and what the big breakthrough was.
So on our end, separate from the membership, our super PAC, Club for Growth Action, reached an understanding with the leadership super PAC, the Congressional Leadership Fund, that they would no longer spend money against conservatives in the safe seats in the future primaries. That was a huge point that a lot of the members felt was important, that McCarthy was sponsoring that super PAC and that super PAC was being used against them if they came into a primary. It's a very good deal for conservatives. You can tell that Nancy Pelosi immediately complained and attacked it because she realized it was going to strengthen Republicans and conservatives. But it's one of several things that the members are negotiating. And I understand this morning they made a lot of good progress on the rules package, on making sure there still is a vote of no confidence. But they have to work out all of that as members before they decide what the speaker is. We were one part of it, separate from the members. We made the own agreement without them being involved. But it was an important cog to getting a breakthrough so that they can elect a speaker.
You know, you guys were able to seemingly kind of change the stalemate a little bit, but we even saw President Trump's endorsement of McCarthy. It was not enough to move Lauren Boebert or Matt Gaetz, both of whom turned down the former president's words and actually turned them back against him, told them to pick the former president to pick somebody else besides McCarthy. Now, if President Trump can't change anyone's mind, who in the Republican Party can be the person to unite the clans, as it were? I'm thinking about that line from the movie Braveheart.
Yeah, I think the most important thing here is to recognize this is very much a member of Congress decision. And you're right, I was there. We were part of it. We had negotiations back and forth in Republicans as to how to lead, who the leadership would be. And in the end, I think what the holdouts are saying is we want to restore a democratic process to the House where members can offer amendments, where the Speaker isn't like Nancy Pelosi, where she ruled with an autocratic hand. But if we return to that democratic process where members can represent their district, they can offer amendments, and the House will function the way it's supposed to be. At first, Kevin said, well, why can't I be like Nancy Pelosi? But I think his eyes have been opened. His membership needs to have leadership that will say everybody's going to be included in this. And I'm glad to see that they're moving in that direction.
All right, we're going to try to get one more question in here for you. How difficult do you think it's going to, drawing back on your experience of being a member of the House, how difficult is it going to be for Kevin McCarthy, if in fact he does prevail eventually here, or anyone else who becomes Speaker of the House, to keep this coalition together on some of these tough things that lie ahead for the Republican Party in the House?
I think the key is to focus on the principles the Republican Party stands for. Limited government, less spending. We got to deal with this problem of continuing spending and debt. Put out Republican principles, and I think he or any leader there would be able to unite them. Back when we were there in the 90s, we had a 6-vote margin, I think, and we passed the Contract with America deal. We got to a balanced budget. We forced President Clinton to negotiate with us. And so it can be done, but you have to focus on those conservative principles that the voters elected them to go and do as the new Republican Congress.
Yeah, the principles with an E, not principles with an A at the end, meaning the principles themselves, not personalities. David McIntosh, great to see you, and thanks for joining us.
Likewise.
Take care.
Thank you.
All right, so we continue to watch the House floor here as we're waiting for the 7th vote for House Speaker to begin at any moment. Now, let's talk a little bit about some of the concessions Kevin McCarthy has already made to members of the House Freedom Caucus. On the list of those was for Colorado Congresswoman Lauren Boebert, who still remains in defiant opposition to McCarthy. Even yesterday on the House floor, you may remember right here during our broadcast live, where she called on former President Trump to tell McCarthy to back out of the race.
Even having my favorite president call us and tell us we need to knock this off, I think it actually needs to be reversed. The president needs to tell Kevin McCarthy that, sir, you do not have the votes and it's time to withdraw. And with that, I yield. Thank you.
All right, today is a new day, though, and joining us right now, co-host of Spicer and Company, Sean Spicer. Great to have you in, Sean. So, first off, Club for Growth deal obviously could change some of the momentum today for McCarthy, but as you know, Boebert's still holding out. Tell us about some of the scenarios you think we'll see, at least in the 7th attempt here.
That's right. It's good to be with you, Bianca and John. I'm up here on Capitol Hill. I've been talking to members and asking them what has changed since last night, since that 6th vote. Both members that are with Kevin McCarthy and members that are part of that Never 20 block. And what's interesting is some of the members who are with Kevin McCarthy expect, as you guys have been reporting, some momentum in McCarthy's favor during this 7th vote. They believe that they could see as many as 4 or 5. That's what they're hoping for. And maybe that's just a bluff. Maybe they want 10 and they're just keeping the expectations at 4 or 5. So if they see 10, it looks really, really good. But they're at least projecting that they want to see 3, 4, 5 to show momentum in McCarthy's decision, in McCarthy's favor. And I think maybe the idea is, hey, if they get a bigger number, it really looks good. But then on the flip side, I've also talked to members who are part of that Never 20 and said, is what you've seen good enough? Is it moving in the right direction? And I've gotten some mixed signals. Some are saying, we like it, but what McCarthy's having a hard time doing is when he's making these concessions, turning it into an unequivocal, yes, I will vote for you because you've given me this concession. Specifically, what Boebert did is went to McCarthy a few days ago with a list of 50 concessions that she and others wanted. The thing that was interesting is that several of them had to do with personal requests. So, for example, Matt Gaetz wanted a subcommittee chairmanship on the Armed Services Committee. Andy Harris from Maryland wanted a subcommittee chairmanship on the Appropriations Committee. So, and then they wanted between 3 and 4 seats on the very influential Rules Committee. Now, no legislation can go to the floor if it doesn't go through the Rules Committee. So they want, among the Freedom Caucus, 4 of those precious small seats dedicated to their members. That's going to be a tough sell to the rest of the body.
And Sean, some of the other stuff that they're talking about here, term limits for members of Congress, a balanced budget amendment, you know, that's always been the stuff at like the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. for the Republican Party. Do you think there's any chance that, stuff like that actually makes it into this deal once it's all worked out?
What makes it into the deal is sort of the question is, what is the deal? If the deal is a vote guaranteed on balanced budget, absolutely. I don't think that's a tough thing. Two of those items were in the contract with America in 1994, balanced budget and term limits. There were 3 versions of term limits in 1994 that were given to members to choose from. So if Kevin McCarthy has to say, I will give you a floor vote on those issues, I don't see any reason why he wouldn't give them to him. I think, frankly, in many cases, these are fig leaves. I don't think that these are real concessions that they're looking for. I think they are moving the goalpost over and over again on McCarthy. I think they are really after a lot of these committee positions, committee chairmanships, and other personal items that they want.
And as you know, Sean, you've been talking to them. That's been really frustrating for the people that are backing McCarthy, voting for McCarthy. The stalemate continues now, day 3. Congressman Pete Sessions actually was asked if they should start discussing other potential speaker candidates. Let's play a little bit of what he told CNN.
I think it is possible. Do I think it's Steve Scalise? I don't know. But it's going to have to be someone, and we're going to have to come up with that. It will not be, I do not see us moving past 3 or 4 more rounds. But yes, I will keep voting for Kevin until a real candidate, solution, alternative comes forward.
And, that's the big question. There is no other candidate who many say can get to 218. So if these votes do swing today, Sean, what do you think goes, even if we go into a 7th, an 8th or a 9th, there's also that rules package here. It might take a few days to still hammer that portion out.
Look, I think the members that I've talked to expect to potentially go a few more days. I think the question that Pete Sessions raised there in that clip that you played is, when does that erosion start? Is it after the 3rd ballot, the 4th ballot? Is it tomorrow, Saturday, or Sunday? I think members are prepared to go the distance today. And the question is, and as we talked about, whether it's that Club for Growth deal, the motion to vacate, some of these committee decisions that we've talked about, what does this 7th vote look like? If McCarthy makes progress, as we're expecting because of the Club for Growth and other decisions and other agreements and concessions that have been made, that's a positive sign, and McCarthy will point to that and say, guys, we're making headway. The one thing I would point to that I talked to some members about today is they all agree that there are a solid 3 that will not be with them. In fact, they've admitted 3 of the members haven't even been invited to partake in the discussions. So they are ruling out 3. That gives McCarthy a very, very small margin to work within.
John, I also want to go back to something you were talking about earlier today, and whatever the final deal is, whatever's worked out here, it's basically a deal for Kevin McCarthy or whoever to become Speaker for a day, because the position of the Speaker could be so devalued or depowered by all of this that it's going to be basically trying to keep this coalition together or the party together on a day-by-day basis.
John, you couldn't be more right. Once this is done, the Speaker is holding together this thing with duct tape at best. Duct tape would be stronger than what he's going to have in terms of a coalition to keep this together. The thing that's interesting, by the way, one small point that I think gets overlooked in this discussion, if you are a conservative, if you are a Republican right now, the Speaker of the House is the 3rd in line to the president, 2nd in line technically to the presidency. It's the only seat within the line of succession that's held by a Republican, and the only one that's not formalized, right? So the 3rd in line is the President Pro Tem. That's the chamber controlled by the Democrats. Then it falls into the cabinet, all controlled by Democrats. The one seat in the line of succession that Republicans have is the Speaker of the House, and they don't have it figured out. But you're absolutely right. After tomorrow or the day after that, whenever they figure this out, the Speaker of the House is going to be very, very wounded.
Sean Spicer, great to see you. Great to see you on Capitol Hill as well. And, of course, we'll see you later today here on Newsmax with Lindsay Keith on Spicer and Company.
Thanks, Sean.
All right, coming up, plenty more on this. We're going to take another live look here. Kevin McCarthy has just been renominated again. This is ballot number 7 for the House Speaker's race. Let's listen in real quick to some of the floor speeches.
With the help of his wife, and now his son stands here on the precipice of taking back.
Once again, I think we're also hearing another nomination for Hakeem Jeffries, who's been nominated 7 times as well. We'll be right back. We'll have more on the floor vote coming up here in the House of Representatives in the battle for the Speaker's gavel after this.
Millions of Americans like you are watching Newsmax for the news they really need to know. And I'm one of them. Each night, watch Newsmax for great shows with Greta Van Susteren, Rob Schmidt, Eric Bolling, and more. Sunday nights, don't forget to check out my show, Huckabee. It's informative and a lot of fun, just like me. So tune into Newsmax today. It's real news for real people.
My name is Vincent, and I've been in the field of nutrition and dietetics for 30 years. And what I realized as a nutritionist, I was trying to get all my fruits and vegetables in, but I would be so preoccupied with trying to do things, I would forget to eat. So all of a sudden, it's the end of the day, and I haven't had my fruits and vegetables. I think a lot of people are in that situation. I found Balance of Nature, and I looked at the ingredients, and I thought, this is exactly what I need. And so after trying it for about a week, I'm not a morning person, but I started getting up early, and I started feeling better because I had more energy. I think, of course, as a nutritionist, it's best to get all you can from your diet. But it wasn't until I started taking Balance of Nature that I started noticing a difference. So that's when I thought, okay, there's something about Balance of Nature that I need to tell the world about. So here I am.
Jumpstart your journey to better health for the new year and get $25 off plus a free fiber and spice when you use discount code Newsmax.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to bring you my Giza Dream bed sheets for the best offer ever. We're all experiencing unprecedented rising prices, but I was able to secure a limited amount of Giza cotton for a great price, and I'm going to pass those savings directly on to you. Get my Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98 with your promo code. They're the most luxurious sheets ever, made with the world's finest cotton. Grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River, where the weather conditions are perfect for growing cotton. My sheets are ultra soft and breathable, but extremely durable. I guarantee they'll be the most comfortable sheets you'll ever own. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 50% on my Giza Dream bed sheets. That's as low as $29.98. Quantities are extremely limited at these amazing prices, so please order now.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
All right, welcome back. I believe this is the new congressman from Michigan, John James, speaking on behalf of Kevin McCarthy. Let's listen in.
It's 10 feet high, and the letters are only a half inch. 58,000 names. 58,000 names for a war that lasted years. According to the CDC, in 2021, we lost almost twice as many people as we lost in Vietnam to overdoses. We've lost 600 to overdoses since Tuesday, y'all. We're talking about the debt rising. You can't count how many dollars we spent of our great-grandchildren's money since Tuesday. We're welching on that promise. But I have hope. I have hope that we'll be able to clarify and put the right person in leadership. Anyone, e pluribus unum. I'm standing here today because I'm the seventh to stand up in support of Kevin McCarthy for Speaker. He's earned my trust. The first time we met was in his office under the watchful gaze of a Frederick Douglass painting. And he told me in that office, on the eve of the 2019 State of the Union address, that there's nothing that could be said or done during that address that embarrassed him more than the fact that when the Democrat side stood up, they would look more like the United States of America than we did. And he set out not to compromise our values, not to compromise our ideology, but to work hard to make sure that more people with diverse perspectives and different lived experiences could be here. Next election, he won 14 seats up from 199. And all the seats he won were with minorities, women, and veterans. The very next cycle, this next cycle, he won in buddy and classmate in West Hunt, double the number of black Republicans in the cycle. He won, and me and my good buddy and classmate in West Hunt helped double the number of black Republicans in the Republican Congress. Look, y'all, we have a long way to go, but we've come so far. We've come so far, and we can't quit. We can't quit. You don't fire a guy who's winning. And when you look at the governor's mansions and the legislatures we've lost across the country just this past cycle, and when you look at the gains that Kevin McCarthy has made uphill, getting the gavel as a minority leader in half the time, you know, the mainstream media likes to laud the leadership of Nancy Pelosi. Kevin McCarthy won the gavel back as minority leader in half the time uphill. We want to talk about people who can win? Well, I'm a Lions fan, and yeah, that's right. Look, I'm well acquainted with snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Y'all, we need to learn how to win. We need to learn how to take a victory. And by Kevin McCarthy's leadership, he's given us victories on rules. He's given us victories on keeping costs down. He's given us victories with winning a majority back. I'm so proud to be a part of the majority-making class, and he's earned my trust. And hopefully he'll earn your trust, and he's got 90% of us in the conference. When is the last time any of us had 90% approval ratings? Kevin McCarthy, you're going to see up there, has over 90% approval ratings. If you really want to start making history, let's do it the right way. We need a conservative fighter to help this country get back on the right track. But the first thing we need to do is elect Leader McCarthy as Speaker of the House. I'm ready to make history, and I know you are. I'm excited to work with each and every single one of you because we have a job to do. So at the direction of the Republican conference, I advance the name of Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House for the 118th Congress.
We just heard from newly elected Congressman John James, Congressman-elect John James, who's, you know, a rising star in the Republican Party, nominating Kevin McCarthy again. When we first started hearing him, he was talking about the fentanyl epidemic, just one of the many things that the Republican Party knows they need to address. He also talked about the diversity within the Republican Party right now. And, you know, it's fascinating to see. He is, you know, a brand new member of Congress being put in this position to nominate Kevin McCarthy on the 7th ballot for the House Speaker's vote.
And spirits seem high, you know, a lot of, energy there and a lot of applause there. Of course, now we'll see Pete Aguilar of California do the same for Hakeem Jeffries.
It's like Groundhog's Day, watching Hakeem Jeffries be nominated every day.
But today there are some new developments and could be some big ones for momentum for McCarthy. Let's bring in some folks who know how exactly hearing some new developments, some analysis, political analyst Mark Halperin is joining us, and former Pennsylvania Senator Rick Santorum, the senior advisor for Convention of States and Newsmax contributor. Gentlemen, great to have you in today here on day 3 and vote number 7.
Yes, vote number 7. First, to both of you, just wanted to get your reaction real quick. I mean, John James, how unprecedented is this in all of the unprecedented things we've seen this week to have a freshman member of Congress, Senator, nominate the guy who's running for Speaker of the House?
Well, it is impressive, but remember, this is the 7th time, so it wasn't the first time out of the box to have a freshman member do it. But you start to try to do different things. There are a group of freshmen who are part of the 20, and I think having a freshman member get up and someone as frankly as high profile as John James, someone who's run for the United States Senate, came close to winning a seat there, and is seen certainly in Michigan as one of the rising stars in Michigan and across the country. So having him out there, having someone who's an African American out there, all of those are good things, and I think a smart move by Kevin McCarthy to do that.
Yeah, which leads us to this thing that is eventually going to have to happen. The Republican Party is going to have to come together eventually. I want to play a soundbite real quick of Dan Crenshaw talking about the anti-McCarthy Republicans. This is Crenshaw on CNN. Take a listen.
We will not vote for anyone else but McCarthy. These people think they're stubborn, we're more stubborn. They think they're not going to get the committees they want. Well, obviously they won't. but it's going to be so much worse than that. You know, they are enemies now. They have made it clear that they prefer a Democrat agenda than a Republican one.
Wow. Mark, I know this is not the first time that we've seen a member of Congress use some hyperbolic expressions in a heated political kind of environment. But, you know, a lot of folks are triggered by what's been said. How much harder does this make the coalescence for Republicans with this type of language being tossed around?
Well, we just saw a contrast in how the pro-McCarthy forces are handling this. Crenshaw has two temperatures. He does super hot and he does sauna hot, and that's it. Look, John James did three things there. That's a different style of messaging that I think has been lacking to a large extent in the McCarthy effort. One is he was optimistic. Two is he talked about the future and getting things done. And three, he humanized Kevin McCarthy. He told a great little short story there that puts Kevin McCarthy less as a stick figure under siege and more as a three-dimensional figure. Politics is a lot about emotion, and emotions have run high, and the party's been divided. What James is doing there and what some of McCarthy's other supporters are doing is turning this into more of a reconciliation, more of an accommodation, and more positive feelings. And I think that's, if McCarthy does get this, that's going to be the tone, which will allow him not only to win, but to try to govern effectively. Finally, I'll just say, there's been a lot of momentum for McCarthy with the deal that broke by Newsmax yesterday and some further discussions overnight. But there are people concerned about whether he'll be able to govern as Speaker and whether this is going to be a short-term victory.
Mark, real quick, I think this is Dan Bishop here. I want to listen in to see what he's saying right now. We just saw a standing ovation in there in the floor of the chamber.
The votes begun. It would have extended to every member of this body. It could begin today. Last night, I sat within feet of Mr. Donalds as the tweet of another member-elect appeared on the screen. That member-elect wrote and sent out to America that Byron Donalds is a prop. I've spent a good bit of time with Mr. Donalds, especially lately. He ain't no prop. And if he were a prop, he wouldn't be sitting where he's sitting. This is the tired, old, grotesquely racist rhetoric that we've seen far too long. Today, a member-elect quote tweeted a Fox News story that incorrectly reported that I said that if I don't prevail on the question before the House, I will resign. That member-elect quote tweeted that incorrect story for his own political purposes after the story had been corrected and the actual statement contradicting that report had been provided. This is the old trafficking in lies from Washington that the American people know far too well. And by the way, I'm not leaving. Kevin McCarthy released to the public on New Year's Eve a document entitled Restoring the People's House and Ending Business as Usual. To his great credit, Mr. McCarthy made a statement of huge significance to the country. The nominal leader of a major party acknowledged publicly that this institution is broken, and he committed to make change to fix it. So let me help my colleagues in the minority understand. We are doing the people's business. That's what these 3 days have been about. 3 days. We are committed to make change to this institution that has lost its way. It is epitomized in the $1.7 trillion omnibus rammed through this institution just 2 weeks ago. You see, ladies and gentlemen, I came to fix this broken system. America has seen that problem for a very long time, too. The commitment to change it is new. The genesis of the prospect of changing it emerges from this moment and those since June that led at long last to the New Year's Eve statement of Mr. McCarthy and to these 3 days on the floor. America needs men and women of courage to do something new in Congress so that Congress can serve the American people. The Lord said, "Behold, I do a new thing." We need more Byron Donaldses. I know Byron. He's not a prop. He's a man of personal conviction. He arrived at his convictions through authentic and genuine life experience. People ask me, what is the end game? How does this end? The answer to this question is that this is a dynamic process. All of the decisions on this floor result from the coming together of minds, one way or another. This is the people's business. We will resolve the people's business. And when we do, we will go to the mat for the American people. Because we will be led by people of conviction, like the gentleman from Florida, Byron Donalds. I yield back.
All right, so that's Congressman Dan Bishop from North Carolina nominating Byron Donalds, but also taking time to throw some shade in the direction of Cori Bush, who called Byron Donalds a prop being used by Republicans yesterday after he was initially nominated. But you heard from Dan Bishop, maybe perhaps foreshadowing that there might be some sort of end in sight of this progress, and he says we will resolve the people's business, the choosing the Speaker of the House, and we will go to the mat for the American people once they do so.
Well, I mean, many say this has been democracy on display here, that we've been watching this. Donalds, to note here, was nominated as well yesterday, did not break the 20-vote threshold. But again, Dan Bishop, very supportive of him. And we do have, actually, I want to bring back in our panel Mark Halperin and Senator Rick Santorum. We have, Cori Bush's tweet here, gentlemen, of where she attacked Donalds, just showing some of the ugliness that's happening. And, he actually responded, if we have that and can put it up here. She did use the word prop that, Congressman Bishop just talked about, saying he's not a historic candidate, meaning Donalds, for Speaker. Despite being black, she went on to say he supports policy agenda intent on upholding and perpetuating white supremacy. His name being in the mix, she tweeted, is not progress, it's pathetic. And Donalds wrote back in a tweet as well. I believe we have that. But obviously, this is just one of the issues we're seeing here as we look at the 7th vote here. I guess, Senator Santorum, with where we stand, the 218 is the number. And we have the Club for Growth, momentum here that could go to McCarthy. So while we have Donalds being, accoladed and names here, and he has to contend with some of the, shade being thrown at him, where do you see it going right now today if again, they want to do the people's work? Someone has to get to 218.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get to 218 on this vote. But the tone of Congressman Bishop was different than the tone of Lauren Boebert or Chip Roy. He did throw a nice compliment to Kevin McCarthy and the rules package he's put together. There's been subsequent discussions on the Rules Committee and other types of things that have been reported that have been offered by Kevin McCarthy as a possibility to pull the rest of the people in. Newsmax reported the Club for Growth and not getting involved, the leader not getting involved in open seats. So there's movement happening there, and the question is, are we going to see some of that movement on this vote that's taking place right now?
The movement, that's what the vote is about to take place, or is currently taking place, Mark. How many votes need to move from your perspective to really know if this Club for Growth deal changed any minds? I mean, they're you hear some predictions, maybe 3 or 4 votes might move, maybe as many as 10. What would be a significant number to you?
I think if Kevin McCarthy picks up 1 additional vote, it's going to be good for him. His big fear before they struck some sorts of deals and tentative deals yesterday was that today's vote would be the breaking point, and that he would lose more. And you've had some Republican conference members who've been voting for him say time was running out. So I think as long as he shows any forward momentum, he lives to fight another vote. And we'll have to see. We're getting close to the weekend. But he needs to just be going forward, not backward. And the discussions need to keep taking place, and that the mood needs to be more conciliatory rather than confrontational within the conference.
Little contrition. Go ahead, Rick, real quick.
If I could just pick up on that, don't underestimate the power of a weekend. I know that's something that people don't think about, but it is something. All of these folks have families. All of them have plans. All of them realize that this is disrupting not just their life anymore, but their little circle of the world, and that will motivate people. It has repeatedly throughout the history of this country.
We never underestimate the power of a weekend here on this program, gentlemen.
R&R.
Great to see you both. Stand by, guys, if you can, as the developments come in. All right, let's listen in real quick for just a couple seconds. We can find out where we are in the alphabetical vote tally process.
Buck. McCarthy. Bouchon. McCarthy. Baczynski. Jeffries.
Okay, we're going to get to Congressman
Burchett. Burchett.
All right, we have Tim Burchett, Congressman Tim Burchett, with us right now. I know he will vote eventually. Congressman, great to have you with us.
Well, thank y'all for having me.
All right, they're calling.
My turn, but they'll come back to me.
They'll come back to you. How are you going to vote?
I'll vote for Kevin McCarthy. I think, as Newt Gingrich told me, he said, he brought us to the promised land. We ought to see what he can do. And he's always kept his word to me. That's kind of my thing. I have friends all over the place in the Freedom Caucus and elsewhere. I've been in several of their meetings, but that's who I'll be voting for.
Can you talk about, sir, some of the concessions that were made and some that I guess are still fluid here? The motion to vacate going from 5 possibly to 1, and also these seats that they've been demanding for the Rules Committee. Obviously, a very important committee. McCarthy could be prepared to give them 2 seats. Your take on that?
That's just, I don't have any problem with that. I think Kevin's looking at what the needs are of the body, and that's where he's moving towards. And as far as the disruption that this is causing, all this consternation by all the political pundits, I think they need to go back in history and just look. This is how this country was designed. This is what Congress entitled us to do, really. And this is the first time we've had any real debate on the House floor in the last 4 years that I've been here under Pelosi's reign of terror. There wasn't any debate, and the Democrats are just like the Politburo up there. They're afraid they're going to get sent to a gulag. They're not voting out of respect. They're voting out of fear.
To that point right there, I want to play something that President Biden said yesterday. It does seem like Democrats are really enjoying this to the point of being childish. But here's the president weighing in on this after saying he wasn't going to weigh in on it. Here he is. Okay, so you may have seen the president. He said it's embarrassing for the country. I mean, literally, to have a Congress that can't function is just embarrassing. All right, here it is. I'm being told we have it now.
Yeah, that's okay.
It's embarrassing for the country.
I mean, literally, I'm not making a part of it. That's the reality is that, you know, to be able to have a Congress that can't function is just embarrassing. We're the greatest nation in the world. How can that be?
You know, the sun came up today. We're all doing okay. The world goes on. The point there, too, is he said the world is watching. Well, the world is watching, I think, you know, debate. They're watching a deliberative process play out here. You know, it is a little messy, of course.
Yeah.
But,
sure.
you know, minority rights are still a thing on the Capitol.
Yeah, what's embarrassing to the country is this presidency. He doesn't know what he said last, or where he ate last, or where he was last. He's really just a puppet of whoever is pulling his strings at the time. And to think that it's embarrassing that we're having debate on the floor of the House of Representatives. Other countries, they don't do that. You know,
right.
And if you remembered in recent history, well, not in history, back in the 50s when the Politburo would meet, the first person that would sit down was usually the one that got sent to a gulag during the cheering. You know, they'd cheer for
we
those
don't even have to go back that far. We can just go back a couple months to the Chinese Congress, you know, and they all clap exactly at the same time, all in unison. It's magical.
Someone gets booted if they get, you know, out of line there.
Yeah, Deng Xiaoping. Got to go if you don't agree.
They got an applause meter and probably an electric charge in the seats, telling them to get off their butts and cheer. You know, and so. This doesn't bother me one bit. This is what we're paid to do. And honestly, as a fiscal conservative, leans libertarian, you know, if Congress isn't doing anything, maybe that's a good thing right now. It just holds everything, all the bad stuff in place, and doesn't allow it to erode any further. So
yeah, they're calling
it's not a bad thing.
A shadow shutdown going on right now, but like we said, you know, the sun came up today.
Yeah.
We'll watch the vote. We'll let you get back into the chamber and vote as well, sir.
Yeah, they were looking for you there.
I want to get you in trouble.
No, you're fine. I tell you what is disgusting is the other folks in the national media, not you all, that are criticizing the way this is being handled. This is democracy. They are in contempt. If you looked up in the galley when they were doing the Pledge of Allegiance, and over half the national media was not standing with their hand over their heart. To me, that is an indictment upon the national media and what they portray. So I think you just got to take everything with a grain of salt out there. Thank y'all so much.
We appreciate it, Congressman.
Thank you, Congressman Burchett. Great to have you in.
Tim Burchett from Tennessee there. All right, we're going to take a short commercial break. Of course, we'll keep our eye on the vote count and get you updated. We'll be right back after this.
This year, Americans will spend $41 billion on auto repairs.
That's right, billions with a B. Why is that number so high? Because cars break down. Your vehicle is going to end up in a shop like this too, and if it's no longer under warranty, you're the one who has to pay the bill, and it could cost you thousands of dollars. That is, unless you call CarShield. With a plan through CarShield, administrators will pay for those costly repairs directly to the mechanic of your choice, including dealerships. That means you get protection on major parts and systems like the engine, transmission, electrical systems, and more. Plus, 24/7 emergency services for flat or damaged tires, lockouts, dead batteries, and towing at no additional cost. And there are even rental car options to keep you on the road.
An unexpected car repair can wreak havoc in somebody's house when they don't have the money. Nobody should have to decide whether they should put food on the table or pay for a car repair. If you're driving an out-of-warranty car, it's not a matter of if it'll break down, it's when. So you need to call CarShield before it does. It's nice to find a company like CarShield that actually cares about their customers.
CarShield has a rich history of dependability, reliability, and success, and has been featured on leading networks like ABC, CNN, Fox News, and more. CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company.
My mom told me to call CarShield, and I saved $5,000. You should always listen to your mom.
As soon as my car broke down, CarShield jumped into action, and I had my car back within days.
I've been with CarShield for close to 7 years. I have 3 vehicles covered, and I saved close to $9,000.
I called CarShield and saved over $5,000.
Yes, CarShield is a good value. Every plan through CarShield comes with a price lock guarantee, which means no matter how many repairs you need, the price you pay today will never change for as long as you cover your car.
Call now and save money with your price lock guarantee. It's not a matter of if your car will break down, but when. Call CarShield now before it's too late. Call CarShield now at 800-348-8396. 800-348-8396.
Were you or a loved one diagnosed with lung cancer? If so, we urge you to call the number on your screen now for a free legal consultation. Lung cancer, along with other cancers listed on screen, and the disease asbestosis, may be linked to asbestos exposure. Exposure to asbestos in mills, factories, power plants, or while working as a plumber, electrician, plasterer, or maintenance worker may have put you at risk. In addition, because asbestos was widely used on ships, those working in shipyards, including Navy veterans, may have also been exposed. Asbestos has been used in many commercial applications, including insulation, fireproof fabrics, automotive parts, building materials, and turbines. If you or a loved one have been diagnosed with lung cancer or another asbestos-related cancer, call Sokolov Law for a free legal consultation. You may be entitled to compensation. Call 1-800-404-1844. Again, that's 1-800-404-1844. I'm a non-attorney spokesperson.
I have, over my 30 years, seen many patients who have excessive sweating. I recommend Carpe. It's a game changer.
Carpe is up to 3 times stronger than a regular strength antiperspirant. Try it today at mycarpe.com with limited time free shipping.
McCarthy. Lois Frankel.
All right, welcome back. We return to the House. The vote is in progress right now. We are in the Fs. As we make our way through the alphabet here on the 7th ballot for House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, failing to gain the votes needed on the previous 6 ballots.
And again, there could be some momentum, as Newsmax is reporting on our website too. A deal hammered out with the Club for Growth could be some momentum coming McCarthy's way. We watch the vote very closely, and our own Kilmany Ducard is watching things from Capitol Hill. She joins us now live, where she's been getting some reaction from some lawmakers this morning. Kilmany, good to see you.
Bianca, John, good to be with you. We know right now that the 7th vote has in fact failed, automatically triggering an 8th vote. Perhaps not surprising, but we're still watching out if that deal with the Club for Growth has yielded any additional votes for McCarthy. Now, we didn't anticipate in this latest round of voting that he would take the Speaker's gavel, but there's hope that that deal would contribute to a few more votes to get some momentum going into this. But obviously, as we move forward with the negotiating process, McCarthy and his allies negotiating late into last night behind closed doors. What concessions has he made? How many concessions has he made? And what has it done to dilute the power of the Speaker in the House? I put that question to Congressman Comer. Here's what he told me. What do you think that does to the Speaker's power? I mean, is it just significantly diminished at this point?
Well, you know, again, if it's just policy related, I feel better about it. When it gets into political or personality, it gives me less confidence in the time that we've wasted. But at the end of the day, you know, look, let's focus on policy. And if that was one of the holdups that needed to be resolved, then I'm fine with it. Moving forward, I think we've got to focus on getting to 218, and we've got to learn from this and say, how can we get to 218 in a timely manner moving forward? Because we've got to talk about the debt ceiling. We've got to talk about an appropriations bill in September, thanks to the Senate, instead of next week. We've got to focus on passing a farm bill. That happens every 5 years. There's nothing harder than passing that farm bill, and I'm from a big farm district, I can tell you that. So we have a lot of challenges moving forward, but we can do it. And again, I think at the end of the day, this will be a positive learning experience.
Is the projection that this is going to potentially be resolved next week?
Well, that's what I read on Twitter this morning. I haven't talked to Kevin. I haven't talked to those guys that are the holdouts now, the 20 holdouts. But, you know, there's no point in continuing to vote and get 202.
Yeah, John and Bianca, as you just heard there, this has been one of the key questions. When I spoke to Congressman Comer yesterday, he spoke about the fact that he anticipates this will go into next week. That would be consistent with other members that I've been speaking to as well. And I think that the idea there behind that is to take a step back, give this some breathing room, and be able to get the rest of those members on board without sacrificing too much. We know that Congressman Chip Roy has said publicly that there has been progress in his negotiations with McCarthy, but I don't believe he said he's there yet. Last night's motion to adjourn, you had 4 no's. Those were coming from Congressman Biggs, Crane, and as well as Congresswoman Boebert and Congressman Gates. Now, that's kind of an indication of those who have really dug their heels in on this, but it'll be interesting still in this round to see if there is any pickup from McCarthy off the back of those negotiations.
Yeah. Committee Ducart live for us on Capitol Hill, and I believe we're seeing one more present vote now, and if we're not in the S's, it was Victoria Spartz yesterday who voted present, so maybe that's one more person voting present. You know, we'll see. Not necessarily the direction that Kevin McCarthy wants to see this going.
Right.
Kilmeny, do you know who that the new present vote may have been?
Did not catch that as we were doing the live cross here, John and Bianca, but we'll get back to you on that. That is an interesting vote, and as you mentioned, we are not into the S's. That had been the comment from Congresswoman Spartz, again, in that same camp of, let's give this some breathing room. Let's not repeat this cycle over and over and over again until we have some consensus. Let's not let this exercise play out publicly on the House floor. Let's settle this behind closed doors. There's already been enough damage done to the conference. And again, this was a concern out of members that I spoke with, that right now, it's not just what happens once a speaker is elected, it's going forward the damage to the relationships in this conference and how it's going to get things done and function moving ahead into the 118th Congress.
Yeah, and just 23 seconds ago, Matt Gaetz tweeted out, who is he voting for today? Not Byron Donalds, Donald John Trump. That's who Matt Gaetz says he's voting for.
Put any name in, you don't have to be an elected member of Congress.
All right, Kilmeny, great work as always. Check back with us regularly. We'll get back to you as well. Let's also welcome in now former Congressman Doug Collins for more insight on all this. Great to have you with us.
Hi, Doug.
Hey, John Bianca, how are y'all?
All right, so just get your reaction real quick to Matt Gaetz, who's been kind of stirring things up in the middle of saying he's voting for Donald Trump today. Do you think that signals anything to you that he is not taking this as seriously as he was maybe yesterday, and that he may be kind of indicating that he's throwing up his hands here?
No, I think he's still taking it very seriously. He realizes that it's past 5 votes. It doesn't, you know, whoever he votes for, as long as it's a named vote, is going to keep Kevin McCarthy becoming Speaker. I believe if you look at it, I'm not sure about this, but I believe what y'all have as a president is actually Donald Trump. Instead of other. It should have been other. I don't think there's been a president yet. And they'll probably sparks as it come along. But again, it may be wrong. As we go forward, look, this is becoming a problem, and it's becoming more and more of a problem, especially if it runs into next week, which may be what you have to do here. But the problem I'm having is how many times, what is Kevin having to give away? Kevin McCarthy having to give away to actually get this? And I've actually talked to some members who are not part of the 20 and others. And they're very frustrated because they look at the long-term process here of changing, some of these things that I believe are probably good things. But like when you get to I heard Chip Roy say yesterday that they wanted Rules Committee votes that they could stop bad bills. Well, if they only get 2 or even 4 votes on Rules Committee, the only way they stop bills is to partner with Democrats to stop those bills. So, I mean, there's some more that needs to be explained here about what McCarthy may or may not be trying to a concession.
Yeah, and just I want to focus on that real quickly because we kind of expect to get a very positive spin on things. We just heard from Congressman Burchett saying, yeah, it's going to be fine. We're all going to work this out. But also, I mean, Sean Spicer has been talking about this all day. Is that what really the prize at the end of all of this is for Kevin McCarthy or anybody else is you basically to be Speaker for a day, and then the next day it starts all over, and you're Speaker of the House for one day, and you get the next day, and maybe that's what these 20 want. But it doesn't seem like a tenable position for Republicans to really affect change.
It's going to be very difficult. And look, and I made this mention, we talked, I think, a little bit before yesterday on y'all's show, is we've not even got to the hard stuff. I mean, and I hate to discount the Speaker vote, but I mean, you've kind of got to the debt ceiling, the appropriations bills, the farm bill, all these kind of things that are going to require 218 votes. Otherwise, the Republicans cannot blame anybody but themselves. Hear me clearly. The Republicans cannot blame anybody but themselves for not passing legislation in the House of Representatives. There's no filibuster. There's no minority right. It's a majority only. So this is the first step of what could be a very long year. And again, what you're getting away, sometimes in the media, we just sort of downplay, oh, he's going to give up committee seats, or he's going to give chairmanships, or he's going to, now we're going to have open rule. I would love, maybe after all this is over, I'll come back on and we'll sit down. You know what open rules look like on every bill?
Lord of the Flies.
Oh, buddy. And open rules on appropriates, and all this sounds really good. And I think it's a very good start, and there needs to be more amendments on the floor. When I was on Rules Committee, it was very frustrating to have to go in leadership basically saying, we're not going to have any amendments on this. That's just not good. But also opening it up to the floor run, I mean, get ready for this. Some of them who want this, it's going to be very interesting for them when they get it.
And the motion to vacate, it's at 5. There's talk it could go to 1. I mean, these are things that, would definitely be,
All right, Congressman Doug Collins, great to see you, sir. Thank you. All right, now I believe we're going to get to another member. Congressman Austin Scott joins us now.
From Georgia.
Also from Georgia as well. Congressman, great to have you with us.
Hey, great to have you. And Doug Collins has been a great friend of mine for decades, and just a wonderful, honest guy. I wish he were still here in the fight with us, but just a great guy. And he's telling you the truth, everything I heard. I mean, governing's tough. We've got a 4-seat margin, and the Dems have the Senate and the White House.
I'm sure you wish he was there. I was texting with him yesterday, and he's kind of happy he's not there right now.
Exactly.
Not in the middle of all.
Sure he is.
Not in the middle of all of this.
On the other side, kind of giving his analysis.
Congressman, real quickly, we're waiting for the final vote tally here. It doesn't appear that much has changed, even though there was some reporting from Newsmax, and we just talked to David McIntosh from the Club for Growth that there was apparently some sort of deal struck last night. But give us your assessment from the ground there and what you're seeing. Has anything changed?
Yeah, I think it has, and things are moving in the right direction. And certainly, one of the questions had been, and you had alluded to this with Club for Growth, is, why are we spending money in Republican primaries and seats that are already going to go to a Republican? And so I think that's kind of probably a win-win thing, in that, our money is better spent in the competitive seats, not in a seat that is a solid Republican district. So that was one of the things that there had been some concerns about. And as a conservative, I'll tell you, the one thing that I want to see is the rules that keep the Senate from being able to jam us on budget negotiations. The omnibus bill, if you look at the way that was done, it was $1.7 trillion or more, comes over here. Nobody's read the bill in the House, and then they put it on the floor and they vote on it in a matter of hours. And so some type of time delay where anything that comes to the House of Representatives that is an appropriation measure or a debt limit measure, that we have to have at least a week to review the legislation before it's passed and adopted and sent to the president and signed into law. That's one of the things that I think is necessary.
And actually get them to hold to that, right? Because
about how we stop the increases in spending.
Isn't there a rule now about a certain amount of time required to read legislation that they just bypass anyway?
The problem is those rules continue to get waived.
Yeah.
And so there is discussion about how we either stop those rules from being waived, or give point of orders or some other type of authority to the individual members to stop the increases in spending.
Makes sense. Now, we want to play a clip. I believe we have the speech from Congressman-elect Dan Bishop of North Carolina, who not too long ago rose. Let's see what's happening now. They're rising in applause for Kevin McCarthy. Let's listen in real quick.
McCarthy.
Okay, so that was McCarthy apparently voting for himself there and getting a round of applause. So just kind of keeping pace on what's going on here. So, Congressman, if you want to continue what you were saying before, I started to cut you off there.
Yeah, you were going to show the clip of Dan Bishop, I think, and what he had to say. And certainly I like Dan. He's a solid conservative. I like Byron. Byron's a friend of mine. He's a solid conservative. But remember this, it's not just about the name of the person that's in the chair. There are teams of people that are our staff that we need to be allowed to get to work. We need our attorneys to be preparing, subpoenas to issue to the Biden administration so that Jim Jordan can carry out the oversight function of the Judiciary Committee, and that Comer can carry out the oversight responsibilities that he has as chair of the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee. We need to be getting to work on the border and other things. So ultimately, Kevin McCarthy, I believe, will be the Speaker of the House. I do think that as some compromises have been made on rules and other things, that we can end up in a better spot today or tomorrow or a couple of days from now than maybe we would have been if we had it on the first vote. But it's more important than any individual. It is the timeliness is important. But remember this: Congress can work 5 or 6 days a week. And so if we want to stay here and take 5 days or 15 days to get the speaker in the seat and the rules established, there's 7 days in a week, and most Americans work 5 days a week, and Congress can work 5 or 6 days a week as well.
Yeah, Congressman Scott, you talked about the concessions, and Warren Davidson articulately laid out a myriad of them that McCarthy had already given up when he was speaking yesterday, and these are from the holdouts here. You're a member of the Armed Services Committee. I can just kind of react to some of the demands that folks could be asking for to be put on these committees, be it the Rules Committee, and jump ahead and above other senior members of Congress. Yeah,
that's not workable. I mean, you can't just say because I was part of the 20, I want to take someone else's committee slot that has been supportive of the conference position. And I would remind you that a lot of the people that voted for Andy Biggs in conference are following the conference rules and voting for Kevin McCarthy now. So if the demand is that you remove existing members from committee and put others on, that won't work. I don't think that's actually what they're asking for. I do think they're asking for commitments on committees, and I will tell you, I think that the best people need to be put in the best spots. I mean, a good friend of mine, Andrew Clyde, has been a holdout on this. I'd love to see Andrew Clyde on the Appropriations Committee in charge of the ATF's budget, to be honest with you. I'd like to have, my bag of popcorn and watch as that discussion went.
Speaking of bags of popcorn, the Democrats really been enjoying this. I mean, a lot of people saying this is democracy, it's playing out, but the Democrats have wasted no time to be somewhat glib. Kat Kamik yesterday got a little pushback when she called out some of the members she said that had brought in alcohol, blankets, and popcorn. The Democrats have said they weren't drinking on the floor, but do you think there's been somewhat of a, is this really appropriate, the tweeting with the popcorn? As this is a very serious issue, and there's decisions that will be made, there's votes that are being cast as we speak here in day 3, in the focus of America. Democrats sort of reveling in their moment here.
It is a serious issue, and if you look at what's happening around the country, in Democrat-controlled cities and elsewhere, I mean, Democrats thrive on chaos. That is what gets them elected. And I think the problem we've got right now is we've got 20 members that aren't following the rules of our conference. And if you're not following the rules, whether it be conference rules or House rules or anything else, then chaos is what you get. Yeah. And so Democrats like chaos. It creates confusion, and they only get elected when people are confused about the facts.
And, a lot of short memories up there in Washington, too, because what goes around tends to come around in Washington, D.C.
That's right.
Congressman Austin Scott, great to see you. We'll let you get back out there and vote.
Thank you, Congressman. Thank you. And speaking of the vote, the latest tally is up right now. McCarthy's sitting at 145. Donald's at 14. But again, the question is, will some momentum go to McCarthy with this deal that was hammered out with Club for Growth in the late hours of last night, John?
It doesn't appear to be having much of an effect at this point. But what we're hearing is that Byron Donalds was in a meeting with Tom Emmer, who we talked about yesterday. He's the chairman of the Republican National Congressional Committee, really the guy in charge of getting a lot of these folks elected. He was, kind of blasted a little bit for the lack of a red wave that showed up, but still proving to be important here in this discussion. Also important to note that Byron Donalds and Emmer were not there when they were called on to vote. Folks were looking, including us, to see if Byron Donalds was going to vote for himself or whatever. Also important to note here that one vote you see on the screen, that we're making an educated guess here that is Matt Gaetz selecting Donald John Trump, former President Trump, to be the Speaker of the House, something that President Trump has said he does not want to do. Nobody really thinks he would ever take that. But what it means basically is that's one less vote for Byron Donalds.
That's true.
So, again, we're trying to see how things move and what if any change has occurred in the final vote tally once we get there.
And there was talk, obviously, and we want to bring in, again, Senator Rick Santorum for more analysis. I mean, there was talk, as we know, that even if this failed, they were planning that, a lot of talk, as you heard Senator Santorum, this will go into the weekend. There'll be another vote and another vote. Just your read on where we are right now with this tally here. And as we were mentioning, Donald's getting 14, McCarthy at 148, and Gaetz perhaps with the rebel vote there for Trump.
Yeah, let's wait and see how this vote turns out. Right now, there certainly wasn't a wave of folks who left, who departed from the gang of 20. We haven't seen that. You have 15 because Gates is one of them. So the best that could happen for McCarthy at this vote is 5, and that probably won't even be the case. But the good news for McCarthy is he isn't losing anybody, and it's a lot easier to lose. If just think of it, it's harder to hold 203 votes together than it is to hold 20 votes together. And the fact that now we're going through vote number 7, and there really hasn't been any leakage from the McCarthy team is important. And what everything I'm hearing and talking to members and watching them on news medias and their social media feeds, you don't really see much break in the McCarthy block at this point. In fact, you're starting to you get the sense that they're still feeling inevitable that Kevin McCarthy is going to be the speaker, and that will continue to put pressure on the 20 people who, as you heard the congressman just say, departed from the rules of the conference. I mean, the rules of the conference is you have a vote, and then everybody supports the person who wins the vote in the conference. Well, 20 people who aren't doing that, and so everyone's focused on the rules. We need to change the rules, and we need to follow the rules. Well, we're not following the rules. So there's an interesting dynamism going on here, and I'm not quite convinced that today you won't see some movement at some point today, but I certainly think you'll see some movement before the weekend.
There's another kind of prevailing thought, I think, among some folks that these 20 people are actually doing the will of the base of the Republican Party, and that the general public at large really has a say in this. But when we talk about the way our government was designed and the way we elect representatives to go to Washington and vote on our behalf, I mean, this is a decision by the members of the House. It's not a we don't live in a direct democracy where the American public gets to vote on the Speaker of the House. And I think some of that, Senator, has been lost in this as well. Would you agree?
No, we're a republic, not a democracy, and thank God of it. I mean, the whole idea is to elect people whose job it will be to gather all the information and to make intelligent decisions. I mean, when you do polls and you have elections, you have lots of people who participate who don't really understand a lot of the the nuances and have all the information. And that's not to say that we shouldn't have a democracy. We should. But we have to understand when it comes to legislating, to actually passing laws that we're going to be enforcing on the rest of the public, we need some element of expertise and time and attention paid to the details of what we're doing. And that's what the Republic is all about. And so here's a situation where there are people, and I respect the 20 plus people, because I'm sure there are more than that, who would like to see things done differently in the House of Representatives. I agree with that. And I think a lot of the changes that they've made are actually very good changes. And I've been supportive of many of them for a long time. And I think having more conservative representation on committees is a good thing. So none of the things that they're pushing for are to me, really problematic until you get down to, well, I need to be chairman of this committee, or right. I need to be that to me is, you draw a line there. This cannot be about one person. It has to be about the cause. It has to be about making the House work better and be more responsive to the needs of our constituents. But when it comes to personal picadillos, that's where you have to draw the line. And I think most members, even the supporters of McCarthy, I think are generally supportive of the rules changes that have been made, and that's why I think you sort of reach a point where you have to learn how to say yes.
Right, and that was the point of John James, the congressman from Michigan, in his speech. What does a victory look like? He invoked the name of his Detroit Lions, and how he's quite familiar with watching a team snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, and kind of making that analogy. That's what's happening with the Republican Party here. There's so much, desire, momentum to see these investigations begin, to see the 87,000 IRS agents have their funding get cut, the border security. John James also mentioned the fentanyl epidemic plaguing this country, something else that Congress could be working on. All that, though, is in limbo and on hold until we get a Speaker of the House.
And you have to wonder, Senator Santorum, it's a stalemate again, day 3. At some point, one side has to blink. What side is it? And is there more later today, more backdoor wrangling? And what is the strategy, you think, for Kevin McCarthy moving ahead, as it seems like he still has, like, as you said, no leakage? What more can he do?
Well, they'll continue to negotiate, which is important. You have to continue to try to work it to get to where you need to go, but they're also working outside. They're trying to build a consensus among Republicans and conservatives that we've gone as far as we need to go. That this is a reasonable accommodation, and it's time to move on. And I think you're seeing, I know interviews that have happened here on Newsmax and on other networks of both of the Gang of 20 as well as supporters of McCarthy have been instructive in informing the public of what's going on. And I do believe the public is going to have some say in this. Is that I've talked to a couple members. I've had some friends talk to some members, and they're very tuned in. I've talked to some of the group of 20. They're very tuned in to what their constituents are saying. So they may be hearing from the folks that encourage them. I would just make the argument they also need to hear from everyone. And so this is a great time to call your congressman and let them know what you think and give them real perspective on how the public feels about this.
Oh, to be a fly on the wall or hear those conversations, that would just be magnificent. And, it's a great thing, too. I mean, this is still the United States of America. You do have the right to call your member of Congress and tell them how they feel. And I think a lot of people would actually be surprised that you can get somebody on the other line. Somebody will actually pick up the phone, right, either in the district or in Washington, D.C. So call your member of Congress and tell them what you want them to do.
Call them, send them an email, communicate with them and let them know what you're thinking. And again, I would say to conservatives and folks who are very frustrated with what goes on in Washington, it's not to say that you're giving up. This is, as you heard Doug Collins say, this is just the first vote. There'll be plenty more votes. There'll be plenty more opportunities to make some changes going on in the future. And one of the things that I think conservatives don't understand and get ourselves into trouble is when to take a compromise. A good compromise. People think compromise is a bad thing. A good compromise is moving the ball in the direction that you want it to go. A bad compromise is doing less of the bad things that the other side wants to do. So this is a good compromise. And now you may think, well, I think I can get some more. Okay. Hold out. Maybe you can get some more. I'm not saying now is the perfect moment or you've gotten everything you're going to get. But at some point, you have to say enough. We've done as much as we can do. We're actually delaying the opportunity for us to get some things done. We're sort of hurting the cause here, and it's time to move forward. That may be the next vote. It may be next Monday or 2 weeks from now. But I think the longer it goes, the less value you're getting from the fight.
I'm reminded of the words of Senator George Aiken. This was in reference to Vietnam. I'm not making it. This is not Vietnam, of course, but there is a battle going on. In 1966, he said the U.S. military should declare victory in Vietnam and get out. And is that the point now where the Republican Party is in this process? It could go on for much longer, but there are diminishing returns for the party and for the American public each round that continues here.
I think we're reaching that point, whether we're there yet or not. Look, listening to some of the 20 on interviews being done, they're becoming less and less persuasive. They don't. None of them have been able to articulate an end game. None of them have an alternative for speaker that is a viable person to get 218 votes. The folks who are being critical of the administration and of Republicans supporting Ukraine in the war against Russia keep saying, well, we want to know what the end game is. We want to know what the end game is. You do need to know what the end game is. It's a very proper thing to be asking. Well, it's also a proper thing to ask them. What's your end game? How do you get who gets elected speaker? Under what rules do they get elected speaker? And none of them have been able to articulate that answer. That is something that I think is not sustainable. It shows a real weakness in their approach. It shows that they're not ready for prime time. And if you're not ready for prime time, get off the stage.
And frankly, it shows that it's personal, and maybe it is not something that is, it is a personal thing or something against them, that they just do not want McCarthy. They do not personally like him. But as you said, the greater good here is to get to work. And the GOP 118th Congress has not started, and we're Thursday here, has not started and may not start possibly through the weekend. Senator Santorum, a lot of folks have been watching this play out. I think, if they're not hyper-political watchers, maybe they have been brought to this, and it is a fascinating process here. I do think what you were just alluding to is they've become less persuasive as the days go by. Is the thought here maybe the 7th or the 8th or the 9th vote, he just gets a little momentum, and then ones that have been holding out say it's just not worth holding out anymore? Is that it? Does McCarthy really just need to get a few more today in this process here, where it just will kind of all of a sudden, I guess, break wide for him?
Yeah, I've been saying since the beginning that one side is going to blink, one side's going to crack. And it's at the point that one side cracks and you have all these people who have consistently voted either for McCarthy or against McCarthy now saying, we're done with this. We're jumping ship from one side to the other. That will disrupt things and start the balls in motion. That's why, on any of these votes, any kind of slippage is monumental, and you haven't seen any other than Byron Donald, which he was, frankly, in the original whip count counted as one of the 20. He didn't initially vote, but he eventually did against McCarthy. There hasn't been any slippage, and so until we see one or two, that's probably not going to be determinative. But if you see a chunk on either way, that will probably give an indicator of what direction this is going to head.
Donald's right now staying at 18. He had gotten 20 in all these votes yesterday. McCarthy at 200, and Jeffries, as we suspected, 212 here. All the Democrats going for Hakeem Jeffries.
A bit of Groundhog's Day.
A little bit.
History repeating itself again on Thursday. We saw it on Tuesday. We saw it on Wednesday. Seeing much of the same thing again today. Still a stalemate, more or less, on Capitol Hill. Our thanks to Senator Rick Santorum. Stand by, Senator. Of course, we'd love to get back to you as things develop. We also want to welcome in now Sean Spicer, host of Spicer & Company, to get his reaction on this 7th ballot. Kevin McCarthy failed. As Sean, I think you predicted this would happen. The question is, and I think also you were telling us if anybody knows what's actually going to happen here, we should go buy those Mega Millions tickets because you have a crystal ball that nobody seems to have right now. Not you specifically, but anybody knows what's going on. We're still in kind of limbo.
That's absolutely right, John and Bianca. I just spent the last hour or so since the last time we were together off the House floor talking to folks. Look, right now they're trying to figure out how to assuage these members. As I told you, overnight, Kevin McCarthy and his team made several concessions. They were hoping to pick off at least 3 or 4. I had wondered whether that was just a lowball number and that they might want to actually exceed that number and show greater momentum. Clearly, that's not happening. The big issue today, Matt Gaetz voting for Donald Trump, switching his vote to Trump. Victoria Spartz, as we know, the congresswoman from Indiana, she was not present during the roll call vote. She is yet to cast her vote, so we'll see where that thing ends up. Right now, I'm keeping an eye on that. They will call her name after the end of this full roll call vote, so we'll figure out whether or not he's lost 18 so far, so whether he gets to the full 20 or he's picked up 1 vote. If he's picked up 1 vote, sure, that shows a little bit of momentum at best. But again, considering what he has been giving up, this is a big problem for Team McCarthy. I did speak to senior members of the McCarthy team just a moment ago before I came over here. They still are holding firm. They believe that his supporters are with him till the end. I talked to members. There is no sign of breakage among them. McCarthy's team feels strong. They're willing to go the distance on this.
And I guess so is the other side. Sean, what are you hearing on, some of these concessions, some of the demands they're making? Is it even something McCarthy could do just to get the speakership? And if so, what would that do to the position once he gets it?
You know, Bianca, it's an interesting question. We talked about this last time we were together. Right now, I saw Scott Perry. He was over there when I was over off the floor. Lauren Boebert. They are immovable right now. They are not showing any signs that there's anything they want. In many cases, many of these members, it's very personal. You noted that with Senator Santorum, and so it's a question of is there anything possibly that the McCarthy team could offer them that they'd even want? And so far, that doesn't seem to be the case. The second thing is there doesn't seem to be any signs of a consensus candidate. Remember, Matt Gaetz and others promised us that they had this secret candidate that members would rally around right after McCarthy didn't get the votes after the first vote. We've now seen Jim Jordan be nominated, we've seen Andy Biggs be nominated, and now we've seen Byron Donalds nominated successively, and no movement, nothing beyond the 20. And I think that shows that they don't have any more than those 20 votes that are against McCarthy, and that there is no candidate so far that anyone's willing to break for.
A quick note here, Sean. Byron Donalds has just returned to the House floor. He was meeting with Tom Emmer, the NRCC chairman, when his name was called. Byron Donalds did, in fact, vote for himself. And it would be interesting. Byron Donalds seems to have a lot of sway here, Sean. And, you know, if he were to vote for Kevin McCarthy and came out and do what Jim Jordan did, you'd think that might move the needle and really elevate.
The opposite, he changed his vote.
But he seems to be kind of also entrenched in that position that he potentially could be the guy, even though there's 201 people who say Kevin McCarthy's the guy.
Look, Byron Donalds knows that he's not the guy. He is just the vehicle right now, the vehicle of opposition. He knows that he will never come close to 218. And so if he did come out, I think they would then if maybe that would be one pickup for McCarthy, then the 19 would find the next person to vote for. They would move on. So this is seemingly a game of whack-a-mole. McCarthy's team, from what I gather, is looking at a one-off strategy. They are literally going member by member, trying to pick it off. The interesting note that I brought up with you last time is there are 3 members that they literally believe are unmovable no matter what. They are never Kevin till the end, and they are not even trying to talk to them.
So that's Gaetz, Boebert,
and Perry.
Yeah.
Yeah, those 3.
Right. Yeah. And so that and if you think about it, that means assuming nobody actually takes a walk or votes present, that means that McCarthy would have 1 vote to spare. And that's a very tough piece of math to come across. But in McCarthy's favor, if we want to look at it the other way, again, the thing that McCarthy's team really wants to point to is the fact that there is no alternative that anyone seems to be rallying around.
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't heard Steve Scalise's name today. McHenry was sort of bantied about before, Sean, but I don't. You know, we're not hearing much of that today as alternatives if this does go too extended.
Let me make a prediction here. I believe that McCarthy's, number one, I think McCarthy's team is going to keep fighting this. I think that there's a good chance we're here well into the weekend, number one. They're not going anywhere soon. And the members that I have talked to, have said that they have no indication, no sign that they are willing to stop voting for McCarthy. They are with him to the end. And these are private conversations. Many of these individuals I've known for a while, and I'm sort of saying to them, hey, is there any sense that you would go to anybody else? They're saying absolutely not. So that's working in McCarthy's favor. But at some point, whether it's a week or 2 weeks or whatever this comes down, if it is somebody else, my guess is that it's a name that we're not talking about, a Jim Banks or somebody like that, because the people that we're talking about are the people that have already been floated, and those 20 are saying absolutely not, no to them. So I think it's going to be somebody that's a consensus candidate that's not even being really significantly talked about at this point.
All right, so Sean Spicer's prediction, above all else, is get ready to cancel your weekend leave, everybody. Cancel your plans.
He might have the Powerball numbers, too. I don't know.
I just said to one member of Congress, we were talking briefly off the floor, and I said, I hope you didn't have any weekend plans. And they said, I did, and I'm canceling them.
But there you go. The weekend's been canceled for members of Congress and folks like us, maybe, who have to stay and keep counting the votes. Sean?
Historic.
We'll see you coming up again, maybe at 5 o'clock, maybe before then. We'll see. Get back to us if you get any more updates up there on Capitol Hill.
Will do.
Thank you, Sean. Great to have you.
All right, John, Bianca, take care. See you at 5.
Thank you.
All right, so just again to recap here, we had Byron Donalds, who missed the vote when his name was called on the D's, come back. He was in a meeting. He did, in fact, vote for himself. Things seem to be pretty much stuck where they were. Byron Donalds gets one less vote. That other vote is Matt Gaetz's vote for Donald Trump to be Speaker of the House. Just to give you an idea of where things are right now. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back after this with more on the House Speaker's race.
News breaks every minute, every day. You need the app, the Newsmax app. Find it free on your smartphone store. Then watch us anytime, anywhere.
DealDash.com, the fair and honest bidding site. This KitchenAid mixer sold for less than $26. This iPad sold for less than $43. And this PlayStation 5 sold for less than $1. Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
With thyroid eye disease, I hid from the camera, and I wanted to hide from the world. For years, I thought my TED was beyond help. But then, I asked my doctor about Tepezza.
Tepezza is the only medicine that treats TED at the source, not just the symptoms. In a clinical study, more than 8 out of 10 patients taking Tepezza had less eye bulging. Tepezza is an infusion. Patients taking Tepezza may have infusion reactions. Tell your doctor right away if you experience high blood pressure, fast heartbeat, shortness of breath, or muscle pain. Before getting Tepezza, tell your doctor if you have diabetes, IBD, or are pregnant or planning to become pregnant. Tepezza may raise blood sugar even if you don't have diabetes, and may worsen IBD such as Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis.
Now, I'm ready to be seen again.
Visit mytepezza.com to find a TED eye specialist and to see Bridget's before and after photos.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to announce my original My Slippers are back in stock. You've made them a huge success, and now I've added smaller sizes, larger sizes, wide sizes, and all new colors. And with your promo code, you still save $90 a pair. Not only that, I'm having the biggest closeout sale ever on our sandals and slides for as low as $19.98. What makes my slippers different is my exclusive 4-layer design that you're not going to find in any other slippers. My slippers' patented layers make them ultra comfortable, extremely durable, and they help reduce stress on your feet. Wear them anytime, anywhere. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen now. Use your promo code to save $90 on my original My Slippers, or for as low as $19.98, you can get our sandals or slides. Quantities won't last long, and with my 60-day money-back guarantee, you can rest assured they'll be the most comfortable footwear you'll ever own.
Being in debt was just such a challenge as a working single mom.
I was working 3 jobs just to make ends meet.
I knew I wasn't going to be able to get out of debt by myself.
National Debt Relief negotiated with my creditors and reduced my debt by half.
National Debt Relief can significantly reduce the amount you owe.
National Debt Relief got me out of debt.
I feel like I'm in control again. I feel like I'm taking my life back now.
Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to get started.
GetRefunds.com, powered by Innovation Refunds, can help your business get a payroll tax refund even if you got PPP. And it only takes 8 minutes to qualify.
I went on their website, uploaded everything, and I was blown away what they could do.
GetRefunds.com has helped businesses get over $1 billion, and we can help your business too. Qualify your business for a big refund in 8 minutes. Go to GetRefunds.com to get started. Powered by Innovation Refunds.
All right, a live look once again at Capitol Hill. Members of Congress milling about on the floor in the lower chamber. You can see the vote tally there on the right-hand side of your screen as well. Kevin McCarthy securing 201 votes. Hakeem Jeffries with 212 votes. Byron Donalds with 19. One other vote for Donald Trump. And Victoria Sparks, who voted present yesterday, we're being told she just voted present again. So not a lot of movement up there in the vote tally. Kevin McCarthy will likely lose, or pretty much definitely going to lose, his 7th ballot.
Yes.
Now. So we'll look forward to an 8th ballot.
We will. And Byron Donalds, by the way, did vote for himself to make it to 19 there.
We were thinking maybe lucky number 7 for Kevin McCarthy, but perhaps 8 is enough, Bianca.
Perhaps 8 is enough. We want to bring in Texas Congressman Pete Sessions, a member of the House Finance and Oversight Committees. Congressman, it's great to have you with us. There was some hope, as you know, going into the 7th ballot call here today, sir, that there would be some momentum. A late deal last night with the Club for Growth looked like some people people were going to go, possibly 3. There were some quotes as high as 10 to McCarthy's way to give him some momentum. Your reaction to that not happening in this 7th round, sir?
Well, in fact, we did expect that there would be progress. We were led to believe that I do not accuse anybody of bad faith, but we were led to believe that positive negotiations took place. We were led to believe that they were of substance, that would hit at the heart of the matter. I think we now see a little bit more now with this 7th vote what the heart of the matter is, and it is somewhere between people that want this to be a weak majority and people who simply do not like Kevin McCarthy. I would tend to think that these 20 people are trying, no matter who it is, to have a weak majority, a weak leader.
Well, when you talk to people about this who are advocating or defending the 20 holdouts so far, that's basically what it comes back to. Their argument is policy this, concession this, yes, of course, but it cannot be Kevin McCarthy.
Trust issues.
We can't continue with the status quo, and it really is just about personality. So how do you get past that, Congressman Sessions?
Well, and I do admit that also. That is a position that I had heard from the very beginning. But there was negotiation of substance. There were people who said it is not about personalities. In fact, we now know it is about trust.
Yeah.
It's about prior viewpoints that others had had. It's about failures that others had seen that we took when we were in the majority. It's a number of things. So now we know. Now we know. And so does the rest of the body, that the negotiation yielded nothing for Mr. McCarthy. And so we're going to have to go back and reassess what they believe is the next process on both sides, because we cannot continue this successfully for our party for as long as we already have moving forward.
It is like watching a 4-wheel drive vehicle stuck up to the top of its tires in mud right now. No progress forward. The wheels are spinning, but the car is not going anywhere. Congressman Pete Sessions, great to see you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. You bet.
So yeah, no real movement. No movement even after. Let's play this clip real quick. This was Dan Bishop nominating Byron Donalds before. It was a little bit more conciliatory, reaching out to the other side, but still very firmly backing Byron Donalds. Here he is.
Yesterday, we could have elected the first black Speaker of the United States House of Representatives. Bring it. Bring it.
Congressman Bishop kind of chiding Cori Bush as well for calling Byron Donalds a prop. What you heard was the Democrats shouting Hakeem, 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 who they would like to see be the first black Speaker of the House. There you see Congressman Pat Fallon. You see these conversations still ongoing on the floor of the House. We're going to take a short commercial break real quick. Stay with us. We're about to see the 8th, maybe, vote. The 8th ballot for Speaker of the House.
Going.
It's still going. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Big news from the app world. Millions have downloaded the Newsmax app. It's one of the most popular apps on both iPhones and Android devices. Plus, it's free. So go to your app store now and you'll get easy access to Newsmax.com for top news. Plus, you can watch Newsmax TV anytime, anywhere. And remember to sign up for app notifications so you never miss a breaking news alert from Newsmax. Download the free app now. Takes just seconds. Newsmax TV. Watch us anytime, anywhere.
If you want to do a little fishing, you don't buy a yacht. And if you want to take a bath, you just fill up the tub, not a swimming pool. So if you don't use your cell phone that much, why pay for more than you need? Switch to Consumer Cellular and you'll get unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month with no contract. You'll get the same reliable premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. You can keep your phone and number, or you can select from the latest top-of-the-line smartphones. Our service is backed by our 100% U.S.-based award-winning customer support. Consumer Cellular is honored to have received the J.D. Power Award for highest customer service again. Plus, we're an approved AARP provider, so members get exclusive discounts. Switch today. Activation is free, and with our 30-day guarantee, it's 100% risk-free. Call 1-800-368-8758. Go online or find us at Target.
If you use Shipco, this whole thing wouldn't be a thing.
Yeah, Dad, I don't want to deal with it.
Oh, you brought your luggage to the airport. That's adorable. With Shipco, shipping your luggage before you fly, you'll never have to wait around here again. Like, ever. That can't be comfortable, though. Shipco.com, the smart, fast, easy way to travel.
Were you or a loved one diagnosed with lung cancer? If so, we urge you to call the number on your screen now for a free legal consultation. Lung cancer, along with other cancers listed on screen, and the disease asbestosis, may be linked to asbestos exposure. Exposure to asbestos in mills, factories, power plants, or while working as a plumber, electrician, plasterer, or maintenance worker may have put you at risk. In addition, because asbestos was widely used on ships, those working in shipyards, including Navy veterans, may have also been exposed. Asbestos has been used in many commercial applications, including insulation, fireproof fabrics, automotive parts, building materials, and turbines. If you or a loved one have been diagnosed with lung cancer or another asbestos-related cancer, call Sokolov Law for a free legal consultation. You may be entitled to compensation. Call 1-800-404-1844. Again, that's 1-800-404-1844. I'm a non-attorney spokesperson.
Welcome back, everyone. Another live look for you at the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives and the votes being counted right now for the House Speaker. This is the 7th ballot, which will end like the 6th, the 5th, the 4th, the 3rd, the 2nd, and the 1st.
And who's counting?
With Kevin McCarthy not able to secure the 218 votes needed to become Speaker. But of course, you also look there on your screen, you see Hakeem Jeffries, the Democrat who was nominated, and then Byron Donalds, who got one less vote this round. That is because Matt Gaetz voted for Donald John Trump, the former president, 45th president of the United States, to be the Speaker of the House, something he said he is not interested in doing. Right now, let's get to David Grasso. He joins us. He's the CEO of Bold TV. I want to get some more reaction on this. David, great to have you with us.
Hi, David.
Hey, what's up, guys? Apparently 7 is not a lucky number, we're learning today.
Yes, 7 is not a lucky number, and we were wondering, pardon the pun here, is 8 enough? 8 is enough.
I don't know. I don't know. You know, maybe Kevin is like a cat. Maybe he has 9 lives. Maybe
we could do this all day.
Boy, guys.
We could do this all day. This is what we do while we're waiting for more votes to be cast. We have bad puns.
The surprising thing was we thought this could be a little different. There was talk, as you know, David, with a late night deal that was brokered with McCarthy, the Club for Growth. You know, they were hammering out the issue over the PACs and the spending, and it looked like they thought McCarthy would get pick up a few. It didn't happen, but neither side is blinking again. So we sit again, it is a stalemate here. Hakeem Jeffries there, obviously, you know, having some conversations. Democrats really enjoying this, David. We actually want to play a little bit of Kat Kamik yesterday and get your reaction to, because she got some jeers from Democrats when she called them out for being so glib and even possibly drinking during the vote. Let's take a listen.
But they want us divided. They want us to fight each other. That much has been made clear by the popcorn and blankets and alcohol that is coming over there.
Say they were not drinking, but they definitely were posting pictures of them holding popcorn. Obviously, you know, some say this is just democracy. This is what's playing out here. Your take on the glib Democrats here enjoying every last minute of it.
Well, I think this is the point in the fight, like when you think about fighting with your spouse, that they're not just talking to each other. They weren't talking to each other. And at least, as you mentioned, there is some communication going on with Kevin McCarthy. I think the dangerous part is that the potential Speaker of the House, at least we're hoping he becomes the Speaker of the House, has already made a lot of concessions. And granted, it's hard to understand everything that goes on in Congress. I have a very nerdy friend who understands all the arcane rules and processes that occur occur just to make bills laws. But in the meantime, while this negotiation is going forward, really, there is no path forward. The math simply does not work. And what's being known now, as some members of the Freedom Caucus are now known as the Never Kevin Caucus, of course, referring to Kevin McCarthy, they're just not willing to give in. And Democrats are, naturally, because it's politics, there's two teams in America, are enjoying this, which is very negative for the Republican Party.
All right, David Grasso, great to get your insights on this. We'll see you soon. Thanks, David.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take another quick commercial break. We'll be right back after this.
When you're looking for answers, it's good to have help, because the right information at the right time may make all the difference. At Humana, we know that's especially true when you're looking for a Medicare supplement insurance plan. That's why we're offering 7 things every Medicare supplement should have. It's yours free, just for calling the number on your screen. And when you call, a knowledgeable licensed agent producer can answer any questions you have and help you choose the plan that's right for you. The call is free, and there's no obligation. You see, Medicare covers only about 80% of your Part B medical expenses. The rest is up to you. That's why so many people purchase Medicare supplement insurance plans like those offered by Humana. They're designed to help you save money and pay some of the costs Medicare doesn't. Depending on the Medicare supplement plan you select, you could have no deductibles or copayments for doctor visits, hospital stays, emergency care, and more. You can keep the doctors you have now, ones you know and trust, with no referrals needed. Plus, you can get medical care anywhere in the country, even when you're traveling. With Humana, you get a competitive monthly premium and personalized service from a healthcare partner working to make healthcare simpler and easier for you. You can choose from a wide range of standardized plans. Each one is designed to work seamlessly with Medicare and help save you money. So how do you find the plan that's right for you? One that fits your needs and your budget. Call Humana now at the number on your screen for this free guide. It's just one of the ways that Humana is making healthcare simpler. And when you call, a knowledgeable licensed agent producer can answer any questions you have and help you choose the plan that's right for you. The call is free, and there's no obligation. You know Medicare won't cover all your medical costs, so call now and see why a Medicare supplement plan from a company like Humana just might be the answer.
Guys, today, I want you to find a mirror and take a hard look.
I didn't like looking in a mirror. I didn't like seeing pictures of myself. I didn't like any of that.
If you don't like what you see, do something about it. Get Nutrisystem for Men.
I lost 78 pounds. And when people come up to you and say, wow, what did you do? I love telling them Nutrisystem for Men.
The weight loss plan where you can eat. With man-sized hearty inspirations meals. Bigger dinners and lunches. Clinically shown to control hunger for up to 5 hours. Like Swedish meatballs. And meatloaf and potatoes. And lose weight and maintain lean muscle mass with Fuel.
The Fuel protein shakes are awesome.
And made with Velocitol. That doubles the power of protein.
I lost 55 pounds.
I lost 63 pounds and I feel better than ever.
Look in the mirror and change what you see with Nutrisystem for Men. Hurry and get today's special deal. Don't wait. Call or go online right now.
A must in your medicine cabinet. Less sick days.
Cold coming on? Zicam is the #1 cold shortening brand.
Highly recommended.
Zyfans love Zicam's unique zinc formula.
It shortens colds.
Zicam Zinc That Cold.
All right, welcome back to John Bachman Now. It is 1:42 here on the East Coast, and the House has just reconvened for another round of votes. Kevin McCarthy just lost his 7th ballot, and this is Florida Congressman Brian Mast. Will listen in here.
That America's given us this chance to change our course, and that we fail. I have that fear. I would say to my friends from Arizona, I have the same fears that you do. That we don't recover from the indifference that has been shown to the honor we have to serve here, to the responsibility we have to safeguard our Constitution and the freedoms of Americans, I have that fear that it can't be recovered from. I would say to my friend, the general from Pennsylvania, that I have the same fears that he has, that we squander what our brothers and sisters in arms have sacrificed for. I stand differently because of sacrifice. My friend from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw, when he looks out at the world, he sees the world differently because of what he sacrificed for. My friend Jim Baird, when he extends a hand, he extends it differently because of what he sacrificed for during his service in Vietnam. We have so many in this body that gave so much, sacrificed so much to support and defend the Constitution of our United States. And I fear that we don't live up to what some of our friends and brothers and sisters in arms have very literally given their lives for. And I don't mind saying that on occasion that absolutely brings a tear to my eye, because it does. It's not for that. My friend from Texas, my colleague, Mr. Roy, he and I, we've stood on this floor together, arguing on the same team about life and death issues for the United States of America, with so few people in here that you could hear an echo. That's sad. That's not living up to our friends. I've sat in classified briefings with the general from Pennsylvania, minimally attended on both sides, with issues that absolutely matter to the safeguarding of every person within our borders and our service members abroad. We can do better than that, and we will. But I would say to my friends, those issues that we deal with like that you've spoken passionately about, I've heard your speeches, I've sat and listened to them. They can't be fixed by our friend Andy. And they can't be fixed by our friend Kevin, or our friend Jim, or our friend Byron. That comes from inside each and every one of us. To change what we prioritize, to change how we choose to spend our time, given this opportunity, this honor to serve in this place. My friend Mr. Roy has been very proud of the number of individuals that are in here, saying that this is how the process should play out, and I totally agree with him on that. But we don't control whether individuals in here are sitting on their cell phones, scrolling through whatever social media, or whether they're actually paying attention to the issues. The speaker can't change that. That's up to the individual. That's something that we have to look at each other and sharpen each other and make each other better. When we started this process months ago, behind closed doors, as leadership for the minority was being chosen behind closed doors, leadership for the majority was being talked about and debated and chosen behind closed doors, I said to my friend, Mr. McCarthy, I said, please don't look at us and see me as your friend, or all of us as your friends. Don't look at us and see us as your colleagues. Don't look at us and see us as individuals that are votes for Speaker of the House. Look at us as individuals that are looking out to our communities, our neighborhoods, our friends, our neighbors, in our country, and telling them that we vouch for you, because that is what we are doing. We are vouching for you, and I couldn't be more proud to stand here today and vouch for you, my friend. I vouch to my community that Kevin will do as he was promised. He will give us the opportunity to write the course. He will give us the opportunity to vote. He won't control how every individual votes, but he will give us the opportunity to make sure that we have smart energy policy between the Atlantic and the Pacific that makes sense for Americans, to make sure that he protects our border, protects Americans, to make sure that we don't spend what we don't have on a credit card, that we don't spend wastefully. I'm vouching for my friend that he will give us that opportunity to make sure that we don't have endless terms here in the House of Representatives. I vouch that he will deliver that opportunity to us. I'm proud to stand before my country and say that Kevin McCarthy is different. He is different. That is why, for those that I was speaking to earlier, the process is where it is today. He's different. He's not Paul Ryan. He's not going to tell you about you'll get a term limits bill and then you won't. He's not Mitch McConnell. He fought against the $1.7 trillion wasteful spending package that was sent to us on New Year's Eve. That's not him. He's different. He's not John Boehner. He didn't throw you all that disagreed with him out on your cans and say, I don't want to hear from you. I don't want to listen to you. He welcomed everybody in because he's different. And if we give him the chance to be our speaker, we will all be different. He will be different. This Congress will be different, and our country will be different. And I stand before you today and say, at the direction of the Republican conference, I advance the name of Kevin McCarthy very proudly as the next Speaker of the House.
All right, did you see that right there? Kevin McCarthy going directly towards Brian Mast after that impassioned speech there. We're going to see Hakeem Jeffries get nominated again, once again. But you saw Brian Mast and Kevin McCarthy hug there after that impassioned speech. Brian Mast, a combat veteran, lost both of his legs in Afghanistan, standing up there and defending Kevin McCarthy, basically saying what we've heard from so many others. It's time to put the party together to move ahead for the greater good, but we don't see any movement from those 20 members of the GOP House that do not want to vote for Kevin McCarthy.
Those standing strong with McCarthy still remain strong, but again, you're right, John. The other ones who are the never Kevins and the 20 that have opposed him continue to stay strong as well. And here we are going into the 8th roll call. We want to bring in Congressman Buddy Carter right now from Georgia, standing by with us. Sir, it's good to have you in today. Historic day again as we go into day 3. Your reaction to this lack of momentum today? There was some talk there might be a few votes swinging Kevin McCarthy's favor, sir.
Well, obviously, we're frustrated, but, I think the big point that we need to remember here is that this just proves to you that the Republican Party is a big tent. We include a lot of different people, a lot of different groups within our party. I mean, look at what the Democrats did some time ago. I mean, they just caved in without batting an eye to the far left. And what did that result in? It resulted in some of the worst policies that this country has ever seen. We're not going to let that happen in the Republican Party. Yes, we need to come together and we need to get a speaker. We need to compromise. Good governance is about that. It's about debate and compromise, and that's what we're doing right now.
It seems like McCarthy has made a lot of compromises, and yet we're still here at a stalemate. There's been some talk about, people wanting different positions on committees, Congressman Carter. And is there a point, though, where Kevin just cannot continue to give these things, or he will be in a weakened position when and if he does take the Speaker's gavel?
Well, let's keep in mind that the conference rules have still got to be approved by the conference. So, he can give them whatever he wants to. It's going to be up to the conference on whether they're ratified or not. So we need to keep that in mind. But look, Kevin McCarthy has bent over backwards to appease this group. It's going to be up to them. They're going to have to make the decision because it's going to be Kevin McCarthy. He is going to be our next speaker. There are too many people supporting him who are not going to vote for anyone else but Kevin McCarthy. That needs to be understood. I do want to say this, though. I really do appreciate some of the rules rule changes, particularly those that deal with spending. They're good. I like them, and I agree with them. Why don't we just move on now? We've accomplished so much thus far. Let's go ahead. No, it's not perfect, and it's never going to be perfect. But we can't let perfect get in the way of very good.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly where the situation is right now for these 20 members of your conference that do not want to move. We're getting some reporting here that apparently Ken Buck was just asked if he would vote for Kevin McCarthy on this 8th ballot, and he said, quote, "I have not made up my mind. I'm getting close to that point, and I just talked to the group of 20, and they're not moving." So, no movement.
Well, it's disappointing. Something's got to break loose. We all understand that. I suspect that, it may be time for another conference, and let's just get behind the closed doors. Let's get this worked out, and let's move on. Look, it's too important to the American people. The issues that are out there that are impacting everyday Americans, the inflation at generational height, the border that is just a disaster right now with illegal drugs coming across that border, crime in our cities, our energy policy, all of those things we need to be working on. Our commitment to America, which, by the way, was led by Kevin McCarthy, we need to get to work on that. We need to do the business of the people. We were sent up here to take care of business, not to be engaging in this kind of action that we're seeing right now.
Well, at least for today, it looks like the action does continue. We're in the 8th vote. Could be a very long day and possibly an even longer weekend if this continues on, Congressman.
Yes.
Great to have you in. Thank you so much, Congressman Carter, for joining us today. We certainly appreciate it.
All right, and this would be the point at which we hear another nomination for someone besides Kevin McCarthy. Let's listen in.
My friend from Florida,
Andy Biggs here.
Byron Donalds, for the Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
I appreciate that. You know, we're coming off an election. Just 2 months ago, a little less than 2 months ago, actually. And what did that election tell us? Well, when there were 5 million more Republicans who cast their ballots, it told us that the American public wanted a change. They wanted a change from the policies of the left that has taken over the Democrat Party. It said they wanted a change from this administration that has inflicted so much pain economically. We've seen crime explode. We've got an administration that won't even acknowledge that there's a crisis on the border. Tell you to go on down to the border. I've invited this administration to come with me to the border. Let's see it firsthand. The American public said they want to change. They want something new. They want something different. And we are on a path that just continues. Where were we just 12 years ago? An $11 trillion national debt. You know where we are today? Almost 3 times that. Both parties share blame in that. We have to bring that under control. You bring that under control not just by changing the rules of an institution, but by changing the leadership. And I'm told this process is painful. It's embarrassing, I'm told. You know what it is? It's not dysfunction, and it's not imperiling. What it is the exchange of ideas, an expression of support for people you want to be your leader in the next Congress. I think it's incredibly healthy, actually, for the American people to see that we're on the floor, something that my colleagues across the aisle so rarely like to be. They enjoy the proxy voting, I guess. They've sat there, I'll give it to you. They've laughed and they've chuckled and they've pointed fingers at us and said, oh, see here. But you know what? As my friend from Florida just said, we're together. We're having an internal fight. It's being displayed. I wish it wasn't necessarily being displayed, but the American people could see it. But I can tell you this. When this is over and done with, I know which side of the aisle is going to be laughing. And it's going to be the side that is unified in taking on the issues that Americans care about. The issues that this side has not only ignored, but has put upon the American people. We used to be energy independent. Seems so long ago. It's 2 years ago, actually. We're going to restore America to energy independence. You know how you reduce inflation? You stop devaluing your currency. You stop blowing out the waters by spending $1.7 trillion on an omnibus bill that has how many thousands of earmarks in it? You start taking on crime. You start fighting violence. You start fighting the overgrowth of our budget and restore our economy. You start incentivizing jobs. You recognize that the American middle class is being squeezed, and those who are with...
All right, we're listening to Congressman Andy Biggs here nominate Byron Donalds, but what this is more of a policy speech, kind of laying out, the policy is not so much a vocal support of Byron Donalds, but this is what we come to expect to see. We've seen it several times. This is setting up the 8th vote here. We're about to step aside and hand it over to American Agenda, but it's been quite a day of watching this play out again here, Bianca.
Yeah, and it obviously will continue. Either side, the 20 holdouts and McCarthy, no one is blinking, so you're going to stay with Newsmax as we continue to watch all the action here on the House floor. And again, we're out of time here, but American Agenda will take you through the next, at least the 8th round.
Sounds like we're going to do it all again tomorrow as well. See you then.
Thanks,
at
everybody.
noon Eastern time.
Hey folks, welcome to American Agenda. I'm Bob Sellers.
And I'm Katrina Zisch. Thanks for being with us.
And we're going to go back to the floor and keep track right now. Andy Biggs of Arizona in the process of nominating Byron Donalds of Florida once again. This would be the 8th vote for Speaker. The 7th again going down with the same numbers that we've seen 2, 3 previous times for Kevin McCarthy. But let's listen in a moment. We'll get to our reporters in a second, and then we will carry the vote at the top to see if there are any changes going on. Let's listen in to Congressman Andy Biggs.
Like a Byron Donalds, a man who is living the American dream and is the example and the mentor for millions who need hope. Here is a man that has worked his way up. He is not a novice. He has the experience. He has the chops to be the Speaker. He is a man. He has a lovely family, and they are politically engaged. They know what's going on. He has worked in Florida politics. He's worked in the legislature. He has respect. He has the quiet confidence that a leader needs. I look around this body today, and I know it's hard for you to believe.
All right, voting will take place momentarily. The nomination from Andy Biggs of Byron Donalds. Let's bring in Congressman from Pennsylvania, Dan Muser. Congressman, thank you for joining us, sir. Who do you plan on voting for in this round?
Hey, great to be with you. I'll be voting for Kevin McCarthy. I've been voting for him the last 7 rounds, and that will continue.
Wow. Congressman, how many rounds do you think there will be? We keep waiting to see a little bit of movement either way, but it still seems to be like that stalemate continues.
Yeah. Hi, Katrina. The thing is this: we've had many negotiations. We saw the terms that were provided by many, not just the fraction of the Freedom Caucus. We have improved the rules. We have guaranteed and committed to some real conservative principles and provisions and plans on a conference-wide basis. And that was great. That strengthened us up until 3 days ago. But for the last 3 days, the goalposts seem to be moving. And frankly, some of the demands are very much about special privilege. And when they're starting to ask for special privilege, I don't see how you keep that in the negotiation and on the table. And I don't find that to be appropriate. Nevertheless, I have a lot of respect for the folks that are not siding yet with the leader that 202 members of the conference do side with. And it's not just the person. This is very important. It's the plan. It's the commitment. It's the execution. It's the trust. You know, Brian Mast just gave, I think, one of the best speeches, and there have been many, from the heart, from the brain, an experience with Kevin McCarthy, pointing out that he's different. You know, Kevin's being labeled with John Boehner, and look, I wasn't here then, so I can't speak to that. But we've got a commitment to do things differently, and we're going to be able to hold them to it. So I'm not sure what their problem is at this point, honestly.
Well, that's kind of what I was going to ask as we get ready to take the votes. Are they negotiating now in good faith if they're getting compromises, concessions, but not changing their votes?
Look, everything that seems to come up, a vote on term limits, of course we'll do something like that. Caps on spending, a real pay-go system, or cut-go is being called. All of these make a lot of sense, certainly to me and all of us. We voted for it. So at this point, when you're talking about, oh, we want this person, this person, this person to be on certain committees, first of all, that's beyond the authority of the Speaker. And secondly, that's highly inappropriate, right? Now we're talking about special privilege as opposed to what's in the best interest of our conference, our party, the U.S. House of Representatives, and most importantly, our constituents.
Congressman, thank you. I don't know if you can stand by. We did want to listen in to see if there are any changes in the votes, especially at the top here. Let's listen in on the floor of the House.
Sure.
Babin. McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy. Baird. McCarthy. Balderson. McCarthy. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy. Bedagan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida. McCarthy. Beatty. Beatty. Jeffries. Bentz. McCarthy. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. McCarthy. Beyer. Jeffries. Bice. McCarthy. Biggs. Donalds. Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Bishop of North Carolina. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Boebert.
Remember not of the Freedom Caucus, but for Kevin, the unanimously elected chairman of the Republican Study Committee, a businessman from humble beginnings, a leader, a true consensus candidate that can deliver on campaign. I vote today for Kevin Hern of Oklahoma.
Hern.
All right, some developments here. It looks like Bishop of North Carolina not voting, although he had voted for and nominated for Byron Donalds last go-round. And Lauren Boebert, it sounded to me like she voted for McCarthy.
Yes, she did, even though she
Again,
said she
change
absolutely never would vote for McCarthy. So I wonder what did change there.
We expect the next to be Brasheen, who had voted for Donald, and then Cloud following him.
Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Burkeen. Hearn.
And again, this is a situation in which Josh Brasheen, a representative, changing his vote to McCarthy from Byron Donalds.
So
There's
two of those.
movement here. You need 218. That I think we're adding 3. Well, we don't know how Bishop is going to vote. He may have been waiting to see how others go.
That may bring him up to bring McCarthy up to 204.
Bouchon.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to need 218. As a reminder, there were 20 total, plus 1 who voted present. 20 who voted for someone other than Representative McCarthy. And the one that we expect next, as we mentioned, there are a few C's to go through here, but Michael Cloud
Burleson.
of Texas, once we get to him, we'll see if this is truly a pattern.
Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy. Kamek.
Okay. Boebert, this is the problem, though, listening to some of this,
Kamek.
that she actually voted for Hearn.
McCarthy. Caravello. Jeffries.
Kevin Hearn, and as opposed to switching to McCarthy,
Jeffries.
that doesn't help McCarthy as far as reaching the 218 threshold.
Jeffries. So it would bring him up, I guess, to 203 at this point, with Bakeen or yes, Basheen voting for McCarthy.
If it stays the same.
Yes.
McCarthy. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. McCarthy. Cartwright. Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez DeReamer. McCarthy. Shearfilis McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Cicilline. Jeffries. Siscomani. McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. McCarthy. Cloud. Cloud. Donalds. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Donalds.
All right, once again, it looks like this is not going to be the magic nomination and voting for Kevin McCarthy once again. We have 5 who have voted for someone other than Kevin McCarthy. Byron Donalds, and then the two other votes being cast for Kevin Hearn, the congressman. And so while there is some movement, it's not the direction that McCarthy was hoping.
Exactly.
Interestingly, though, Hearn was not nominated, so it seemed as though there had been a plan previously when they nominated Jim Jordan, when they nominated Byron Donalds, not nominated in this case. But certainly enough votes now to show that Kevin McCarthy will not win the Speaker's vote this go-round either.
Again, the 8th vote going on now for the 118th United States Congress. Interesting, Bob, because it seems like at a certain point after there are the adjournments and the meetings behind the scenes, again, the non-smoke-filled rooms, you would think that we would see more movement by now, because each group seems to say, oh, no, we're making progress. We're going to get where we need to be, but we're not really seeing that here.
No, we certainly haven't. And this despite the Club for Growth trying to make an effort to make changes. There have been concessions and promises as far as we still have Congressman Muser. Congressman, thank you so much for hanging with us as we listen to the vote. It looks like Representative McCarthy will not win this go-round either. Your thoughts here, sir?
Of Illinois.
Well, I can stay with you till we get to the L's or the M's. But look, I'm going to be with Kevin McCarthy. I think there's 202 of us that will, 201 with one at president at this point. And I do hope that many are starting to see that the plan is in place, the terms have been agreed to, we have a plan that can actually unite us, make us stronger, make us better, etc. It's time to check your ego at the door, as we used to say in the business world, and get the job done. You know, I'm from the business world. We were about win-wins, not conquer and defeat. Win-wins. And that's what's being worked right here. It's been said before, democracy can be messy. This is pretty messy. Looks pretty disorganized as well. Kevin Hearn, Byron Donalds, Jim Jordan, Andy Biggs, all good friends of mine. It's time for us to come together. I do see glimmers of optimism that that's beginning to happen.
What gives you those glimmers of optimism? What are you seeing on your side that we're not seeing here?
Well, negotiating, coming to the table, more nods than heads being shaked. My conversations that I'm having, as well as we can see, their level of, a couple of the members didn't show up. So clearly they'll be here at the end, and we'll see what happens. So maybe we pick up 1 or 2 or 3, but the negotiation still takes place. Hey, this hasn't happened in 100 years. 100 years ago, it went to 9. What are we at now? 8? Hopefully we don't break that record.
Okay. Congressman Muser, thank you so much for being with us, sir. We look forward to hearing your vote and seeing how this unfolds. Once again, thank you for your time. We know that you're highly in demand, and we appreciate your insight. Once again, folks, House Speaker vote, the 8th go-round here. It must feel a little bit like Groundhog Day for Kevin McCarthy. Same outcome, but a little different in this go-round. Some votes for someone who had not received votes before. We know that McCarthy will not win on this round, but we will continue to follow this as well as other stories going on. We'll be back with more of American Agenda after this.
Ezell. McCarthy. Fallon.
It's shocking. 7 out of 10 Americans miss out on their full Social Security benefits, and the average couple leaves up to $120,000 unclaimed. Don't let that happen to you. Get the free report by leading Social Security expert Matthew Allen and boost your Social Security by up to $100,000 or more. Remember, these are your benefits. Get them fully. Get the free offer from the Franklin Prosperity Report. Call or go online today.
Hi, I'm Skip Dietz, college baseball umpire. I just didn't feel like I had that same energy. I saw Balance of Nature on television commercials, and I said, you know what, I'm going to try this. About a month after I began taking it, I just felt like I had an increased energy, an increased feeling of wellness. I feel great every single day.
Jumpstart your journey to better health for the new year and get $25 off plus a free fiber and spice when you use discount code Newsmax.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and in light of the recent events, your continued support means everything to myself and my employees. To thank you, we're having the biggest sale ever on all my pillow bedding. Get MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases for only $9.98. In this economy, instead of buying a new bed, rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. We also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles, like plush, waffle, or gossamer, for as low as $29.98. We even have pet blankets from small size to the ones for your car. Get huge discounts on duvets, quilts, down comforters, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding, including MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98. Get all your shopping in while quantities last. Please order now.
Type 2 diabetes?
Discover the Ozempic Trizone. In my Ozempic Trizone, I lowered my A1C, CV risk, and lost some weight.
In studies, the majority of people reached an A1C under 7 and maintained it. Ozempic lowers the risk of major cardiovascular events, such as stroke, heart attack, or death, in adults also with known heart disease. And you may lose weight. Adults lost up to 14 pounds. Ozempic isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take Ozempic if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or if allergic to it. Stop Ozempic and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Gallbladder problems may occur. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Ozempic with the sulfonylurea or insulin may increase low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
Join the millions already taking Ozempic. Ask your healthcare provider about the Ozempic Trizone.
Welcome back to American Agenda. We're just hearing word that Ukraine is rejecting Russian President Vladimir Putin's calls for a ceasefire during the Orthodox Christmas.
Yeah, he did not go in for that. Putin calling for it, Zelensky feeling like it wasn't on the up and up, if you will, just to simplify what's going on there. But we want to stay on top of that and bring you the latest developments. And we also bring you the latest developments on Capitol Hill. We're seeing the 8th vote for Speaker of the House. Let's get to Kilmeny Ducard. Kilmeny, I wanted to ask you a question. We were listening to the voting and heard Lauren Boebert. She held the floor for a little bit. It was a little confusing. The audio wasn't great for us. Could you explain what was going on there and ultimately who she voted for, and do we know why?
Yeah, Bob, Katrina, good to be with you. What Congresswoman Lauren Boebert said on the floor was Kevin Hern because he is a true consensus candidate. That's not the only vote that has been cast for Congressman Kevin Hern on the floor right now. I messaged her press secretary to ask why Ben Hern. He replied he is liked by all sides, or Kevin Hern, I'm sorry. He is liked by all sides of a party, received 150 unanimous votes for chairman of the RSC. You want a consensus candidate? That's the one. You can see really here where certainly the opposing side has dug their heels in. That's been the frustration. Just moments ago, I was outside of the chamber door where lawmakers were coming in and out of that last failed vote. There's a lot of frustration. I had spoken to Congressman Perry on his way to Congressman Tom Emmer's office. That's where negotiations have been happening. It's a frantic, it's a mad scramble. This is where, again, the bartering is taking place back and forth. The question, as you just posed to Congressman Muser just a moment ago, is what concessions are there left to make? And the frustration among the McCarthy camp is that the goalpost keeps on moving. I also spoke with Congressman Mike Gallagher to ask him if the speaker has compromised too much at this point. He said he didn't think so, but this is really where he believes that personality is taking a priority over policy when it comes to some of these demands. Now, Congresswoman Victoria Spartz, on the last one, she voted present. We do expect her to vote present again, and there's a specific reason for that. When I spoke to her, again, after the last go-around, she told me that we need a different forum. Kevin McCarthy has been wanting to negotiate some of these, to negotiate in small groups, as we saw again with Congressman Tom Emmer's office and people going in and out. But she said we need to get the whole conference together, and that's going to potentially mean taking a timeout, or we're going to repeat the same result over and over again here. Now, she said that we should not be negotiating with Democrats. This is something I reported on yesterday when I spoke with Congressman James Comer. He said he is confident there are Republicans that are negotiating with Democrats to elect a Republican speaker. She says that is absolutely wrong. So there's a whole other part of the conference that is frustrated with that contingent of people who are for McCarthy but are potentially looking for another candidate just to get this thing across the finish line. Also, when I spoke with Congressman Mike Gallagher, he said he was concerned about the fact that this was pushing business. And we know the House is paralyzed until this gets done. But what I'm hearing right now, Bob and Katrina, certainly going back to his concern, was national security. But what I'm hearing right now from a few members is that this may not potentially wrap up until next week.
Yeah, certainly no signs it's going to today. We'll find out. Kimberly Ducard, thank you very much. By the way, folks, Oklahoma Congressman Kevin Hern, whom has received at least 2 votes, maybe more than that at this point, we'll keep track, but had actually voted for McCarthy.
Yeah, instead of voting for himself. All right, but joining us now to discuss, former Pennsylvania Senator Rick Santorum. Senator, great to have you with us. Of course, the 8th vote well underway. Again, seeing that McCarthy is not going to get to that 218 magic number. But are you looking at this rogue group of representatives and thinking it's more of a personality issue versus policy focus that they have at this point? What will make them change?
Yeah, I think it's all the above. I mean, I think most of them got into it because of their frustration about how things were being operated in the Congress, writ large. And what they saw is leadership not standing up to the Democrats and the way they were running things. And I think that was the origin of it. As time goes on, things tend to get personal. I mean, this is, as you're seeing, you're watching all these conversations, individuals, tempers get hot, things get said that probably shouldn't have been said, and it gets rather heated. And that's why, as this vote after vote occurs, I think it's very unlikely you're going to see any kind of real break as one vote after another. There's just too much pressure for everybody to sort of hold firm until there's something that causes a break. What was reported last night with the Club for Growth, that was a potential that could have cost it. No, didn't happen. Not that it couldn't have happened. It just, in the end, there was too much counter pressure, even with that concession, to break up that 20. There's now 2 camps. The 20 are trying to hold firm and hold hands. I'm actually the one I'm more amazed at this point is the 201 or 202 that of McCarthy. It's much harder to hold that group together. Look, over half the members of the Freedom Caucus are voting for McCarthy. And so these are not folks who, generally speaking, get along with Kevin McCarthy, but they're voting for him because he thinks that enough concessions are made. This is the best option. They don't see the benefit of taking this any further. But at some point, I think those are the ones I'd be most concerned about as this thing drags on, potentially into the weekend, is that some of those members start to break because they're ideologically more aligned with the 20. And so we'll see how that all turns out.
Yeah, we're talking about roughly 5% of the new members of Congress, the members-elect, holding this all in place right now. Roughly 10% of Republicans, because like you were saying, over 200 still voting for McCarthy. And having said that, of the 20 people, we know a lot of viewers, and we've seen social media and that sort of thing say, yeah, we agree with them. The system is broken. We agree that there are too many things going on in Washington that don't represent us, the people. If you were in sync with that perspective, what would you recommend to them to accomplish some changes that they would like to see? Some of them have been enumerated, of course, in the negotiations.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the tough thing is that there doesn't seem to be a finite list of deliverables from this group of 20. There seems to be a lot of, frankly, personal asks whether it comes to committee chairmanships or subcommittee chairmanships or positions on committee. That tends to, in my mind, it's not a good look for the 20 to be out there looking for personal resume builders and power and increasing their power center when we're talking about a situation where this should be about what's best for the country, not what's best for me.
Yeah.
And so that's what I would say to folks who are sympathetic, of which, frankly, I am sympathetic to what they're trying to accomplish. The point is they have to have an end game, and right now they don't seem to have an end game, and that's really the problem for them. So I would encourage anybody who wants to encourage them to get an end game, to here's what we need in order for us to be a yes, and make it public. I mean, that to me that would be the thing. If I had anybody of the 20 on, say publicly announce what the 20 of you decide. Here's what we need in order to get this done, and make it public. So far, they haven't been willing to do that.
Yeah, if they're meeting behind closed doors and making concessions and they're not changing their vote, then we're really not getting anywhere, and that's frustrating a lot of people watching this. Former Senator of Pennsylvania, Rick Santorum. Rick, thank you so much. We did want to bring in Congressman Scott Fitzgerald from Wisconsin. Congressman, I assume you have voted at this point. How did you vote, sir, and what are your thoughts about what's going on?
I did vote in this current roll call that's going on, and I voted for Kevin McCarthy again. You know, we're kind of where we were last night. Negotiations went late into the evening, and back at it again this morning. So, you know, there wasn't movement that was measurable in the actual roll call. But, you know, I'm still very optimistic that what is happening behind the scenes is going to result in Kevin McCarthy being the next speaker.
Congressman, when do you think that we will start to see that movement, the movement that's happening behind closed doors, but not showing up yet in the votes?
Well, I've been around legislative bodies long enough to know that that's a very difficult prediction. And even when somebody commits, oftentimes that can come unwound based on a lot of different factors. But like I said, I know it's a finite group. It obviously is the group that continued to vote against Kevin. But at this point, there seems to be some movement. And that's always a bright sign.
All right, Congressman Fitzgerald, thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you being with us.
Thank you very much.
And coming up, we'll discuss the implications of the historic House Speaker vote that we're continuing to monitor when we come back. Stay with us.
Jeffries. Massey. McCarthy. Mass.
Were you or a loved one diagnosed with lung cancer? If so, we urge you to call the number on your screen now for a free legal consultation. Lung cancer, along with other cancers listed on screen, and the disease asbestosis, may be linked to asbestos exposure. Exposure to asbestos in mills, factories, power plants, or while working as a plumber, electrician, plasterer, or maintenance worker may have put you at risk. In addition, because asbestos was widely used on ships, those working in shipyards, including Navy veterans, may have also been exposed. Asbestos has been used in many commercial applications, including insulation, fireproof fabrics, automotive parts, building materials, and turbines. If you or a loved one have been diagnosed with lung cancer or another asbestos-related cancer, call Sokolov Law for a free legal consultation. You may be entitled to compensation. Call 1-800-404-1844. Again, that's 1-800-404-1844. I'm a non-attorney spokesperson.
Hi, I'm Arthur Lee, founder, CEO, and inventor of LifeVac, a simple rescue device that can save a child's life in a choking emergency. All these people were saved with LifeVac.
People may not realize that on average, 14 people a day die from choking-related incidents. Every 5 days, one of those is a child.
As simple as place, push, pull.
To learn more, please visit lifevac.net.
GetRefunds.com, powered by Innovation Refunds, can help your business get a payroll tax refund even if you got PPP. And it only takes 8 minutes to qualify.
I went on their website, uploaded everything, and I was blown away by what they could do.
GetRefunds.com has helped businesses get over $1 billion, and we can help your business too. Qualify your business for a big refund in 8 minutes. Go to GetRefunds.com to get started. Powered by Innovation Refunds.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to bring you my Giza Dream bed sheets for the best offer ever. We're all experiencing unprecedented rising prices, but I was able to secure a limited amount of Giza cotton for a great price, and I'm going to pass those savings directly on to you. Get my Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98 with your promo code. They're the most luxurious sheets ever, made with the world's finest cotton, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River, where the weather conditions are perfect for growing cotton. My sheets are ultra soft and breathable, but extremely durable. I guarantee they'll be the most comfortable sheets you'll ever own. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 50% on my Giza Dream bed sheets. That's as low as $29.98. Quantities are extremely limited at these amazing prices, so please order now.
DealDash.com, where deals come true. This KitchenAid mixer sold for less than $26. This iPad sold for less than $43. And this brand new Xbox sold for $51.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
We should mention that. All right, some breaking news. We continue to monitor the voting that's going on. Some changes in this go-round, although the outcome for Kevin McCarthy, unfortunately, not going to be successful in the 8th vote for Speaker of the House. We have seen a change. Lauren Boebert voting for Kevin Hern of Oklahoma instead. We've seen Josh Brecheen, the congressman from Oklahoma, also voting in this case for McCarthy, going back.
So that was a big switch, right?
Yeah,
he was one of those 20
his vote,
who
so that
voted
was
against.
good news. We thought maybe that was something that was going his way, McCarthy's way, in this go-round, but there's not going to be enough. There aren't going to be enough votes to change the outcome here.
Right. We're going to check in now with our senior White House correspondent, John Gizzi. John, what do you have for us?
Team McCarthy is excited and again optimistic after a few votes have changed, albeit, as Bob pointed out, not enough. It should be noted that there will be a move, as Kilmeny reported, to adjourn or have a recess after this vote and then have a full conference meeting where everything can be ironed out. It is true that the deal insisted on by the Club for Growth, that is, that McCarthy's own leadership PAC not get involved in primaries, was agreed to, and what is reportedly remaining is the question of whether Freedom Caucus members can go on the Rules Committee, as they've insisted. Now, it should be pointed out that the Speaker simply can't assign committee assignments. This has to be determined in meetings to be held after a Congress is sworn in. So the impasse is keeping the Freedom Caucus from reaching their goals in effect. One more thing, I talked with in the last hour to Congressman John Molinar of Michigan, who repeated what he said yesterday. All 202 members of Team McCarthy are staying with their man.
Good to know. Thank you very much. Let's bring in now Dick Morris to join the conversation as we continue to monitor.
Yes. Again, the 8th vote, and we're also going to bring in host, did we say Dick Morris? Yes, Dick Morris, host of Dick Morris Democracy, and of course,
and Doug Collins, former congressman
Doug
from.
Collins.
And Doug, as somebody who has cast your vote for Speaker before, your thoughts on how this is unfolding and the 8th vote for Speaker that, again, Kevin McCarthy will not win.
Well, I think the problem is now, as I think was said earlier, this is becoming not just policy, but personal as well. And you still got 5 out there who said they will never, ever, never, ever vote for Kevin McCarthy. I'm not sure how you overcome that. And that would then mean you'd have to start having people vote present. You'd have to start playing with the numbers a little bit. That's going to be difficult. But at this point, you know, the Kevin Hern votes, and I thought it was actually 2 of them voted for Kevin Hern. I thought the gentleman from Oklahoma voted for Hern as well. and not McCarthy. So there's been no flips at this point that I've seen. So
if I'm maybe I'm Burkeen, maybe we can check. I was told that
Burkeen went to Hearn.
Okay, did not switch to McCarthy.
But if not, either way, if that's one vote, then hey, that's a sliver of hope. The problem is, and I go back to this, is 5 have said they will not under any shape, form, or circumstances do it. So that means that if you play this out even through the weekend and over, if it plays that long, you're going to have to start doing something to get the numbers down so that they can overcome those 5. It'll be interesting to see this. I will say this though, I've talked to members today and had some conversations, texts with members. This is, you're not seeing it on the surface as much, but deep down, this is really being a problem in the conference. Is going to last. The effects of this will last far beyond this speaker vote.
Yeah, Dick, what do you think the larger effects of this will be on the Republican Party?
They're killing themselves. These 20 recalcitrant dissident Democrats, first as individuals, probably can't get elected dog catcher now in their districts. And for the party as a whole, chaos was always a Democratic thing. The Republicans put the grown-ups in the room that would restore order, and now it's completely flipping. Look, McCarthy has basically agreed to allow only a handful of members to be able to call, a handful number to call for a new election of speaker. He's agreed to break down the appropriations process into subject areas with a roll call for each. He's agreed to expand the number of Freedom Caucus members on the Rules Committee. He's agreed to not fund, not get involved in primary fights for open seats. All their demands, every one of them, he's going along with. What's boiling down to is, I want this position, I want this chairmanship, I want this subcommittee, I want this staff. And before the whole country, it is so unseemly, it is so undignified, and it is so much against the spirit of the Republican Party that these guys are committing political suicide. The issue is, do they drag the rest of us down with them?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, I mean, look, I respect Dick a lot, and I agree with him on a lot of things. The one thing I would disagree respectfully, though, is there's not a member that is in that 20 right now that's in a in jeopardizing in their districts right now. Because if you look at their districts, most of those districts, except maybe one, are very red. They're very Republican districicts, and this is moving forward. But again, even most of them. Yeah, but most of your primaries, and I agree with Dick, but most of your primaries are they're in support of what they're doing right here. And look, I agree with Dick. I think this is a problem. I think they've gotten a lot of stuff. Something must be telling them behind the scenes that they can't trust it. That's the word that keeps coming up in my mind. I'd love to hear, Dick, what you think about this. It just seems like there's just not the trust that would to believe that what he's laid out would actually happen. What's really funny is they're actually asking for something that should happen anyway. 12 appropriations bills should come to the House every year, and they should vote them up or down. And by the way, if they don't get 218 votes on appropriations bills, they can't blame the Democrats. The House is a majority-run body. They've got to get this straight.
Dick, go ahead.
Well, I think you're right, but I think that I'm sorry, I made an airport. I think that you're going to, this is increasingly going to backfire on these 20 guys. The Taliban 19, they call them, but 20. And they will face primaries in their district. They will have Donald Trump campaigning against them in primary fights in their district.
Yeah, but those districts, I think Boebert may be the exception, but all of them, I believe, were elected fairly handily, Doug. Yeah. You could back me up on that, like you're saying. Yeah, these are pretty
primary fights. Not primary fights.
But they've won their primary fight. This is, I mean, look, and Dick knows this.
2 years.
Well, 2 years, again, we're making an assumption here. Look, I know Andrew Clyde right now, barring something really difficult in the 9th District of Georgia, he would win a primary right now. I mean, Kent Scott, Perry, Biggs, all these others would win primary. Now, if the president who would be running for president at that time wants to actually run against them, go against them, that's a whole different issue. But remember, a lot of these are very strong supporters of the president.
All right, we're going to keep track of what's going on. Dick Morris, Doug.
I've been talking to Trump, and he's getting annoyed. He's getting really mad about this.
I understand.
What's he mad about? What's he mad about, Dick?
He's mad that these guys are holding out, embarrassing the party, standing up for absolutely nothing. There's no substantive demand that hasn't been met. and he thinks they're just absolutely bollocksing up the process.
Okay.
And he feels the Republicans get moving in the House. And
this
he's
is not good.
increasingly mad at these guys.
Yeah, I
talked to
think
him
a lot
every
of people are very
couple hours.
frustrated, and we'll count your conversation with the former president as among that crew. So, Dick Morris.
Yeah, it's not good.
Doug Collins, thank you very much. Once again, we're keeping track of this 8th vote for Speaker of the House. The member's not sworn in yet. That doesn't happen until the House Speaker is chosen. We are in number 8, haven't done it. We'll be back with more.
Jeffries. Tonko. Jeffries. Torres of California.
Information. Truth. Is freedom. Is Newsmax. It's real news for real people.
My name is Gina, and I did a recent bodybuilding competition. The competition wasn't something that I ever thought I was going to do, but I took Balance of Nature all through my preparation and got first place and third place. Balance of Nature is a game changer. It's just real, whole food. You should definitely try it for yourself.
Jumpstart your journey to better health for the new year and get $25 off plus a free fiber and spice when you use discount code Newsmax.
This year, Americans will spend $41 billion on auto repairs.
That's right, billions with a B. Why is that number so high? Because cars break down. Your vehicle is going to end up in a shop like this too, and if it's no longer under warranty, you're the one who has to pay the bill, and it could cost you thousands of dollars. That is, unless you call CarShield. With a plan through CarShield, administrators will pay for those costly repairs directly to the mechanic of your choice, including dealerships. That means you get protection on major parts and systems like the engine, transmission, electrical systems, and more. Plus, 24/7 emergency services for flat or damaged tires, lockouts, dead batteries, and towing at no additional cost. And there are even rental car options to keep you on the road.
An unexpected car repair can wreak havoc in somebody's house when they don't have the money. Nobody should have to decide whether they should put food on the table or pay for a car repair. If you're driving an out-of-warranty car, it's not a matter of if it'll break down, it's when. So you need to call CarShield before it does. It's nice to find a company like CarShield that actually cares about their customers.
CarShield has a rich history of dependability, reliability, and success, and has been featured on leading networks like ABC, CNN, Fox News, and more. CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company.
My mom told me to call CarShield, and I saved $5,000. You should always listen to your mom.
As soon as my car broke down, CarShield jumped into action, and I had my car back within days.
I've been with CarShield for close to 7 years. I have 3 vehicles covered, and I saved close to $9,000.
I called CarShield and saved over $5,000.
Yes, CarShield is a good value. Every plan through CarShield comes with a price lock guarantee, which means no matter how many repairs you need, the price you pay today will never change for as long as you cover your car.
Call now and save money with your price lock guarantee. It's not a matter of if your car will break down, but when. Call CarShield now before it's too late. Call CarShield now at 800-348-8396. 800-348-8396.
If you have thyroid eye disease, and the pain in your eyes burns like a red-hot chili pepper, or your inflamed eyes are so watery they need windshield wipers, it might be time to discover another treatment option for thyroid eye disease, also known as TED. To learn more, visit treatted.com. That's treatted.com.
Hi, I'm Darlene, and I lost 40 pounds with Golo in just 8 months. I gained an enormous amount of weight due to a medication I was put on. When I started the Golo plan and taking release, I was surprised at how easy it was for the weight to come off. I've never done anything better in my life.
All right, we continue to monitor the voting. We know this round there have been some changes. Lauren Boebert voting for Oklahoma Congressman Kevin Hern, as did Breachin from Oklahoma. And then we've also had Matt Gaetz once again voting for Donald Trump, as he did last time.
Exactly. But once again, McCarthy, as you're seeing here, appears to lose the 8th vote for Speaker of the House. Joining us now to discuss, former Virginia Congressman Dave Brat and former Trump campaign aide and author of the new book, Wicked Game, Rick Gates. Rick, I want to start with you. You know, we've been saying this seems like Groundhog Day, and I'm sure it does for Kevin McCarthy at this point. When do you expect to see some movement, and what do you think it's going to take? We've been hearing that there have been lots of discussions and deals made, but we're not seeing that reflected in that magic 218 number of votes needed.
Yeah, I think from the information we received last night that there was going to be some sort of breakthrough or momentum for Kevin, that he was going to pick up a few more votes. We knew he didn't have enough to win, but that 7th ballot was very, I think, stunning. It still had, 20 plus now Victoria Spratt's, voting president. And so you're starting to see the shift go in the wrong direction. And we'll see what this 8th count does. But I think this puts Kevin exactly back where he was yesterday. Instead of having momentum going forward, now this is going to create more issues. And I believe, just in talking to a person just a minute ago, that they are going to probably adjourn after this, because they now need to go back into the caucus and figure out what else to do. But Kevin doesn't really have a lot more to offer. There's some committee chairmanships and maybe some subcommittee chairs that he could, dole out to various individuals. But it still hasn't seemed to move the needle. And so this is very disconcerting right now.
Yeah, and if we could bring up the list of people who are consistently voting against McCarthy, that would be useful. Dave Brat joining us right now. Dave, if it gets out publicly what exactly is being bargained for, and it's not in the interest necessarily of the folks from their districts, it could look awfully selfish. But it's another thing if they're saying, we want to vote on term limits, or we want to vote on a balanced budget amendment, that sort of thing. Your thoughts here?
Yeah, I think that does matter. And the key is, when we were in the wilderness for 7 years, the leadership promised one thing. Promise. TV ads, everything, money. We will repeal Obamacare. We did not repeal Obamacare, right? So they're I could go on and on and on, right? We've got now the Twitter files with an assault on the country from our intelligence apparatus. That's the most serious thing I can imagine after the CCP, right? We got the CIA, FBI, Justice Department, everybody complicit in taking down the First Amendment against the American people, working with the government. Where's leadership? That is a serious deal, right? So I think what the American people want to hear, as I said yesterday, right? People are saying it's just 20 or whatever. Well, no, I was one of those 20 once, in a sense, because if you're one of those 20, you're sacrificing $10 million guaranteed next year. You will not get to keep your seat. Right.
Well, I think one of the concessions is that Kevin McCarthy will not actually spend money against them in their primaries. But Dave, if I could get you to stand by there, Rick Gates, we need to take a break. It looks like the voting this round is over. Again, not a positive end for Kevin McCarthy. We'll be back with more on American Agenda.
Eric was injured in Iraq. I called Wounded Warrior Project and I said, we need help. They don't leave anybody behind.
I want the whole world to be able to meet Corey, because he is someone that has never given up.
Since I first appealed to you on behalf of our wounded service members, the need for Wounded Warrior Project has gotten even greater, and that need will continue to grow for many years to come. That's why I'm asking for your support. With a gift of just $19 a month, you can join Wounded Warrior Project.
They walked in and said, what can we do for you? What do you need? Anything.
I know firsthand how many lives they've saved, how many people are still here today because of Wounded Warrior Project.
As a veteran, having gone through struggles, it can feel very lonely. And then here you have Wounded Warrior Project and you realize, all right, I'm not the only one.
At Wounded Warrior Project, it's our honor to serve this generation of injured veterans.
Because of the COVID-19 crisis, many warriors find themselves more isolated than ever. We quickly worked to create virtual programs so that these brave men and women could continue to get the critical support and services they need.
Wounded Warrior Project is so important, and they help so many.
To those who donate, thank you very much. The programs that have been started have accomplished a great deal.
Please join Wounded Warrior Project with your gift of just $19 a month, and we'll send you this Wounded Warrior Project blanket.
I would love to just say thank you. It means way more than you will ever know. Way more.
Please call or go online right now.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and in light of the recent events, your continued support means everything to myself and my employees. To thank you, we're having the biggest sale ever on all MyPillow bedding. Get MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98, a set of pillowcases for only $9.98. In this economy, instead of buying a new bed, rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. We also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles, like plush, waffle, or gossamer, for as low as $29.98. We even have pet blankets from small size to the ones for your car. Get huge discounts on duvets, quilts, down comforters, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding, including MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98. Get all your shopping in while quantities last. Please order now.
Walk with me, I'll walk with you. Down these troubled roads we've stumbled into. We're all in this thing together. We're gonna make it through. Will you walk with me? Oh, I'll walk with you. Walk with me, and I'll walk with you.
And the 8th round for Kevin McCarthy again, coming out very similarly. This time, 17 votes for Byron Donalds. We also had Kevin Hern of Oklahoma receiving 2 votes. Mr. Trump receiving a vote from Matt Gaetz, and voting present, again, Congresswoman Spartz of Indiana. Let's bring in former Special Assistant to President Trump, Mark Lauder. Mark, your thoughts about where we stand right now?
Well, I guess it's anybody's guess. It doesn't seem like anything's moving right now. And, you know, it's almost reminding me of toward the end of the 2016 presidential campaign, when there were a number of Republicans who had not gotten on board to supporting our nominee, Donald Trump. And I remember being on the campaign trail and, you know, obviously there were people who didn't like, you know, the Twitter feed. There were people who didn't like various aspects of things. And we're like, yeah, you made your voice heard. You registered your complaint. Now it's time for you to come home. Time for you to vote for the Republican who's going to support conservative policies, conservative agenda, and so many of them did, obviously, and the president went on to win. So, you know, how long is this going to keep going? Because, I mean, really, when you break down the numbers, it's 90% to 10%.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, and a lot of people have been saying, listen, this is more of a cult of personality moment for those 20 people who are getting their moment in the spotlight and getting whatever concessions that McCarthy is willing to give them, which seems like a lot, rather than being about actually caring about their constituents.
No, I absolutely agree, because this fight has nothing to do with securing the border, with dealing with law and order in our communities, or dealing with inflation, rebuilding America's energy independence. This is delaying action on all of those things. And what is it? And what is it over? Because the entire caucus supports that same agenda.
Right. It's amazing how much they would all agree. If you got them in the same room, which actually you have.
I think, wait a minute,
they agree on everything except who the speaker should be. Right. So, Mark Lauder, thank you for being with us. We do have to take a quick break. We're going to come back, though, folks. We expect them to announce the formal results of this. And then the question, will we see an adjournment and see whether there's some cajoling that could take place after that? Or will we see another vote? Or will this be Groundhog Day in which the same vote comes out? Or we'll get a carbon copy there.
There we go, yes.
We'll be back
That's
after this. Stay with us.
Real heroes.
Real conflict.
Real threats.
Real heart.
Now there's a place America gets its news.
No agenda.
Just the facts.
Newsmax.
Real news for real people.
When you're looking for answers, it's good to have help. Because the right information at the right time may make all the difference. At Humana, we know that's especially true when you're looking for a Medicare supplement insurance plan. That's why we're offering 7 things every Medicare supplement should have. It's yours free, just for calling the number on your screen. And when you call, a knowledgeable licensed agent producer can answer any questions you have and help you choose the plan that's right for you. The call is free and there's no obligation. You see, Medicare covers only about 80% of your Part B medical expenses. The rest is up to you. That's why so many people purchase Medicare supplement insurance plans like those offered by Humana. They're designed to help you save money and pay some of the costs Medicare doesn't. Depending on the Medicare supplement plan you select, you could have no deductibles or copayments for doctor visits, hospital stays, emergency care, and more. You can keep the doctors you have now, ones you know and trust, with no referrals needed. Plus, you can get medical care anywhere in the country, even when you're traveling. With Humana, you get a competitive monthly premium and personalized service from a healthcare partner working to make healthcare simpler and easier for you. You can choose from a wide range of standardized plans. Each one is designed to work seamlessly with Medicare and help save you money. So how do you find the plan that's right for you? One that fits your needs and your budget. Call Humana now at the number on your screen for this free guide. It's just one of the ways that Humana is making healthcare simpler. And when you call, a knowledgeable licensed agent producer can answer any questions you have and help you choose the plan that's right for you. The call is free and there's no obligation. You know Medicare won't cover all your medical costs, so call now and see why a Medicare supplement plan from a company like Humana just might be the answer.
Were you or a loved one diagnosed with lung cancer? If so, we urge you to call the number on your screen now for a free legal consultation. Lung cancer, along with other cancers listed on screen, and the disease asbestosis, may be linked to asbestos exposure. Exposure to asbestos in mills, factories, power plants, or while working as a plumber, electrician, plasterer, or maintenance worker may have put you at risk. In addition, because asbestos was widely used on ships, those working in shipyards, including Navy veterans, may have also been exposed. Asbestos has been used in many commercial applications, including insulation, fireproof fabrics, automotive parts, building materials, and turbines. If you or a loved one have been diagnosed with lung cancer or another asbestos-related cancer, call Sokolov Law for a free legal consultation. You may be entitled to compensation. Call 1-800-404-1844. Again, that's 1-800-404-1844. I'm a non-attorney spokesperson.
GetRefunds.com, powered by Innovation Refunds, can help your business get a payroll tax refund even if you got PPP. And it only takes 8 minutes to qualify.
I went on their website, uploaded everything, and I was blown away by what they could do.
GetRefunds.com has helped businesses get over $1 billion, and we can help your business too. Qualify your business for a big refund in 8 minutes. Go to GetRefunds.com to get started. Powered by Innovation Refunds.
Well, we continue our coverage of the congressional vote for Speaker of the House with our congressional correspondent, Kilmeny Dukart. Kilmeny, we know that Kevin McCarthy appears to have lost the 8th vote, making many talk about Groundhog Day, of course, that fateful movie with Bill Murray. What can you bring us? Anything new?
Katrina, Bob, we know that this is headed right now for a 9th vote. That's been confirmed by the House. So we are doomed to repeat this process once again. Now, interesting to note that the atmosphere right outside the door of the chamber, everything is a last-minute scramble right now. These negotiations continue, and they continue not just on the floor, as we're seeing now with some of these live shots, a conversation happening between Congressman Gates and Congressman Jim Jordan, but this is happening in Congressman Tom Emmer's office, which is just a few feet, again, from that chamber door. That is where negotiations were taking place overnight. Really, we thought that there would be a few pickups for Kevin McCarthy today following that deal. But again, we haven't seen that. We haven't seen the momentum. We know Congresswoman Victoria Spartz, she voted present again, and that is because she is of the mind, like many members I've spoken to, that there needs to be a step back from this process. The conference needs to convene in a different venue altogether, not in the smaller groups that Kevin McCarthy keeps requesting. Now, Kevin McCarthy is projecting a large degree of optimism. He said, this is progress, and we're going to get there. But we're not seeing those numbers right now, so there's a degree of repetition. Now, we did see Congressman Scott Perry. We spoke to him when he came off the floor from the previous vote. In terms of why he is dug in on this, he says the value is accountability for the most powerful person in the building. But that is not how many lawmakers view this that I've spoken with. We've talked about the fact that they believe that the goalposts keep moving and that personality on some of these concessions and some of these demands are being put over policy. We also spoke with Congressman Mike Gallagher, who you'll remember gave a very rabble-rousing speech on the House floor yesterday when he nominated Kevin McCarthy, talking about the fact that all lawmakers are privileged to be there and to play out this process and lock it in and get it done for Kevin McCarthy. Well, now that the House has not been able to conduct business, he's very concerned from a national security standpoint, the fact that this is a second day that House business cannot be conducted. I also spoke with Congressman Gallagher about the negotiations that were happening with Chip Roy. He says that he believes he is very sincere in this process. There has been progress. Is the deadlock going to be broken today? Probably not. And in fact, we're hearing from some of the members that they expect this to go into next week.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you very much, Kilmeny. Let's bring in Congressman Troy Nehls of Texas. Congressman, thank you for joining us. How did you vote? And what is going on off the floor there to try to change votes?
Well, Bob and Katrina, thank you for having me. I've been consistent with my vote. It's been for Kevin McCarthy. Now, listen, I am a member of the House Freedom Caucus, and I understand that there are 20 of them that are fighting very, very hard. They seem to have issues with casting a vote for Kevin McCarthy. Okay, fine. If we've identified a problem, then let's come up with a workable solution to that problem. But there just doesn't seem to be a solution. Last night, again, there were conversations that took place where Leader McCarthy made more concessions. I believe some of those conversations were vacate the chair from 5 down to 1. Okay, good. So check that box. When you look at the ability to vote on having term limits, good. Let's have a vote on it. Check the box. I also agree, and I don't think it would be, I wouldn't advise Leader McCarthy to get involved in Republican primaries across the country. I think you should let the voters decide. And I believe he's made that concession as well. So I believe we're moving in the right direction. But what we have to do is make sure that the 20, we start reducing the numbers.
And what do you think it will take to reduce those numbers? I mean, it seems that those concessions are being made, but at a certain point, won't Kevin McCarthy run out of concessions that he can give?
Well, you would think so. I mean, he's made a lot of them. There's been a lot of changes to the House rules, and I think that those have been accepted by Leader McCarthy and this conference as a whole. So I just don't understand. I've always said to my friends in the Freedom Caucus, listen, we have 222 seats, so Leader McCarthy understands we have a very slim majority. When we enter into this 118th and there's any legislation that reaches the House floor, Leader McCarthy is going to have to understand that he's going to have to get some buy-in, some support, almost an endorsement from the Freedom Caucus to pass anything. There are 35 to 40 of us. So how is Leader McCarthy going to pass any meaningful legislation that put the American people first without our support? I think that's the battle that the Freedom Caucus should be waging. We are relevant today. We are relevant today.
Do you think there's any damage being done long-term to the Republican Party? When I say long-term, to a lot of us who watch the political world, the 2024 race is already underway. Any damage from what's going on here in the short term that could be lasting?
There may be, I'm sure that the American people that are watching this are looking at this and probably a little bit confused. I mean, we've had members vote for Jim Jordan, I think, on day one. And Jim Jordan, minutes earlier, gave a speech that he endorsed or nominated Kevin McCarthy. So I think there's some confusion there, and the American people are trying to understand that. But for the Republicans out there, America that's watching, the American people gave us the gavel on November 8th. They said, we want Republicans to lead. Now it is an incumbent to provide that leadership. This Biden administration's destroyed this country. Nancy Pelosi's had one-party rule, and the people, American people have spoken. We have the gavel. Let's take care of the gavel and put the American people first.
What do you think who do you think, I would say that these 20 or you know, if they maybe one or two flip, but what do you think it will take for them to vote for anybody? And who do you think that person would be? If they're just saying, okay, we're not going to vote for McCarthy, who might that mystery person be? And do you think we'd have to get there?
Well, we've tried a few. You know, Jim Jordan was there, and obviously now we have Kevin Hearn in the mix. We've had Byron in the mix. Andy Biggs has been in the mix. I mean, these are great Americans, and we have great members in the House Freedom Caucus. But eventually we're going to run out of names. We're going to run out of names. What are we going to go through, all 222 Republican members to see if they can get to the 218? Are we going to go outside of Congress because the Speaker does not have to be a member of Congress? What are we going to vote Beth from Yellowstone? I mean, this has got to stop. I mean, this is serious business, and we have to move forward. The American people gave us the gavel. They're begging for leadership. And now is the time we need to end this. We need to end it today so we can get down to the American people's business. And that's fixing this country.
All right, Congressman, we appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us. And we look forward to watching this all unfold and seeing how you vote next time as well, sir.
Thank you. God bless.
And God bless you as well. As you can see, folks, the outcome of the 8th vote, very similar to the prior vote. The only difference this time is the other, if you will. In that, again, a vote for Mr. Trump from Matt Gaetz, but two of them to Kevin Hearn from Oklahoma. One voting present, that's again from Victoria Sparks of Indiana. Let's bring in Mark Halpern and Dave Bratt also, who is a former congressman from Virginia and dean of the business school at Liberty University. Mark, your thoughts here as we watch this go.
Bob, I got to take issue with you. Good afternoon to you both. I'm not really looking forward to it. This is
fair enough.
This is it's tedious, but it's also, you know, a real problem for the country. The people want their business done, and it appears right now to be an intractable situation. I think the thing that hasn't happened yet is some of the members who are not part of the 20 would like a briefing on what exactly Kevin McCarthy is negotiating. And it's quite possible that then when they hear what's on the table, they're going to throw the table over. And Kevin McCarthy is going to have a bigger problem than he has now, which is not just getting the additional handful of votes he needs, but keeping the 201 he has now. So that's what I'm hearing from folks is they want Kevin McCarthy to be Speaker, but some of them are asking at what price.
Dave, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that Mark just hit the right phrase. That the American people want to get their business done. The former congressman was on there. I was there 4 years and learned quite a bit. And the one thing he was missing was that, you know, Kevin will need the 30 votes to pass anything. That's not the problem. In order to do the American people's business, and in order to fulfill the promises we made in the Republican platform, you have to initiate bills. The members are not allowed in that process. One person did that when I was there, and it was Paul Ryan. This is the most important point about the Speaker. They initiate every bill. The people they want to get elected are given 3 or 4 bills right before election time. The people they don't want to get elected don't get a bill. So what is the American business, and what are the bills that need to be put in? A wall. Leadership failed to do that. A debt increase. The omnibus, leadership just went along with the omni. Everybody knows that in D.C. The American people do not know that. Never-ending wars, $100 billion. American people don't want it. Leadership has not initiated a bill to end it or to even ask for a peace talks, a negotiated settlement. For China, the donor class wants to keep doing business with a totalitarian surveillance state. Oops, that's not good. American people don't like that. the Chinese people are getting being treated like a slave class. It's not the Chinese people's problem, but that's the American business as far as I see it. There are no bills that have ever been brought up on the biggest issues of major concern to the American people. That's the problem. And on the past, Congressman said, check, 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 check. Look, and turning the tables over. Hey, this is very simple. If he's going to be the speaker and he's agreed to these things, put it out on a piece of paper. You'll never see leadership do that. That's a hint to you. If you got all the checks on all these things they've agreed to, put it out in the public on the table. There's no problem. That's going to be ongoing, right? The Rules Committee, the rules, whatever the agreements are. Why can't it go out in public? Oops, we don't want transparency up in the swamp. So, you know, I've heard all the commentary and the endless comments, the sound bites that are just not true, and they don't hit the target. So that's my take on
Dave,
things.
what are you saying?
These are just my views, by the way. I don't speak for anybody else.
Yeah, no, appreciate that. But when you say they're not on target, the sound bites you're hearing, what is it that they're not on target for? And everything you're saying, I could hear a lot of people nodding, right in sync with you.
Yeah.
But a lot of them are voting for Kevin McCarthy. So what would be the solution if it's not him?
Well, I just told you. You got now.
You didn't give me a name. You didn't give me a name, Dave.
You got 3 defense leaders now writing saying national defense is at stake over a 2-day transition on a speaker vote. You got sound bites about everything that can go wrong. Oh, we can't do the people's business. The committees don't get started for a month anyway. You know, this is just, it's not a mature, substantive debate. And as I've said, and no one wants to hear this, the 20 have sacrificed $10 million each, right? Varga, who ran for the 7th district in Virginia, Hispanic woman, Christian, solid, school board, everything, county leadership, law enforcement. She said I won't commit to a speaker. She didn't get 10 million. She lost the race because she was shy, 10 million. To an outstanding candidate with potential.
All right, Dave, we appreciate your thoughts. We want to bring Mark back in here as well. Give him a chance because we're running short on time.
Sure.
Well, look, I like listening to the congressman. I'd say there's an irony here, which is you've got all these folks who are putting a high premium on transparency, and they're negotiating these deals in secret. Some of their ideas, I think, are good, but they're trying to force through a deal without the American people getting a chance to weigh in and say, is this the right way for the House to operate? Are these the right rules? Is it right to demand a chairmanship of a committee, chairwomanship? So I'd like to see more transparency here for the American people in the call for 100%. Transparency.
100%.
But as of now, we don't have an individual that can accomplish all that you're talking about, Dave. And again, I don't mean to belabor the issue, but
no. That's the sound bite. The point is, once the dam breaks, you'll get a name.
Yeah,
right?
It'll be like an ice flow, right? It'll.
Right. What if Kevin steps back? You'll get plenty of people jockeying to be the speaker who want the gavel and power. Let me assure you that one.
Dave, we got to go right now. Let's listen in. Clerk of the House announcing results.
Of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 201. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 17. The Honorable
Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
Me gustaría pedir algo de comer.
Ah, ok, por supuesto que...
Hi,
did you learn Spanish?
I learned with Babbel.
So, Babbel, it's kind of like if my teacher is in your phone?
Kind of. And the best part, it's helped me make new friends. Like you.
Language for life. Go to Babbel.com and try it for free.
This year, Americans will spend $41 billion on auto repairs.
That's right, billions with a B. Why is that number so high? Because cars break down. Your vehicle is going to end up in a shop like this too, and if it's no longer under warranty, you're the one who has to pay the bill, and it could cost you thousands of dollars. That is, unless you call CarShield. With a plan through CarShield, administrators will pay for those costly repairs directly to the mechanic of your choice, including dealerships. That means you get protection on major parts and systems like the engine, transmission, electrical systems, and more. Plus, 24/7 emergency services for flat or damaged tires, lockouts, dead batteries, and towing at no additional cost. And there are even rental car options to keep you on the road.
An unexpected car repair can wreak havoc in somebody's house when they don't have the money. Nobody should have to decide whether they should put food on the table or pay for a car repair. If you're driving an out-of-warranty car, it's not a matter of if it'll break down, it's when. So you need to call CarShield before it does. It's nice to find a company like CarShield that actually cares about their customers.
CarShield has a rich history of dependability, reliability, and success, and has been featured on leading networks like ABC, CNN, Fox News, and more. CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company.
My mom told me to call CarShield, and I saved $5,000. You should always listen to your mom.
As soon as my car broke down, CarShield jumped into action, and I had my car back within days.
I've been with CarShield for close to 7 years. I have 3 vehicles covered, and I saved close to $9,000.
I called CarShield and saved over $5,000.
Yes, CarShield is a good value. Every plan through CarShield comes with a price lock guarantee, which means no matter how many repairs you need, the price you pay today will never change for as long as you cover your car.
Call now and save money with your price lock guarantee. It's not a matter of if your car will break down, but when. Call CarShield now before it's too late. Call CarShield now at 800-348-8396. 800-348-8396.
All right, welcome back. As you see,
the American people.
Let's listen in here to Congressman Nels from Texas.
The Republicans, the majority, and their vote of confidence to change the direction of our country. The American people are begging for leadership because the Biden administration certainly has not placed the American people first. Kevin McCarthy understands. He understands he must protect that Speaker's gavel and abide the will of the American people. The decisions we make in the 118th Congress are critical to the future of our country. The decisions we make, the legislation we pass as a Republican majority must have the support of the American people. We have a crisis on every corner in America. And the American people are expecting Republicans to bring this much-needed change. We must come together today and implement that change. To those of you outside of Washington that are watching, Kevin McCarthy and this Republican majority
All right, Troy Nels of Texas nominating Kevin McCarthy. Subsequent to that, we expect there to be a nomination for Hakeem Jeffries and possibly others, which we will keep track of. But let's bring in the chairman of the committee to defeat the president and former Colorado State Senator Ted Harvey and retired NFL football player and founder of the Jack Brewer Foundation, Jack Brewer. Ted, I'll start with you. Your thoughts on what's going on here?
Well, I think that this is a great example of what can happen when a minority sticks together and tries to exercise the power that they have in politics. And the Speaker of the House, the potential Speaker of the House, McCarthy, is learning a big lesson as well, that you don't get involved in Republican primaries when you're running for leadership and then lose those primaries, because you're never going to get those votes. And if the majority is this slim, you need those votes to be able to be Speaker of the House. And I would never vote for a leader that ever spent one penny in my primary. That is unethical as can be. Yet that's why he is in the situation that he is in. And it's going to take now, I believe, the Republican caucus getting together and saying, to Kevin, you're never going to get the votes. So let's find somebody who can and let us move forward in doing the work of the American people.
Jack, we had you with us yesterday, and it sounds like what Ted is saying is similar to what you were sharing yesterday. You think it's time for new leadership?
Definitely, and I think it's an opportunity for the Republican Party to really change this country. I mean, we are the party of innovation. We are the party of unity. Think about it. The Republican Party put the first black man in Congress right after slavery. The Republican Party put the first black man in the Senate after slavery. The Republican Party got the first electoral vote for president for a black man in the nation. And now we have the chance to put the first black man as the Speaker of the House. I mean, we can change and unify this nation and show this country what really coming together looks like right now. We have an opportunity, and no one is talking about it, and I do not understand why. Byron Donalds is the cream of the crop. He's articulate. He's compassionate. His background and history and his conservative values just resonate with the American people. We need to demand change right now and take advantage of this historic opportunity. The Democrats use race to divide us. It's time for Republicans to use race to unite us in the United States of America.
Ted, we have roughly 30 seconds or so. What gets us out of this fix, if you will? There's been no movement numbers-wise.
Well, there has been movement. When this all started, he only lost 15 votes. Now he's up to 21 votes. I think he's going to continue to lose support from conservative congressmen in conservative districts when they're going home and hearing from their constituents. Right now, their phones are being lit up, and they're going to have to respond to their conservative constituents rather than their commitment to McCarthy. And they're going to start pulling their votes and saying, let's go in a different direction. My congressman, Ken Buck, did that yesterday. And I think the more this goes on, the more you're going to see that waterfall of congressmen moving away from McCarthy and looking to another alternative to get 218 votes as soon as possible.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. Jack Brewer, Ted Harvey. Again, we'll continue to follow the voting. We expect the 9th round to begin very soon.
And coming up, Sean Spicer joins us to talk about the historic House Speaker vote that we are watching right now.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I would like to nominate the name of Byron Donalds to Speaker of the House of Representatives.
A liberty-loving American takes on Washington, Hollywood, and the whole media establishment. He's Chris Salcedo. Join his fight. Tune in to The Chris Salcedo Show every weekday afternoon on Newsmax.
9/11. It's a sad day.
I was in the Army for 3 years when 9/11 happened. When I saw on the television, what was happening, and you just knew your life was going to change.
I joined the military because of September 11th. We all had one common mission, and that was to make sure that never happened again on our soil.
It's now been over 20 years since that day in 2001. The brave who stepped forward helped keep us safe at home, but their sacrifices will last a lifetime.
The day I was injured in Iraq, I immediately lost eyesight. Top part of my head got blown off. It's a heavy loss.
Now is the time for healing and recovery, but many of those who served can't do it alone. They need your help, and they need Wounded Warrior Project. Please join with your gift of just $19 a month.
I was ready to give up, and the Wounded Warrior Project showed me that there's still things out there for you. Just, we're here to help.
Call or go online with your gift of just $19 a month, and we'll send you this Wounded Warrior Project blanket as a thank you. Your gift will provide free programs and services that make life-changing differences for warriors and their families.
We physically left the war, but we live and deal with the war daily.
I'm gonna need help for the rest of my life. Please continue to donate. It lets me know that my sacrifice wasn't in vain. Thank you guys, for everything.
Please call or go online right now.
Were you or a loved one diagnosed with lung cancer? If so, we urge you to call the number on your screen now for a free legal consultation. Lung cancer, along with other cancers listed on screen, and the disease asbestosis, may be linked to asbestos exposure. Exposure to asbestos in mills, factories, power plants, or while working as a plumber, electrician, plasterer, or maintenance worker may have put you at risk. In addition, because asbestos was widely used on ships, those working in shipyards, including Navy veterans, may have also been exposed. Asbestos has been used in many commercial applications, including insulation, fireproof fabrics, automotive parts, building materials, and turbines. If you or a loved one have been diagnosed with lung cancer or another asbestos-related cancer, call Sokolov Law for a free legal consultation. You may be entitled to compensation. Call 1-800-404-1844. Again, that's 1-800-404-1844. I'm a non-attorney spokesperson.
We got the house! We did! Pods handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods, your personal moving and storage team.
All right, welcome back to American Agenda. We are waiting for the 9th vote for Speaker of the House to get underway. So far, Kevin McCarthy, Hakeem Jeffries, and Byron Donalds have been nominated, as they have been before. And joining us to discuss if this vote is going to be any different from the last 8, Sean Spicer, the host of Spicer and Company. Sean, great to have you with us. Are we going to see anything change as we go into this 9th ballot?
Well, good afternoon, Katrina and Bob. You know, if I knew that, I'm going to be running down to 7-Eleven and buying lottery tickets because anybody's guess is up right now. Look, we went into today thinking that a lot of the deals last night that were made, a lot of those concessions that Team McCarthy made to those 20 holdouts would move the needle. I spent the morning on Capitol Hill talking to members on both sides, both the members part of the 202 coalition that makes up Kevin McCarthy's supporters and part of the 20 holdouts. And it's interesting, the 202 believe that they have really gone overboard in making concessions to those 20 individuals, especially when it comes to things like assignments on key committees. However, the 20 that I talked to, every time that I asked any of them, have these concessions moved the needle for you? They sort of banked each time and banked each concession and said, this was very welcome, we appreciate it, but no, we're not giving him his vote. In many cases, it's personal. McCarthy came out and supported a primary opponent for them, didn't back them in something that they cared about in the past. So many cases where this is coming up, this is not an ideological thing. This is a very personal thing for a lot of these 20 members. And when I talked to key members of McCarthy's staff today off the House floor, they were talking about the fact that they are looking at this as a very one-off strategy. So they're going to go from 20 to 19 to 18 and really work each member one by one, because these folks are not voting as a block. There's not one thing that's driving the block, as you will. And 3 of them in particular, they've pretty much written off.
Yeah, I'd love to be in that group and get that to be number 5. Yeah, I'd like a 747. Tell me whether this is hurting the Republican Party, Sean, because if they get through this week and they pick it, yeah, it was messy, but they finally got their guy or woman, whatever it ends up being. But could this backfire on them down the road when they can't get the budget deal through, and the Democrats will be saying, well, remember what happened? They couldn't even pick a speaker, and they can't pass a budget either. And they start using that with anything that goes wrong in Congress.
Look, Bob, I was up on the Hill for 13 years. I came in 1994 with the Contract with America and Newt Gingrich's team. I was the Budget Committee spokesman for 3 years. I was a member of the House leadership staff. And so I've seen many, countless fights, whether over budget issues, over the Medicare debate. So it's been messy before. Can Republicans rally after this and move forward? Absolutely. The question, and I think what you're getting at is really central to that question. It's one thing if they fight it out now and they say, hey, we really want to get this speaker thing right, and then they move on. I just don't see that happening. The way that what's at the core of this, and what I thought was interesting in some of my conversations with members of Congress today, is that there's a lot of bitterness towards these 20 individuals. They're really upset at how they're handling this, right or wrong. I'm not here. I'm just giving the analysis of my conversations with these folks. But I think the question is, and what you're asking is, what will things be like moving forward? I think that's going to be a question of how this ends. Do they, all come together for McCarthy at some point based on a series of concessions? Do they find a consensus candidate that they all rally around and then move forward as a team? If that happens, either one of those scenarios, then sure, everything looks great. If this gets real ugly, I don't know that bodes well moving forward. So I think we're sort of still, in the middle of the book, if you will, and there's a few chapters to go.
Sean, who do you think a potential consensus candidate might be that everyone would rally around if McCarthy simply can't get to that magic number of 218?
It's a fantastic question, Katrina. Here's what I'm going to tell you. As soon as your name gets uttered, you're dead. So I mean, and I say that all of these members, that the ones that have been mentioned so far, Andy Biggs was never a real candidate. He would have told you that himself. Jim Jordan didn't want the job. Byron Donalds was never gonna, and we've seen that, couldn't get more than 20, and he's already ebbed in terms of his vote total. He just got 17 in the last one. I think Kevin Hern was somebody that people had talked about. He's the chairman of the Republican Study Committee, congressman from Oklahoma. But I question, as I said, now that he's gotten some votes, if they suddenly nominate him and make him the next flavor of the day, I think that suddenly removes him from contention. The more that people are talking about you, potentially in the future, I think that hurts you. You want to be somebody that they're not talking about, and that's why I think the last thing that anybody wants to do is be talked about right now. There are a few names that I did hear mentioned privately, but again, everybody's saying, please don't mention my name.
Yeah, well, nobody's mentioning Sean Spicer yet, so he will be the next speaker. We expect that
you
once
heard it
this
here
all
first
comes
on
out.
Newsmax.
Sean Spicer. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing your show also at 5 o'clock. Thanks, Sean.
5 o'clock. You bet, guys.
Thanks, Sean. And to continue the conversation, we're going to bring back Ted Harvey. And do we also have Jack Brewer back with us? All right, so we just have Ted Harvey. Ted, thanks so much for being back with us here. Again, about to go into that 9th vote. We heard Sean Spicer simply saying that, this is something that seems to be in a very challenging place, and it sees it unlikely or difficult that much is going to change. So what happens next? I know this is the question, literally the $1 million question, so to speak.
Yeah, and one of the things Sean kept saying over and over again was that these 20 congressmen, in the last vote, it was now 21. I think the more this goes on, the longer this goes, the worse it's going to be for McCarthy. He is either going to have to figure out how to get people to vote for him that he ran primaries against, or we're going to have to move on. And I think the more pressure, like I said before, the more pressure these congressmen get in their conservative districts from their conservative constituents, they're going to start pulling off more and more the longer this goes on, because they're going to feel the pressure back in their district. You look at what happened when Liz Cheney was voted for leadership a year ago. Most of the people that voted for her did not get reelected. It was essentially a litmus test. And my congressman, Ken Buck, barely got reelected in his primary because he supported Liz Cheney. Yesterday, he came out and said, we need to settle this today, Thursday, or we need to move forward to find another candidate to be Speaker of the House. I think folks like Ken Buck are feeling the pressure back in their district, and they don't want this to be a litmus test in their next primary, because I think the conservative constituents out there are lighting up the phones, and they're feeling the heat in Washington, D.C., because this is ridiculous. If you don't have the votes, you don't have the votes. Let's move on and get somebody that we can have a consensus with.
Now in the first round, 19 people did not vote for McCarthy. In the second round, 20. And then Victoria Spartz withdrew hers, so we're at 21. So what you're saying is true. It doesn't look like anything's going McCarthy's way. However, it's not going Donald's way. It wasn't Jim Jordan's way. It was, so is the name going to be somebody outside of the House of Representatives? Is that a silly scenario?
I think that's a silly scenario. Nobody in the
legislature. Then who is it? Because we know there are only
222 congressmen to choose from.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think like Sean said before, once McConnell steps aside, there's going to be a ton of people there. That was Congressman Pratt that said that. There will be a ton of people that throw their names out there, and I think that there will be an opportunity for a consensus candidate to come forward. But you can't run primaries against people and expect them to vote for you, and that's where we are right now when you have such a slim margin of the majority over the Democrats, that you need every vote you can get, and McCarthy's doesn't have the votes, it looks like to me. So let's find somebody that those people that did get primaried can vote for, and let's get the 200 and whatever that McCarthy has right now, and let's move forward and elect a congressman that can be the speaker.
All right.
Yeah, Ted Harvey, before we let you go, how many more ballots do you think will go through before Kevin McCarthy actually does step aside?
Well, I can't imagine that the members of the caucus will want this to go into the weekend. So I think that you will get a resolution to this tomorrow, because nobody wants to go back to their constituents over the weekend and say they didn't support their constituents back home and vote for a Speaker of the House. So they're going to get a vote tomorrow, I would bet.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ted.
Ted Harvey. We will be back after this with more coverage of the ninth.
You will be able to call it truly the people's house.
They won't give you the facts. They don't tell the truth. Their bias is incredible. Now millions are turning to Eric Bolling, The Balance, to get the real story. Watch him on Newsmax.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to announce my original My Slippers are back in stock. You've made them a huge success, and now I've added smaller sizes, larger sizes, wide sizes, and all new colors. And with your promo code, you still save $90 a pair. Not only that, I'm having the biggest closeout sale ever on our sandals and slides for as low as $19.98. What makes my slippers different is my exclusive 4-layer design that you're not going to find in any other slippers. My slippers' patented layers make them ultra comfortable, extremely durable, and they help reduce stress on your feet. Wear them anytime, anywhere. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen now. Use your promo code to save $90 on my original My Slippers, or for as low as $19.98, you can get our sandals or slides. Quantities won't last long, and with my 60-day money-back guarantee, you can rest assured they'll be the most comfortable footwear you'll ever own.
Because for today, we begin writing a new story. Not a story of deep trauma, a story of strength. Story of being you again. Make that choice. Today, you too can help.
If your business kept unemployed through the pandemic, GetRefunds.com can see if it may qualify for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is 8 minutes to get started. Then, work with professionals to assist your business with its forms and submit the application. Go to GetRefunds.com to learn more.
Can unite.
Let's listen in to Lauren Boebert on the House floor.
Who can deliver on the promises that we have all made to the American people. I believe that there are many people on the floor today that can do just that. I've voted for my friend Jim Jordan. I've voted for my friend Byron Donalds. I'm voting for Kevin Hern, the gentleman from Oklahoma. Mr. Hern went from rags to riches, and like myself and many other members, is a small business owner. He has lived the American dream. He's a father, a family man, and as Kevin likes to say, he's a conservative, but he's not mad about it. We can have a happy warrior leading us. I understand that threats have been made about committee assignments, that you won't receive committee assignments if you do not vote for Kevin McCarthy. That is true. It happened in conference, and that is exactly what we were told. But we don't govern in fear. We govern for the people on principle. Don't be afraid to do the right thing. I believe that Kevin Hern is a unifier. He just received the chairman of the Republican Study Committee by unanimous consent. This is the largest caucus in our conference. Look how many people have already put their trust in Kevin Hern to lead them. I get asked by my constituents, where does this go? Who can unify the party? Who can deliver?
All right, Kevin Hern of Oklahoma being nominated by Lauren Boebert. One of the 20, 21 not voting, but one voting present. Let's bring in, for their reaction, talk show host Simon Conway and Project 21 member Whitley Yates. Whitley, as you see this unfold, your thoughts?
I'm going to be honest. I think Kevin needs to hang it up. I think it's about time when you're looking at the 9th vote, the 10th vote, et cetera, and he still doesn't have what he needs. The foundation is fractured and people don't trust his leadership. And as Republicans, if people want them to be able to lead this country, you're going to have to be able to lead your party. And so seeing other names come into the mix like Hern and Donalds, I think are a glaring sign that something is wrong. But I don't think that he's taken the hints, and he's going to keep at it until he doesn't succeed.
Well, he's been angling for this for quite some time, Simon, and we're awaiting the vote count, which is going to start presently. Your thoughts here, Simon?
Well, first of all, big prediction, he's going to lose. But look, this is just ridiculous, right? We know it's ridiculous. We the people look at this, and the people in D.C. are a joke to us because normal people do not behave in this way. This is the same party. They need to go to a room. They need to do what NASA did for Apollo 13. They need to go to a room. They need to lock the doors, and they need to not let them out until they agree, and then they can come vote. Because this is just pathetic. And we sit there and we laugh at them. I'm laughing at them. I know this, what the result of this is going to be. You do as well. And until they sit down and talk about it, and maybe we do need to lock them in, we can send some chicken sandwiches in. Apparently, Kevin McCarthy likes those. And we just leave it. And then we'll wait for the white smoke to come out the chimney. And then we'll go have a vote.
All right, stand by if you will. We're going to take a break, come back. We kind of know where this may go, but we'll tune in just a moment. Stay with us.
Barragan.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to bring you my Giza Dream bed sheets for the best offer ever. We're all experiencing unprecedented rising prices, but I was able to secure a limited amount of Giza cotton for a great price, and I'm going to pass those savings directly on to you. Get my Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98 with your promo code. They're the most luxurious sheets ever, made with the world's finest cotton. grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River, where the weather conditions are perfect for growing cotton. My sheets are ultra soft and breathable, but extremely durable. I guarantee they'll be the most comfortable sheets you'll ever own. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 50% on my Giza Dream bed sheets. That's as low as $29.98. Quantities are extremely limited at these amazing prices, so please order now.
This year, Americans will spend $41 billion on auto repairs.
That's right, billions with a B. Why is that number so high? Because cars break down. Your vehicle is going to end up in a shop like this too, and if it's no longer under warranty, you're the one who has to pay the bill, and it could cost you thousands of dollars. That is, unless you call CarShield. With a plan through CarShield, administrators will pay for those costly repairs directly to the mechanic of your choice, including dealerships. That means you get protection on major parts and systems like the engine, transmission, electrical systems, and more. Plus, 24/7 emergency services for flat or damaged tires, lockouts, dead batteries, and towing at no additional cost. And there are even rental car options to keep you on the road.
An unexpected car repair can wreak havoc in somebody's house when they don't have the money. Nobody should have to decide whether they should put food on the table or pay for a car repair. If you're driving an out-of-warranty car, it's not a matter of if it'll break down, it's when. So you need to call CarShield before it does. It's nice to find a company like CarShield that actually cares about their customers.
CarShield has a rich history of dependability, reliability, and success, and has been featured on leading networks like ABC, CNN, Fox News, and more. CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company.
My mom told me to call CarShield, and I saved $5,000. You should always listen to your mom.
As soon as my car broke down, CarShield jumped into action, and I had my car back within days.
I've been with CarShield for close to 7 years. I have 3 vehicles covered, and I saved close to $9,000.
I called CarShield and saved over $5,000.
Yes, CarShield is a good value. Every plan through CarShield comes with a price lock guarantee, which means no matter how many repairs you need, the price you pay today will never change for as long as you cover your car.
Call now and save money with your price lock guarantee. It's not a matter of if your car will break down, but when. Call CarShield now before it's too late. Call CarShield now at 800-348-8396. 800-348-8396.
Hi, I'm Mike Huckabee. Did you know that public schools don't allow any mention of God in the classroom? Without understanding how God shaped our nation, how can kids learn America's true history? After all, our rights come from God, not the government. It's why my team created the Kids Guide to Our One Nation Under God. And right now, you can get it for free.
To order this fun patriotic gift bundle, just visit freegodgift.com. That's freegodgift.com.
Let's listen to the 9th vote for Speaker.
Hakeem Sekou Jeffries.
Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. McCarthy. Cartwright. Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez DeReamer. McCarthy. Sherfilis McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Cicilline. Jeffries. Siscomani. McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. McCarthy. Cloud. Donalds. Clyburn. Jeffries.
And another situation, it looks like the 9th vote for prospective Speaker McCarthy, not going to go his way. And we have Andy Biggs and Dan Bishop voting for
Donalds,
Byron Donalds, as they did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 previous times. We've got Lauren Boebert this time, who actually nominated Mr. Hearn of Oklahoma, and Josh Burkeen voting for him as well, and then Michael Cloud ultimately voting for Byron Donalds. So the point being, they're over 5 now. Again, McCarthy. Do we still have Simon? Simon, you said you know how this is going to turn out, and we all do.
He said he's not going to win.
Tell us how this turns out, because could save us some time.
Well, right. I mean, first of all, maybe I should pick lottery numbers. I was that good. But look, they have to talk to each other. Why is this so complicated? The only way this is resolved is if they talk to each other. If they keep voting in the way they're voting, what is going to change? I repeat, lock them in a room, send in some bread and water, and don't let them out until they figure this out. They have to talk.
Yeah, well, I think they are talking. The thing that's frustrating, we get reports that they're talking, Whitley, but then they come out and they don't change their vote.
Yeah, I think communication and strategy are two different things. And what we're seeing is no strategy. So coming together and talking about who you'd like to see run and lead is one thing, but having a strategy that unites under the guise of unity as opposed to uniformity, because we're not always going to agree is what's necessary. And the fact that no one is stepping up to do that and consistently keeps pushing these votes only makes the Republicans look weaker in this state. And so
that's a great point. I'm sorry to cut you off there, Whitley.
No, I'm hopeful we'll see some strategy behind this, because you can be in unison and not uniform just so that we have the lead. What's going to happen if we continue down this treacherous path is Jeffries will get the nomination. And that's what we don't want. We've been saying fire Pelosi for months, for years. And now that she's gone, we can't find a leader to lead us. This is a problem.
Simon, to Whitley's point, how damaging is this potentially for the Republican Party? I know the 2024 election, of course, about 2 years away almost, but just in terms of Americans being really frustrated, saying, listen, I don't care about inside politics, but let's just get some work done.
I think it's very damaging. They look ridiculous. They really do. Donald Trump is the only declared presidential candidate at this point. He's really frustrated. He sent out a press release this morning. I guarantee you nobody's talking about it. That's why he's frustrated about this. I do believe it's damaging, because if we, the people, gave Republicans, I am not one, by the way, I'm an independent, I'm definitely a conservative, but I'm not a Republican. This is part of the reason why. They're pathetic. I'm sorry, they are. And if they cannot get this together, and you end up with Hakeem Jeffries, who is going to be to blame?
All right. Simon Conway, Whitley Yates, thank you so much for being with us.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to keep track of this. Back in a moment.
McCarthy. Duncan. McCarthy. Dunn of Florida.
A liberty-loving American takes on Washington, Hollywood, and the whole media establishment. He's Chris Salcedo. Join his fight. Tune in to the Chris Salcedo Show every weekday afternoon on Newsmax.
My name is Vincent, and I've been in the field of nutrition and dietetics for 30 years. And what I realized as a nutritionist, I was trying to get all my fruits and vegetables in, but I would be so preoccupied with trying to do things, I would forget to eat. So all of a sudden, it's the end of the day, and I haven't had my fruits and vegetables. I think a lot of people are in that situation. I found Balance of Nature, and I looked at the ingredients, and I thought, this is exactly what I need. And so after trying it for about a week, I'm not a morning person, but I started getting up early, and I started feeling better because I had more energy. I think, of course, as a nutritionist, it's best to get all you can from your diet. But it wasn't until I started taking Balance of Nature that I started noticing a difference. So that's when I thought, okay, there's something about Balance of Nature that I need to tell the world about. So here I am.
Jumpstart your journey to better health for the new year and get $25 off plus a free fiber and spice when you use discount code Newsmax.
Whether you've enjoyed the legendary terrain in Telluride, the unparalleled landscape of Park City, or the famed peaks of Whistler, you face the hassle of lugging your gear through the airport. With ShipSke's, You're just a few clicks away from having your skis, snowboard, and luggage shipped from your doorstep to your destination. With unrivaled pricing, real-time tracking, ShipSkis delivers hassle-free. Ship ahead and go catch those first tracks on fresh snow. ShipSkis, your skis delivered.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and in light of the recent events, your continued support means everything to myself and my employees. To thank you, we're having the biggest sale ever on all MyPillow bedding. Get MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases for only $9.98. In this economy, instead of buying a new bed, rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. We also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles, like plush, waffle, or gossamer, for as low as $29.98. We even have pet blankets from small size to the ones for your car. Get huge discounts on duvets, quilts, down comforters, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding, including MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98. Get all your shopping in while quantities last. Please order now.
Were you or a loved one diagnosed with lung cancer? If so, we urge you to call the number on your screen now for a free legal consultation. Lung cancer, along with other cancers listed on screen, and the disease asbestosis, may be linked to asbestos exposure. Exposure to asbestos in mills, factories, power plants, or while working as a plumber, electrician, plasterer, or maintenance worker may have put you at risk. In addition, because asbestos was widely used on ships, those working in shipyards, including Navy veterans, may have also been exposed. Asbestos has been used in many commercial applications, including insulation, fireproof fabrics, automotive parts, building materials, and turbines. If you or a loved one have been diagnosed with lung cancer or another asbestos-related cancer, call Sokolov Law for a free legal consultation. You may be entitled to compensation. Call 1-800-404-1844. Again, that's 1-800-404-1844. I'm a non-attorney spokesperson.
All right, folks, let's listen in as
Gomez.
we hear the 9th vote for House Speaker. We'll give you a brief
Gomez.
update.
Tony Gonzalez. McCarthy. Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Good of Virginia. Donalds. Gooden of Texas. McCarthy. Gosar. Donalds.
All right, that was another vote from Bob Good of Virginia, voting for Byron Donalds once again. Doesn't seem to be any shifting, Katrina,
No, it
as
really
we watch this. Some of the names have changed,
Exactly.
you know, as far as the
in
vote.
terms in the other nominees and the other Republican nominee and in the others column, but otherwise McCarthy is just not gaining any traction.
And where we've come from is in the first vote. Going back a couple days, we saw 19 votes against McCarthy in the Republican votes. And then it went to 20 with Byron Donalds actually switching to vote for himself as he was nominated.
Yes.
And then we've seen Victoria Spard. So there's really been not movement, not the movement that Kevin McCarthy was hoping to see today. We'll have to stand by and see if there'll be another vote.
Exactly, or if they're going to adjourn and actually maybe get everyone in a room and continue to see what they can get away with. That's it for
Jeffries.
today. We'll see you tomorrow.
It's 4 o'clock in Jacksonville, Florida. It's 3 p.m. in Houston, Texas. The country is focused on the unnecessary drama of the speaker's race. And I say it's unnecessary because we all know if the GOP had any unifying principles, there would actually be no debate. But a major, revealing, and horrific story unfolded yesterday that was drowned out by the soap opera in the House. This story will have profound impacts on your family's future and the future of this nation. Without fear or favor, the Chris Salcedo Show starts right now. Yeah, good afternoon and welcome to the Chris Salcedo Show here on Newsmax. The next House Speaker is a huge story. It deserves the attention it's been getting. But lost in the battle between those who think it's the GOP leadership and not the people who should be telling lawmakers how to vote, and then the conservative rebels who insist they be allowed to represent their constituents with more than an up or down vote on trashy and un-American legislation. Lost in all of this is the why. Why is our country and the last bastion of America, the Republican Party, ripping itself apart? China-first politicians have no place in America. That's our focus in today's preamble. Let me start with some facts. Communists lie. They always lie. Communist China is the most inhuman, genocidal, racist regime to ever exist on planet Earth. The loss of human life and liberty China has caused is staggering. China's knuckle-dragging government and their ideology has been the sponsor of that carnage. Nearly the entirety of the Democrat Party is committed to making sure that the China regime remains in power and inflicting damage on not only America, but the world. Sadly, leaders in the GOP are on board. Two of China's greatest supporters in the United States, Joe Biden and Senator Mitch McConnell, celebrated their alliance yesterday. Virtually all of the Biden's Democrats and an alarming number of Mitch McConnell's Republicans teamed up to drive inflation through the roof, to send America's national debt soaring, and to pad the pockets of China's brutal regime. Nearly 2/3 of Americans know and understand that Joe Biden puts China, not America, first. As Biden's Democrat Party continuously shows, they prefer China's iron-fisted rule over American democracy made possible by our constitutional republic. Some of you might be asking, why would Mitch McConnell, the so-called leader of the Republicans, wish to glad hand with Joe Biden, a man who has ushered in unprecedented hardship for the voters of Kentucky and the United States? Well, it turns out that Mitch and Biden have a lot in common. They are united, not as Americans, but as compromised pro-China politicians. Reports suggest that Mitch McConnell, like Biden, is part of a growing number of American politicians who appear to have sold out our nation to inhuman communists in order to enrich themselves and their families. For decades, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell and his wife Elaine Chao have maintained a glaring conflict of interest, conducting extensive government business despite the Chao's family deep ties with China through their maritime shipping company. China's faith in McConnell and Biden and the politicians they represent, well, it's pretty well founded. Instead of gathering their millions and going quietly about their very questionable business, these two allies of China, Mitch and Joe, they rubbed America's nose in the excrement that was this bipartisan infrastructure bill. Observers who read the bill, which exclude the majority of your alleged representatives in Congress, reveal how Mitch and Biden worked to dedicate American taxpayers' money to a communist regime famous for their forced abortions, enslavement, and genocide of the Uyghurs, and their hatred of blacks. President Trump blasted Mitch McConnell and the Democrats for their China-first infrastructure bill, saying, quote, "Under Biden's plan, if you create jobs in America and hire American workers, you will pay more in taxes. But if you close down your factories in Ohio and Michigan and move all of your production to Beijing and Shanghai, you will pay less," end quote. This pro-China behavior from Mitch McConnell earned him another vote as leader from a majority of Senate Republicans. Like McConnell, his allies have few American core values. McConnell has been GOP leader for nearly 2 decades. In that time, China has leapfrogged in status and America's future has dimmed. In that time, the deviant left has rioted in our streets, shredded our Constitution, and had their cancerous agenda advanced at every turn, often by Mitch McConnell. But Mitch has had help. In a move worthy of the mob, McConnell and 17 other wretched Republicans and Democrats, they all conspired to write a spending bill, ignoring their lawful obligation to budget, and dump that bill on our people with hours to go before a government shutdown. Instead of China being its primary focus, the omnibus focused on funding woke programs designed to harm America. It focused on fully funding 87,000 new Democrat IRS agents to squeeze our middle class. As a side note there, your government might be getting the sense that you're a little fed up with everything, and tax revolts are born of such frustration. This move by Mitch, the wretched 17, and the Democrats to hire 87,000 goose-stepping enforcers may be a way to ensure you all pay up for their pro-China agenda. The omnibus also sent money to the border to facilitate illegal immigration into the United States. Mitch, the wretched 17, and the Democrats made sure that the language in that bill expressly forbid money be used to stop illegal immigration. Remember, one of the absolutes I mentioned earlier, that communists lie? Here's Mitch McConnell.
Given the fact that the Democrats have this presidency, the House, and the Senate, to meet our defense number and to not pay any bonus to the Democrats on the domestic side to achieve the defense number is far and away the best we could do.
The best we could do. That's a bald-faced lie. With that soundbite right there, Mitch just proved how much he's adopted the sensibilities, tactics, and arrogance of his communist pals over in China. What you all need to know is that McConnell could have agreed to a short-term funding bill to allow the new incoming House majority to fulfill their promises that they made to the American people. But Mitch is a devotee now of left-wing extremism. He has no interest in helping conservatives fulfill their promises. He, the wretched 17, and the Democrats are unified with China in defeating those of us who fight for, believe in, and push for the return of an American government that is of, by, and for the people. The House battle isn't happening in a vacuum. The Democrats are celebrating because they know they have GOP leaders and GOP senators working with them. Some House conservatives are sick and tired of uniparty rule. I get the sense it's every politician for him or herself on Capitol Hill. They have ruined our nation, now seek the money and accountability to escape their responsibility. Now, how do we fight back against all this? Well, you have to begin in your states. Since the majority of Washington is no longer listening to you, Article 5 Convention of States is our last best hope. I know it's a good solution because Mitch McConnell opposes it. It limits his power, which is the point. Our founders knew that a government that governs least governs best. You must also make sure your local legislatures are a bulwark against the harm that is being dished out against our people from Washington. Remember, folks, we outnumber them. The Washington cartel thinks they are a government with a people. It's time we reminded them we are a people with a government. Mitch, Biden, and the Democrats want to rule over you. It's time they were reminded we rule them. Joining me now, former Texas Congresswoman Mayra Flores. Congresswoman, great to see you. We just learned that Mr. McCarthy has failed the 9th attempt to make him Speaker. He struggles to win that Speaker's gavel following, now 3 consecutive days of failed votes. What's your reaction to what's unfolding up there in the chamber you were working at for a limited time?
Well, it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking to see. The worst nightmare for the Democrat Party is for us to be united. The Republican Party needs to come together. That is their worst nightmare. We need more Republicans with a backbone to fight the Democrat Party. That's what we need. But we need to come together and actually get things done. I'm here in South Texas. The border crisis is still happening. We still have a horrible economy. People are struggling to pay their bills. People are too busy for this nonsense. They're focused on working. Many people are working 2 jobs right now to make ends meet every single month. We need to focus on kitchen table issues, get to work, come together, put our differences aside. This is honestly heartbreaking to see, and it is, I'm sure, for everyone as well.
Yeah, I want to get to some of that disunity in the Republican Party here in a minute, but just keep the focus on the Speaker's race here for a second. According to reports, Kevin McCarthy has agreed to a series of major concessions for the conservative rebels. These include lowering the number of members to call a vote to oust the Speaker to just 1, giving the House Freedom Caucus 2 seats on the House Rules Committee and a floor vote on term limits. What do you make of these concessions? Are they good?
Well, I just want them to come together. I just want, for both sides to come in agreement for what's best for this country. And to be honest with you, I'm uncomfortable with people holding this country and Congress hostage and asking for things that benefit them and not benefit the country. I want things that are going to help all of us, the American people. That's what we need to focus on, and not things that are going to help them members. But what about their constituents? We need to focus on what's best for the American people, what's best for this country, and what's best us securing the borders, us having a stronger economy, bringing down inflation. That's what's going to help us. Healthcare, better healthcare for the American people.
That's fair enough, and I would just submit that perhaps term limits, because these lifers that have been up in Congress are responsible for the unsecured borders.
Absolutely.
So maybe the term limit concession would be something considered, would be for the people. 18 Senate Republicans.
I think that the things that they're bringing up, it's something that he has already agreed on, and that's great news.
Okay.
So now let's come together and get to work. It's so important. But yes, I agree with you. Term limits is something that I stand for. I've always stand for term limits, and it's something that needs to get done.
Understood. Okay, now let's focus on what you and I were talking about earlier about this coming together. 18 Senate Republicans, they just backed Joe Biden and the Democrats' omnibus spending bill, despite that bill prohibiting tax dollars being allocated for border security. You and I were just talking about this. Now, John Cornyn is an air quotes Republican, and he's from our state, the great state of Texas. He was one of those wretched 18. Now, in my opinion, votes like this are why the GOP can't get its act together. They can't move in the same direction, because there is no direction. Now, you just tell me, when you found out that John Cornyn, an alleged Republican, voted to make sure that Joe Biden's open border policies would continue to harm yours and my state, Texas, what was your reaction?
Very upsetting. Well, no, it's very upsetting, and I know it's very upsetting for the American people. I voted against that bill. That was the last bill, and I probably voted no, because you're right. That bill is only going to hurt the American people, and it's not focused on us, our country. It's putting others first, and we need to stop the spending, sending millions and millions of dollars to Ukraine, actually billions of dollars to Ukraine. It has to stop. The overspending has to stop. And absolutely, I agree with you. It is very disappointing. What's the point of having the majority when you have Republicans voting with Democrats? It's so important that we all agree on and stand strong and actually have a backbone to stand against the Democrat Party.
I am right there, and my jaw has dropped as I've watched, Kevin McCarthy's supporters take to the microphones and condemn 20 fellow Republicans in the House, but 18 fellow Republicans in the Senate just stabbed us all in the backs, and they have nothing to say about those 18 Republicans who really were traitorous to the Republican brand. 2 years into Biden's border crisis, Congresswoman, and he's finally announcing a potential visit to El Paso, Texas, just ahead of the 2024 elections, I guess. Here's his solution to the record-breaking catastrophe at the border that he caused with his policies. Watch.
Today, I'm announcing that Mexico has agreed to allow the return up to 30,000 persons per month who try, get caught, and get sent back from those 4 countries, or apprehended while attempting to unlawfully cross the border. If you're trying to leave Cuba, Nicaragua, or Haiti, or have agreed to begin a journey to America, do not just show up at the border. Stay where you are and apply legally from there. Starting today, if you don't apply through the legal process, you will not be eligible for this new parole program.
See, Congresswoman, I think it's unacceptable for any country to send its citizens to show up at the border. I mean, why? I think it's unacceptable he's just targeting those 4 countries. That should be a blanket American policy. You don't just show up at the border and say, hey, let me in. We need to have a lawful process. Am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely right. It's very disappointing to see, but it's his policies that have put these people in this position. He has encouraged people to come here to this country illegally, knowing how dangerous it is. I'm from Tamaulipas. The criminal organizations have taken completely over the southern border. You cannot cross unless you pay the cartel thousands and thousands of dollars. Not only do they pay thousands of dollars, they also abuse of women and children. I can't visit my loved ones because I am afraid. No one here in South Texas goes to Mexico as often because we're afraid. These criminal organizations have taken over Tamaulipas, have taken over Mexico, and the policies that the Biden administration has put in place has encouraged people to come here illegally, knowing how dangerous it is. Let's focus on legal immigration. I came here to the United States legally. I want more little girls like Mayra Flores to be able to come here to this country and accomplish the American dream. But we need to focus on legal immigration and improving the process and encouraging people to come here legally, not illegally.
Amen.
The reason why they're outside in El Paso on the cold and hungry is because of the Biden administration. He has put them in that difficult situation.
Joe Biden, those 18 wretched Republicans and the entirety of the Democrat Party and their pro-illegal immigration policies are a slap in the face to everybody who respected our laws, you included, Congresswoman, to come to this country. Congresswoman Mayra Flores, we appreciate the visit as always. Come back soon. Much more ahead this afternoon on the Chris Salcedo Show. Very proactive move by, provocative, I should say, move by an Israeli lawmaker that critics say could set off more Palestinian anger. We're going to tell you what he did. Plus, did the White House just admit that the late Pope Benedict didn't want the abortionist Joe Biden attending his funeral? Wait till you hear what they said. And later, Joe Biden is choosing judges based on their skin color. The administration calls it diversity. But isn't it really racism? We'll explore that question in mere moments on Newsmax.
Information. Truth is power. Is freedom. Is money. Is health. Is Newsmax. Millions watch it. So can you. Newsmax is real news for real people.
If you want to do a little fishing, you don't buy a yacht. And if you want to take a bath, you just fill up the tub, not a swimming pool. So if you don't use your cell phone that much, why pay for more than you need? Switch to Consumer Cellular, and you'll get unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month with no contract. You'll get the same reliable, premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. You can keep your phone and number, or select from the latest top-of-the-line smartphones. Make the switch to Consumer Cellular today, and with our 30-day guarantee, switching is 100% risk-free. Simply call 800-667-6109. Go to consumercellular.com or find us at Target. Our service is backed by our 100% U.S.-based award-winning customer support. Consumer Cellular is honored to have received the J.D. Power Award for highest customer service 12 times in a row. Plus, Consumer Cellular has been an approved AARP provider for over 14 years, so members receive a 5% discount on monthly service. So if you just want a slice of pizza, don't buy the whole pie. And if you don't use your cell phone that much, don't pay for more than you need. Get the savings and service you deserve and switch to Consumer Cellular, where you can enjoy unlimited talk, text, and a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. And if your usage ever changes, your plan can too, with no fees. And you'll always get a simple, easy-to-understand bill with no surprises. So you'll never have to pay for more than you need again. Switch to Consumer Cellular and start saving today. Activation is free, and with our 30-day guarantee, it's 100% risk-free. Call 800-667-6109. Go to consumercellular.com or find us at Target. Switch today.
Hi, I'm Curtis, 42. I've got a steady job, homeowner, pretty good credit,
I max out my 401k every month.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Now it's easy to help protect yourself. LifeLock helps detect identity threats. If there's a problem, we work to fix it. Backed by our $1 Million Protection Package.
This is the dark web?
I think so.
Is anyone else concerned about this?
Identity theft protection starts here at LifeLock.com.
Glad to have back, everybody, here. Fireworks in Israel this week after an Israeli politician made a bold and very controversial visit to a holy site sacred to Jews and Muslims. Jerusalem correspondent Daniel Cohen has more.
On Tuesday, centuries-old passions reignited when the newly elected Israeli security minister Itamar Ben-Gvir visited the Temple Mount. Flanked by police, he walked around for less than 15 minutes, stayed on the non-Muslim walking paths, and didn't pray, which is illegal for Jews. Ben-Gvir is part of a growing movement who believe Jews should have greater access to both worship and pray. The Temple Mount is open to all. Muslims and Christians come up here, and yes, also Jews. In a government I'm a member of, there will be no discrimination. Muslim leaders describe Ben-Gvir's presence as a provocation and warned against expanded Jewish presence. The Biden State Department agrees.
This visit has the potential to exacerbate tensions and to provoke violence.
After being sworn in as prime minister, Netanyahu visited the Western Wall Sunday, but did not visit the Temple Mount. Netanyahu says one of the goals of his new government is to bring new Arab Gulf nations, potentially Saudi Arabia, into the Abraham Accords brokered by President Trump and make peace with Arab neighbors.
All right, joining me now, the founder of the World Values Network, Rabbi Shmuley Botek, also with us, visiting associate professor for the Augustine Institute and author of Restoring Humanity, Dr. Jared Stout. Gentlemen, welcome to you both. And Rabbi, I want to begin with you. Your reaction to Ben-Gvir's visit to the holy site. Give me your reaction, then. What do you think his goal was?
Did you hear what your reporter just said? That he didn't pray, Ben-Gvir didn't pray on the holy, on Temple Mount, holiest site for Judaism in the world, because it's illegal. I'm laughing because this would be comical if it wasn't tragic. It's illegal for Jews to pray in Israel, in the Jewish state. Israel is not an apartheid state. You cannot discriminate against Jews. We're not here to discriminate against our Arab brothers and sisters, our Muslim brothers and sisters either. The idea that Hamas would threaten to fire rockets on Israel, which they then did, if an Israeli minister simply visits and walks around the holiest site to the Jewish people for 3,000 years. The idea that the Israeli government makes this illegal, come on, that's any American watching this is going to think, there's no way I just heard what I heard, that Jews cannot pray in the Jewish state of Israel. What Ben-Gvir did was what Jews ought to do, visit the Temple Mount, with great peace, with great respect for our Muslim brothers and sisters. When Israel conquered the Temple Mount in the defensive war in 1967, they could have taken complete control over it. Instead, they gave it to the Jordanian Waqf to continue to control. The Jordanian Waqf is deeply anti-Semitic. They're Jew haters. They incite violence constantly, and their authority should finally be removed over the Temple Mount.
Understood. And now I want to pivot to something that Newsmax has been covering extensively since the wee hours of the morning. Dr. Stout, I want to turn to Pope Benedict's funeral during the wee hours of the morning here in the United States. Ceremony was historic, with his successor, Pope Francis, presiding. However, Pope Francis could only bring himself to mention Benedict's name once during the entire funeral mass. Many saw this as a slight and a furtherance of Pope Francis's radicalism. There's no doubt that this current pope is one of the biggest dividers this church has ever had to endure. We know the faith will survive, but does the Catholic Church survive Pope Francis in your view?
Well, absolutely. As Catholics, we believe that Jesus founded the Catholic Church, and that the Petrine ministry, that's the ministry of the Pope, is something that he himself established by saying that he founded the church on the rock of St. Peter. When you look at the whole history of the church, there are many ups and downs. There are good popes, there are bad popes. And the Catholic Church has survived a lot. And when you put it in the big perspective, this is just a bump, not a major chasm.
Okay, all right. Rabbi, you had the honor of meeting Pope Benedict.
Can I jump in here for a second?
Yeah,
I met
the
Pope
Catholic
Benedict.
Pope has a tremendous amount of impact on not only Christendom, but also the Jewish community. How does, describe the former Pope's life and what kind of impact he had on you?
Okay, I met Pope Benedict. He was a man of great shyness, gentility, humility, and incredible warmth. I actually gave him a watch that had two faces on it, and I said, Your Holiness, one is for Jerusalem, one is for Rome, to show you the eternal brotherhood of the Catholic and Jewish people. Some people told me they later saw him wear it. I can't confirm that. He was one of the most underestimated popes. I remember being on New York radio as a host, and I'm Jewish, and a Catholic's attacking Benedict at the time when he was pontiff, and a rabbi defending him. He was a phenomenal friend to the Jewish community. All the rapprochement that took place between world Jewry and the state of Israel and the Catholic Church during the time of John Paul II would have been impossible without Benedict. John Paul was a great, St. John Paul was a very charismatic leader, but he wasn't a theologian. It was Joseph Ratzinger, Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger, Benedict XVI, who wrote the position papers that allowed for theological bridges to be built between the Jews and the Catholics. Because remember, for a long time, the Catholic Church kind of embraced replacement theology, that the church had replaced the Jews, grafted onto the seed of Abraham. Benedict rejected that. He was a phenomenal friend of the Jewish community. He has been treated shabbily, in my opinion, and it's time for the Catholic Church to embrace him for the great mind and the amazing heart he was. He knew he was part of the Hitler Youth, forced into it as a child, and he knew he had to make closer relationships with the Jewish community, and he did so. And we are extremely grateful.
And I only got about a minute left. And Dr. Stout, I want to bring you in this last question. Pope Benedict reportedly did not want Joe Biden, a pro-abortionist and, in my opinion, a fake Catholic, at his funeral. The White House confirmed that Biden was not invited. Could Pope Benedict's staunch traditional Christian stance be why so many in the left-wing press here in the United States simply refuse to cover his passing?
Well, I definitely think that Benedict has been caricatured as some kind of enemy, but I agree completely with the characterization of him as being very gentle and humble. I think it's clear that he would not want, like you said, a kind of fake Catholic at his funeral causing scandal. And so Pope Benedict has always been about the primacy of God, even in politics, that politics, even though it has its own natural standing, is ultimately ordered towards God and has to be ordered rightly in justice. And so he would see that the problematic element of the secular West pushing God out and really distorting politics and justice as a Democratic Party in the United States.
Thank you both, Jared Stout and Rabbi Shmuley Botek. Always appreciate the visit, guys. Thank you. The Russians are suddenly calling for a ceasefire in Ukraine. Why? We got those details coming up. Plus, Joe Biden has only one qualification for his judicial nominees, and the mainstream media is completely ignoring it, I believe, because it's racist. We'll explain next on Newsmax.
No crooked establishment.
None of that twisting the truth. No talking down to me.
Don't tell me how to think.
Don't tell me how to think. Don't tell me how to think.
I trust Newsmax.
Newsmax.
They don't tell me how to think.
They let me decide.
Newsmax.
Real news.
For real people.
Bathfitter is a better way to remodel your tub. A custom-made, watertight fit and high-quality materials mean a beautiful tub and a great value. Bathfitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
If you use Shipco, this whole thing wouldn't be a thing.
Yeah, Dad, I don't want to deal with it.
Oh, you brought your luggage to the airport. That's adorable.
With Shipco, shipping your luggage before you fly, you'll never have to wait around here again. Like, ever. That can't be comfortable, though.
Shipco.com, the smart, fast, easy way to travel.
Whether you've enjoyed the legendary terrain in Telluride, the unparalleled landscape of Park City, or the famed peaks of Whistler, you face the hassle of lugging your gear through the airport. With ShipSkis, You're just a few clicks away from having your skis, snowboard, and luggage shipped from your doorstep to your destination. With unrivaled pricing, real-time tracking, ShipSkis delivers hassle-free. Ship ahead and go catch those first tracks on fresh snow. ShipSkis, your skis delivered.
Lately, we've gone from America first to America last. Crime, illegal immigration, inflation, a pathetically weak foreign policy are ruining the fabric of America. In fact, this patio in New York is about the only place I feel safe in the city.
Where do investors turn in perilous times to protect themselves from all the uncertainty? Gold. 2022 is the year that we have seen Americans move out of risk assets like crypto and the stock market and into safe haven assets like gold and silver.
Since 2021, Patriot Gold Group has offered the no-fee for life IRA for qualifying rollovers. So is it time you gave the Patriot Gold Group a call and they gave you some protection?
Give Patriot Gold Group a call at 1-800-778-4156. Call now.
GetRefunds.com, powered by Innovation Refunds, can help your business get a payroll tax refund even if you got PPP. And it only takes 8 minutes to qualify.
I went on their website, uploaded everything, and I was blown away by what they could do.
GetRefunds.com has helped businesses get over $1 billion, and we can help your business too. Qualify your business for a big refund in 8 minutes. Go to GetRefunds.com to get started. Powered by Innovation Refunds.
Fun stuff goes into your vehicle every season of the year. But so does some really messy stuff. You need complete year-round protection, like laser-measured cargo liners from WeatherTech. Or the bump step to protect your bumper. Add laser-measured floor liners to keep the carpet looking new, while the cup phone keeps your phone secure. So don't let the elements spoil your fun. Order your American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
All right, folks, breaking news. You're looking live at the House of Representatives on the floor. Kevin McCarthy has lost his 9th bid to become Speaker of the House. Another failed vote, and the count goes on. We'll keep you updated throughout this program and into the night on Newsmax. Chris Salcedo's show on Newsmax is, we have some other things to talk about as well, some trending stories here at the bottom of the hour. Ukrainian officials have rejected a so-called ceasefire from Russia to mark Orthodox Christmas, which is this Saturday. Ukraine says Russia needs to leave all occupied areas for any ceasefire to be enacted. It comes as new satellite images show the extent of the destruction in eastern Ukraine. Foreign correspondent Jim Lechner has more from Kyiv.
President Vladimir Putin's office has announced a unilateral ceasefire beginning tomorrow on the Orthodox Christmas Eve and lasting until midnight the following day. This comes after an appeal by the Patriarch of the Orthodox Church in Moscow, Patriarch Kirill, who asked both sides for a ceasefire over the holiday period. This request was earlier rejected by the Ukrainian government, and so far there has been no response to President Putin's announcement. This will come as a welcome respite to cities like Kyiv that has suffered significant air attacks over the past week, and other places such as Kherson, where we were today, and Bakhmut, which is the focus of Russian military operations and under almost continuous shelling. Back to you.
Jim Lechner in Kyiv. We have new updates on Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin. Hamlin's agent says he's awake and has been able to hold his family's hands. The Buffalo Bills say Hamlin is still in critical condition, but his lungs are healing and he is neurologically intact. Hamlin collapsed on the field Monday night during a game against the Cincinnati Bengals. No word from the NFL on when the game between the Bills and the Bengals will actually be played. Well, Biden and his Democrat cohorts are abandoning the teachings of Dr. Martin Luther King. Details are coming up. But first, here's your Wall Street Wrap.
Hey folks, a day of losses for the major indexes. The Dow dropped 339 points, the Nasdaq off 153, the S&P 500 off 44. Well, private sector jobs went up by 235,000 last month. Payroll company ADP says that's better than the 150,000 growth that was predicted. But the gains were not spread out as hospitality added 213,000 of those jobs. Wage increases came in at the lowest level since last March at 7.3%. We're going to get official numbers from the Labor Department tomorrow morning on unemployment. Amazon announces it will lay off more than 18,000 employees. Company CEO says that several teams will be impacted, including human resources and Amazon stores. The CEO also said the companies are not in heavy people expanding mode right now, and every company has phases. Affected employees will begin finding out on January 18th. And finally, Bed Bath & Beyond having a tough time. It says it's considering filing for bankruptcy. The company says that it is considering all alternatives, including refinancing and restructuring its debt, selling assets. But bankruptcy is still on the table. The stock is at its lowest value in the last 30 years and reported reduced sales due to lower customer traffic and lower inventory levels as well. And that's your Wall Street Wrap. I'm Bob Sellers.
Why should you switch to Pure Talk? Because they use the same network as the larger providers for much less. With plans at $30 a month for unlimited talk, text, and 6 gigs of data with no contract. The average family saves over $70 a month by switching to Pure Talk. And remember, you'll get the same number of bars because it's on the same network as the larger providers. Dial pound 250 and say 50% to save 50% off your first month. Pure Talk, simply smarter wireless.
This year, Americans will spend $41 billion on auto repairs.
That's right, billions with a B. Why is that number so high? Because cars break down. Your vehicle is going to end up in a shop like this too, and if it's no longer under warranty, you're the one who has to pay the bill, and it could cost you thousands of dollars. That is, unless you call CarShield. With a plan through CarShield, administrators will pay for those costly repairs directly to the mechanic of your choice, including dealerships. That means you get protection on major parts and systems like the engine, transmission, electrical systems, and more. Plus, 24/7 emergency services for flat or damaged tires, lockouts, dead batteries, and towing at no additional cost. And there are even rental car options to keep you on the road.
An unexpected car repair can wreak havoc in somebody's house when they don't have the money. Nobody should have to decide whether they should put food on the table or pay for a car repair. If you're driving an out-of-warranty car, it's not a matter of if it'll break down, it's when. So you need to call CarShield before it does. It's nice to find a company like CarShield that actually cares about their customers.
CarShield has a rich history of dependability, reliability, and success, and has been featured on leading networks like ABC, CNN, Fox News, and more. CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company.
My mom told me to call CarShield, and I saved $5,000. You should always listen to your mom.
As soon as my car broke down, CarShield jumped into action, and I had my car back within days.
I've been with CarShield for close to 7 years. I have 3 vehicles covered, and I saved close to $9,000.
I called CarShield and saved over $5,000.
Yes, CarShield is a good value. Every plan through CarShield comes with a price lock guarantee, which means no matter how many repairs you need, the price you pay today will never change for as long as you cover your car.
Call now and save money with your price lock guarantee. It's not a matter of if your car will break down, but when. Call CarShield now before it's too late. Call CarShield now at 800-348-8396. 800-348-8396.
Have you noticed more bruising as you age? You're not alone. Now you can help improve the appearance of bruises with DermMed Moisturizing Bruise Formula. Help your bruised skin. Find DermMed Moisturizing Bruise Formula now in the first aid aisle.
Hi, I'm Eileen. I live in Vancouver, Washington, and I write mystery novels. Dogs have been such an important part of my life. I have Flynn and a new puppy. As I was writing, I found that I just wasn't as sharp, and I knew I needed to do something. So I started taking Prevagen. I realized that I was much more clear, and I was remembering the details that I was supposed to. Prevagen keeps my brain working right.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
Glad you made it back, everybody, here at the Chris Salcedo Show. Joe Biden has made it his priority to appoint judges that will further his agenda. At this point in his tenure, he has appointed more federal judges than any person to occupy the Oval Office since JFK. A total of 97 have been confirmed. His main criteria, though, race and gender. Let's talk more about this with Kenny Zhu, president of Color Us United, host of the Inconvenient Minority podcast, and author of An Inconvenient Minority. Hey, Kenny, Happy New Year. Great to have you, man. And, you know, let me just go through this intellectual exercise with you, okay? If somebody sitting in the Oval Office one day said they're going to nominate judges based solely on the color of their skin, and that skin color happened to be white, they would rightly be called a racist. Biden is essentially saying, hey, if you're white, you're not going to be considered. Isn't what Biden is doing the very definition of racism?
Yeah, and let's be clear. I don't care if the justices he supports are white, black, green, anybody. I care if they're the most qualified, right? And what Biden has consistently shown, and what he showed especially with his Supreme Court nomination, is that he doesn't care about that. He cares about the race and the gender of the justice. Ketanji Brown Jackson, as we know, was steeped in critical race theory analysis, an anti-American legal tradition that has no legal basis whatsoever. She employed that in the Harvard case, which I covered in my book, An Inconvenient Minority, and shows that she's comparatively very not qualified for this position. And so the fact that Biden is appointing these many women justices, many black women justices, doesn't in itself give me concern. But the fact that he's doing that in conjunction with the fact that he appointed a very poor Supreme Court justice, poorly qualified one, does give me concern.
No, there are plenty of highly qualified black women justices out there. Of course, Joe Biden's not choosing them. You know, but to your point here, Dr. King said people should be judged by the content of their character, in this case, you know, what they bring to the table, merit, in other words, not the color of their skin. Hasn't the left in this country and the Democrat Party in general, haven't they abandoned the principles of Dr. King?
They absolutely have. You know what Dr. King also said? He said, you know, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And here it is. Injustice is not just the form of prejudice against one color. It's the form of prejudice against any color, right? You're called to be a judge. What is the purpose of a judge? The purpose of a judge is to make impartial decisions. That means judging people individually. That means not using racial stereotypes or class of victimhood and oppression to make your decisions. By prioritizing justices based on the color of their skin rather than the content of their character, Biden is actually undermining the public's faith in the justice system, and deservedly so.
Yeah, and the press won't cover it because it is in-your-face racism, and the press overlooks Democrat racism. You mentioned your case earlier. You mentioned Harvard, so-called higher education, where they discriminate against, in this case, Asians. It's clear that Democrats are okay with discrimination against minorities if those minorities don't further the Democrats' political agenda. Let me ask you a question. How do we beat that?
And I want to give you the answer to why they don't care about Asians. Because Asians are the inconvenient minority to the left's preferred narrative on racism. They want to say that America is a racist country, but the success of Asian Americans in our country disproves that claim. It proves that America actually is largely meritocratic. Asian Americans come here with no money, no wealth, no social connections to speak of, the highest income earning group in America because of their hard work and their talent, and that's rewarded in this country. So the left takes pains to label Asian Americans as so-called white adjacent in order to label them as effectively the oppressor. And they now use that white adjacent term to discriminate against them in the college admissions process the same way that they're doing that against whites. This is what this country has become. It has become a racial spoils system under the left's guidance, and the Biden administration is furthering it.
Well, give me about 20 seconds. How do we beat it?
Man, you have to come to Color Us United, my organization, colorusunited.org. We stop wokeism leaking into institutions by getting employees to speak out, by getting the public to level pressure against their legislators. We're about to announce a major campaign, colorusunited.org.
Yeah. Okay, bad on the host. I gave you a softball. Congratulations. Right out of the park. You hit it. Kenny Zhu, Happy New Year, man. Thank you very much. Kevin McCarthy has agreed to a number of concessions in his race for Speaker. What are they? And is it enough to convince these conservative rebels to give up their fight? Details straight ahead on Newsmax.
My name is Vincent, and I've been in the field of nutrition and dietetics for 30 years. And what I realized as a nutritionist, I was trying to get all my fruits and vegetables in, but I would be so preoccupied with trying to do things, I would forget to eat. So all of a sudden, it's the end of the day, and I haven't had my fruits and vegetables. I think a lot of people are in that situation. I found balance of nature, and I looked at the ingredients, and I thought, this is exactly what I need. And so after trying it for about a week, I'm not a morning person, but I started getting up early, and I started feeling better because I had more energy. I think, of course, as a nutritionist, it's best to get all you can from your diet, but it wasn't until I started taking balance of nature that I started noticing a difference. So that's when I thought, okay, there's something about balance of nature that I need to tell the world about. So here I am.
Jumpstart your journey to better health for the new year and get $25 off plus a free fiber and spice when you use discount code Newsmax.
9/11. It's a sad day.
I was in the Army for 3 years when 9/11 happened. When I saw on the television, what was happening, and you just knew your life was going to change.
I joined the military because of September 11th. We all had one common mission, and that was to make sure that never happened again on our soil.
It's now been over 20 years since that day in 2001. The brave who stepped forward helped keep us safe at home, but their sacrifices will last a lifetime.
The day I was injured in Iraq, I immediately lost eyesight. Top part of my head got blown off. It's a heavy loss.
Now is the time for healing and recovery, but many of those who served can't do it alone. They need your help, and they need Wounded Warrior Project. Please join with your gift of just $19 a month.
I was ready to give up, and the Wounded Warrior Project showed me that there's still things out there for you. Just, we're here to help.
Call or go online with your gift of just $19 a month, and we'll send you this Wounded Warrior Project blanket as a thank you. Your gift will provide free programs and services that make life-changing differences for warriors and their families.
We physically left the war, but we live and deal with the war daily.
I'm gonna need help for the rest of my life. Please continue to donate. It lets me know that my sacrifice wasn't in vain. Thank you guys for everything.
Please call or go online right now.
Hemorrhoids are a real pain in the... That's why there's Recticare Advanced. Recticare Advanced is seriously effective. With 2 powerful medicines for rapid dual-action relief, it soothes the uncomfortable swelling, itching, and pain of your hemorrhoids. Don't waste your time with other hemorrhoid creams. Make your... say... Get Recticare Advanced today.
Everyone in this chamber
All right, folks,
the need
breaking
to serve our
news.
constituents.
Right now
It's who
on
elected us
on
and it's our
Newsmax, you're looking at the...
Kevin
guys, I'm not sure if that's
understands
tape or that's
this
live. That's
as well as anyone.
got to be
He has
tape,
dedicated
right?
his life
Oh, it is
to
live.
spreading
Okay,
opportunity
great.
for all.
That's
through
the House
private
floor right
sector
now.
and the public sector.
And they're trying to figure out who
this
the next
place
Speaker of the House is going
a
to be.
special place
And
for
I
me.
want to bring in one of the lawmakers
My
who
first
is
time on the Hill.
pro Kevin McCarthy, Congressman Ryan Zinke from the great state of Montana. Congressman, thank you for carving out the time here. Look, make the case for me, if you will, why Mr. McCarthy is the right man.
Well, at this point in time, it isn't about Kevin McCarthy or a speaker. It's about leading and making sure that the Republican Party can articulate that we have a message, that we can rally together, and we can govern. The continuation of chaos does not work in our favor. Now, I was elected to come here and fix problems, and we have many, and this is preventing us from getting started. To your point, Kevin has made a lot of a lot of considerations on the rules. We've negotiated in good faith, and of course the question was always asked, what do you want? When the answer is, well, we don't know, or you move the goalposts, or some of the demands become personal. They want to gavel, they want to pole vault ahead of members that have been here, they want special favors. It's a body. You have over 200 members in the Republican caucus, which would be a supermajority. Imagine it's like a primary. There's 201 members behind Kevin McCarthy and a few that aren't. At some point in time, we have to unify because, again, we were sent here to get things done, and this is preventing us from oversight because we know the Biden administration is out of control, and we're going to have investigations. And look, who's for and against Kevin McCarthy? When you have Jim Jordan, you have Marjorie Taylor Greene, you have Duncan Scott, you have over half the Freedom Caucus. You have former President Trump is behind him. So there's a lot of very conservatives, including me, but look, I came here to govern. Let's get with the business of governing and address real issues like inflation, like energy, like housing, like the border. Right. All those things can't be addressed unless we have a speaker. So enough's enough. Let's move out.
All right, Congressman, look, you're not the first member of Congress to come on and talk about let's unify, let's get together and let's just stop. The points have been made. But let me ask you a question, because none of what's happening up there on Capitol Hill is happening in a vacuum. Now, a lot of pressure and a lot of name calling toward the so-called rebels there for holding this process up, and it has gotten downright personal. Threats have been made against them. They've been called enemies by certain members of your caucus. But yet you had 18 Republican senators literally stab every single one of you Republicans in the back there up on Capitol Hill, made sure none of you could represent your constituents with that disgraceful omnibus spending bill, and not one of you condemns or calls out the 18 Senate Republicans who are supposed to be Republicans too. How the heck are you supposed to unify in a Republican Party with the likes of Mitch McConnell and the wretched 17 that did what they did to your caucus?
You have a great point, and you look at where we are. We have a tight majority in the House. We don't control the Senate. We don't control the admin. The administration. The only way we can be effective is unite. We need 218 votes. It's just not the Speaker. Is that there's a number of bills that are ready to go that we think we have a lot, consensus on, but we can't even get those started unless we have a Speaker. In Montana, the administration just released their new rules on water of the U.S. How do we defund that? How do we combat that? You can't do it when you're acting like sometimes like children and can't unify together, and in order to address those things, we don't have a border. These are the issues that we should be talking about. We've made a rule package, I think, good accommodation. And look, I never speak ill of another Republican, and I try not to speak ill of another member. But this is now not about policy, because the bills are there. The commitment in America, I think, is solid. This is about personality, and we got to take a deep breath and realize why we're here. We're here to represent America. Yeah. We're here to represent our constituents.
Congressman, in this conservative's humble opinion, the policy is what hurts or helps the American people. And when 18, air quotes, Republicans implement policy that harms the American people and no other Republican calls them out on it, I think it's a problem, especially when there's this big call for unity and the people in the other chamber, they have no interest in unifying with you folks. Hey, look, I wish I could talk to you for an hour. Congressman-elect Ryan Zinke, thank you very much, man. Appreciate the time. Folks, there's more to come. Stay with the Chris Salcedo Show. We'll be right back.
We grew up in a 2-bedroom apartment. Didn't own a home until I was in college.
If you've had it with the old news
and the same spin,
well, then Spicer & Company is your place.
For the inside story.
And for the facts you need to know.
Because for today, we begin writing a new story. Not a story of deep trauma, a story of strength. Story of being you again. Make that choice. Today, you too can help.
My A1C stayed here. It needed to be here.
Ray's A1C is down with Rybelsus.
I'm down with Rybelsus.
My A1C is down with Rybelsus.
In a clinical study, once daily Rybelsus significantly lowered A1C better than a leading branded pill. In the same study, people taking Rybelsus lost more weight. Rybelsus isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't take Rybelsus if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or if allergic to it. Stop Rybelsus and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Gallbladder problems may occur. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Rybelsus with a sulfonylurea or insulin increases low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
Need to get your A1C down?
You may pay as little as $10 per prescription.
Magnesium is vital for bone, nerve, and muscle health. I recommend Cunol Extra Strength Magnesium. Unlike regular magnesium, Cunol's high absorption helps you get the full benefits of magnesium. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Eliminating your timeshare contract can feel impossible, but it doesn't have to be. At Lone Star Transfer, we've helped thousands of happy clients stop all liability of a timeshare contract. Turn to the trusted experts at Lone Star Transfer. Call today for a free, no-obligation consultation.
All right, folks, it's breaking news right now. The 10th vote slated to get underway to determine who will be the next speaker in the 118th Congress. You know, folks, we were told there was a deal. We were told the Club for Growth brokered a deal and that perhaps we would start seeing more people starting to cast their vote for Kevin McCarthy. But those votes have not materialized in the last two voting sessions that have gone on. So here we go again. You're looking live right now at the floor of the House. And folks are going to go up for nomination again. McCarthy and Jeffries and goodness knows who else. We will keep track of it all night long and until we find a speaker here on Newsmax. That's going to wrap up this edition of the Chris Salcedo Show. Make sure you join us again tomorrow at 4 o'clock Eastern, where we will break down all the day's big news stories, give you our conservative opinion on those news stories. Spicer & Company, they roar your way next. Have a great night, everybody. See you here for a Friday on Newsmax.
212 House Democrats stand united behind our leader. I rise to nominate Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House.
Make no mistake, we are a team. We are together. So I advance the name of Kevin McCarthy very proudly as the next Speaker of the House.
My friend from Florida, the Honorable Byron Donalds, whom I am pleased and proud to nominate as the next Speaker of the House.
I rise to nominate Kevin Hern as Speaker of the House.
Gates.
Donald John Trump.
Trump.
Here we go again. We are about to enter the 10th vote. On day 3, after 9 failed votes to achieve a speaker, we still have no House Speaker, marking the longest vote series since 1859. You're witnessing history right now. We're going to take you all through it. Good Thursday evening, or as we like to say around here, it is Friday Eve, although we may not be getting to a normal weekend for a while. We may be working right through it. Welcome to Spicer & Company. I'm Sean Spicer.
And I'm Lindsay Keith. Thanks for joining us again this evening. As Sean mentioned, a 10th round of votes is about to get underway after Kevin McCarthy lost the first 9 consecutive round of votes. So the saga continues, sending them back into the 10th round, which Sean mentioned is the first time this has happened since 164 years ago. And here is how things went. Earlier today, Kevin McCarthy, he got 201, Hakeem Jeffries 212. So the Democrats remain united. Byron Donalds with 19, and Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz voted for Donald Trump, as you heard just a minute ago. And Indiana Congresswoman Victoria Spartz continues to vote present. Then in round 8, Kevin McCarthy, 201, Hakeem Jeffries, 212, Byron Donalds with 17. So we also got a new candidate, Oklahoma Congressman and Republican Study Committee Chair Kevin Hern. Colorado Congressman voted for Hern. Lauren Boebert is the one who brought his name to the floor. So did Oklahoma Congressman Josh Burkeen, but Hern voted for McCarthy. So he's still hoping that McCarthy will be Speaker of the House. And Gaetz voted for Trump once again, Spartz voting present. And then round 9, which just wrapped up, Colorado Congresswoman Lauren Boebert formally nominated Kevin Hern as a candidate this time around. Kevin McCarthy with 200 votes, Hakeem Jeffries with 212, Byron Donalds with 17. And then this time Gaetz switched his vote from Trump to Hern, and Hern voted for McCarthy. And again, Spartz voting present. So not a lot of movement for any of these candidates that the opposition is putting forward here. Obviously, Hern, he had 2, then he got 3. Gaetz switching his vote there. But at the end of the day, these candidates, I think about Byron Donalds, he's not gaining momentum. People have moved their votes over to Hern. So this is interesting. They thought, maybe he was just a detractor for them. But at the end of the day, he didn't build the momentum maybe they were hoping.
Yeah, let's just review where we started, right? We started with Andy Biggs from Arizona. He got a handful of votes. Then we went to Jim Jordan. They nominated him. Then they pivoted to Byron Donalds. He grew a little, right? And then, as you said, he ebbed. And now they've moved on to Kevin Hern. Hern has said he is with McCarthy. He got a few this term. We don't know how this is all going to go down. He was formally nominated. He had gotten some votes. He hadn't been nominated. You pointed out Lauren Boebert put his name into nomination formally. We'll see how many votes he gets in this round 10. But, Gaetz nominating Donald Trump and voting for him in 2 of those voting rounds. I mean, look, I've seen the emails. I've read the tweets. I get there is some consternation with McCarthy. But nominating Donald Trump, who has said clearly he doesn't want the job, he has announced he's running for president, does not show a level of seriousness.
Well, that's it, right? Because you look at them yesterday, the dissenters were all united around Byron Donalds. And today you have Donalds, Trump, and Hern. So they're kind of breaking apart themselves, which I think that we've kind of seen. They're not even united. The 20 that are against McCarthy, they're starting to split apart.
Well, right, and let's take a step back, right? McCarthy went into today talking to a lot of those supporters. They thought, based on some of the concessions that they had given up, and we'll go through that in a minute, that this was going to be a much different day. They thought they'd maybe start that first round picking up a few votes. Clearly, that didn't happen, and this day is not. I mean, the McCarthy team is not making the progress that they hope to make today. The one point that I want to make before I forget to make it, because today's been so busy, is, look, Republicans have one office in the succession to the presidency. You got, right, Democrat Joe Biden, Kamala Harris. Then Republicans have the Speaker of the House. Right now, that's vacant, because then it goes to the Senate pro tem. That's the Democrat. Then the cabinet. Republicans have a role in the succession to the presidency, and right now they're not filling it, and they need to make sure that, A, they fill it, and something that you and I talked about before that you pointed out is that you need to make sure that whoever you are nominating as Speaker understands and is able to fulfill that role should, God forbid, it ever need to be fulfilled. Right now, the question is it being taken seriously?
Well, and that's a good point. And you think of someone like Byron Donalds, seems like a great guy, but this is only his second term as a member of Congress. So can he run the country if, God forbid, that would happen where he would need to do that? But I think those are the kind of questions that people need to understand. This is a job that should be taken very seriously because you're third or second in line to the president. But you brought up some of those concessions that Kevin McCarthy was making, hoping to make some traction today. So let's go through a few of those things. He made a few concessions last night. He was talking to the opposition. Apparently, he went to a meeting with him through the back door. And so what he did, lowering the threshold for moving a motion to vacate. McCarthy had proposed that any 5 Republicans could call for a vote to remove the speaker at any time. So this is what he had agreed to previously. Last night, he brought that number down to 1, giving any member of the House veto power, something McCarthy actually said that he would never do and never accept because it's actually relinquishing a lot of his power. He has to pretty much walk on eggshells with these people now. But McCarthy also proposed some major changes to the Rules Committee, like allowing 2 members of the Freedom Caucus to serve on the 13-person Rules Committee. This is a much sought after and a powerful committee. A couple other concessions that McCarthy made include introducing member term limits and into proxy voting, standalone appropriation bills, meaning that bills can only be limited to one subject, and bills must be published 72 hours before holding a vote. Sean, something I actually want to talk with you about, though, is this concession to the Rules Committee, because it's pretty unprecedented. Talk about how big and important the Rules Committee is, and then how does someone normally get on a committee like this?
Well, so look, every member that wants to get on any committee goes before the steering committee and pitches their case. The Rules Committee is a very important committee because no bill can go to the floor without going through the Rules Committee. Basically, that determines how the bill goes on the floor. Can it be amended? How will it be amended? What will be in order is what they call it. So this is a very powerful committee. What he has conceded is that he will give them, those people and the Freedom Caucus, 2 to 3 seats. That's a big deal. He's basically saying, despite your lack of seniority, I'm going to hand over this thing. He's lucky that he doesn't lose seats among his supporters who say, I've been trying to get on this committee for a long time, and I can't do it. So this was a huge, huge concession by McCarthy, and it'll be interesting to see if as this goes forward, it doesn't. But the thing that's interesting, Lindsay, is despite that whole list, didn't seem to pick up anything this morning.
He didn't get the traction he wanted. And I think a point that you made as well is as he concedes these things to try to win over some of the 20, is he making upset the 201 that he has? I do want to bring in our next guest. He was one of the members to nominate Kevin McCarthy for Speaker today ahead of the 8th round of votes. Joining us now is Florida Congressman Brian Mast. Congressman, welcome to the show. Or I do want to ask you that. Do you think that Kevin McCarthy has conceded too much at this point?
No. I heard the conversation that you were having about this. Let's start with the Rules Committee piece of it, which I would actually personally call some level of torture to be on the Rules Committee. It's largely confirmed as the Speaker's Committee. That's what people call it, because as you spoke correctly, in order to get something to the floor of the House, it will first go to the Rules Committee, and that's where the people the Speaker appoints there will weed things out so that they don't actually go to the floor of the House. Now, why that's a level of torture is because those individuals are sitting there from midnight to 11:59 p.m. of the next day, listening to every crazy idea upcoming that the Democrats will have and hearing them explain their crazy ideas that they will bring forward, and then ultimately knowing before they even start speaking that they're going to vote no. So they're washing those things out from getting to the floor of the House. And that's the power of the Rules Committee. But where that has been abused before, and this is where I think there is an important change there, is it's washed out things like term limits bills, where speakers haven't allowed things to come to the floor because they'd use the Rules Committee to block them. This is where it's an important change to let some of those big conservative ideas that we want to see move forward actually move forward and get a vote on the floor of the House, whether they make it to the Senate or not.
Okay, so Congressman, here's the thing. We've enumerated a bunch of those concessions, if you will, that Kevin McCarthy made to these 20 holdouts, and yet the first vote goes off today, that 7th round of voting. No one moved from the 20 to his team. No one moved on the 8th round. No one moved on the 9th round, and the 10th round is undergone. So to Lindsay's point, it seems as though in many cases he gave away okay, to your point, maybe it is torture, but on a bunch of other things, there was some meaningful things. I mean, at the end of the day, they asked for them. So they were things that they wanted, regardless of what some people think of them. They asked for them, they got them, but he didn't get anything in return.
So I think, and this is my opinion on this, and I'm going to give you opinion and fact. Fact of the matter is there are members that are deep in the dialogue process, the negotiation process with Kevin McCarthy, because it's to get Kevin McCarthy to be Speaker of the House of Representatives, like Scott Perry, like a number of others as the leader of the Freedom Caucus. They're negotiating all day long. That's why he missed one of his votes, because he was behind closed doors, embattled in these negotiations. I think when you do see a move, and this is where it moves to opinion, when you see a move for the votes, I think you're going to see a group move. I don't think you're going to see a trickle of 1 and then 2 and then 3 individuals. I think you'll see this, there was an agreement met, and that's when you'll see a number of members move all at once. That's my opinion on how it will play out.
Okay, Congressman, what are you hearing from your constituents? Are they writing in? Do they care about this? What are you hearing from them?
Absolutely. I hear from constituents that are glad that I'm out there giving speeches in support of Kevin McCarthy, and I hear from constituents that aren't as happy about that question different things. And I tell people the same thing always. Listen, Kevin McCarthy, he's not Mitch McConnell. He's not Paul Ryan, and he's certainly not Nancy Pelosi, and he's not John Boehner. He's very different than all these individuals. He opposed the $1.7 trillion that McConnell sent over, which was one of the worst pieces of legislation on Christmas Eve or any time to send over here. He allows all these individuals to be heard and actually work with them, which is totally different than how John Boehner operated. He would have thrown everybody out on their can and said, hey, I'm not interested in working with you on these kind of things. Paul Ryan, I used as an example before, saying he used the Rules Committee that we were speaking about before to block things like the term limits bill from ever coming to the floor for a vote. Kevin McCarthy is not those people. He's the individual that's having this discussion, having this dialogue, moving things to change the way that Washington fundamentally functions by taking power out of the office of the Speaker of the House and empowering the individual members of Congress. And if you have time for one more thing, I'd say this. There's an old saying, one of God's greatest gifts is unanswered prayers. One of the big concessions that was requested in all this negotiation, it's a really good idea, but truthfully, it's going to be the downfall of moving conservative policy at the pace at which people want to see it. And that's this idea of calendar Wednesdays, where everybody can come to the floor and they can go out there and they can attach anything that they would consider germane to whatever the big bill underlying piece of legislation is. When you do that, what you're going to have in the end is you're going to have important legislation that conservatives want to move, and it's going to get held up by probably 500 amendments that will each be heard individually by the Democrats attaching it to that bill, and ultimately make something that should move not move for a very long period of time. That will be very difficult to get through when we get to the legislative process.
I agree. There's so many unintended consequences of some of these really good ideas. But Congressman Brian Mast, appreciate your time, and thank you, as always, to your service to the country.
Thanks. See you, Sean.
You bet. All right, coming up next, Oklahoma Congresswoman Stephanie Bice gives us her take on what went down today and our way forward.
Inflation, recession, stocks falling. David Stockman first warned of it. As President Reagan's budget chief, he helped lead the economic revolution that saved America. Now, in the Great Money Bubble, Stockman speaks out on the biggest bubble in history and shows how to protect and grow your wealth. Newsmax calls the Great Money Bubble the investor Bible for inflation. It's at bookstores everywhere, or get the free offer now.
Hi, I'm Skip Dietz, college baseball umpire. I just didn't feel like I had that same energy. I saw Balance of Nature on television commercials, and I said, you know what, I'm going to try this. About a month after I began taking it, I just felt like I had an increased energy, an increased feeling of wellness. I feel great every single day.
Jumpstart your journey to better health for the new year and get $25 off plus a free fiber and spice when you use discount code Newsmax.
As Americans, it seems like other people have been telling us what to do, how to live, and how to think. But that's not how we founded the greatest nation on earth. During times of powerlessness, we found power. And we found power through taking action. Through action, we find solutions. And through solutions, we find freedom. The supply shortage has made it harder than ever to keep your shooting skills sharp at the range. Introducing Strikeman, a laser firearm training system that allows you to practice your shooting skills at home without wasting a dime on ammo. Using our laser cartridge, target, phone mount, and award-winning phone app, become a proficient shooter in under 2 weeks. Create training templates with firearm drills and get live feedback with progress tracking on your shot accuracy and shot times. Beat personal records and compete with friends and family to crown the best shooter in the group. Put the power back in your hands with Strikeman.
We are an enslaved nation to no less than 12 other countries. Our debt to GDP right now is 120%. At 90%, our country is bankrupt. Experts say the next market crash will be bigger than any other crash ever experienced, worse than the Depression. It's being called the everything bubble crash, an economic crash where everything comes tumbling down. Congress has gone crazy, printing money to solve our problems. That increases debt, creates more freeloaders, and a government that takes from those that have and gives it to those who don't. The best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is now. If you have money set aside for the long term, protect it now. When markets crash, paper assets devalue quickly. Call Monetary Gold right now to get a free protection guide, and for a limited time, learn how you can get your IRA fees covered for the life of your retirement account.
All right, we're in the historic 10th round of voting for a Speaker of the House right now. For more on where we're headed, let's bring in Oklahoma Congresswoman Stephanie Bice. Congresswoman, good to see you.
Thanks for having me on.
Of course. Hey, look, so I think my sources this morning said that they had hoped that the Kevin McCarthy team thought that they would pick up a few votes based on the concessions they made overnight. He still, in round 7, 8, and 9, was short 20 votes. Here's the thing that I find interesting. At least from what I'm being told, 3 more members are going to have problems making it potentially the next few days. Ken Buck, your colleague Kevin Hern, and potentially Wesley Hunt. Again, not confirmed, but they each have potential issues that might prevent them from voting in the next few days. Not confirmed, at least that's being reported. How much more difficult will this make it if those 3 members or any of them can't make it?
You know, we're going to continue down the path, and I don't think that those members potentially being gone either tomorrow or over the weekend are really going to make an impact. We are voting right now on the 10th round of this very long process. The good news, though, Sean, is that we haven't seen a single person leave Kevin McCarthy. We're still at 201 members that are supporting Kevin. Not a single person has peeled off, and I think that really proves that we're in this for the long haul. We're not willing to give up and move forward. Kevin McCarthy has spent the last 4 years putting us in the majority. In 2020, I was up for election, taking back a seat that Oklahoma's 5th District had lost to a Democrat in 2018. We won it, along with 15 other seats, and we didn't lose a single incumbent. This cycle, we were able to take the majority, and I think that Kevin has proven that he's the one to lead this conference moving forward.
Okay, I do want to play something that your colleague Ken Buck from Colorado actually brought up. If Kevin cannot get the votes, his plan. Listen to this.
I've had a number of conversations with Kevin and just basically told him that at some point this needs to break loose. He either needs to make a deal that bring the 19 or 20 over, or he needs to step aside and give somebody else a chance to do that. The next in line is Steve Scalise. People are getting worn down. I think that conflict isn't healthy.
Okay, so we know that some of the 20 might come over, but at the end of the day, there are at least 4 people who said they will never, no matter what, they will never vote for Kevin McCarthy. Would you be willing to vote for Steve Scalise?
You know, at the end of the day, you have a significant amount of members that have said that they are not voting for anybody but Kevin McCarthy. So it's really a stalemate. This isn't a situation where you can start throwing out names, which is actually what this 20 have done. They're throwing out any name they can think of, including my friend and colleague from Oklahoma, Kevin Hern, to try to break the resolve of the 200. But we continue to stick together. We recognize this is a challenge. And as I've said this afternoon, democracy is messy. But at the end of the day, I fully believe that we will have a Republican Speaker of the House, and that Speaker will be Kevin McCarthy.
So let me ask you this, because I know delegations are generally tight. What was it like to have a colleague of yours, Kevin Hern, he's the chairman of the Republican Study Committee, Lauren Boebert nominated him and noted the fact that he was unanimously elected as chairman of the Republican Study Committee. And obviously, or I assume that you as a member of the Oklahoma delegation get along with him. What was it like to watch him get nominated, knowing that, you know, he is obviously well liked, but he didn't even vote for himself?
Well, I think that's the key. You know, Kevin and I are friends. He is a great member of the delegation, certainly has a wide popularity within the Republican Study Committee, but at the end of the day, Kevin Hern voted for Kevin McCarthy. And I think that's what we continue to see is the members sticking by Kevin McCarthy's side in this very challenging process. But, you know, look, we want to get to the end here. We want to come to a resolution. And I think that Kevin McCarthy has done everything he can so far to continue to have dialogue with the 20 to try to find some resolutions to the concerns that they may have so that we can land this plane and get to work for the American people. At the end of the day, that's what we were elected to do. And right now, we can't do any of that. As a matter of fact, I'm not technically a member of Congress right now. I'm a member-elect because we haven't been sworn in. So we need to land this plane, get Kevin McCarthy elected Speaker so we can start the work of the American people, which is addressing the border crisis, fentanyl, the economy, energy production. These are the things that the people are wanting us to focus on, and I'm ready to get to work.
All right. Thank you so much, Congresswoman. Good to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Coming up next, the House hold up with the Speaker role still in limbo. One of the issues congressional Republicans still can't investigate is the crisis at the southern border. We're going to be joined by Texas Congresswoman Beth Van Duyne to continue to discuss after the break.
No crooked establishment. None of that talking down to me.
Don't tell me how to think.
Don't tell me how to think. Don't tell me how to think.
I trust Newsmax.
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 They don't tell me how to think.
They let me decide.
Newsmax.
Real news.
For real people.
We got the house! We did it! Pods handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods, your personal moving and storage team.
Does the state of this economy have your head spinning? Let American Medical Plans relieve one burden, health insurance. American Medical Plans specializes in under 65 health insurance plans that have zero copays and no deductibles. You choose your doctors and hospitals. These plans have nothing to do with your income and are 30 to 60% less than Obamacare. If you're paying too much for your own health insurance, call American Medical Plans. You deserve better. They will customize a plan managed by you, not the government.
For the third consecutive year, the number of hedge funds on Interactive Brokers' platform increased at a higher rate than any other leading bank or broker. Interactive Brokers serves both organizations and individual investors. To get better results, switch to a better platform. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
Some things are good to know, like where to find the cheapest gas in town and which supermarket gives you the most bang for your buck. Something else that's good to know? If you have Medicare and Medicaid, you may be able to get more healthcare benefits through a Humana Medicare Advantage dual-eligible special needs plan. Call now and speak to a licensed Humana sales agent to see if you qualify. Depending on the plan you choose, you could have your doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan. From Humana, a company with over 60 years of experience in the healthcare industry. You'll have lots of doctors and specialists to choose from. And if you have Medicare and Medicaid, a Humana plan may give you other important benefits. Depending on where you live, they could include coverage for dental, with 2 free cleanings a year, plus dentures, fillings, crowns, and more. Vision, including eye exams and eyeglasses. And hearing coverage, including hearing tests and hearing aids. You may also get rides to plan-approved locations, home-delivered meals after an inpatient hospital stay, and allowance of up to $3,300 a year to help pay for essentials like groceries, rent, and utilities. Even an allowance for health and wellness items. Plus, if you qualify, you could pay nothing for covered prescriptions all year long, even the brand name ones, and $0 for routine vaccines, including shingles, at in-network retail pharmacies. So if you want more from Medicare, call now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Learn about Humana plans that could give you more healthcare benefits, including coverage for prescription drugs, dental care, eye exams and glasses, hearing aids, and more. A licensed Humana sales agent will walk you through your options, answer any questions you have, and if you're eligible, help you enroll over the phone. Call today, and we'll also send this free guide. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Well, it's official. President Biden is finally visiting the southern border. After 2 years in office, the president will travel to El Paso, Texas this Sunday to observe the influx of migrants. All this as the president held a press briefing today about security at the border and a new program for migrants. Here to discuss, Texas Congresswoman Beth Van Dyne, as it looks like we will be entering a 11th vote here on the floor. So, Congressman, welcome to the show. I do want to get to the speaker vote, actually, before I talk about the president and the border, because this is happening right now, history being made. I was just talking to some of your colleagues earlier. Is there anything that Kevin McCarthy would concede to these so-called rebels that would be a line too far for you, that he would concede too much? Anything that would concern you?
I have been in our conferences where we've been debating the rules packages. I have been in private meetings with these individuals. It would be very helpful if we could actually understand what they were asking for. The rules that we have worked on are common sense. You know, one thing that we have fought for is that bill text be introduced 72 hours before a vote. It makes all the sense in the world. Well, we're sitting here having a vote right now for speaker, probably the most powerful position in arguably not, but I would say one of the most in the country, the most powerful position, and we are having names thrown out with like no time to vet, hear a plan, hear a campaign, on the fly. It would be great if while we are having these campaigns, that we could actually know what the person wanted to be in a speaker. And it's frustrating for those of us who have witnessed Kevin McCarthy in action for the last 2 years, have seen him go around the country to try to get the majority to be in a position now where Republicans are able to elect a speaker. And to watch the infighting today is very frustrating. It's just, it's frustrating. We need to have a speaker so that we can move on to things like fighting the border. We can move on to talk about inflation. Every single day that we sit here, we're not doing the work that we all promised our constituents that we would do during the campaign. Every single moment, you've got more people entering this country illegally, more people dying from fentanyl, more of the countries outside of us, especially our adversaries, laughing at us. It is not a position that we should be in, and it's very frustrating. We feel like we're being held, hostage by a handful of individuals. When you've got 90% of a conference who has voted for somebody to move forward and has put in tons of stopgaps in place. If Kevin McCarthy's not doing his job, it is easy to have a revote. But right now, let's move beyond this so that we can actually start working together as a team.
Yeah, you know what else is frustrating? Just before today's first speaker vote took place, that 7th vote, President Biden held a press conference about securing the southern border. But here's the frustrating point. He pinned the blame for the crisis on Republicans and their policy, despite the fact that for the last 2 years, Democrats have controlled everything. I want you to look at what he said. Take a listen.
The previous administration used a rule called Title 42. They can and they do try to re-enter the United States again and again, which makes the problem that at the border even worse. If they're seeking asylum, they can use an app on their cell phone called CBP1, O-N-E. Well, President Harris led this effort. It's clear that immigration is a political issue that extreme Republicans are always going to run on.
I'm really not sure, aside from the fact that he called her President Harris, number one. Number two, he told him how to do it. I really wasn't sure what the point of today's press conference were. As somebody from Texas who's dealing with this, what were your takeaway from what he did today, aside from, from the blame that he placed on Republicans?
all these people have cell phones and Wi-Fi as they're walking through Mexico that we're supplying them. Look, it's not just Title 42. Title 42 was one of the tools. Perhaps if the Biden administration didn't get rid of things like the Remain in Mexico policy, that we were actually turning away people that had not applied legally for asylum, that instead of catching and releasing and giving them plane tickets throughout our country, if they were actually doing their job and allowing our Customs and Border Patrol folks to do their job and stop cutting immigrations and customs enforcement off at the knees, those are policies that the Biden administration put in place. Title 42 isn't going anywhere right now because it's our last stopgap, because the Biden administration has taken all the other tools off the table. That's on them. That's not on Republicans. But what Republicans are doing is we're still continuing to talk about it. We are flashing a light on exactly what's going down there by doing things like going down there, seeing firsthand, talking to the people that are doing the job. Biden hasn't even been down there. According to him, there's much more important things to do, as we have literally millions of people entering this country illegally and tens of thousands, if not over 100,000 people dying from fentanyl that we know is coming in illegally from our southern border. It's about time that he gets down there.
Okay, I do want to bring up fentanyl because the president actually spoke about it today. Listen to this.
Customs and Border Patrol have seized more than 20,000 pounds of deadly fentanyl. That's enough to kill as many as 1,000 people in this country.
Okay, the fascinating point is actually, according to the DEA, 20,000 pounds of fentanyl would kill over 4.5 billion people. So not accurate there. How important do you think that it is that he not only understand that crisis, but this trip, we've been waiting on this trip since he's come into office for 2 years. Do you think that anything will change after this trip?
No, I don't think he's going to know who he speaks with, and I don't think he's going to remember anything when he comes back. The fact is that whoever is in charge in the Biden administration has been very systematic to be able to take away all the tools that were working. Because what their ultimate goal is to have many people come in here that they believe will be future Democrat voters. I mean, Chuck Schumer already gave it away when he was saying that people who come over illegally, we want to give voting rights. Okay, that is their plan, and that is their goal. And you know what? They're doing a really good job at it. It is systematically destroying our country, and having the majority is what we've been fighting for, to be able to stop this in its tracks, to be able to hold the Biden administration accountable. And every single day that we sit here waiting for a speaker to be voted on is another day that we are harming the American public.
You know, your colleague on the other side of the aisle, Adam Schiff, this morning made time to go hang out with the ladies on The View and said that the border has been a very strong priority for Democrats. Of course, the women there didn't push back at all. It's amazing how defiant the Democrats are. And they almost believe that they are doing their job.
You know, what I've seen is them drinking on the floor, eating popcorn, and hanging out and laughing. To them right now, this is a joke. They are having the last laugh as Republicans are fighting amongst each other to be able to elect a speaker. They are not taking the job seriously. If they were, for the last 2 years, you have seen a Democrat in the White House, a Democrat-run House, and a Democrat-run Senate. If the border was so important to them, why do we constantly see new records being hit of more people coming through our country illegally, more crime being committed by people who are coming here illegally? Why do we keep seeing this? If this was their priority, they had their votes. They could have done something in the last 2 years. They didn't, and now at the last minute, now they're trying to blame Republicans.
Yeah. Congresswoman Beth Van Duyne, I appreciate your time and your analysis and insight. I wish you all the best as you guys keep going here on what will now be the 11th round. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
You bet. All right, coming up next, one of the best sourced political analysts in the entire country, Mark Halperin, is going to provide his expert insight and analysis on today's proceedings, and he's going to tell us where we're headed.
It's our America. We built it. Courage, freedom. Millions go to Newsmax when they need to know. Start today on the free Newsmax app. Newsmax is real news for real people.
GetRefunds.com, powered by Innovation Refunds, can help your business get a payroll tax refund even if you got PPP. And it only takes 8 minutes to qualify.
I went on their website, uploaded everything, and I was blown away by what they could do.
GetRefunds.com has helped businesses get over $1 billion, and we can help your business too. Qualify your business for a big refund in 8 minutes. Go to getrefunds.com to get started. Powered by Innovation Refunds.
Bath remodeling was revolutionized in this garage in 1984 when three brothers created the iconic bath fitter tub-over-tub process. A breakthrough then, the industry standard now, for beautiful baths without the mess, stress, or high cost. A better way from Bath Fitter means precise measurement, the highest quality acrylic, perfect preparation, and watertight installation backed by a lifetime warranty. Bath Fitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
If you need dental implants, we have great news. Reset Smile is a dentist-approved, more affordable way to replace your missing teeth from home. No dentist office visits required. Just go to resetsmile.com and order your at-home impression kit. Mail it in, and we'll custom make your new smile with our advanced 3D technology. Using the same material trusted by dentists in millions of devices, you'll enjoy chewing food better and smiling with more confidence. Learn more at resetsmile.com.
During tax season, there are more identity threats than you realize. Because so much info is all in one place. LifeLock alerts you to threats you could miss. If your identity is stolen, a dedicated restoration specialist will help fix it. Backed by our $1 million protection package. LifeLock. Identity theft protection starts here.
I'm Mark, and I live in Vero Beach, Florida. My wife and I have 3 children. Ruth Ann and I like to hike. We eat healthy, we exercise. I noticed I wasn't as sharp as I used to be. My wife introduced me to Prevagen. So I said, yeah, I'll try it out. I noticed that I felt sharper. I felt like I was able to respond to things quicker. And I thought, yeah, it works for me.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
23 years ago, long before ransomware, I founded PCmatic with my own money to make computers run faster. The SBA awarded PCmatic FedRAMP certification, authorizing PCmatic to protect federal agencies. Simply put, PCmatic is federal grade. And for as little as $50, PCmatic can protect up to 5 devices for 1 full year. For American-made, federal-grade cybersecurity that proactively stops ransomware, go to PCmatic.com.
A must in your medicine cabinet. Less sick days.
Cold coming on? Zicam is the #1 cold shortening brand.
Highly recommended.
Zyfans love Zicam's unique zinc formula.
It shortens colds.
Zicam Zinc that cold.
All right, you're watching a historic 10th vote for Speaker of the House of Representatives right now. We're looking like we're headed for an 11th vote. Joining us now with reaction, Newsmax political analyst Mark Halpern. Mark, good to see you.
Good evening, Sean.
All right, got a few things to run through you. When we woke up this morning, the conventional wisdom was that McCarthy had made several concessions, including some committee assignments that should have assuaged at least a few folks. Folks that I had talked to had hoped for at least 3 to 4 votes in their direction. Nothing happened. Why do you think that was?
Well, because the deal's not finalized. I think the good news for the McCarthy people right now is they've got a plan and they're executing it. Like a lot of plans, it may not work, but at least from their point of view, they have a plan, they're executing it. It's basically 4 steps. The first step is to codify the agreement, then to share that agreement with the 10 or so people who are currently opposed to McCarthy and see if on paper they agree with it. Then third is to share it with the 201 people who are currently for McCarthy, make sure they're all okay with it, and then secure the votes of those 10 folks. After that, phase 2 is to figure out a way to make other deals or do other pressure campaigns to get the remaining 5 or so votes he needs to become Speaker.
So there's reporting right now that there's a deal with Chip Roy, the congressman from Texas, that has been one of the holdouts. Here's the question. Let's say you make a deal with Chip Roy. How many votes do you think Chip Roy brings with him, if any?
Oh, I think it's as many as 10 and at least 6. And again, the McCarthy plan is to make a deal with one group and then figure out, okay, how do we break down the remaining folks? Are they clustered in a way where there can be common strategies for them in clusters? Or do they need to go one by one? But the idea is to put pressure on them, maybe make more deals. But their main hope is that isolating the smaller group and saying to them, now some people have been willing to make a deal, some people have gotten on board, you are holding up the Republican majority from taking office. That's what their hope is, that they can put different kinds of psychological, practical, and political pressure on a smaller group.
Okay, so let's look at it from the other perspective. If you're an opponent of Kevin McCarthy, if you're one of the 20, and if you're, in fact, one of the never Kevin folks, if you're Lauren Boebert, for example, you've gone from Andy Biggs to Jim Jordan. You saw Matt Gaetz vote for Donald Trump. You've seen Kevin Hearn, Byron Donalds go up. What is the strategy there? Because they've sort of thrown out different people. They were stuck on Byron Donalds for a while. He went up to about 20 votes. He went back down, started to go down a few. Then they pivoted to Kevin Hearn. Hearn has gone up in the latest round. Donalds has gone down. What sort of do you think their strategy is? Because they keep pivoting off of one individual to the next.
From my understanding, to some extent, they're just having fun and trying to sort of shake things up and trying to show options. But I think the main thing is they're seriously looking to find, is there anyone who will catch the imagination of a wider group in the conference? One of McCarthy's strengths, which I did not anticipate at the beginning of this process, was that they claimed early on, no one can get to 18, no one can get a majority except for Kevin McCarthy. I thought it was bluster. And the fact that they turned out to be right might be a coincidence, but they are currently right. There's no one, either in the McCarthy camp or in the 20 rebel camp, who can name someone who clearly has a majority. And so I think what they're doing, as I understand it, is they're floating out names and seeing, does anybody catch on? Do they need eventually to come up with a name? Some of them don't want it to be any current member of leadership. That would include Steve Scalise. And so eventually, if McCarthy steps down, they want to have a candidate. And what they're basically doing is floating out some trial balloons to see, does anybody catch the imagination of a wider group in the conference?
I thought what was interesting, though, is when Jim Jordan got nominated, he voted for McCarthy. He was very clear, I don't want, in fact, he nominated McCarthy. Very clear, I don't want this job. When Kevin Hearn from Oklahoma, the chairman of the Republican Study Committee, got nominated, he voted for McCarthy, making it very clear, I don't want the job. When Byron Donalds got nominated, he voted for himself. What do you make of that? Is that was sort of an intriguing strategy?
Despite what he has said, it seems like he might be available to be speaker if McCarthy steps down. Not going to challenge him, but I think he's one where the trial balloon floated up and at least caught the balloon caught himself, and it looks like he'd be willing to do it, is my sense. I haven't talked to him, so I'm not sure, but that's my sense. I think one of the questions that is important is how many never Kevins are there? We know that there are 4 who say that, and there's reason to take them at their word. But obviously, 4 is a magic number here. Is there a 5th never Kevin? If so, then he can make all the deals he wants. He's not going to get a majority, assuming everybody continues to show up. That's another variable. We've got some Republicans who aren't coming tomorrow because of family issues. Once we get to next week, Who knows what's going to happen on the Democratic side. So McCarthy may be able to survive even if there are 5 or 6 never Kevins.
Mark, I got 30 seconds left. Let me just ask this. I mentioned this earlier. There are potentially 3 members that won't be there tomorrow or the next day because of medical or personal or family reasons. Does that mean that this really does automatically kick into probably next week?
Almost certainly. And again, I think one of the things that's under discussed is McCarthy's making these deals with the rebels. There are things in that deal that are going to be objectionable to some of the 201 other Republicans. The question is, can they be convinced to swallow hard and ignore what they object to? Right. Or will some of them say it's a bridge too far? And if that happens, then McCarthy's sprung another leak and he's going to be fighting a 2-front war, if I can mix a metaphor in the final 2 seconds.
Okay. Mark Halpern, always appreciate the insight. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Sean.
All right, Tennessee Republican Congressman Tim Burchett is standing by as McCarthy braces for his 10th loss for Speaker. Stay right here as we return for the very latest.
We all know that words have power. They set things in motion.
And make us happy or sad.
But there's one word that stands out because when people say it, lives are changed.
It's not a big word. It's itsy bitsy.
It's only 3 little letters.
But when you say it,
the life of a kid like me can be changed.
So, what is this special word?
It may surprise you.
it's yes.
Yes.
Yes!
Yes to becoming a monthly supporter of Shriners Hospitals for Children.
That's right. Your monthly support allows the doctors and nurses at Shriners Hospitals for Children to give the most amazing care anywhere and change the lives of kids like me.
And me. And me.
Because people like you have said yes. Now I can play football.
And I can play catch.
And I can walk.
So what do you say? Will you say yes right now?
It's so easy.
All you have to do is pick up the phone or go to loveshriners.org right now and say yes. When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day. My life is filled with possibility because of the monthly support of people just like you who called the number on your screen and said yes.
Yes.
Yes!
Yes.
Your yes is making a difference in my life and the lives of so many other kids like me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, call again or go to loveshriners.org to say yes right away.
I'm here to tell you about saving money on your cellular service. All right, here we have cups of coffee from the same pot. These are more expensive. This one, just $1. Which would you buy? It's simple, right? That's why thousands of people have switched to Pure Talk. They use the same network as the larger providers. That's right, the same network for much less. With plans at $30 a month for unlimited talk, text, and 6 gigs of data. Look at these stats. The average family saves over $70 a month by switching to Pure Talk. And you get to keep the same phone and same phone number with no contract, no hassle, and no hidden fees. You get unlimited talk, text, and 6 gigs of data for just $30 a month. And remember, you'll get the same number of bars because it's on the same network as the larger providers. Saving is easy. Dial pound 250 and say 50% to save 50% off your first month. Pure Talk, simply smarter wireless.
Whether you've enjoyed the legendary terrain in Telluride, the unparalleled landscape of Park City, or the famed peaks of Whistler, you face the hassle of lugging your gear through the airport. With ShipSkis, you're just a few clicks away from having your skis, snowboard, and luggage shipped from your doorstep to your destination. With unrivaled pricing, real-time tracking, ShipSkis delivers hassle-free. Ship ahead and go catch those first tracks on fresh snow. ShipSkis, your skis delivered.
All right, Kevin McCarthy closing in on his 10th failed bid for Speaker of the House. Reports that the House will try to adjourn after this final tally comes in, moving that 11th vote potentially to tomorrow. Joining us now is Tennessee Congressman Tim Burchett. Congressman, welcome to the show. What a day you have had, a last few days. Let me ask you this. We were just speaking with Mark Halperin, who was talking about some of these concessions that Kevin McCarthy is making that ultimately at the end of the day, some of the 200 that are for him, 201, might be opposed to. Is there anything that you would say this is a bridge too far? Kevin McCarthy has conceded just too much.
No, ma'am, I wouldn't. I would say that Kevin McCarthy is doing exactly what he needs to do. Most of those things are things that I actually asked for myself and I had a meeting with then Leader McCarthy, and it's things that
like
we do
what?
in Tennessee and in our state legislature, open records kind of things, transparency, knowing what you're voting on, fiscal responsibility, not spending more than you take in. It seems kind of crazy for Washington, but it's what needs to really happen, and a lot of it's inside the park stuff. The vacate the speaker if you have one person that opposes. The average citizen doesn't know, doesn't care, because it doesn't affect their daily life, and it really shouldn't. I think we need to put aside our differences, though, and get to work, ma'am. It's very apparent to me that they're very close to working something out, and I hope that they do that very shortly.
Okay, there are reports right now that there potentially is a agreement in writing that Congressman Norman has agreed to with Kevin McCarthy, and that they are very close to that. Do you know what those agreements may be?
Say that last part again, ma'am. I'm sorry. I didn't catch that.
That there's an agreement in writing from Kevin McCarthy that Tom Emmer has been working on, Congressman Norman, that they think that has brought people a little bit closer, maybe even Chip Roy and some of the dissenters. Do you know what that agreement may be?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it's dealing with membership on certain committees, and that actually a conservative voice is on those committees, where in the past that maybe they weren't allowed that opportunity. And I believe that's fair. I believe that is very fair, because that's the end of the party that I represent. I'm in East Tennessee, very conservative, fiscally responsible people, and that's their major concerns is fiscal responsibility, which is something that we haven't seen really out of either party in the last decade or so. So I would hope that would be something that we could all live with. Yes, ma'am.
So there is some concern, Congressman, that if Kevin McCarthy concedes too much, that he will almost be a puppet speaker per se, somebody that has no power in the speakership at all. And you think about him even conceding to this motion to vacate, making one person, that Democrats could even be pulling this out any day, and he's walking on eggshells. Are you concerned about that it'll be a speaker with no power and you guys have the majority?
No, ma'am. The vacate the chair is something that's been in place for over 100 years, and actually Speaker Pelosi is the one who did away with that. So I really don't have any problem with that, and I don't have any problem with the other.
Well,
I think
it was a majority before, now it's just one.
Yes, ma'am. But again, I think it would be political suicide for a Republican to side with the Democrats in any shape, form, or fashion to overthrow Kevin McCarthy. I just don't think that would be. I don't see a problem with that, and I think all the concessions he made are legitimate concessions, and I believe he believes that, and I believe it's going to move this country forward. I really do. I think those are things that we should all be for, and that it took this group to bring it to the table, and I'm glad for it. A lot of people are critical of what's going on, but this is democracy. You have on the Democrat side 100% voting for Pelosi. I mean, where else do you see that in the world? I'll tell you where. Communist China, the Politburo in Russia, and Cuba. And so they're lockstep every step of the way, and the Republicans aren't. They believe in debate. The last 4 years, ma'am, I've seen more debate on the floor of the House in the last 3 days than I have the entire last 4 years under Speaker Pelosi's reign of terror. So I don't buy all the negativity. This is what the founders envisioned, and it's going on right now, and it's democracy. There's not tanks in the streets. We're not tearing the building down. But this is the way it's designed to be, and that's the way we're doing it. And I salute Kevin McCarthy, and I salute my friends in the Freedom Caucus as well.
Okay, and you're right. There is a lot of criticism, even from Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, who you mentioned. They are all aligned around him. He's gotten 212 votes now, 10 times, we think. 212 in this last one. So at the end of the day, here's what he had to say about what's happening with Republicans. Listen.
Morning, everyone. This is day 3 of the Republicans not being able to organize themselves in a manner that allows the Congress to move forward.
All right, I only have about 1 minute left for you. But at the end of the day, Republicans like to say they want to be unified, but you guys aren't unified.
Yes, ma'am, but we're not in lockstep with leadership, which is what you see on the Democrat side. Honestly, I don't have a problem with that. They're going to have 435 members, and you've got 435 humongous egos, me included, and so you're not going to have everybody's going to agree, especially on our side. And the only way you do that is just you beat them into submission. And and the people on our side of the aisle aren't worried about getting sent off to the gulag or in a terrible committee. They're worried about their constituents and the people that sent them there to represent them in a conservative fashion. And that's exactly what's happening right here. It's democracy. It's not pretty, but it's a great system, and we are lucky as Hades to have it, ma'am.
All right, Congressman Burchett, thanks for your time this evening.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, well, you're watching it live there. The 10th round of votes wrapping up. Kevin McCarthy still at a loss for the Speaker's gavel. We'll be right back with more Spicer and Company.
Greta Van Susteren is back. She's on Newsmax, giving you the really big stories without the spin. Watch The Record with Greta Van Susteren. She's smart, tough, and always fair. Don't miss Greta's new show.
The day that I lost my leg in Iraq, I remember just waking up in the truck, and then my buddy drugged me to the Bravo truck. They didn't know if I was gonna make it or not.
The need for Wounded Warrior Project continues. Your support is even more important now because the greatest casualty is being forgotten.
I was in a hospital bed in a very, very dark place, and a gentleman came in from Wounded Warrior Project, and he gave me a promise. That promise was, no matter what, Wounded Warrior Project will be here for you. And in almost 20 years, Wounded Warrior Project has not gone back on that promise.
Your gift of just $19 a month will provide free programs and services that make life-changing differences for warriors and their families.
I was really angry. I felt like I failed because not only I got hurt, I let the guys in my truck get hurt. And it took me a while to come to terms with that. And being able to just talk about the feelings that I had, that literally saved my life after I got out.
Please, call or go online with your gift of $19 a month, and we'll send you this Wounded Warrior Project blanket as a reminder of the difference your gifts are making.
Wounded Warrior Project has made him a better spouse, a better dad. I'm very proud of Brian through each of these chapters. Wounded Warrior Project is very important to Brian and to our life.
I try to live for more than myself, and I can do that because of the folks that have donated to Wounded Warrior Project. And so, thank you.
Please, give a little to those who gave so much for us.
I'm Curtis, 42, homeowner, pretty good credit.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Now, it's easy to help protect yourself. Identity theft protection starts here at LifeLock.com.
As a cardiologist, when I put my patients on a statin to reduce cholesterol, I also tell them it can deplete their CoQ10 levels. I recommend taking Cunol CoQ10. Cunol has 3 times better absorption than regular CoQ10. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Hi, I'm Mike Huckabee. Did you know that public schools don't allow any mention of God in the classroom? Without understanding how God shaped our nation, how can kids learn America's true history? After all, our rights come from God, not the government. It's why my team created the Kids Guide to Our One Nation Under God. And right now, you can get it for free.
To order this fun patriotic gift bundle, just visit freegodgift.com. That's freegodgift.com.
Do you feel like the way you clean your ears at home doesn't work well enough? I felt the same way. But then I tried the WaxRx ear wash system. WaxRx was designed by a doctor, and it's the same system used in medical clinics. The reusable WaxRx system has everything you need to effectively remove earwax at home without the inconvenience of a doctor's visit.
You should use the doctor-trusted WaxRx ear wash system. You can get it now at Walgreens and Walmart today.
Welcome back. It's time for the Extra Point. Well, after 3 days and multiple rounds of voting, the House is still without a speaker tonight, and the chamber remains at a standstill. Now, remember, the House cannot conduct any legislative business until they elect a speaker. So here's what else is held up that was supposed to happen this week. New members cannot be sworn in. Committee assignments have yet to be assigned, and a new House rules package has not been approved. But there is also a national security concern since members cannot receive intelligence briefings because they haven't been sworn in as official members of Congress. Listen.
Technically, I don't have a clearance. I'm a member of the Intel Committee. I'm on the Armed Services Committee, and I can't meet in the SCIF to conduct essential business. My point is we have work to do that we can't do right now.
And he is so right. There is a lot of work that is being held up by the speaker vote, which is supposed to be the first thing when members come into Congress this week. And now it looks like this will definitely go in tomorrow, likely, and potentially into the weekend. We'll be following it all. That is our show for tonight. Thanks for being part of our company. We look forward to seeing you right back here tomorrow night.
Well, it's a game of chicken. 10. That's how many votes for Speaker so far. And so far, no one is budging. Neither leader Kevin McCarthy nor his detractors. They have been at this tug of war for 3 days, and frankly, there is no end in sight. Who's going to blink first? And here's a frightening thought. What if neither side blinks? This is the record. Well, another day and another collision course in the U.S. Capitol. More votes, but no speaker. So what is next? Congressional correspondent Kilmeny Dukart is live from Capitol Hill. Kilmeny.
Greta, good evening. Good to be with you. We may be headed for a possible 11th vote after the 10th vote has failed once again here, or there may be a motion to adjourn, as the buzz on Capitol Hill is that there is progress being made in talks behind closed doors. Now, just a little bit earlier today, in between votes, I was down outside of the chamber door speaking with members. I had caught Congressman Scott Perry coming out of that vote and walking into Tom Ember's office, where a lot of these talks have been taking place. He said that the value in all of this is accountability for the most powerful person in the building. But all of this, we know, is holding up business in the House. I had also spoken to Congressman Mike Gallagher, who said that he was supposed to have a briefing, a classified briefing, with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and he serves on the Intel Committee, and he says it was classified and he couldn't get access to the SCIF. So business here at the Capitol, or at least on the House side, has come to a screeching halt. Now, in terms of what needs to be done to break the deadlock, that's been the million-dollar question. I spoke with Congresswoman Victoria Spartz a little bit earlier. She said that she thinks that we need to break up the small groups and get the GOP conference into one room. She has continued to vote present on this, but I also spoke to her, Greta, about the developments that we have been following out of Ukraine. We know that she serves on the Ukrainian House Caucus, and her reaction to Russia's temporary ceasefire in Ukraine, she became a bit emotional. Take a listen.
It's a huge hypocrisy after how many people are dying, and how many people died, and how many lives of Ukrainians are destroyed. But God will always be the judge, and I don't think he will get President Putin out of a judgment day, but he will judge all of us someday. It's a big holiday. I'm glad that people will be able to celebrate, but there is no much celebration. A lot of families are in very, very bad shape, and a lot of young kids dead. And that is sad, but you know, the wars have to be won.
A lot of pressing issues, Greta, as you can hear there, that have been pushed to the back burner. While all of this plays out, we now can report that we will be headed for an 11th vote. Again, as we continue to follow these negotiations, there are reports that some progress has been made. Now, interesting to note that some of the votes have changed earlier today. Congresswoman Lauren Boebert switched hers for Kevin Hern, saying he's the best consensus candidate. I spoke with her press secretary. He said that Kevin Hern is somebody that is liked by all sides, received 150 unanimous votes for chairman of the RSC. He said, you want a consensus candidate, that's it. We know that there are hardliners that have their heels dug in, but we're also seeing some movement in terms of congressional reps like Chip Roy and others that may be willing to budge.
Kilmeny, thank you. Of course, the movement, you'd have to get 18 votes to move. That's a lot of movement they have to have. Thank you, Kilmeny. Former White House Chief of Staff for former President Trump, Mark Meadows. He's also a founding member of the House Freedom Caucus during his time as a U.S. Congressman from North Carolina. He joins me. Good evening, sir. And tell me, if you were up there, how would you broker a deal at this point? What could be done?
Well, Greta, I'm not up there, but the interesting thing is I think that Chairman Perry and Congressman Emmers are doing what needs to be done, but quite frankly, should have been done a long time ago. Here's the thing that a lot of your viewers don't really appreciate. They're seeing this drama unfold over the last 3 days, and yes, it's been messy, but this is not a surprise. I can tell you that a number of members had approached Leader McCarthy before the elections and right after the election to say, listen, we want to open the process up for the American people. And so my advice, the shelf life of an ex-congressman is about 6 months. I'm way past my expiration date, but my advice to Congressman Emmers and Chairman Perry is to continue to focus on what brings us together, but keep the focus on the American people. If you really do and fix Congress, because I think everybody, all your viewers out there, the majority of them would say Congress is broken. Do what's in the best interest of the American people, and that means that every member has their ability to represent the 750,000 people that they represent, not just all the power in the hands of a speaker, whether it's a Republican or a Democrat.
You know, though, it appears, though, maybe Leader McCarthy should have negotiated earlier. He didn't. But it does seem that he has now pretty much been scraped clean in terms of what he's willing to offer. I can't really identify what it is that people want from him, the 20, except at least 5 just don't like him. And so, here we go again. So, I mean, how do you get 5 people who may not have liked him before, at least to get 1 to like him?
Well, I think it does get to be a point where if they can come with some parameters that vastly change the way that Congress does business, empowers every member, allows for open amendment process, allows for us to hopefully get our fiscal house back in order. What ultimately happens then is the pressure builds. Either McCarthy withdraws, which he's saying he's not going to withdraw, or you go to a consensus candidate. Interestingly enough, the 20 or 21 people that are not voting for McCarthy right now, it's not necessarily that they have a different candidate they want. Their candidate is the American people. They just said, let's do what is best for them. So McCarthy, I believe Leader McCarthy is actually negotiating now, but part of that is just because he sees that the path to 218 is very daunting. And you're right, there's 4 or 5 people that I don't see them ever voting for Leader McCarthy.
Well, that's the problem. All right, now, every time there's a discussion about whether there should be a motion to adjourn, so you stop the votes, and everyone and all the Republicans can go into the back room and try to beat each other over the head and get agreement. Democrats oppose that. What is the strategy behind the Democrats? I realize you're Republican, but why do the Democrats seem to oppose the motion to adjourn, except maybe if they want to eat?
Well, I think they're seeing the motion to adjourn. They're able to put up 212 votes for Hakeem Jeffries each and every time. They've done that religiously. And the other is by not adjourning, what happens is it keeps these negotiations just in piecemeal. And so, as your reporter so eloquently put it at the top of the hour, Greta, is you're seeing people come in, vote, then they go off to a private meeting space just off the House floor, try to negotiate, get some things written in paper. And I think the real key is the details. What happens is so many times the swamp has won in this town. The special interests, the American people, the forgotten man and woman have gotten left behind. And so for a lot of these people that are voting against Leader McCarthy, they're saying, listen, if we're going to fix it, let's have it written down. Let's make sure that we all agree upon it so that there are no surprises. And this vote today is not a surprise as they go into the 11th vote tonight, maybe another one before they adjourn. Hopefully we'll start to see some real progress where they can discuss at least the 4 corners of a deal that might bring some resolution to this.
Well, it's fascinating. We've gone through 10 votes so far, and the numbers are virtually unchanged. They seem to be cemented. It's not like they're peeling off 1 or 2 here and there. I mean, nothing changes.
Yeah, well, Greta, it's interesting you point that out, because normally when you go into a speaker's vote, listen, I've been on the House floor and I've voted for the nominee of the conference, and I've voted against the nominee of the conference. It is the hardest thing for any member to do, to stand up and vote against one of your colleagues whose name has been put forth. It is very, very difficult. And so a lot of times, and I'm not saying that I don't want to speak for Leader McCarthy, but a lot of times people around the leader would say, listen, they'll fold. If you'll just go up and have the floor vote, at the end of the day, the people who are saying they'll vote against you won't vote against you. I think the fact that 21 people continue to stay strong in their position is a remarkable feat, because normally you start picking them off, or one favor gets offered to this member and they say, all right, I'm going to change my vote. The fact that no favors have been offered and accepted shows that a lot of these 21 really, it's not about them getting a particular position. It's more about making sure that Congress works for the American people.
Well, Speaker Pelosi would make sure those 20 didn't have parking spaces if she were Speaker and if she were elected. But anyway, Congressman Mark Meadows, thank you, sir. We'll keep watching this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Greta. Good to be with you.
Thank you. Coming up, Russian President Putin wants 36 hours off. Off for what? Find out when the record continues after this.
Are you putting your health at risk? Discover the #1 food that causes fatty liver. It's no surprise 100 million Americans are suffering from this disease. You must protect your body's most precious asset. Best-selling author and surgeon Dr. Russell Blaylock has developed natural solutions. His breakthrough new book, The Liver Cure, will help you boost energy, detoxify your body, clear brain fog, reignite your metabolism, improve your health and quality of life. Get The Liver Cure today, free with our special offer. Go online or call the number on your screen.
With thyroid eye disease, I hid from the camera, and I wanted to hide from the world. For years, I thought my TED was beyond help. But then, I asked my doctor about Tepezza.
Tepezza is the only medicine that treats TED at the source, not just the symptoms. In a clinical study, more than 8 out of 10 patients taking Tepezza had less eye bulging. Tepezza is an infusion. Patients taking Tepezza may have infusion reactions. Tell your doctor right away if you experience high blood pressure, fast heartbeat, shortness of breath, or muscle pain. Before getting Tepezza, tell your doctor if you have diabetes, IBD, or are pregnant or planning to become pregnant. Tepezza may raise blood sugar even if you don't have diabetes, and may worsen IBD such as Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis.
Now, I'm ready to be seen again.
Visit mytepezza.com to find a TED eye specialist and to see Bridget's before and after photos.
We are an enslaved nation to no less than 12 other countries. Our debt to GDP right now is 120%. At 90%, our country is bankrupt. Experts say the next market crash will be bigger than any other crash ever experienced. Worse than the Depression. It's being called the everything bubble crash. An economic crash where everything comes tumbling down. Congress has gone crazy, printing money to solve our problems. That increases debt, creates more freeloaders, and a government that takes from those that have and gives it to those who don't. The best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is now. If you have money set aside for the long term, protect it now. When markets crash, paper assets devalue quickly. Call Monetary Gold right now to get a free protection guide, and for a limited time, learn how you can get your IRA fees covered for the life of your retirement account.
Hi, I'm Arthur Lee, founder, CEO, and inventor of LifeVac, a simple rescue device that can save a child's life in a choking emergency. All these people were saved with LifeVac. People may not realize that on average, 14 people a day die from choking-related incidents. Every 5 days, one of those is a child.
As simple as place, push, pull.
To learn more, please visit lifevac.net.
I don't know about you, but this seems a bit sketchy to me. Russian President Vladimir Putin is offering a ceasefire, but it would only last for 36 hours. Putin ordered the Russian armed forces along front lines to cease fire for 36 hours to observe the Orthodox Christmas. The ceasefire starts at noon tomorrow. Putin is calling on Ukraine to do the same. However, Ukraine is not buying any of it. A few hours ago, an advisor, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, tweeting that there will be no truce until Russia withdraws its troops from Ukraine. He goes on to tweet, quote, "Keep hypocrisy to yourself." Now, if both sides agree to the ceasefire, it would be the first major one since Russia's invasion of Ukraine about a year ago. Former U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations and former National Security Advisor John Bolton joins me. Good evening, sir.
Glad to be with you.
You know, there's something sort of ironic about Putin wanting a ceasefire to observe this religious holiday when he certainly didn't have any problem on Christmas Day firing shells, killed 10 people in Kherson. So, I mean, you know, suddenly he's developed religion or respect for religion since Christmas and now.
Well, I think it's certainly hypocritical, but remember, he's talking here about Orthodox Christmas. And so there are two levels to this, I think. One is a propaganda level. The second may or may not be an operational issue for Putin. But the propaganda element is he's the one who's saying, let's take Orthodox Christmas off. And the twist to this is that there are certainly people in Ukraine who still adhere to the Russian Orthodox Church. But about 2 years ago, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church was granted autocephaly from the Moscow Church and is now actually under the protection of the Patriarch in Istanbul. So the Ukrainians left the third Rome to return to the second Rome. And what happened just before what I'll call Western Christmas on the 25th, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church gave its members the option to celebrate on December the 25th or December the 6th. So I think this is Putin propaganda saying this is the real Christmas. And it's a message internally for Russia as much as anything. Now, whether there's an operational ploy here, is he trying to shore up a weak position? Is he trying to bring forces forward for an offensive under the guise of a ceasefire? We don't know, but that wouldn't surprise me either.
Well, you know, like many journalists, I've been in Ukraine in the war a very short period of time, and when you see the level of cruelty and you see, you know, how much people are suffering, it's really hard to sort of, you know, come to grips with the idea, let's take 36 hours off from killing each other and doing these horrible things to each other. You know, it's just, you know, it's just unthinkable to me that, you know, I mean, would you expect that Putin would keep his words? I don't know what the advantage of 36 hours is, but would he keep his word?
Well, I think it's highly questionable. As I say, this could have some operational cover story to it, but it's not unprecedented in Western wars. In World War I, they famously on the trenches on Christmas Day, the soldiers went across and exchanged bottles of wine or beer or whatever it was they were drinking on Christmas. I think it's largely propaganda from Putin's point of view, and I think it's, as I say, I think its main audience is inside Russia to show he's the one making a humanitarian gesture and it's Zelensky rejecting it. If I were in Zelensky's shoes, I'd have done exactly the same thing.
You know, for the last year, we've been sort of on a health watch for Putin, comparing every picture that comes out of him, wondering whether he's healthy or not healthy, whether he's shaking or not, whether his face looks fat or thin. Do you have any information or thoughts on his health?
No, I don't. I mean, I didn't stay on a Holiday Inn last night. I can't give you a diagnosis. I tend to discount these ideas. Sorry, whatever. I gave a plug to the wrong hotel chain. I think it's a mistake to try and find mental reasons or physical reasons for Putin's policy. It's not just Putin's war. A lot of Russians see this the same way. They think the breakup of the Soviet Union was a Western U.S. plot, that Ukraine and the other former republics are illegitimate states, and they want them back. And so Putin's logic is not our logic, that's for sure. That was an expression he used a lot, and he used to say, you know, you have your logic, we have ours, we'll see who prevails. And I think that's what is at stake here. This is something of importance to them that they're willing to pursue at a cost we can't comprehend.
All right, we have 30 seconds left. Foreign Minister Lavrov, who I suspect you know or might have met because he's been the foreign minister since about 2004. It's hard for me to understand his devotion to Putin. Is it fear or is he a believer?
No, he's a bureaucrat. I've known him for 30 years. And when I first met him in the George H.W. Bush administration, the briefing I got on him started off by saying, we assess he is not a communist. We assess he's a czarist. And he still is. He was 30 years ago. He still is today.
Ambassador John Bolton, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Still ahead, much more of the record, and of course we have the grisly details tonight about what's going on in Idaho. The affidavit in that college student multiple murder has been unsealed. Stay with us. We'll tell you the details.
No blind rhetoric. No talking down to me.
Don't tell me how to think.
Don't tell me how to think.
Don't tell me how to think.
I trust Newsmax.
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 They don't tell me how to think. They let me decide.
Real news for real people.
If your business kept unemployed through the pandemic, GetRefunds.com can see if it may qualify for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is 8 minutes to get started. Then, work with professionals to assist your business with its forms and submit the application. Go to GetRefunds.com to learn more.
You see a lot of gold companies advertising on TV these days. How do you know which one to pick? I'll tell you how I chose. See, I'm not just a spokesman, I'm actually a client. At Patriot Gold, the client works directly with the owners. They have a no-fee-for-life IRA, and they're the top rated by Consumer Affairs 6 years in a row. And most important to me, Patriot Gold is a conservative firm pushing America First values. It's really American patriots helping patriots, and sometimes that makes all the difference in the world.
Call the Patriot Gold Group today and add the stability